In the hidden depths of the snow-capped mountains within the Pokémon world, a legend whispers of the guardian of the mountain spirits, a being capable of resonating with wild Pokémon. The young boy, Cang Ling, lost his memories in his early years, retaining only a fleeting image of a silver specter gliding through the blizzards. A decade later, he departs from Shusong Town accompanied by a rare Alolan Vulpix, forging friendships with the passionate A Tuo, the fossil enthusiast Xiao Ying, and the enigmatic rival known as Silver. However, when Cang Ling's empathic abilities awaken, he discovers an inextricable link between his fate and that of the mythical Pokémon Araniac, as the deranged organization Eye of God plots to distort the very laws of nature. Chapter 1. As dawn breaks, accompanied by the gentle sea breeze and the rhythmic sound of waves caressing the shore, a new day begins in Hutsuin Town, the starting point of our tale. Nestled near Lake Sinnoh and adjacent to Shuangye Town, Hutsuin Town bursts with life during the annual Heart Harmony Festival, attracting not only local residents but also visitors from distant lands, drawn by the legends of glimpsing the elusive mythical Pokémon, Emolga. On a verdant hill close to the coastline, lush greenery takes root, revealing a tranquil staircase path winding through the forest. The trees lining this path serve as a paradise for small Pokémon, home to numerous grass and bug-type creatures, as well as other delightful beings. As one traverses the modest trail and passes beneath the torii gate, a serene shrine stands resolutely atop the hill. Before the shrine, a young boy diligently sweeps the dust from the seemingly desolate stone floor. This boy, with his silvery hair cropped playfully, dons a crisp white shirt paired with simple black trousers. A few delicate bangs frame his forehead, and a gentle smile graces his lips, exuding an inexplicable charm. Not far from him, perched upon the eaves of the tranquil Jingxin Pond, a blue Pokémon reclines leisurely, a green leaf clasped between its lips, radiating an air of utmost contentment. "Hey, Riolu, can't you come over and lend a hand?" The youth cast a fleeting glance at the blue sprite and shook his head with a hint of exasperation. "It's early in the morning, and here you're lounging about. If I hadn't researched the Riola lineage, I might have thought you were one of those lethargic sprites that sleep 18 hours a day. Boss, what's the point of sweeping this place? I see you doing it 3 times a day, sometimes even more," Riolu replied, turning its body slightly to mirror the youth's expression of resignation, a leaf clasped between its mouth bobbing up and down. "When are you planning to set off on your journey? It's been 3 years. As your starter Pokémon, I feel an immense pressure. I'll travel when I'm ready." The youth smiled at Riolu, a smile that seemed to carry deeper significance, before returning to sweeping the already pristine stone floor. "I need to prepare for the important Harmony Festival. It's a promise I made to my father." Riolu contemplated continuing the conversation, but ultimately fell silent, instead gazing up at the azure sky, occasionally glancing at the boy who was quietly sweeping. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied its mind. For a moment, the only sounds that filled the serene air were the soft swishing of the broom against the ground and the distant chirping of birds in the nearby woods. The shrine, perched on a hill amidst the forest, exuded an atmosphere of tranquility. Chapter 1, Section 1. In the Sinnoh region, at the port adjacent to Sanjem Town, with a resounding hoof from the cruise ship's horn, throngs of tourists disembarked, their chatter mingling in the bustling crowd. Tomorrow marks the annual Harmony Festival in Sinnoh. Indeed, I've heard that one might catch a glimpse of Emrit. Those who see Emrit are said to be blessed. I truly hope to see Emrit. Amidst the tourist discussions, it was evident that this vessel's passengers were drawn by the allure of the Harmony Festival. Within the throng, a figure cloaked entirely in black maneuvered swiftly, weaving through the masses, soon disappearing into the distance. "Now that I'm here, I should be able to elude those bothersome pursuers for a while. I can use the Harmony Festival as a cover to conceal myself," the cloaked figure murmured, tightening their garment to reveal only a pair of striking azure eyes, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "It seems this item is indeed of great significance, otherwise those individuals wouldn't have pursued me all the way from Unova to Sinnoh. Just grant me a bit more time, and I shall decipher it." The youth paused before the towering torii gate, exhaling slowly as he gazed along the path winding through the woods towards a shrine, seemingly awaiting someone. The sound of a cane tapping against the ground gradually approached from around the corner of the stone steps, revealing an elderly man with graying hair, steadily ascending the steps, one step at a time. "Uncle Fu," the youth exclaimed, having heard the sound of the old man's cane. He hurried down several steps to meet the elder. "Ling, my boy, have you truly made your decision?" The elder paused, observing as the young man approached him. Yes, Uncle Fu, I have made up my mind. It has been 3 long years. It is time to embark on my journey. I must pursue my dream of becoming the champion of the Elite Four. The young man nodded, glancing back at the imposing torii gate of the shrine. The only thing that troubles me is this shrine, for it is the last remnant left to me by my father. Uncle Fu, here is the deed to the shrine. I entrust it to you from this day forth. The youth produced a neatly folded document from his pocket and handed it to the elder. After the heartfelt festival concludes tomorrow, I shall set out with my Riolu. The elder accepted the deed, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. Uncle Fu, the youth gazed at him, uncertain if the elder had changed his Miro troublesome. The elder remained quiet, staring upwards at the Escharindi about taking over the shrine, a situation that would indeed pine as if ensnared in a reverie. Riolu, the young man called to his companion still within the shrine, and as a blue figure darted out, landing gracefully on his shoulder, he finally took a step forward. Let's go. Just as he took 2 steps, the elder, who had maintained his silence, finally spoke. Ling, no. Zhang, I shall accept this deed, but this shrine will forever belong to the Baisher family. Zhang did not turn around. He simply halted, listening intently. I will manage the shrine well for you. Whenever you choose to return, I shall return this deed to you. You, the Baisher family, will always remain the rightful owners of this shrine. At that moment, a few drops of rain began to fall from the sky, heralding an impending storm. Thus, Ling, regardless of how unattainable your dreams may seem, cherish them and venture forth with courage. The elder had unconsciously moved to the side of the towering torii, his eyes brimming with tears. Ah, indeed, Zhang responded, retrieving a red paper umbrella from his space backpack before taking his leave. Old friend, the fledgling has grown and is ready to take flight. Let us watch over them well. The elder gently caressed the weathered column, as if he could glimpse something profound within. Ling, I hope you succeed in realizing your dreams. The rain intensified, gradually obscuring the red paper umbrella and the shrine atop the hill. Chapter 2. Sinnoh, Hutsuin Town. A gentle drizzle fell upon the narrow streets of Hutsuin Town, where people walked beneath umbrellas of various sizes and colors. This was the shopping district of Hutsuin Town, spanning merely 100 meters, yet it offered all essential daily necessities, including a Pokémon center and various shops. Amidst the not-so-crowded throng, a figure cloaked in black, radiating an air of urgency, weaves through the crowd, hastening forward while frequently glancing back, as if pursued by some terrifying entity that would spell doom if caught. I never anticipated those minions would catch up so swiftly. This is troublesome, the figure muses. Not far behind, 2 rather fashionable individuals, seemingly thugs, meander about, their purpose unclear. However, due to the rain and the density of the crowd, the visibility for these 2 ruffians is significantly compromised. Seizing this opportunity, the cloaked figure darts into a narrow alley that had previously caught their attention, head down. Bam! Ouch! That hurt. The figure appears to have collided with someone, falling onto the ground. I just had this outfit cleaned yesterday, Sai. Now I must wash it again. Opposite the cloaked figure, a silver-haired youth stands, gazing at the splatters of water marring his once pristine white shirt. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, he retrieves a red paper umbrella from the ground and rises. This youth is the recently descended Kazan from the shrine, intending to traverse this alleyway en route to the shopping district for essential travel items, only to be unexpectedly knocked over at the corner. Hey! Observing the figure still on the ground, Kazan strides over, the red umbrella shielding them both, and extends his right hand. Are you all right? What do you think? Now, I might just be captured, the figure replies, lifting her head. Though her tone is less than amiable, she grasps Kazan's hand, using it to rise. As the hood of her black attire falls away, cascading pink hair spills down, framing a pair of azure eyes that gaze intently at Kazan. Her delicate, pert nose and smooth, refined cheeks, along with her flawless complexion, render her a quintessentially youthful beauty. Captured? Kazan queries, perplexed by the lively girl before him, who seems to be chastising him as she points at his nose. Shoo! The girl swiftly covers Kazan's mouth with her hand, while raising a finger and lowering her voice. The proximity of her presence envelopes Kazan in a subtle, refreshing fragrance, causing him to feel embarrassed and wish to distance himself. Yet, the alley is too narrow, barely accommodating 2 people walking side by side, leaving little room for movement. Don't move. The girl, sensing Kazan's awkwardness, gently nudges him with her elbow and gestures toward the alley's entrance. Voices of conversation emerge from outside. Are you sure you are mistaken? I just saw that person turn in here. Then let's take a look. Let's see. Two figures clad in ruffian attire, each bearing several pokeballs at their waists, emerge into Kazan's line of sight, peering into the alley. The Tibetan antelope observed their unkind expressions and instinctively wished to shield the girl behind her, however. The girl stood resolutely, displaying no inclination to flee, which left the antelope feeling somewhat perplexed. Oddly enough, the two individuals merely cast a glance before departing. There's no one here. I told you. You've made a mistake. That's a dead end. Who would run toward the dead end while trying to escape? How could that be? I distinctly saw that person turn in there. Then you must be blind. Didn't see? The Tibetan antelope listened to the fading exchange of the two with a sense of bewilderment. As two living beings stood right here, were those individuals' eyes blinded? Hee. The girl in front of the antelope breathed lightly for some reason, her eyes shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, while beads of sweat adorned her forehead. Only when the footsteps of the two had completely faded did the luminescence begin to dim. We are temporarily safe. The girl then collapsed into the antelope's embrace, slowly closing her eyes. Hey, are you all right? The antelope had no choice but to hold her, observing her fatigued demeanor, and gently nudged her. Don't make noise, let me rest for a while. I'm very tired. The girl swatted the antelope's hand away, nuzzling against him, her nose twitching slightly. He exuded a comforting scent, and she found a cozy position, drifting into a deep slumber, resting entirely against the antelope. What on earth? You just fall asleep now, in the middle of the street, and it's still raining. What am I supposed to do? The antelope was momentarily stunned, gazing despairingly at the overcast sky. Moreover, we've only just met. Are you truly unconcerned? Your clothes are soaked. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? The antelope spoke rapidly, like a machine gun. Aren't you worried I might sell you or do something strange to you? You're truly a character that leaves one at a loss for words. The incessant chatter was met only with the girl's steady breathing, prompting the exasperated antelope to shake his head in resignation. Fine, what a hassle. I'll call Lulu and have it come over. It needs to stretch its legs, this idle creature. Songlinga? The antelope's mutterings attracted the attention of a passerby outside the alley. A small head poked in it was a girl who, upon seeing the scene of the girl leaning against the antelope, momentarily froze in confusion. Huh, Xiao Ying. The antelope recognized her and greeted her with relief. Come, help me out. Xiao Ying was the granddaughter of Old Fu, a childhood friend 3 years younger than the antelope, and also a shrine maiden at the Hechuan Shrine. I won't disturb you, Cangling, Xiao Ying remarked with a mischievous smile. Is it really appropriate for me to come in? What are you thinking with that little head of yours? The antelope found her playful grin both amusing and exasperating. This sister is just exhausted and fainted. Quickly, come help me hold the umbrella so I can take her to my home to rest at. Oh, taken home? Xiao Ying's tone rose slightly as she entered, holding a plain oil paper umbrella, adorned in a red and white shrine maiden outfit, her playful twin tails swaying as she walked, observing the girl leaning against the Tibetan antelope. Such a beautiful big sister. What nonsense fills that little head of yours? The Tibetan antelope gazed at her childhood friend with exasperation, pondering who might have instilled such thoughts in her mind. All right, Cangling, are you coming or not? Grandpa is looking for me. Xiao Ying playfully stuck out her tongue, a slight smile gracing her lips. Cangling, you still love to complain as always. Let's go. Cangling gathered his red paper umbrella and, bending slightly, slipped his hand beneath the girl's legs, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. The girl let out a soft hum, appearing slightly uncomfortable as she nestled into Cang Ling's embrace. Stop it, Cangling admonished, not even realizing that his tone was laced with affection. His words seemed to have an effect, or perhaps the girl had found a comfortable position, burying her small face deeply into the crook of Cangling's arm. Chapter 3. Raindrops fell gently upon the lush green grass, and amidst the hazy curtain of rain, a quaint little cottage stood silently. It seemed as though the rain was on the verge of ceasing. Cang Ling peered out of the window, absently drying his damp hair with a towel, sensing that tomorrow would bring fair weather. I say, boss, didn't you mention you were going out to purchase some travel supplies? Leo, lounging on the back of the sofa, voiced his displeasure as he gazed at the girl sprawled out on the couch, grumbling about her unexpected presence. Cang Ling managed an awkward smile. There was a minor incident. You didn't bring her back because you found her attractive and knocked her out, did you? Leo remarked with a serious expression. You could end up in jail for this, boss. What are you thinking, you fool? Cang Ling playfully thumped Leo on the head. I simply felt a pang of compassion when I saw her faint on the roadside. That is all. Sure, keep up the pretense, Leo scoffed. clearly unconvinced that the situation was as straightforward as Cang Ling claimed. As Cang Ling and Leo exchanged words, the girl on the sofa furrowed her brow slightly, letting out a soft discomfort sound. Noticing her unusual behavior, Cang Ling reached out to touch her forehead, exclaiming, "Goodness, you're burning up." It appeared she had a fever. Leo placed a paw on her wrist, closing his eyes as if to take her pulse like an old-time physician. "Of course," Cang Ling exclaimed, lifting Leo with a swift motion and tossing him towards his room. "Go fetch me a blanket from my room." "Oh, sorry, but I want to be helping you with her clothes. That would be quite troublesome," Leo replied, clasping his hands in front of his chest and closing his eyes. "Just wait until you're better, and please don't hit me." Cang Ling gently propped the girl up, placing his hands on her shoulders as he slowly removed her outerwear, leaving her in a thin undershirt. Her well-developed figure, combined with a subtle fragrance wafting from her, made Cang Ling's throat dry with discomfort. "Boss, here's the blanket you wanted." Leo emerged from Cang Ling's room, carrying a blanket that seemed disproportionately large for his small frame. "Go boil some hot water," Cang Ling instructed, taking the blanket and covering the girl's delicate form, not bothering to look up as he directed Leo to the kitchen. "All right." Leo, understanding the gravity of the situation, obediently went to boil water without further argument. After draping the blanket over the girl and finding a cushion for her to lean against, Cang Ling sought a clean towel, wetting it in water before wringing it out and placing it on her forehead, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. "You faint so easily. And you sleep without a care," Cang Ling remarked, gazing at the girl's exquisite face. "When you awaken, you must repay me properly." He wondered how the water was coming along. As Cang Ling stood up, preparing to check on Leo's progress, he felt the girl's right hand grip his left hand tightly, though he could not tell when it had happened. The Tibetan antelope found itself in a rather amusing predicament. The girl was indeed holding on rather tightly. If he were to forcefully break free, it would easily awaken her. After much contemplation, the antelope slowly settled down, deciding to let her continue her slumber. In the Sinnoh region, situated in the city of Celestic, renowned as the city of ice and snow, perpetually blanketed in white, there dwells a mysterious clan known as the Temple Tribe. At the northernmost point of Celestic lies the Celestic Temple, the ancestral grounds of the Temple Tribe. At this moment, delicate snowflakes were drifting down, and a figure clad in a black trench coat stood nearby, accompanied by a rather fearsome-looking small sprite. "Ah, it has been quite a while since I returned here." The figure exhaled a cloud of mist, reaching out to catch a snowflake, a faint smile gracing his lips. "What do you think, Garchomp?" The seemingly formidable sprite beside him was none other than Garchomp, a semi-divine Pokémon from the Sinnoh region, which responded with a low growl. Despite being a dragon-type Pokémon that despises ice and snow, Garchomp appeared to be somewhat enjoying itself in this snowy expanse. "Lady Cynthia, the clan leader is waiting for you inside," remarked the guard at the temple's entrance, bowing slightly upon seeing the visitor. It turned out that this individual was Cynthia, the champion of Sinnoh's Elite Four. "Understood." Cynthia nodded slightly, yet she did not hasten to enter the temple. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Garchomp, who was frolicking in the snow. "Garchomp, will you come inside with me, or would you prefer to play outside for a while longer?" At that moment, Garchomp had its head buried in the snow, thoroughly enjoying itself, and shook its head at Cynthia, indicating that it would wait outside. "Ah, such a playful child," Cynthia chuckled, shaking her head gently before turning her back and stepping into the temple. The guards at the entrance watched with a shiver as Garchomp played in the snow, knowing all too well the ferocity it displayed in battles as Cynthia's ace Pokémon. The structure of the temple was not particularly complex. Within mere minutes, Cynthia had made her way to the innermost sanctum. An elderly woman stood at the altar, seemingly anticipating Cynthia's approach, having already turned to greet her arrival. This woman was Karesina, the current leader of the Temple Tribe, and also Cynthia's grandmother. "Grandmother," Cynthia called out respectfully from a distance, halting her steps. "Yes," Karesina nodded, her single word carrying an air of authority cultivated through years of leadership. "Is there any news regarding that little girl, Hashigumi?" Karesina inquired, her expression shifting to one of both exasperation and amusement. That little girl was enjoying herself at the concert in Unova when she picked up a tattered map, claiming it to be a treasure map, and then she dashed off, leaving her manager behind. "Oh, what a source of worry she has become." According to the latest information from the family, it was said that the little girl had already returned to Sinnoh. Sharona found herself quite exasperated by her cousin, who seemed to flit between Shuangya Town and Jinsha Town. "Very well, make a trip to see this little girl," she instructed. Karesina paused for a moment, adding, "If she wishes, let her come to Chiefeng City. Simply tell her grandmother misses her." "Understood. I also have official business to attend to at Xinchi Lake." Sharona nodded in agreement. At the port adjacent to Jinsha town, a figure clad in a black robe stood undeterred by the peculiar glances of passers-by, allowing the rain to drench their garment. Are you two certain this is the place? The individual pressed their right hand to their ear, seemingly engaged in a conversation. Yes. Your performance this time has been commendable. Return and collect your reward. After concluding the communication, the figure's gaze shifted toward the hazy outline of Huchuan town. Regardless of whether you are affiliated with that family, we, the 8 Heroes Alliance, shall undoubtedly acquire that object. Chapter 4. Unbeknownst to all, the night gradually obscured the sun, while the stars and moon ascended into the sky. The earlier drizzle had ceased, and the atmosphere resonated with the unique sounds of summer. Inside a modest duplex, dim yellow lights cast a warm and aesthetically pleasing glow. Beneath this soft illumination, a silver-haired youth intermittently dipped a cotton swab in water, gently applying it to the lips of a girl peacefully slumbering on the sofa. Every half hour, he would remove the damp towel from her forehead and re-soak it. After completing this routine, Cang Ling stifled a yawn, stretching contentedly. Since discovering the girl's fever, he had not paused for a moment, tirelessly tending to her. Her temperature was gradually subsiding, and her long eyelashes fluttered delicately, forming a lovely arc beneath her eyelids. Upon closer inspection, she was indeed quite beautiful. Wearily, Cang Ling nestled into the adjacent sofa, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the girl deep in her dreams. Boss, you're not about to succumb to your baser instincts, are you? Leroux remarked nonchalantly, cradling a teacup before taking a sip and delivering his startling comment. I must say, your sarcasm has become increasingly sharp, Cang Ling retorted, tossing the cushion from behind him toward Leroux. I'm tired. I'll catch a couple of hours of sleep first. And then you can wake me for the shift change. Why can't I sleep first? Leroux complained, catching the cushion. I'm quite tired as well. Because I am the boss, Cang Ling replied with an air of authority. Is there a problem with a junior assisting their superior? Leroux adopted a look that conveyed acquiescence. As if to say, you have a point, and I cannot counter that. Outside Cang Ling's abode, a shadow stealthily approached under the cover of night, inching toward the window that glowed with dim light. Quietly, it peered inside to observe the scene within. What met their eyes was a girl peacefully asleep on the sofa, while beside her, Leroux appeared to be dozing as well. Upon catching sight of Riolu, the man instinctively retracted his head, concealing himself beneath the window. He was acutely aware of the formidable sensory abilities possessed by such Pokémon. Tensing up, he moved cautiously, his instincts warning him that he might have already been detected. Alas, after lurking with such caution for a while, he suddenly smacked his forehead, realizing that there was merely one person and a Riolu within that room. How could they possibly pose a threat? He could simply charge in and seize the object for himself. He gestured towards the sky, and a violet shadow descended with a sound of slicing air, as though it had interrupted something mid-flight. The room, once illuminated, was instantly shrouded in darkness, indicating that the power supply had been severed. The man retrieved a pair of black sunglasses from his pocket, and his vision ignited with a green glow, allowing him to navigate through the shadows. He stealthily approached the door of this residence, fiddling with the lock for a brief moment before successfully pushing open the securely fastened door. At the precise moment the door swung open, a sharp sound echoed, causing him to falter, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The clinking noise continued to resonate above him, prompting him to look up and discover that it was merely a wind chime dangling from the eaves, set in motion by a gentle breeze. Sighing in relief, he wiped the perspiration from his forehead and gradually pushed the door further ajar. With the aid of his night vision goggles, he discerned a stick-like shadow lunging towards him. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, leaping backward from the doorframe just in time for the shadow to crash violently against it, producing a resounding thud. What on earth is happening? The man warily scrutinized the entrance of the room, summoning the little sprite that had severed the power line to perch upon his arm. The abode was illuminated once more, and in that moment, the man finally caught sight of his assailant, a silver-haired youth wielding a baseball bat, who regarded him with a cheerful smile. Hey there, do you realize that peeping into someone else's home and forcing open their door is rather rude? Dressed in dark attire that obscured his features, the man appeared enigmatic, with a small purple Pokémon resting upon his arm. They could only glean this limited information. Was it now fashionable for people to don such black coats? While he scrutinized the intruder, the man also assessed him in return. The youth's smile seemed innocuous, yet the baseball bat swung without mercy. Was he some sort of deviant? As both parties observed one another, a blue figure swiftly leaped onto the shoulder. It was Riolu. Boss, that girl has relocated to your room. Riolu communicated through its aura, indicating that the sprite must be a Zubat, appearing rather formidable. Understood. The nodded, redirecting his attention back to the man in black. This uncle seemed quite difficult to confront. "Hey, uncle, shouldn't you say something?" Cang Ling exclaimed, gazing at the silent figure clad in black. "Trespassing into a private residence is against the law. Kid, it would be wise for you to step aside. My objective is the map that resides within that girl," the black-clad man replied in a low, gravelly voice. "Hey, let's see what you can do if I refuse to move." Cang Ling's temper flared. "You, the one trespassing, are asking me, the owner, to step aside? How ridiculous. Kid, judging by your demeanor, you seem to be a trainer as well. If you persist in your defiance, I won't hesitate to incapacitate you and acquire what I seek," the black-clad man stated nonchalantly, as if Cang Ling were merely a trivial pebble he could easily crush. "We of the Thieves Guild have but one principle, to obtain our target. Rest assured, I will not kill you." "What is this Thieves Guild you speak of?" Cang Ling inquired, perplexed by the term that fell from the man's lips. The black-clad man offered no further explanation. He gestured, and the Zubat hanging from his arm shot forth like a bolt of lightning, its four blade-like wings casting an eerie glow in the moonlight. Wing attack. As the Zubat surged forward, Riolu, who had been perched on Cang Ling's shoulder, sprang into action without any elaborate flourish. Drawing a bone from seemingly nowhere, Riolu aimed precisely and swung forcefully at the base of Zubat's wings. The Zubat, undeterred, adjusted its trajectory slightly and directed its wings to meet Riolu's bone. The clash of sharp against sturdy produced a brilliant spark, as Zubat's wings furiously sliced at the bone. Yet, Riolu remained steadfast, gripping the bone firmly and absorbing the strike without faltering. With its initial attack thwarted, Zubat did not press on, but instead ascended into the sky. Shrouded in the inky darkness, its form becoming indistinct, rendering observation difficult. "Kid, who are you?" The black-clad man's tone shifted to one of gravity. After a mere exchange of blows, he discerned that Cang Ling was not far from his own level of skill, given his own prowess. He found it surprising that a seemingly unevolved Riolu could so effortlessly withstand the swift assault of a Pokémon of such rarity, comparable to a demigod. "Hey, old man, is your Zubat really that weak?" Cang Ling leaned against his doorframe, stifling a yawn as he observed Riolu, showing no signs of issuing commands, seemingly placing complete faith in its capabilities. "Kid, I'll ask you once more, who are you? How can someone so young possess elite-level strength?" The black-clad man tightened his grip on a Pokeball, preparing to summon a second Pokémon. If he were from one of those prestigious families, he knew he needed to tread carefully. Fortunately, he had come prepared with an extra Pokémon. Otherwise, this mission would surely have ended in failure. The man actually intends to engage in a 2-on-1 battle. Is this the level of shamelessness exhibited by people nowadays? The figure clad in black, clutching a Pokeball, caught the attention of the Tibetan antelope, whose previously leisurely demeanor had vanished, replaced by a quiet vigilance towards the Pokeball in hand. A one-on-one contest was manageable, but if he were to release another Pokémon, I would have no fresh combatant to deploy, and it seemed trouble was brewing. Moreover, the Tibetan antelope's gaze shifted to the Crobat flitting through the air, whose recent display of power indicated formidable offensive capabilities. Meanwhile, standing firm was the Riolu, gripping its bone tightly, its aura emanating subtly, while it remained alert to the hovering Crobat, unsure of when it might launch an assault. All the while keeping a watchful eye on the Pokeball held by the black-clad figure, uncertain of what creature it might unleash. "Sir, before you introduce others, shouldn't you introduce yourself?" The Tibetan antelope waved his hand, smiling as he spoke. "What is this Thieves Guild you just mentioned?" "Ah, an amusing young lad." Not disclosing his own identity while attempting to pry mine, the black-clad man chuckled for reasons unknown, observing the Tibetan antelope's calm demeanor. "Listen closely. The Thieves Guild is a platform where employers pay to post tasks, and we serve as intermediaries for those accepting these assignments. I am Igarashi Hekyu, one of the 7 kings of the Thieves Guild." His self-satisfied declaration dripped with arrogance. "So it's merely a mercenary organization," the Tibetan antelope mused, analyzing the information provided by Hekyu while feigning disdain. "You claim to be one of the Thieves' 7 kings. Yet aren't you merely at the level of an elite like myself? Hey, do you grasp the rarity of such a title?" The Tibetan antelope's dismissive expression seemed to provoke Hekyu. Only 7 individuals in the guild, with the highest task completion rates, can earn such a designation. "Which means there are 6 others like you," the Tibetan antelope retorted, exuding an air of superiority. Observing his leader's methodical extraction of information from the black-clad man, Riolu couldn't help but stifle a laugh, though the lurking threat of the Crobat kept it on high alert. "You've pried so much from me. Shouldn't you reveal yourself?" Hekyu demanded, releasing the Pokémon contained within the Pokeball. Out emerged a creature predominantly gray, its tail, back, and limbs adorned with black fur, the thick tufts on its back arranged in 2 rows, with scarlet gleams emanating from its eyes. Under the illumination, the Tibetan antelope quickly recognized the Pokémon, a Mythical, the final evolution of the Houndour from the Hoenn region, with its strikingly white fangs glinting in the darkness. Presenting a menacing aura, "I am Shiroishi Zangling," the Tibetan antelope stated, eyeing the ferocity displayed by the Mythical, involuntarily moistening his dry lips, which had become parched from tension. "Not a scion of a noble house. Then unleash your full strength to take down that Riolu." Merely hearing a name, Heku's anxiousness dissipated, and at his commanding shout, the Mythical charged ahead. Its bared fangs glowed with a fierce crimson light, exuding an aura of smoke. "Flame Fong. Riolu, use Flame Kick." Observing the battlefield with keen eyes, the black-eyed Tibetan gazelle issued the first command of this confrontation. At the sound of its command, Riolu thrust its bone stick into the ground, propelling itself into a spin around the staff as flames ignited on its seemingly frail right leg, meeting the fiery onslaught of the formidable hound. Both combatants, wielding fire-based abilities, collided fiercely, sparks flying in every direction. Within moments, the more powerful and swirling Flame Kick gained the upper hand, resembling a roaring lion as it effortlessly sent the great hound flying. In a flash, the crossbat, akin to a seasoned hunter, seized the fleeting moment when Riolu was momentarily drained of its power, swooping down with wings shimmering in a haunting purple glow. Although the exact nature of its ability remained unclear, it was unmistakably a poisonous attack. "Cross-poison," exclaimed He Qian, dispelling the Tibetan gazelle's doubts regarding the crossbat's technique. True to its name, the crossbat descended like a massive cross, its strike seemingly inevitable, with urgency pervading the atmosphere. The Tibetan gazelle had no time for contemplation and instinctively articulated the most advantageous choice under the circumstances: endure. As Riolu halted its spinning momentum, a resolute glimmer shone in its eyes, and an invisible aura enveloped it, holding the bone stick firmly across its chest. The crossbat transformed into a purple shadow, crashing against Riolu's bone stick, delivering a tremendous impact that caused Riolu's legs to sink into the earth, a muffled groan escaping its lips. The Tibetan gazelle clenched its fists, anxiously watching Riolu withstand the onslaught, suppressing any sound, fearing that its voice might disrupt Riolu's focus. Meanwhile, the great hound, previously sent sprawling by Riolu's kick, had regained its footing. After letting out a long howl towards the sky, it emanated a blinding white light, seemingly channeling all its strength into a singular point. This was its ultimate strike, a desperate gambit, the ultimate move of the normal type. Final impact. As the great hound charged towards Riolu with a roar, the crossbat's energy waned. Having perfectly absorbed the blow, Riolu summoned an inexplicable strength and, with a powerful swing of its bone stick, sent the crossbat spiraling away. In response, it too roared fiercely, brandishing the bone stick as it charged towards the hound, executing its ultimate attack, delivering a double retribution. Chapter 6. True Sand Town. Renowned as the town of sand that connects to the sea, is steeped in the scent of the ocean. The laboratory of the esteemed Pokémon researcher, Dr. Yamazaki, is situated to the west of this coastal city. Presently, the laboratory is in a state of disarray as a round shark Pokémon has undergone evolution. For the rare quasi-divine Pokémon, each evolution generates invaluable data, making the ensuing reactions of utmost significance. Dr. Yamanashi, clad in a white lab coat, intently scrutinized the fluctuating data displayed on his computer screen, instructing his disciple, Buratano, to meticulously record every detail. Not a single piece of data could be overlooked. All must be documented. A serious expression adorned Dr. Yamanashi's face as he pointed to the wildly oscillating numbers on the screen while jotting down notes in his notebook. "Understood, Professor Yamanashi," replied the handsome young man known as Buratano, as he swiftly captured each set of changing data. Amidst this bustling environment, a silver-haired youth stood awkwardly to one side, a Riolu perched lazily upon his shoulder. This young man was, of course, the same Zangling who had engaged in a fierce battle with one of the 7 kings of the Thieves' Guild, Igarashi Kaido. To understand his presence here, one must recount the events of the previous night's confrontation. In a state of extreme disadvantage, Zangling, with Riolu giving its all, managed to fell the formidable Mythical, which had unleashed its ultimate attack. However, despite this victory, he found himself powerless against the remaining and still vigorous Zubat. Fortunately, Zangling had the foresight to notify Miss Junsha at the outset. At a crucial moment, she arrived under the cover of night, her police siren and the roar of the engine startling Igarashi Kaido into retreat. Cang Ling was subsequently escorted back to the police station in Mythical town by Miss Junsha. After providing his statement, the dawn had already broken. Reflecting on the time that had passed since the Heart's Rite, Cang Ling did not return to Kawakawa town. He was mindful of the girl still asleep in his bed, and he had instructed Xiao Ying via phone to check on his home. After ensuring that his travel items were properly arranged in a shop in Mythical town, he went to the Pokémon Center to retrieve Riolu, only to be informed by Nurse Joy that his Pokédex information had expired and that he needed to reactivate it with Dr. Yamanashi. "Boss, don't you think it's rather awkward for us to be here?" Riolu remarked uneasily from Cang Ling's shoulder, its slender arms wrapped in delicate white bandages, the cause of which remained unclear, perhaps remnants of yesterday's battle or something else entirely. "It is indeed quite awkward," Cang Ling admitted, his gaze fixed on the industrious doctor. Yamanashi and Buratano, feeling utterly useless in this scientific milieu. "Boss, I'm going to step outside for a bit. I feel uncomfortable here," Riolu declared as it leapt from Cang Ling's shoulder to the window frame of the laboratory, swiftly disappearing into the nurturing garden of the institute. "Don't cause any trouble," Cang Ling cautioned, swallowing back the words that threatened to escape his throat as he watched Riolu vanish from his sight. In Kawakawa town, within Cang Ling's modest abode, a pink-haired girl with long, flowing locks sat on the sofa, gazing at a girl standing before her, adorned in a red and white shrine maiden outfit with twin ponytails. The pink-haired girl appeared disinclined to speak, merely picking up a family photograph of the Cang Ling household from the coffee table, lost in thought. "What was the name of the person who saved me? Was it Cang Ling Baisher?" she inquired, directing her gaze toward the girl who had been nervously twisting her garment since moments ago. "Ah, it was indeed I and Brother A Ling who brought you back here." Upon hearing the girl finally speak, Xiao Ying inexplicably felt a sense of relief. "Sister, you are so beautiful. You are quite lovely as well." No woman can resist the allure of compliments. Upon receiving Xiao Ying's praise, a faint smile graced the girl's face. "And what of my shirt Song Ling? It seems a thief visited here yesterday, and Brother A Ling accompanied Miss Junsha to Jinsha town to file a report." Xiao Ying was unaware of the predicament Song Ling faced the previous night. She merely recalled Song Ling mentioning a thief. "So he is currently in Jinsha town, is he?" The girl placed the photograph back on the coffee table, rose, and gazed out the window at the bright sunshine. "Dr. Baisher Yushan's son. His expertise in deciphering maps will undoubtedly prove invaluable. It appears a trip to Jinsha town is in order. How could I allow the scoundrel who took advantage of me to escape unscathed?" "Sister, are you going to Jinsha town?" Xiao Ying asked, eyeing the girl whose lips curled into a smile with a hint of confusion. "Indeed, I must repay this life-saving benefactor properly, right?" The girl displayed a devilish grin that sent a shiver down Xiao Ying's spine. One could only wonder what Brother A Ling had done to this sister. In her heart, Xiao Ying could only pray for Song Ling, hoping his fate would not be too dire. Yamanashi Research Institute. "Achoo!" Song Ling sneezed involuntarily, suddenly feeling a chill sweep over him. "What is happening? I clearly am not ill." "Song Ling, your Pokédex has been reactivated." At that moment, Buratano had finished his tasks and returned the Pokédex Song Ling had entrusted to him. "When your Pokédex was reactivated, I also imported a wealth of new Pokémon information. It should facilitate your journey," Buratano said with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Buratano." Song Ling received the Pokédex and scanned the Research Institute, but Dr. Yamanashi, who had been present moments earlier, was nowhere to be found. "Where is Dr. Yamanashi?" "He was just here." "Ah, you mean the professor?" "He finished gathering data and went off to conduct research," Buratano replied, exasperated by Song Ling's inquiry about his mentor. "This was always the case. He dumped the responsibilities of the institute onto me. I wonder what will happen after I leave next year." "Brother Buratano, are you leaving?" Song Ling asked, somewhat astonished at the thought of Buratano departing from the institute. "Yes, after all, I have been away from home for over 3 years, and I find myself longing for it," Buratano said, a deep sense of nostalgia filling his eyes. Just as Buratano was lost in his thoughts of home, a tremendous explosion erupted in the institute's breeding facility, startling him from his reverie. That explosion does not bode well. It originated from the breeding facility. Familiar with the layout of the institute, Buratano quickly identified the source of the explosion. Hearing Buratano mention that the blast came from the breeding facility, Song Ling's heart sank. After all, Riolu had just entered the breeding facility. Let us hope Riolu has not stirred up any trouble. "Cang Ling, what are you murmuring about? Come and lend a hand," Platano called out as he seized the Pokeball from his desk and hurried towards the breeding grounds. Cang Ling, filled with concern for the lone Riolu entering the breeding area, swiftly followed in Platano's wake. Chapter 7. A tremendous explosion reverberated from the breeding grounds of the research facility, sending the little Pokémon inside into a state of panic as they scattered in all directions, emitting sounds of fear and chaos. In the eastern part of the breeding grounds, near the forest, two individuals adorned in attire marked with a red insignia were in pursuit of a fleeing Pokémon. We've captured this Garchomp. Turning it in will surely earn us a promotion and a raise, exclaimed one, a woman with flowing orange hair, brandishing a weapon reminiscent of a firearm. Let us not be too reckless, Yamadu. This is the research facility of that old man from Yamanashi, which falls under the jurisdiction of the League. We are drawing too much attention, cautioned the other, sporting a green cap. Although he was focused on chasing the fleeing Pokémon, his vigilant gaze remained aware of their surroundings, similarly wielding a weapon akin to Yamato's. I don't want to attract attention either, but who would have known that the Garchomp would go berserk after being hit with a tranquilizer? Such a loud explosion. We had hoped to administer the tranquilizer without anyone noticing, Yamadu grumbled, glancing at his weapon. It's the fault of the professor for not providing us with better equipment. This outdated tranquilizer gun has been obsolete for 2 to 3 years. Only we and Musashi's group still utilize it. Enough of that. The Garchomp has vanished from sight, remarked Shinsaburo, observing the rapidly retreating figure of the Garchomp. For such a large dose of tranquilizer, it sure can run fast. Dragon-type Pokémon indeed have remarkable resistance. All right, Shinsaburo, let us release our Pokémon and corner that Garchomp. I refuse to believe it can escape our Pokémon's blockade. As he spoke, Yamadu busily released all the Pokémon he had on hand. Understood, Yamadu. Shinsaburo acknowledged, promptly releasing his own Pokémon as well. With a flourish, the two flung 6 Pokéballs into the air, and the Pokémon emerging from them transformed into shadows, swiftly disappearing within the confines of the small forest. Within the woods, a small blue Pokémon leaped from branch to branch, moving rapidly through the familiar terrain. However, its nearly shut eyes betrayed a state of distress. Despite being a dragon type with commendable resistance to tranquilizers, the dosage it had received was rather excessive. The Garchomp's current objective was to approach the entrance of the breeding grounds, as it had detected a familiar scent drawing nearer. 2 figures, one blue and one yellow, engaged in a fierce skirmish amidst the grass. The blue figure was a Lucario, its arms wrapped in bandages, while the yellow figure was a small creature radiating bright electricity. Lucario, exasperated by the relentless electrical assaults from the little sprite, unleashed a flame kick, effortlessly dispersing the electric energy while simultaneously sending the creature flying. Is it really worth it over a mere berry? Lucario mused, deeming the sprite somewhat petty. After kicking it away, Lucario oriented itself and headed eastward towards the breeding grounds. This Lucario belonged to Cang Ling, who, upon entering the breeding grounds, resembled an exuberant child, frolicking about. Upon observing the sprite clutching some berries, its mischievous instincts prompted it to ambush and snatch one. The sprite, stubborn and unyielding, pursued Lucario relentlessly. Although it couldn't overpower Lucario, the latter felt somewhat guilty for its actions. Lucario had sensed the recent explosion and, through the aura, detected Cang Ling's presence in the eastern part of the breeding grounds. Concerned for Cang Ling, whose only companion in this vast space filled with small creatures was Lucario, it feared that without its presence, Cang Ling could fall into peril. The sprite that had been kicked away struggled to rise, watching as Lucario bounded away into the distance. Gritting its teeth, it resolved to follow suit. Meanwhile, the Sharptooth struggled to run, its stamina waning, and the dizziness intensified. Its eyelids began to flutter uncontrollably, and in a moment of carelessness, it snapped a branch beneath its weight and tumbled to the ground, letting out a low growl. It attempted to rise, but found itself powerless under the effects of the tranquilizer. Run, aren't you the swift one? 2 figures gradually approached the fallen Sharptooth. They were none other than the infamous Sanzang and Yamato. Roar! The Sharptooth recognized them as the ones who had ambushed it with the tranquilizer. It struggled to retaliate, but a shadow leaped forth, crashing into it before it could regain its footing, draining the last of its strength. The shadow gradually revealed its true form, a creature adorned with long, curved horns, an orange snout protruding with 2 subtle fangs, and a neck encircled by light gray, bone-like structures. A grayish-white circular prominence adorned its neck, while 2 bony protrusions adorned its ankles, culminating in a long, triangular tail, resembling the fearsome hellhound, Houndoom. Look, Sanzang. This Sharptooth dares to challenge us. What a foolish creature, Yamato jeered, brandishing a folding fan while laughing unabashedly. Enough chatter, let us take this Sharptooth back. Xiao Sanlang reminded his partner that they were in the territory of their arch-rivals, the Galaxy team. and it would be prudent to resolve the matter swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications. With a mere gesture from Xiao Ling, 5 dark figures sprang forth from various positions. Apart from the recently encountered Black Lugia, these 5 Pokémon were the ones previously released by Xiao Ling and Amato, including 2 Rattata, 1 Solgaleo, 1 Blastoise, and 1 Infernape. Under the command of Xiao Ling and Amato, these Pokémon deftly ensnared the motionless Garchomp in a large net, hoisting it onto a hot air balloon that had been prepared in advance. Despite Garchomp's futile struggles against the 6 vigilant Pokémon, it seemed utterly powerless. Now, we can go claim our reward. Xiao Ling and Amato exchanged cheerful applause as they felt the hot air balloon slowly ascend. Envisioning promotions and the humiliation of the Team Rocket duo, Musashi and Kojiro, reduced to mere supplicants before them. Release Garchomp at once. A commanding voice shattered their daydreams. A figure clad in a white lab coat waved his hand, summoning a Talonflame that soared into the sky, transforming into a silver streak, its claws slicing through the balloon's surface. As the hot air balloon was punctured, it began to plummet rapidly, with Garchomp still tethered below. I knew this balloon was unreliable, Xiao Ling exclaimed, his words barely coherent as the wind rushed past him. The Talonflame executed a swift maneuver, severing the rope that held Garchomp, allowing a gray-blue figure to leap into the air as if it had been poised for this moment, catching the descending Garchomp with precision. The hot air balloon, now bereft of Garchomp's weight, slowed its descent, but, due to inertia and gravity, crashed into a nearby tree. The gray-blue figure that had caught Garchomp quickly bounded through the branches, reaching the previously arrived Platano, gently laying Garchomp, now ensnared in a net, onto the grass. Casting a concerned glance at the immobile creature. Do not worry, it's merely under the effects of a potent anesthetic. It will recover after some rest, Platano reassured, displaying the exemplary qualities of a Pokémon researcher as he promptly crouched to assess Garchomp's condition, easily identifying the cause of its immobilization. At that moment, a silver-haired boy in a white short-sleeved shirt rushed to Platano's side. He paused upon seeing the downed Garchomp and the gray-blue Pokémon beside Platano, inquiring, "Is this Garchomp one of your brother's Pokémon?" "Zangling, this fierce Garchomp is entrusted to you," Platano said to Zangling, who had reached him, as he rose and patted the Garchomp standing beside him. "Old friend, I am aware of the fury brewing within you. Now, go and teach a lesson to those 2 who dared to attack your mother." The Garchomp, upon hearing Platano's words, cracked a smile at the corners of its mouth. Seemingly delighted, it unleashed a roar that resonated with draconic majesty and rage, startling the flying and insect-type sprites hidden within the forest. The soaring Murkrow above seemed to respond, calling out as if guiding the Garchomp, its gaze fixed upon the hot air balloon it had previously downed. Coughing and spluttering, Yamato and Tar struggled to extricate themselves from the balloon, appearing quite disheveled and covered in dust. Had I known, I would have brought a flying machine. This wretched balloon burst so easily, leaving my hair in disarray, Yamato complained while attempting to smooth his tousled hair. "Isn't it because you insisted on saving costs? I told you bringing a flying machine would be better, but you wouldn't believe me," Tar retorted, equally displeased by Yamato's grievances. "Oh, you 2 seem to be enjoying quite the conversation." Platano's voice suddenly rang out not far from them. "Who goes there?" The abrupt sound made Yamato and Tar alert. "Oh, what audacity, daring to come here and capture sprites." As Platano, accompanied by Garchomp and guided by the Murkrow, approached, he recognized the emblems on Yamato and Tar's attire. Indeed, they belonged to the infamous Team Rocket. "Cough. It was him who attacked us earlier, Tar. Let us teach him a lesson." Yamato identified Platano as the one who commanded the Murkrow to down their balloon, swiftly drawing 3 Pokeballs from his waist. "Of course, Yamato, we must show this fellow that Team Rocket is not to be trifled with." Tar, seething with resentment towards the one who had thwarted his dreams of promotion and happiness, pulled out 3 Pokeballs as well. As 6 Pokeballs burst open, the sprites that had previously attempted to capture Garchomp emerged. The first 2 Rattatas landed and, with remarkable speed, charged towards Platano from either side. Their eyes ablaze with fury and their prominent incisors gleaming with a menacing red light. These were the fangs of wrath. Unfazed by the impending assault, Platano stood his ground, with Garchomp's imposing form shielding him. The 2 Rattatas bit into Garchomp's fin, yet the creature merely blinked its eyes, a flash of brilliance illuminating them. With a gentle flick of its fins, it sent the 2 Rattatas soaring into the air. Then, with its fins glowing a deep green, emanating a subtle draconic might, Garchomp executed a graceful turn, slicing through the bodies of the Rattatas with a stunning arc, delivering a powerful double strike. as the two Rattatas fell to the ground. They had already lost their combat capabilities, unable even to rise. My goodness, the power of the Garchomp is truly formidable. Is this the strength of a quasi-divine Pokémon? Capturing this little creature will surely earn us the boss's commendation. Amato and Shiro gazed at the Garchomp, which effortlessly dispatched the two Rattatas with a mere flick of its power, excitement swelling within them. Return, Rattata. The two exchanged a knowing glance and recalled the incapacitated Rattata into its Pokeball, while they contemplated commanding their remaining 4 Pokémon to attack the Garchomp. The Garchomp had no intention of granting them a moment's respite. With a roar imbued with draconic authority, it enveloped itself in a verdant, dragon-shaped energy and surged forward like a cannonball, unleashing one of its signature moves, Dragon Rush. Like a tiger among sheep, the Garchomp plunged into the midst of the 4 Pokémon, resembling a medieval tyrant. With ease, it sent them soaring through the air, following up with a powerful tail whip. In an instant, the 3 Pokémon, Surskit, Blaziken, and Monferno, had no opportunity to resist and succumbed to defeat. The strongest among the 6, the Houndoom, was cast aside, only to be knocked unconscious by a timely bone from a passing Riolu. How about that, boss? I arrived just in time. Riolu brandished its bone towards Zangling, indicating that the Houndoom must be the mightiest among the 6 Pokémon. Humph, you certainly know how to seize an opportunity. I initially thought that explosion was your doing, Zangling retorted, exasperated by Riolu's smug demeanor. Considering the timing, you should have just arrived. During the banter between Zangling and Riolu, Amato and Shiro gathered all their Pokémon, tossed a smoke bomb, and left with a parting remark, just you wait, before fleeing without a backward glance. Chapter 9. After driving off Team Rocket, Brattano set about treating the Garchomp, which lay immobilized by the anesthetic. Despite receiving such a hefty dose, the Garchomp had yet to succumb to slumber. It simply lost its ability to move, showcasing the remarkable resistance of Dragon-type Pokémon to such toxins. Standing beside Brattano, the Garchomp anxiously observed as Brattano administered treatment, an inscrutable emotion glimmering in its eyes. Zangling had just learned from Brattano that the once mighty Garchomp was indeed the offspring of the captured creature, a sibling to the evolved Garchomp previously encountered at Professor Yamanashi's lab. While Zangling and Riolu idly watched Brattano attend to the Garchomp, a sudden flash of yellow, crackling with electricity, appeared before them, launching an unexpected bolt of lightning towards Zangling and Riolu. Damn, that fellow is truly persistent. As Riolu beheld the flash of lightning, his voice resonated with a blend of astonishment and speechlessness. He firmly stomped the ground, shifting his position to evade the impending electric attack. The bolt of lightning approached with alarming swiftness. Unfortunately, Zangling lacked Riolu's agility and could only roll on the ground, awkwardly dodging the electric strike. What is happening? Zangling inquired, having overheard Riolu's earlier remark. Riolu displayed an expression of embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. The electric-type Pokémon, known for releasing stored electricity upon contact with metal, would then whirl its arms to recharge. When encountered in numbers, one must exercise caution. The Pokédex, which Zangling had placed in his pocket, had tumbled out during the earlier scuffle and now lay on the ground. The camera captured the yellow figure crackling with electric sparks, identifying the creature. The electric-type Pokémon began to swing its arms vigorously, while currents of electricity danced along the antennae atop its head. Its fists, charged with a fierce electric energy, emitted a thunderous roar, signaling a thunder punch. The attack was executed with such speed that Riolu had no time to evade. He swiftly drew his bone staff, positioning it defensively across his chest to absorb the impact of the thunder punch, and quickly thrust the staff into the ground to channel the electricity safely away, preventing paralysis. The electric-type Pokémon showed no mercy, launching itself at Riolu with a swift kick that resembled a whirling windmill. Bam! A slam. Just as it seemed Riolu would suffer the brunt of the attack, Zangling hastily issued a command without pausing to question why the electric-type Pokémon was targeting them. Riolu's aura power surged, amplifying his perception. The electric-type Pokémon's movements appeared to slow down. Calmly, he withdrew his head, evading the spinning legs, and then planted his hands on the ground. He extended his right leg and delivered a gentle kick to the hand that the electric-type Pokémon was using to stabilize itself. In that instant, the balance of the electric-type Pokémon was effortlessly disrupted. Following this strike, Riolu, akin to a phantom, slipped behind the electric-type Pokémon, wrapping his arms around its waist, while forcefully arching his body into a curved shape. Bang! The electric-type Pokémon's face met the ground with a resounding thud. Under the silent encouragement from Zangling, Riolu refrained from pursuing the downed Pokémon. instead retreating to retrieve his bone staff. Cang Ling, that electric-type Pokémon seems quite capable. If you desire, you might attempt to capture it. The commotion had already drawn the attention of Buratano, who watched with interest as the two Pokémon engaged in their tussle. After witnessing Riolu's decisive strike following Cang Ling's simple command, he nodded in appreciation. I share the same sentiment. The Tibetan antelope exhibited a profound interest in the electric monster, accompanied by a desire to capture it. After hearing Britanno's words, it retrieved a blue and yellow Pokeball from its spatial backpack, a premier ball. Puzzled by the situation, it inquired of Riolu about any wrongdoing prior to attempting the capture, feeling hesitant to ensnare the electric monster if it had indeed been subjected to undue hardship. It merely snatched a berry from me. I was just teasing it, Riolu replied with an awkward smile, simultaneously expressing mild discontent. Who knew it would take things so seriously and relentlessly pursue me? I've never encountered such a stubborn little creature. You do have a penchant for mischief, the Tibetan antelope remarked, affectionately ruffling Riolu's head, understanding its nature well enough to refrain from any outburst. The electric monster, still dazed from Riolu's earlier antics, shook its head and glanced enviously at the playful exchange between the antelope and Riolu. Hey, would you like to become my companion and travel with me? The Tibetan antelope presented the premier ball before the electric monster. The creature paused, lowering its head in contemplation, and instead of answering directly, called out to Riolu. Hey, you stubborn brat. Understanding the electric monster's intent, Riolu couldn't help but chuckle as he tossed the previously pilfered berry towards it. Here, take it. The electric monster joyfully caught the berry, then nudged the Pokeball held by the Tibetan antelope with its antenna, transforming into a beam of red light that entered the Pokeball. To have captured this electric monster so effortlessly, congratulations are in order, Bratano remarked. Having already tended to his Sharpedo, who was now returning to the forest, he approached the Tibetan antelope and Riolu. Thank you, Brother Bratano. The Tibetan antelope was acutely aware that capturing Pokémon was not permitted within the breeding grounds. It had only contemplated the idea until Bratano spoke up, prompting the antelope to finally produce the Pokeball. No need for thanks. The electric monster must be delighted to embark on an adventure, Bratano smiled, then added, you should take it to the Pokémon Center for a checkup. Indeed, the Tibetan antelope nodded in agreement, beckoning to Riolu. Let us be off. Riolu sheathed his bone and leaped onto the shoulder of the Tibetan antelope. What did the electric monster say earlier? The Tibetan antelope queried, perplexed by its earlier call. Oh, that stubborn brat asked me to return the berry, and then it would be willing to travel with us. Riolu scoffed, such a headstrong little one. The Tibetan antelope, absorbing Riolu's words, found itself at a loss for a response, merely shaking its head and muttering, truly a troublesome new companion. With a glance at the cerulean sky, the Tibetan antelope collected its thoughts and followed in Britanno's footsteps. Chapter 10. True Sand Town, Pokémon Center. The Pokémon Center is a sanctuary frequented by every Pokémon trainer, offering excellent accommodations and healing services for their beloved creatures. Miss Joy, could you please attend to this child? Although it may merely be a minor injury. A silver-haired youth entered the Pokémon Center, making no stops along the way, and approached the counter directly, placing a Pokeball upon the tray. Is that a Leafeon? Has the Pokédex been reactivated? Amidst her busy schedule, Miss Joy looked up at the young man, offering a gentle smile as she glanced at the Pokeball on the tray. Has your Riolu been injured again? Indeed. It has been reactivated. The Leafeon, hearing Miss Joy mention Riolu, nudged its head towards its feet. Riolu is right here. This fellow is my new partner. Hearing its name, Riolu swiftly leaped from the ground to perch upon Leafeon's shoulder, presenting itself to Miss Joy. It appears to be as lively as ever. Observing the agile Riolu now on Leafeon's shoulder, Miss Joy smiled softly. Since you have acquired a new companion, allow me to congratulate you. Thank you, Leafeon replied politely. Picking up a tablet from the counter to glance at the items section, calculating his balance of Alliance coins. Satisfied with the amount, he proceeded to purchase the items he had selected. Riolu doesn't seem to be in perfect condition either. Perhaps it would be wise to have it treated as well. Miss Joy suggested, her keen eyes spotting some minor abrasions on Riolu. Oh, is that so? Then let's have Riolu treated as well. Leafeon gently lifted Riolu from his shoulder and placed it on the tray. Once on the tray, Riolu lay on its side, playfully chewing on a leaf it had pilfered from somewhere, exuding a mischievous demeanor. Don't cause any trouble, Leafeon warned, casting a stern glance at Riolu, conveying all his thoughts through that single gaze. Ah, this child is truly amusing, Miss Joy remarked, taking the tray with Riolu and heading towards the treatment room. Watching her enter, Leafeon scanned the Pokémon Center, quickly finding a quiet corner to settle into. From his backpack, Leafeon retrieved a laptop, gliding his fingers across the device until he landed on a name, gently tapping it. The screen displayed a dialing interface, and before long, the call connected, revealing the playful Xiao Wen, adorned in a red and white shrine maiden outfit, her twin ponytails bouncing as she appeared on the screen. "Hey, Leafeon," Xiao Wen greeted enthusiastically, performing a cheerful gesture. Behind her was the serene purification pond of Hechuan Shrine, and the sound of rustling indicated she was tidying the temple grounds. "Hello, Xiao Wen." Leafeon reciprocated the gesture, lowering his voice. "Have you seen that girl?" "Yes, I have. She was already awake when I arrived," Xiao Wen replied, continuing her sweeping as she conversed with Leafeon. Upon awakening, the Tibetan antelope received the news that the young girl had regained consciousness, and for reasons unknown. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed that her fever had subsided, and thus, she must be all right. But where could she be now? The Tibetan antelope inquired further. "After she saw me, she asked a few questions about you, Brother Cang Ling, and then she left," Xiao Wen replied, tilting her head in contemplation. "She asked several questions regarding you." "What kind of questions?" The Tibetan antelope pressed on. "Oh, just whether you had done anything peculiar to her, that sort of thing." Xiao Wen responded nonchalantly. "Don't jest, Xiao Wen." The Tibetan antelope, understanding the nature of his childhood friend, replied with a hint of seriousness. "I'm just kidding. She merely asked your name and where you are now," Xiao Wen chuckled playfully. "However, from what I gathered, it seems that sister intends to visit Zhensha Town to find you." The Tibetan antelope felt a drop of cold sweat trickle down his forehead upon hearing that the girl might come to Zhensha Town to seek him out. Unsure if it was fear or something else that prompted this reaction. "Indeed, that sister appears keen on locating you," Xiao Wen noted as she lowered her head, meticulously sweeping up dust and fallen leaves into a dustpan. "All right, Xiao Wen, let us not dwell on this any longer. I need to check where my next destination lies." The Tibetan antelope said, the thought of the girl potentially appearing before him urging him to leave Zhensha Town as soon as possible. "Sure, Brother Cang Ling, goodbye. Remember to call me when you reach the next town." Xiao Wen waved her hand in farewell before ending the video call. After concluding his conversation with Xiao Wen, the Tibetan antelope perused the Alliance's forum, browsing through various topics and reading about heartwarming deeds, such as helping an elderly lady cross the street, before shutting his laptop. "Hey, Sally, the task is complete. I've dealt with those poachers," he announced, as he awaited the healing of his Pokémon, Riolu and Electrike. He found himself growing somewhat bored when a familiar voice resonated from the entrance of the Pokémon Center. "Help me scout my next assignment." This task didn't even warm me up. A boy entered, sporting black-framed glasses, tousled black hair, a brown scarf, and dressed in casual black attire. Engrossed in a rather thick book. Strangely enough, while he was deeply absorbed in his reading, he skillfully navigated the room without colliding with anyone, deftly sidestepping potential mishaps. "You mentioned that the old man's mission failed. How intriguing. If it could cause his downfall, the opposition must be formidable," the boy remarked, adjusting his unruly bangs as he spoke into his earpiece. "Sally, let us go with the task you mentioned. It sounds like a piece of cake and shouldn't require much effort." After ending the call, the boy approached Nurse Joy's counter, placing 6 Pokeballs in a neat row on the tray. "Nurse Joy, could you help me heal these?" During the course of his actions, the young boy did not once lift his gaze from the pages of his book. He merely adjusted his glasses that had slipped down his nose. It seemed as though the book possessed a peculiar enchantment, drawing him in. This odd behavior caught the attention of several trainers within the Pokémon Center, including that of the gazelle-like creature, who found the peculiar boy strikingly familiar, resembling a friend he once knew. As the Pokeball belonging to the reading boy was taken into the treatment room by Nurse Joy, Riolu and Electrike were promptly treated and returned. "Hey, boss, why are you hiding in such a corner?" Riolu twirled a blue and yellow Pokeball on his finger, effortlessly sensing the position of the gazelle-like creature through his innate aura. The distance from the counter was not great, and in just a few steps, Riolu reached the creature's side. As he approached, the Pokeball spun faster on his finger, creating an illusion that it might slip away, yet it remained steady. "Catch!" Riolu tossed the rapidly spinning Pokeball towards the gazelle-like creature, which arced beautifully through the air. The creature had already positioned its hand beneath the descending Pokeball, catching it with practiced ease, indicating that it had certainly engaged in such activities with Riolu before. With a gentle press on the Pokeball, Electrike's form materialized before the gazelle-like creature, its gaze immediately fixating upon it with an odd intensity. "Hey, why are you staring at the boss like that?" Riolu, observing Electrike's gaze, felt a shiver run down his spine. He stepped closer to Electrike and playfully gave it a light smack on the head, feeling irritated. Clearly, Electrike was not one to take such treatment lightly. In retaliation, it swung a punch at Riolu, charged with a notable electric energy. Seeing his somewhat temperamental new friend, Riolu grinned and extended his right hand, effortlessly catching Electrike's weaker thunder punch while casting a teasing glance at it. The provocation ignited a spark of electricity around Electrike, which crackled with anticipation, as if expressing its discontent over a previous defeat at Riolu's hands. Enough of this. Noticing that the two little Pokémon seemed on the verge of a playful scuffle, the gazelle-like creature furrowed its brow and reached out to separate them. Not wishing for its Pokémon, freshly healed, to be sent back to the treatment room. Upon seeing the creature extend its hand, Electrike quickly retracted the electric energy surrounding it to avoid harming the gazelle-like creature. Quarreling with newcomers over trivial matters, you really have no shame. The gazelle-like creature separated the two Pokémon, giving Riolu a playful flick on the forehead. TCH. Boss, you're actually favoring the newcomer. You know this guy has quite the temper. With a dismissive gesture, Riolu extended a middle finger towards the Tibetan antelope, asserting its role in teaching the principles of being a Pokémon. Oh, you believe you have the moral high ground. The Tibetan antelope retorted, glaring back at Riolu. Both creatures standing their ground in a silent standoff. As the two engaged in their mutual glaring contest, the oblivious Electabuzz, puzzled by the quarrel, quietly made its way to a nearby table. Driven by hunger, it was drawn to the exquisitely crafted pastries displayed there. Cautiously, it picked up a pastry, casting a glance at its owner, who was deeply engrossed in a book, completely unaware of the little thief's presence. Electabuzz relished the treat, devouring it with delight, its eyes narrowing into slits of bliss as the delectable flavors enveloped its senses. Meanwhile, the book's owner, reaching for the pastry dish, was met with the cold emptiness of the plate, devoid of its former soft treasures. Adjusting his glasses that had slipped down his nose, he momentarily pulled his gaze away from the pages, only to witness Electabuzz finishing the last morsel of pastry. The sight left him bemused, at a loss for words as he observed the unflustered Electabuzz wiping its mouth. Hey, boss, that little rascal has caused trouble, Riolu exclaimed, and though still locked in its stare-off with the Tibetan antelope, it could sense Electabuzz's recent antics through the aura of its bond. Upon hearing Riolu's words, the Tibetan antelope redirected its attention to the table, realizing Electabuzz had vanished. Swiftly scanning the Pokémon Center, it soon spotted the mischievous Electabuzz, engaged in an innocent stare-off with the book's owner. My apologies. I didn't realize this fellow was hungry. I'm truly sorry for the trouble. The Tibetan antelope hurried over to the owner, offering its contrition. The owner slowly shifted his gaze to the Tibetan antelope's face, suddenly finding it familiar. Haven't we met before? He inquired, recognizing the antelope as the Pokémon that had garnered attention earlier in the Pokémon Center. As the boy's words resonated, the Tibetan antelope's memories sparked to life, conjuring an image of a familiar figure, a book lover with glasses. Could it be? They both exclaimed in unison, the name Han Shang escaping their lips, causing a brief pause in time as they exchanged astonished glances. After a moment of shared recognition, they both broke into laughter, as if old friends reunited after years apart. Hey, little rascal, Riolu chimed in, leaping onto Electabuzz's table and nudging it with its elbow. You're quite impressive. It seems that fellow knows the boss. Electabuzz, however, remained unresponsive to Riolu, instead savoring the lingering taste of the pastries, licking its lips in sheer contentment. Hansang, a good friend of Cang Ling in Hechuan Town, is of the same age as Cang Ling and embarked on his journey 3 years ago. You rascal. Cang Ling playfully punched Han Shang's shoulder. That day you mentioned setting out on a journey, and yet you haven't returned to Shineo in 3 years. You truly have a problem. I haven't even mentioned you. You were supposed to set off with me, yet here we are, and you still haven't begun your adventure. I would say you are the one with the issue. Hansang replied, visibly delighted to see his old friend. He closed the book in his hands and smiled at Cang Ling. Well, I am finally on my journey now, Cang Ling said, gesturing towards Riolu and Electabuzz. You know Riolu, and that Electabuzz is my new partner. Ah, you finally set off to travel, Hansang said, picking up a teacup from the table and taking a gentle sip. He locked eyes with Cang Ling. What do you say to a battle? Let me see your prowess. After 3 years without travel, you mustn't have fallen too far behind. Humph. Don't think that after 3 years of travel, you could surpass me, the newcomer, Cang Ling retorted, staring back at Hansang, their gazes sparking with intensity. In a simple clearing just outside Jinsha Town, the two youths stood facing each other. These were Cang Ling and Hansang, who had met at the Pokémon Center. After Hansang proposed a battle to gauge Cang Ling's strength, they waited for Han Shang's Pokémon to finish healing before stepping into this open space toward Zhuqing City. Cang Ling, since you've just begun your journey, I assumed that Electabuzz was captured not long ago. I want to go easy on you. Let us have a straightforward 1v1, Hang said, adjusting his black-framed glasses with one hand while retrieving a standard Pokeball from his waist with the other. Enough chatter. Just tell me how we're going to fight. Cang Ling's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he regarded Hang, a rare sight for him, even in the face of a formidable opponent like Igarashi Hachian. Then allow me to introduce my Pokémon. Hang gently tossed the Pokeball into the air, and amidst the red light, a fiery figure materialized on the battlefield. It was a small Pokémon enveloped in flames, with fire swirling around its limbs and a blazing crown upon its head, exuding confidence from deep within its eyes. Blaziken, the fiery Pokémon, capable of executing unique fighting techniques, able to handle any opponent, Cang Ling's Pokédex chimed, revealing its data. The Blaziken unleashed a burst of flames from its mouth, casting a challenging glance at Riolu perched on Cang Ling's shoulder. Boss, let me handle this. Riolu leaped down from Cang Ling's shoulder, meeting Blaziken's gaze without flinching. The boss had never exhibited such an expression before. This battle could not be entrusted to the newcomer. It was better for him to take the stage, as Riolu sensed the caution emanating from Cang Ling's eyes regarding this trainer named Hang, who appeared to be quite formidable. As Liaoyuo leaped into the arena, Hanshang snapped his fingers and smiled faintly. Thus, the battle commenced. Following Hanshang's declaration, the fiery monkey charged forth, leaving a trail of searing flames in its wake, and launched its right fist directly at Liaoyuo. Unfazed, Liaoyuo, aided by the power of aura, calculated the trajectory of the fiery monkey's punch. Employing both hands, he deftly absorbed the upper force, then closed in, transforming his right fist into an open palm that struck the fiery monkey's chest. In that instant, a glimmer of intensity flickered in his eyes as he unleashed his strength. With a fierce shout, Liaoyuo sent the fiery monkey hurtling backward, as if struck by a bull, its chest heaving with tumultuous energy. At that moment, the fiery monkey realized that its opponent was nearly its equal in strength, but in the art of wielding power, Liaoyuo clearly held the upper hand. Within Liaoyuo's seemingly diminutive frame lay a formidable force. Observing the fiery monkey's plight, Hanshang displayed no sign of disturbance, his eyelids gently lowering, as if oblivious to the unfolding drama, allowing the fiery monkey to regain its composure. Liaoyuo, however, did not revel in his advantage. Instead, he cautiously retreated 2 steps, lowering his center of gravity as the aura within him subtly pulsed. The fiery monkey, now equally cautious, felt its flames burn with renewed vigor, ignited by the formidable combat prowess displayed by Liaoyuo. Clenching its fists, the fiery monkey produced a series of crackling sounds as it gradually shifted its stance, mirroring Liaoyuo's movements. Neither side dared to make a hasty move, yet both were taut with anticipation. Soundwave punch. Hanshang adjusted his glasses, his command shattering the stalemate and heightening the tension within the Zangling. As soon as the directive was issued, the Zangling sprang into action, the response arriving almost instantaneously. At the behest of their respective commands, both Pokémon surged into motion. The fiery monkey unleashed a rapid barrage of punches, the air slicing with the sound of breaking barriers, its strikes seemingly transcending the speed of sound, moving so swiftly that they became nearly imperceptible. Liaoyuo retaliated with equal alacrity, though his speed appeared less formidable than that of the fiery monkey. The steady aura emanating from his glimmering fists suggested that he was no less a force to be reckoned with. When the fists of the fiery monkey and Liaoyuo collided, an intriguing phenomenon occurred. Liaoyuo seemingly opted against a direct confrontation. Their fists met briefly in midair before parting ways. Much like a scene replayed, Liaoyuo, after a simple exchange with the fiery monkey, executed an unusual footwork to once again position himself before the fiery monkey, his hands coiling with latent power. Having suffered once, the fiery monkey was not one to fall for the same trick again. It instinctively unleashed a swirling vortex of flames, expelling concentric rings of fire that encircled its form, creating an impression that Liaoyuo's impending assault would soon be met with searing burns. Throw it out. Zangling's fists tightened, uttering the command with confidence, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of Liaoyuo being scorched by the flames. In the eyes of the Entelian, a dense, emerald glow surged from its hands, as it summoned Protect to counter the fiery vortex unleashed by the Infernape, shielded by the protective membrane of its defense. Entelian traversed the flames of the vortex as if they were mere illusions, clasping the Infernape around its waist. With a powerful tug and a firm kick to the Infernape's abdomen, it hurled the creature into the air with remarkable force, utilizing its signature move, the Force Swap. Now, unleash the Aura Sphere. Intelion cried out, seizing the moment for an onslaught. There was no time for hesitation. This was the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. A notion well understood by its trainer, who swiftly commanded without offering the Infernape a moment of respite, intent on concluding the battle with this decisive blow. Amidst Intelion's battle cry, a resplendent white light enveloped its form, its hands morphing into claw-like shapes resting upon its chest, visibly channeling energy that gradually coalesced into an oval shape. How formidable this Intelion was! Despite the Infernape's larger stature, it was effortlessly sent soaring through the air. For the first time, a hint of fluctuation appeared on the typically stoic face of Han Xiang, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he observed the Infernape's repeated setbacks. It seemed that he was finally beginning to take the match seriously, though brief. The preceding moments had provided ample preparation. With eyes closed, Han Xiang rhythmically tapped his temple with his index finger. The airborne Infernape exhibited no signs of panic. It understood that it had fulfilled its trainer's commands and merely awaited further directions. Let us commence our performance. Han Xiang slowly opened his eyes, their depths shimmering with an enthralling brilliance. Given the relentless pressure applied by the opponent, it was time to unveil a grand spectacle in this battle. Han Xiang's gaze shifted, obscuring the true intentions behind his eloquent words. Upon hearing his declaration, the Infernape, still suspended in the air, transformed its anxiety into a profound confidence that emanated from within. As if mirroring the Infernape's emotional transformation, the flames enveloping its body surged fiercely, igniting the sky with their fiery glow. Even Intelion, in the midst of concentrating its aura sphere, felt the intense heat radiating from the Infernape. At that moment, the Infernape ignited its blaze ability. How fortuitous! The sudden spike in temperature rendered the surrounding air scorching hot. Han Xiang shielded his eyes from the sweltering gusts, squinting to discern the Infernape now engulfed in flames. It was no mere coincidence. The probability of activating the blaze ability at this juncture stood at an impressive 75. Adjusting his glasses, Han Xiang articulated this precise statistic, leaving one to wonder if it was a product of mere speculation. Even without activating the blaze ability, Lucario's charged aura sphere, despite being guided by the power of aura, still possesses a nearly 40 miss rate. If I merely adjust Infernape's position in midair, this probability of missing would approach an infinite threshold, Han Xiang remarked with utmost seriousness. However, achieving such precision still left room for evasion. Thus I would command Infernape to use Protect to withstand this impending assault. What nonsense is this bookworm spouting? Is this what contemporary scholars have become? Cang Ling continued to critique, utterly astounded by Han Xiang's earnest demeanor and the meticulous data he presented. At that moment, Infernape unleashed a force so potent that even with mastery over one of the ultimate fighting type moves, and having charged for a considerable duration, Lucario found it necessary to momentarily retreat. Infernape expelled a torrent of searing flames into the sky and then surged toward Lucario, enveloped in flames, akin to a blazing chariot of fire. Upon witnessing Infernape, resembling a fiery dragon in flight, Lucario immediately launched the aura sphere from his hands. Guided by the aura's power, precise targeting was rendered unnecessary, allowing him to strike his mark with ease. The menacing aura sphere did not instill fear in Infernape. Rather, under the blaze ability's influence, he appeared as a fiery war deity, charging forth with relentless momentum. Charge! 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 This was Infernape's singular thought. Whatever obstructed his path would be obliterated by his flames. The racing fire dragon collided with the white aura sphere, resulting in neither blinding brilliance nor deafening explosions. It was an encounter of energies, dispersing and engulfing one another. A crimson figure burst forth from the dissipating energies, wielding a staff composed of flames, and struck fiercely downward toward Lucario. This ferocious assault, accompanied by a whistling sound of air being sliced and the staff's intense heat, caught Lucario off guard, compelling him to raise his bone club in defense. With a resounding clash, it was no surprise that Lucario was sent flying upon impact, losing grip on his bone club, which spiraled wildly through the air before embedding itself into the ground. Having landed a successful strike, Infernape exhaled a plume of fire, radiating a sense of triumphant satisfaction. Lucario crashed into the earth, stirring up a bothersome cloud of dust, utterly unprepared for the overwhelming force generated by Infernape's blaze ability. The shock reverberated through his hands, and the burning sensation in his chest left him with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The probability of continuing the battle stood at 50. Infernape. Fire Chariot. Before Han Xiang's eyes, an invisible data wall appeared to be calculating rapidly. Infernape, gripping the fiery staff with one hand, ignited once more in flames. Yet the earlier explosive ferocity of the blaze ability had already subsided following the previous attack. The blazing monkey tread lightly, leaving a trail of sparks upon the ground. Its fiery staff aimed directly at the recovering Riolu. "Riolu," called out the gazelle, its voice cutting through the haze and reaching Riolu's ears. In the face of the relentless assault from the blazing monkey, the gazelle exhibited an unexpected composure, silently urging, "Release." Riolu calculated its possible responses: Power Push 30, Bullet Punch 50, Defense 80, and Chi Ball 0. In Han Xiang's mind, data rapidly filtered through, unraveling to reveal two essential words: defense. It was clear that employing Power Push and Bullet Punch would be futile against the current onslaught of the blazing monkey. Thus, there existed only one viable option: defend. It appeared that the moment had indeed arrived. Struggling to rise, Riolu caught sight of the approaching blazing monkey through the smoke, remarkably calm, mirroring the gazelle's tranquility. Devoid of any panic, a faint glimmer flickered across its form as a humble stone fell into its grasp. "Hey, remember my valor." Riolu's lips curled into a subtle smile, a perplexing display of mirth in this dire moment. Han Xiang, having swiftly computed the situation, merely uttered the name blazing monkey, casting a profound gaze upon it. The blazing monkey seemed to grasp something in Han Xiang's eyes. Its flames suddenly receded, yet this was not an abandonment of its attack. Instead, it suggested a more terrifying assault was imminent. Victory probability stood at 99. The blazing monkey's actions brought a knowing smile to Han Xiang's face. Adhering to a rigorous principle, Han Xiang's data would never reach 100. Thus, 99 was a declaration of assured triumph. The blazing monkey swung its fiery staff, targeting the obscured Riolu in the haze. This strike was destined to be lethal, flames swirling around the staff. Crash! The fiery staff appeared to strike something. Yet it felt as though it had collided with an iron barrier, firmly lodged without any prospect of advancing, regardless of the blazing monkey's exertion. "What is happening?" The smile on Han Xiang's face froze. This strike was intended to conclude the battle as he envisioned. How could it be thwarted? The blazing monkey's previous retraction of its flames had concealed a feigned attack, a skill specifically designed to counter defenses, making it seemingly impossible to block. As the smoke slowly dissipated, a hand emerged, comparable in size to that of the blazing monkey, its back adorned with a pearlescent spike shimmering with a metallic luster. Clearly, the fiery staff had been intercepted by this hand. With a slight tightening of its grip, the staff disintegrated into a flurry of sparks, the displayed force compelling the blazing monkey to retreat a step. Could this be the one miscalculation? Han Xiang, recognizing the features of the revealed hand, murmured in a daze. Is this what they mean by even the most meticulous plans can have a flaw? A blue sprite, approximately the same height as the blazing monkey, flickered into view amidst the haze, exuding a potent aura of wave energy. 14. The Pokémon Center of Zhensha Town. A young girl sat alone in a desolate corner, her slender fingers gliding over her laptop as steam rose from a cup of coffee before her. "So, you have no intention of returning to join the others for the concert, my lady?" came a weary voice from the other end of the laptop. The girl, Mujia, elongated her tone in a playful manner. "Could you please help me postpone the concert's schedule? I'll return once I finish my tasks here. You should inform me when you step out. How can you just vanish without a word?" The voice of Mujia, seemingly exasperated, echoed in the quiet space. "What? You called not just to tell me where you are, right? Hey, it seems nothing escapes your notice, Mujia." The girl chuckled shyly. "I need you to send those little ones over. I was in such a rush when I left that I didn't bring them along. Shinkami H. Rin, when will you learn to think? What if you encounter trouble without your Pokémon?" Mujia exclaimed, uttering the girl's full name loudly. Fortunately, the Pokémon Center was rather empty at that moment, attracting only the attention of Nurse Joy at the counter. "Shoo." H. Rin pressed a finger to her lips, meeting Nurse Joy's gaze with an awkward smile. "Please lower your voice, Mujia. I am a star, and your loudness is quite embarrassing. Moreover, it's too late for any of that now. I've already been taken advantage of." H. Rin murmured, a vague figure surfacing in her mind, her cheeks flushing with a mix of indignation and shyness. "What did you say?" Mujia inquired, unable to catch any of H. Rin's words. Nothing. H. Rin quickly realized she had let slip too much and attempted to remedy her mistake. "By the way, Mujia, has anyone from the family contacted you? Isn't that obvious? You just disappeared, and then your family called." Mujia replied, her tone irritable. "Thankfully, your sister is reasonable and didn't hold me responsible." "I'm sorry, Mujia." H. Rin apologized, assuring her that it wouldn't happen again. "Just remember that." Mujia's tone quickened as she appeared to have work to attend to. But she didn't forget to remind H. Rin to always take her Pokémon with her. You trainers are no different from ordinary people without your Pokémon. I understand. Rin replied before ending the call. On a distant, unknown island, eerily devoid of even a passing fishing boat, lay a dark room illuminated by a faint glow, silent as if devoid of life. Before long, a virtual image appeared within this shadowy chamber, its hue matching the unsettling darkness surrounding it. It seems I am the earliest to arrive, the dark figure spoke, its volume low yet brimming with arrogance. Silence. A sudden voice resounded, imbued with an air of inexorable authority, as a cerulean figure materialized, seemingly having settled there unannounced. A mere utterance from this figure extinguished the audacity of the obsidian silhouette, rendering it mute. Haha, Dark, you've met your match again. A violet figure emerged within the dim confines of the room, immediately witnessing the misfortune of the black figure. If you feel restless, I wouldn't mind assisting in loosening your joints. The black figure smiled ominously, although it harbored a fear of the cerulean figure. It did not imply that it was a mere plaything to be molded at will. Come on, let us see who is stronger, you or I. The violet figure appeared unfazed by the black figure's threats, shrugging nonchalantly. Enough. Quiet down. The cerulean figure, who had remained silent until now, intervened to halt the impending conflict between the two. Where's your brother? The words of the cerulean figure seemed to carry an enigmatic power, instantly silencing the two who were on the verge of confrontation. My brother is currently traveling. He informed me well in advance that he would not be attending the meeting. The violet figure responded to the cerulean's inquiry. Initially, I intended to tell you that not only my brother, but also 2 others of your rank will not be present for this meeting. Teeth and Death have also expressed their absence. The black figure remarked with a peculiar tone. No wonder they are a couple. They truly think alike. Crash. A tremendous sound erupted from the direction of the cerulean figure, causing the figure to sway slightly. In that moment, both the black and violet figures fell silent, not daring to utter a sound. Such remarkable abilities. Is it that you find the management of the 8 heroes too lax? The cerulean figure appeared somewhat indistinct, perhaps due to the earlier disruption of the projection device when the table was struck. As the 8 individuals at the pinnacle of the organization, having only 3 present at the meeting seemed rather excessive. Indeed, Brother Lan, those individuals are utterly irresponsible. The black figure echoed in agreement. Do not stir up trouble. Dark. Their absence is merely a testament to their trust in Lan. The violet figure said with a smile, quickly sensing the shift in atmosphere and attempting to mediate. Very well, let us proceed without them. The cerulean figure took a few deep breaths to compose itself. Now, let us get to the crux of the matter. I have summoned you because we have news regarding the divine Ricefield princess. What? The black and violet figures exclaimed in excited disbelief. Having waited far too long for this revelation, we had nearly secured it, but that object was snatched away before we could obtain it. The cerulean figure, now visibly irritated, struck the table once more, worsening its already hazy projection. I had sent Teeth and Death to retrieve it personally. Yet they foolishly entrusted the task to some wretched thief guild. Alas, so that item remains out of our grasp, correct? The figure cloaked in violet remained composed, having already adjusted his emotions, and began to analyze the situation. Thus, this meeting intends to send one of us into action, correct? Indeed, but only you 2 have arrived. I must remain here. This individual is still rather immature, hence the implication from the figure in teal. What do you mean by my lack of maturity preventing me from taking action? I am fully capable of retrieving that object. The figure in black protested, somewhat disgruntled. Understood. The violet figure paid no heed to the black figure's outburst, merely nodding silently towards the teal figure before severing the communication, vanishing into the shadows of the room. At the Pokémon Center in Shenzhen town, Su Ling had waited for a while before finally receiving the Pokeballs transmitted by Sister Mu, 2 in total. She picked up one of the balls, which gleamed with a metallic luster, its upper half adorned with blue dots. This was a heavy ball, specifically designed to capture Pokémon of considerable weight. Gently pressing the circular button at the center of the ball, a Pokémon emerged in a beam of red light. It was a small creature with a turquoise body, radiating a metallic sheen. Its metal-like physique revealed a pair of striking red eyes, and its silvery claws appeared robust, suggesting a formidable strike if struck. That Pokémon is, let me see. Although there were few trainers present in the Pokémon Center at that moment, a couple of eager ones had already taken out their Pokédexes, aiming them at the turquoise creature. The Pokédex, as always, did not disappoint. Revealing the creature's information, Metal Monster, Iron Claw Pokémon, one of the demigods of the Hoenn region and the 2nd evolution of Beldum, with its representative being the ace Pokémon of the former champion of the Elite Four, Steven Stone. Indeed, it is a Metal Monster, a demigod Pokémon. rumored to possess potential akin to that of legendary beasts. The demigod Pokémon is truly impressive. With the identification of the Pokémon confirmed, the whispers grew more fervent. Yet Xiao Ling remained unfazed, reaching for the second Pokeball that had been transmitted. This ball differed from the traditional red and white design, its upper half a soft pink. Adorned with a simplistic heart motif, this was a sweet ball. Likewise, Xiao Ling released the Pokémon contained within, revealing an oval-shaped creature, its form a delicate pastel pink, embodying a near-perfect egg-like curve. Beneath it were 4 short legs and a snout reminiscent of a tapir. Dream Eater, the dream Pokémon, hails from the Unova region. Its temperament is gentle, rarely prone to anger, and it floats serenely in the air as if in a dream. Its ability to consume dreams reflects its delight in good dreams and its discomfort with nightmares. As Dream Eater emerged, it gracefully floated to the side of Huan Ling, delicately alighting upon her shoulder. It radiated a soft, iridescent glow, its powers subtly intertwining with Huan Ling's psychic energy. After a prolonged absence, both the Metagross and Dream Eater were reunited. Huan Ling affectionately nuzzled Dream Eater with her cheek before gently touching the uniquely textured metallic body of Metagross, greeting them with warmth. "Miss Joy, could you kindly assist me in assessing the condition of these 2 little ones?" Huan Ling inquired of Miss Joy, who stood by the counter while directing the 2 Pokémon toward the treatment room. Metagross floated with an air of steadiness, reminiscent of a reliable older brother, guiding Dream Eater into the treatment chamber. Since it was merely a routine checkup, Joy's assistant, Happiny, was capable of handling the task, allowing Joy to remain outside. By the way, Miss Joy has a silver-haired individual, around 13 years of age, visited recently? Huan Ling engaged in casual conversation with Joy, having learned from Xiao Wen that Zhang Ling had been to the Pokémon Center in Jinsha Town. "You must be referring to Zhang Ling. He indeed stopped by?" Joy reflected on the recent visitors, her relationship with Zhang Ling being amicable, and his distinctive hair color making him easily memorable. "Where is he now?" Huan Ling eagerly pressed for more information, reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. "Just before your arrival. He seemed to be laughing and chatting with a friend as they left, mentioning something about heading to Zhuqing City." Joy shared what little she knew about Zhang Ling before returning to her duties, as the Pokémon of various trainers awaited her care. "Have you heard the latest?" A voice from a corner interjected, sounding rather dubious. "What are you talking about?" The people around inquired, puzzled. "They say there's a peculiar little town near Zhuqing City, where every person who steps inside hears a bell toll." The individual spoke with an air of mystery, deliberately withholding further details. Huan Ling, keenly attuned, perked up her ears, her adventurous spirit stirring once more. "It's just a bell. What is so strange about that?" Someone scoffed, dismissing the notion of such an ordinary town being anything unusual. "Ah, but you may not be aware," the person replied cryptically, lowering their voice. "It is said that those who hear the bell lose all memory of what transpired afterward, uncertain of their actions during that time. Although they eventually leave the town, they feel an inexplicable emptiness, as if something vital is missing." How frightening. The surrounding crowd shuddered at this revelation, realizing they would need to take the main road to Zhuqing City in the future, avoiding shortcuts. "That sounds intriguing. I'll have to look into it further." Huan Ling expressed her growing fascination with the mysterious town. If it truly exists, her family's extensive database would surely hold the key to uncovering its secrets. "Hee, it seems another adventure awaits before I seek out Baisher Zhang Ling in Zhuqing City." A dazzling smile graced the face of the silver-haired youth, perhaps hinting at an inspiration for songwriting. In the waters of the Sinnoh region, a speedboat sliced through the waves, creating a flurry of froth as it sped across the ocean. Suddenly, the simple ring of a phone broke the tranquility, momentarily irking the helmsman. However, upon glancing at the name on the screen, he chuckled. "Hello, brother. What brings you to call me at this hour? Shouldn't you be climbing Silver Mountain right now?" "Indeed, I am at Silver Mountain," came the steady voice from the other end, tinged with breathlessness, as if it bore the weight of the earth itself. "And you're calling me? Aren't you afraid of slipping?" The helmsman replied, half joking, half serious. "You rascal, the speed of this boat is extraordinary, and the roar of the engine is unmistakable. Yes, I'm on a mission in Sinnoh. The fellow is quite vexed about your trio's absence from the meeting," he answered. "Let him be displeased. While I may not be able to contend with him, he has little leverage over me," came the indifferent response from the other side. Before the call concluded, a subtle remark was made. "I merely wanted to inform you that I am at Silver Mountain." Resurrecting that individual holds little merit. It appeared that the elder brother indeed lacked a sense of belonging to the organization. Setting aside the laptop, the helmsman focused intently on steering the speedboat, pondering deeply for a moment before uttering a seemingly profound statement. As time slipped away quietly, darkness enveloped the sky, with only the moon and the stars casting a gentle glow, preventing the world from sinking into oblivion. Not far from Zhuqing City, in a forest, a brilliant bonfire blazed, emitting a warm crimson light. Within its glow stood a silver-haired boy, diligently adding logs to the flames, coaxing them to burn brighter. Beside him sat a small blue sprite, nearly of equal height, perched upon the grass, nibbling on food specially prepared for it. However, it grimaced at the taste, clearly displeased with the meal. "Hey, boss, this dreadful food is truly awful," the blue sprite exclaimed, biting into a piece with evident disdain. "Enough with the complaints. If you dislike it, you need not eat," retorted the silver-haired boy, adding more wood to the fire. He shot a disapproving glance at the blue sprite before taking a bite of his own provisions, swallowing it down with a sip of water. This silver-haired youth was, of course, Cang Ling, while the blue sprite, standing nearly at the same height, was none other than Riolu. Evident from its vocal expressions. Now, with its current stature and striking black-blue appearance, it was unmistakably Lucario, the evolved form of the aura-wielding Riolu. In the previous battle, in response to the fiery onslaught of the Blaze Monkey, the agile Cang Ling made a strategic decision to have Lucario relinquish the Everstone, an item that prevents evolution. This choice allowed Lucario to harness a newly transformed combat prowess post-evolution, effortlessly defeating the weary Blaze Monkey and securing victory against the formidable opponent. Following this triumph, Han Xiang did not linger. He merely inquired about Cang Ling's next destination before opening his book, reminiscent of his initial entrance into the Pokémon Center, and walked away slowly, engrossed in his reading. "Humph, boss, I disdain you." Lucario shot a similar disdainful glance at Cang Ling, clutching food in his mouth while gesturing with his hands, his expressions of contempt growing increasingly vivid. At such an age, it was rare for one to be incapable of preparing a meal. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Struck at a sensitive point, Cang Ling hurled the food in his hand at Lucario's face with force. Truth be told, Cang Ling's culinary skills left much to be desired. His cooking was hardly commendable, merely sufficient to avoid starvation. Thus, during his time at home, he typically dined out with Lucario, exploring every eatery in the vicinity. As for the compressed food he was currently consuming, Cang Ling loathed it, vowing never to touch it again. Yet, in this desolate area, he had no choice but to settle for it, simply seeking to satiate his hunger. "I should have had you buy some frozen dumplings. At least that would have been more palatable." Lucario effortlessly caught the food Cang Ling threw and nonchalantly tossed it into his mouth. "Hey, you owe me money," Cang Ling lamented, realizing that this newly evolved companion was consuming far more than before, causing his finances to dwindle rapidly. He couldn't help but wonder if allowing Lucario to evolve had been a grave mistake. As Cang Ling and Lucario engaged in their usual banter, a Pokeball attached to Cang Ling's waist, the one belonging to Electabuzz, suddenly burst open, revealing the bright yellow figure of Electabuzz by the campfire. Observing the bickering duo, Electabuzz shook his head in mild exasperation. These two always seemed restless if they went a day without exchanging verbal jabs. Ignoring their antics, Electabuzz pulled out a berry from seemingly nowhere, refusing to even entertain the notion of the compressed food, as he had accumulated quite a stockpile over time. "Boss, that little calf is hoarding food." Lucario, ever the perceptive aura Pokémon, noticed Electabuzz stash the moment it emerged. "What are you up to?" Cang Ling swiftly grabbed Lucario, who was poised to play a prank on Electabuzz. "Do not bully your companions. I've told you countless times." "Humph, boss, you really lack a sense of fun," Lucario replied, exasperatedly raising his hands. But his expression soon shifted as the vibrations of nearby aura alerted him. "Boss, something is approaching." The Tibetan antelope grew alert, realizing that there were others in this not-so-deep forest at such a late hour. Aside from itself, it was highly likely that a poacher had come to hunt the small sprites. Suddenly, a crack echoed through the nearby thicket, the sound of a branch being snapped underfoot. Out dashed a large beaver. "TCH, just a beaver," the antelope scoffed, casting doubt on Lucario's perception. "Is this what you meant? How could my senses be mistaken?" Lucario looked perplexedly at the aura surrounding him, for his aura had never failed him before. "All right, I was merely jesting with you," the antelope said, patting Lucario on the shoulder in a comforting manner. "Perhaps you are simply fatigued." "Perhaps that is the case," Lucario conceded, taking a deep breath. "No, your perception is indeed accurate," a sudden voice echoed, sending chills down the spines of both the antelope and Lucario. They immediately turned to find a girl of similar age standing by the flickering campfire, her presence unnoticed until now. Draped in a long black coat, her disheveled blue hair fell to her shoulders, and her cold red eyes scrutinized the antelope and Lucario. At her feet lay a slumbering Electrike, clutching a fruit with its eyes tightly shut. "What have you done to the Electrike?" the antelope inquired, realizing that the creature had been rendered unconscious by this mysterious girl. "It is unharmed. Do not worry," she replied in a monotone voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "You do not belong in this forest. It would be wise to depart." "What did you say?" The antelope stepped forward, eager to clarify, but the girl's figure began to fade away slowly. "Boss, do not act recklessly," Lucario urged, his expression grave as he regarded the vanishing girl, a rare sight for him. "What is happening?" The antelope felt a tingling sensation at the back of its neck. Raised in a shrine, it had always believed in the existence of deities, but the recent events had transcended the realm of normalcy. "Boss, when I brushed past her with my aura, there was not even the slightest disturbance," Lucario said, shaken. "We should leave this forest at dawn." "Agreed," the antelope replied, glancing around at the now ominous forest, sensing a drop in temperature. In the heart of the forest, a silver-haired youth lay peacefully against the trunk of a tall tree, his brow slightly furrowed, as if troubled by unsettling dreams. Beside him, Lucario rested, its own aura flickering restlessly, its paw instinctively clenching and releasing. Not far from them, an Electrike lay sweetly asleep next to the dying embers of the campfire, still clutching its fruit. "Let us find the vital peace we seek," the youth seemed to whisper in his dreams. A young girl with azure hair emerged slowly from the shadows of the forest, as if she had been there all along. This was the end. A gentle voice resonated from deep within her heart, questioning whether this boy could truly accomplish what lay before him. Despite the unique aura he emanated, he remained but a stranger. Regardless of his capabilities, he was the only one available now, was he not? A flicker of emotion finally graced the girl's otherwise impassive visage, her brow betraying a hint of melancholy. "Your strength must be waning as well," she murmured. A soft sigh escaped the voice, imbued with a sense of helplessness. "Dawn is approaching. You should retreat deeper into the forest." As if affirming the voice's words, the sky began to lighten through the branches, transforming into a delicate shade of pale blue. In an instant, a crimson glow appeared on the horizon, gradually expanding and intensifying its brilliance. The sun was about to ascend into the heavens. What a magnificent dawn it was! The girl lingered a moment longer, gazing at the radiant sun, and softly recited an unknown haiku as she retreated into the dim recesses of the forest. Meanwhile, on the road leading from Shinzai Town towards Celebration City, a girl with cascading pink hair was intently studying a rudimentary hand-drawn map, occasionally lifting her gaze and then returning to her paper. "Oh, the time for a splendid adventure is at hand." This girl, naturally, was the one who had heard the curious tales about the strange town just the day before. After activating her family's intelligence network, she had indeed uncovered information about this town. Strangely, even the vast resources of the Shingami clan could only reveal the town's name. No details about its past or present could be unearthed. The town was referred to in records as Prig, a name that seemed entirely peculiar for the Sinnoh region. Nevertheless, undeterred by the lack of information, the adventurous Rin was more than eager to proceed. After comparing the old map with her current one, she pinpointed the approximate location of the town. This should be it. Upon discovering a weathered, decaying stump, Rin nodded and cleared away the overgrown weeds flanking the path. Beside the path stood a sign inscribed with the words Prig Town. Time had obscured the lettering, leaving it barely legible, likely due to the neglect of those who had not replaced it. The path was uneven and somewhat treacherous, yet for someone as seasoned in adventure as Rin, such a trail was familiar. She had traversed paths like this dozens of times before. With adept ease, Rin navigated the more manageable sections, skipping forward with exuberance. Ever since she had risen to fame as a singer in the Western Hemisphere, her opportunities for adventure had dwindled significantly. Thus, she resolved to savor this experience to the fullest. As she stepped beyond the forest and onto the path, the expansive view felt like the discovery of a new world, a stark contrast to the narrow confines of the woodland trails. Before her lay a quaint little town steeped in the essence of time, where the houses bore the architectural style popular 3 decades ago. The ground was laid with seamless flagstones of bluish hue, some cracked and others damp, adorned with patches of moss that whispered a subtle chill. The doors of the residences stood resolutely closed, betraying no signs of life, nor any traces of playful sprites. In the distance, at the heart of the town, a grand clock tower loomed, its hands moving languidly, pointing towards the Roman numerals on the dial. Aside from the faint ticking of the clock, an eerie silence enveloped the entire town, as if it were a realm devoid of vitality. It seemed she had indeed found the place. A faint, Almost imperceptible smile graced the corners of her lips, akin to a ripple across a still surface, swiftly traversing her visage before coalescing into two sparks of light within her eyes, only to vanish into the depths of her gaze. Suddenly, the hour hand struck its mark, and the chime resonated throughout the town with remarkable swiftness. This sound possessed an unusual enchantment, piercing her consciousness like a sharp needle, momentarily disorienting her as her awareness began to drift away. Just as she was on the verge of succumbing to the tolling bell, a dazzling spectrum of colors flickered in her eyes, akin to a clear spring flowing forth, the icy tendrils of which revived her senses. Startled, she lightly tapped her head with her hand, a pang of apprehension washing over her. This clock tower was indeed formidable. She had nearly succumbed to its allure. The rumors spoken by that individual were not mere fabrications after all, but fortunately, she was not one to be easily ensnared. She was determined to uncover the peculiarities hidden within this clock tower. With her spirits lifted, she took a step forward, gradually making her way towards the beckoning edifice. "Little girl, halt your steps, or you shall meet your demise," a voice, aged and frail, echoed from behind her as she was poised to approach the clock tower. Startled, she froze, her eyes wide with astonishment. The clock tower was indeed drawing her in. She had fallen into its trap. The chime had subtly intertwined with her mental prowess, clouding her perception and guiding her towards its ominous presence. "Thank you, kind sir." She swiftly turned around to face an elderly gentleman, his hair a patchwork of gray, reminiscent of a zebra's stripes. "No need for thanks, outsider," he replied, leaning on a staff that bore the marks of time, its surface worn smooth from years of use. He ambled slowly, as if taking a leisurely stroll. "Come with me. Once this hour has passed, you shall find it impossible to leave this town." "Sir, is this Plague Town?" she inquired, a flicker of warmth blossoming in her heart for the man who had just saved her, matching his pace with curiosity. In the town of Pruig, the elderly man, leaning on his cane, experienced a slight tremor in his hand, yet he quickly regained his composure. He regarded the girl, Xiao Ying, with a hint of surprise. He appeared unfamiliar with the term Pruig, for this place was clearly known as Mu Yun Town. "This town is indeed called Mu Yun," he stated earnestly to Xiao Ling. "It is not the Pruig town you mentioned." Xiao Ling repeated the 3 syllables of Mu Yun Town with deliberate precision, her mind racing. According to her family's intelligence network, this town was undoubtedly referred to as Pruig, a name of particular significance in the Sinnoh region that she could not possibly misremember. "Dear girl, let us move on," the old man urged, noticing her astonished expression, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "It seems the rain is about to fall." "What?" Xiao Ling looked up at the sky, where the once brilliant sun had vanished, replaced by ominous, dark clouds that loomed heavily above, casting a foreboding shadow. While she was lost in thought, the elderly man had already put some distance between them, tapping his cane lightly against the cobblestones to encourage her to follow. In her pocket, the Dream Eater's heart-shaped ball began to stir restlessly, vibrating as if yearning to break free from its confines. Xiao Ling matched the elderly man's pace, pressing her hand against the agitated Pokeball. Her eyes, as radiant as autumn waters, sparkled with a myriad of colors as she established a connection with the Dream Eater within. "What troubles you, Dream Eater?" she inquired, puzzled. The typically serene Dream Eater would never exhibit such a desire to escape its ball. "Sister, this town is truly frightening. You should leave quickly." A soft voice tinged with fear emerged, though it was not loud. "What is it?" Xiao Ling asked, her concern heightened by the tremor in Dream Eater's tone. "I just scanned the town with my psychic abilities," Dream Eater's voice quivered. "Yet, I cannot sense any trace of its existence. Thus, dear sister, we must hasten our departure from this place," Dream Eater urged once more, keen to persuade Xiao Ling to flee. "But the rain is about to fall." "I shall leave once it ceases," Xiao Ling replied, her adventurous spirit undeterred by the impending storm. "Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further protest." Dream Eater acknowledged, well aware of Xiao Ling's determination to uncover the mysteries of the town. "Then, stay close to that elderly gentleman. He is the only entity I can sense here." "Understood," Xiao Ling replied. The old man, moving with a measured gait, was not far ahead. During her conversation with Dream Eater, she had caught up to him. "Sister, if danger arises, summon me and Metal Monster." Dream Eater's voice trailed off, as the mental connection between them required considerable effort. Merely managing to convey this much was commendable. Under the guidance of the elderly man, Xian Ling arrived at a rather dilapidated inn, its name long since faded into obscurity. Upon entering the establishment with the old man, they were greeted by the absence of light. The dimness barely allowed them to discern their path. Despite its forlorn appearance, The inn exuded a comforting aura. The old man, familiar with the surroundings, made his way to the front desk, where he ignited a candle resting atop the counter. The flickering flame cast a wavering glow across the inn's reception area. "Grandfather, is there no electricity here?" Cang Ling inquired, observing the elderly man illuminated by candlelight. Her curiosity piqued. The reception area was spacious, yet visibility was severely limited in the dusky ambience. "No, the power has been out for 3 years now. I've been relying on candles ever since. Fortunately, the local convenience store has stocked plenty of supplies." The old man replied wearily as he reclined in a chair behind the front desk. He casually tossed a set of keys to Cang Ling based on my experience. "This rain will not cease until tomorrow. I'll begrudgingly allow you, my dear girl, to spend the night here. Though it may be shabby, the basic amenities are available." As Cang Ling examined the key labeled for Hank's Inn, she noticed 4 tiny words etched at its end. "I haven't heard that name in ages." The old man remarked nostalgically, closing his eyes as he listened to Cang Ling utter the inscription. "Little girl, I'm tired. Surely you have some means of illumination? You may venture upstairs and find a suitable room on your own." After waiting in vain for the old man to continue speaking, Cang Ling retrieved a flashlight from her spatial backpack. After adjusting the brightness to its lowest setting, she illuminated her path with the beam, ascending the creaking wooden staircase, which groaned underfoot. As Cang Ling made her way upstairs, thunder rumbled outside, followed by the sound of rain pattering heavily against the ground, its intensity evident. Once on the upper floor, she increased the brightness of her flashlight, searching for the room number inscribed on the key. The doors were all wooden, showing signs of aging and decay, emanating a scent of rotting wood. The numbering of the doors was erratic. For instance, one door bore the number 201, while the next was not 202, but rather an inexplicably high 509. "How amusingly arranged are these door numbers," Cang Ling chuckled softly, her eyes shimmering with an elusive light. "This will do," she decided, pausing in front of the door marked 201. She gazed intently at the door, as though attempting to peer through the wood to the secrets within. With a click, the key turned in the lock, and the door creaked open, revealing a pitch-black interior that seemed to harbor a lurking menace. Just as Cang Ling entered the inn, feeling the deluge of rain outside, another unexpected guest arrived in the small town. A torrential downpour lashed the small town, illuminated by the vivid flashes of lightning. Suddenly, a silver-haired youth materialized at the town's entrance. "Wasn't I spending the night in the forest?" He slowly opened his eyes, astonished by the sight before him. Hastily, he checked his belongings, only to find his pokeballs and even his spatial backpack missing. Confused, he ran a hand through his hair, pondering, "Am I dreaming?" As he reached out to catch some raindrops, he discovered that the water would not linger on his hand. He felt neither the chill nor the refreshment of the rain. What is happening? The confusion deepened in his eyes, the surreal sensation causing him to feel somewhat disoriented. At that moment, the town's clock tower chimed, striking the hour with an insistent clang. Dong, dong, dong. The bell tolled like a death knell, its sound deafening to the boy, who collapsed to his knees, pale and pained by the overwhelming noise. Just as despair began to seep in under the relentless assault of the bells, a dark blue figure, shimmering with vibrant green light, sprinted toward him from the distance. As the boy suffered under the bell's deliberate torment, the figure transformed into a streak of light. Reaching his side in the blink of an eye, with hands raised, it conjured a verdant shield of light that shielded them from the cacophony. "Boss, you're quite the mess," the newcomer said in a teasing tone, revealing itself to be Lucario. "TCH, if you had arrived any later, I might have perished right here," the boy retorted, a hint of color returning to his cheeks thanks to Lucario's protection. "I sensed your presence and dared to come. All right," Lucario replied, irritation evident in his voice, his hands trembling slightly, clearly struggling against the bell's toll. "Otherwise, why would I have arrived so fortuitously? What on earth is this dreadful bell that inflicts such agony?" the boy inquired, digging his pinky nail into his ear as the earlier toll still echoed painfully in his mind. The bell's resonance was swift, fading after approximately 30 seconds. Lucario, lowering his hands, took a deep breath, having found maintaining the shield a significant strain. "I don't know. Including this instance, I've only heard this bell twice." Lucario gasped, expressing frustration at the bell's inexplicable aggression toward the boy. The phrase twice seemed to spark something in the boy's mind, prompting him to question further. "Indeed, just an hour ago, I heard the bell again," Lucario said mysteriously. "By the way, guess who I encountered before? Don't keep me in suspense." The Tibetan antelope furrowed its brow, accustomed to Lucario's antics, and directly inquired, "It is the girl you brought back from Hechuan town. I saw her enter this small town earlier." Lucario, Noticing the antelope's lack of engagement, expressed a hint of disappointment as he shrugged. Strangely enough, I can see her, but it seems she cannot see me. Hey, Lucario, I wonder if you've realized, the antelope exclaimed with startling clarity, we seem to lack physical form. Lucario's mind momentarily froze, and then a grimace crept across his face. Boss, you cannot be serious. Look, the antelope, confident in its assertion, reached out to touch Lucario. As anticipated, its hand effortlessly passed through Lucario's body. Now do you believe me? Lucario stared incredulously at the antelope's hand traversing his own form and, in disbelief, reached out toward the antelope. Unsurprisingly, his hand also passed through. What on earth is going on? Lucario exclaimed, suddenly collapsing to the ground in despair. Enough of overthinking. Take me to that girl, the antelope calmly analyzed, its thoughts crystallizing. Since you can see her, but she cannot see you, it indicates she possesses a physical presence, making her potentially the key to unraveling our mystery. Boss, Lucario, seated on the ground, suddenly regarded the antelope with solemnity. What is it? The antelope rarely witnessed Lucario in such a serious demeanor. I think you are a pervert. After delivering this statement with utmost seriousness, Lucario sprang up like a startled rabbit and dashed away. You little rascal, the antelope sighed, shaking its head as it followed in Lucario's wake. Not far from Jinsha town, a group of individuals clad in black-gray uniforms busily transported cages covered in black cloth, from which faint breathing sounds emanated. Several armed guards stood vigilant nearby, surveying the surroundings. Winchester, a high-power, low-rate lever-action shotgun, commonly known as the Governor. The Governor is dubbed the sniper among shotguns because of its dense bullet spread. In close combat, if the aim is not directed at the torso, it is challenging to eliminate an enemy. If this situation arises frequently, one might consider abandoning mechanical sights for a broader kill range. A youth with tousled black hair and black-rimmed glasses slowly approached, stepping on the fallen leaves that crunched softly beneath his feet. Who goes there? The gray-clad personnel's gazes converged on the newcomer, and the armed guards raised their weapons in unison. Rating: Accuracy 42, Damage 50, Range 12, Blind Fire 78, Mobility 82. It is quite a fine weapon. The youth adjusted his glasses, a trace of regret flickering in his eyes. What a pity. Regret about what? Someone inquired. Before the man's words had fully escaped his lips, a crimson figure darted forth from behind the youth, akin to an unstoppable arrow, swiftly gliding past those armed individuals. Hiss. So scorching. The armed men suddenly perceived their weapons as if they were venomous serpents, causing them to hurl their guns to the ground. At that moment, the firearms radiated a fiery glow, and as they fell onto the grass, the blades bowed under the oppressive heat. Who are you? Inquired the apparent leader among the gray-clad men, his hand instinctively reaching for the exquisite firearm strapped to his waist. The 7 Kings of Thieves, Black Owl. The Black Owl replied with a smile, unfazed by the man's subtle movement, merely whispering, do be careful not to damage your weapon. Hey, kid, die. The man successfully drew his sidearm, its ominous muzzle aimed at Black Owl. Just as his finger hovered over the trigger, a fiery silhouette appeared before him in an instant. It was a flame monkey, grinning widely as it evaded the man's weapon with lightning speed, tossing it backwards. Crack! Black Owl effortlessly caught the gun flung by the flame monkey, savoring its craftsmanship as he toyed with it. The Desert Eagle, with its steel body and formidable design, was not a weapon that everyone could control, possessing a power unmatched by any delicate fighting pistol. Available in 357, 44, and 41 calibers. This model had long been discontinued. To accomplish a mission and acquire a limited edition firearm, Black Owl remarked, giving a thumbs up to the flame monkey, indicating its commendable performance. As for those who had lost their weapons, Black Owl harbored no intentions of violence. He directly instructed the flame monkey to unveil the cages shrouded in black cloth, liberating the captured fairies. Mission accomplished. Sally. Black Owl dialed his earpiece, contacting his employer to settle the payment. As for the commission, let us adhere to our customary arrangement. Black Owl, you are now the gold standard of our Thieves Guild. Since you began accepting missions, not a single one has ended in failure. Came a teasing female voice from the other end of the earpiece. The infamous Black Nightmare, with a 100 success rate, is indeed well known. Sally. Feel free to tease me as much as you like, Black Owl replied, stretching contentedly as he watched the liberated fairies scamper into the forest. I owe my impressive success rate to your assistance in selecting missions. Then I shan't hesitate to claim the credit for myself. Sally laughed lightly on the other end, her tone slightly flirtatious. You must remember to treat me to a meal at headquarters. Oh no, Sister Sally, I am rather impoverished. Black Owl's expression soured at the mention of dining expenses. He was all too aware of the financial peril of treating Sally during his early days in the guild. His naivety had led him to spend 2 months' worth of living expenses on a single meal. You should be the wealthiest among the 7 kings. Yet here you are lamenting your poverty. Sally spoke with a hint of petulance, declaring that unless he came to the headquarters to treat her to a sumptuous meal, she would assign him some exceedingly challenging tasks to test his success rate. No, no, no. I will treat you. I will treat you. Isn't that sufficient? Black Owl quickly flattered her, for he dared not offend this formidable lady, who could easily sway the entire guild's task flow, placing her on equal footing with the guild leader. Oh dear. A gasp resonated from the earpiece, followed by a cacophony of sounds. What happened? Black Owl inquired with concern, his heart racing at Sally's alarm. My porridge has burnt. Sally spoke rapidly, indicating the gravity of the situation. I can't chat now. Remember our meal, or you'll regret it. After hastily concluding the call, Black Owl bore a faint smile. This astute young woman, it seemed, was not immune to blunders. While Black Owl was lost in his thoughts, a figure concealed within a tree nearby observed him with star-like eyes. This individual appeared to possess skills in masking their presence, undetected even by the vigilant fire monkey standing guard. How ironic to encounter such events upon arriving in Sinnoh. It seems I am fated to cross paths with the forces of darkness, the figure mused, tidying their disheveled hair. Their ears twitched slightly, sensing an approaching presence. This young man seems to be in trouble. Well, I'm in no hurry. I might as well see just how formidable this Thief Guild's 7 Kings member truly is. TSK, a task completion rate of 100. Fire Monkey, let us go? Black Owl called to his companion, preparing to depart when he suddenly halted, gazing skyward. You dare to disrupt our plans to hunt for pixies, yet you still wish to leave? A boisterous voice echoed from above, accompanied by the sound of rushing winds as a cylindrical object hurtled towards them, exuding an unstoppable momentum. What on earth? Black Owl exclaimed, startled. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as a freshly cut log. If memory served, there was indeed a logging site nearby. What in the world? The hidden observer was equally astonished by this peculiar entrance, finding it refreshingly bizarre. The log bore 2 dark spots at its end, but due to the distance, it was challenging for the myopic Black Owl to discern them clearly. With a resounding thud, the log embedded itself into the earth not far from Black Owl, sending up a cloud of dust. The 2 dark spots were now revealed to be a muscle-bound man and a peculiar creature with 4 arms standing beside him. Brute Force. The Brute Force Pokémon can unleash punches of 1,000,000 tons, capable of sending any adversary flying to the horizon. As the information regarding the little sprite fleetingly crossed Black Owl's mind, he observed the creature of immense strength, noting its 4 arms resembling those of a Chelan. He inhaled sharply. Those arms were formidable, indicating a being of considerable power. In Zhongta Town, the gloomy weather persisted, though the rain had lightened to a gentle drizzle compared to earlier downpours. Under the guidance of Lucario, Cang Ling braved the falling rain, hastening his pace and soon arrived at the inn where Xianling resided. With a symbolic toss of his hair, which was surprisingly dry, he glanced at the inn's partially obscured sign, realizing that few could discern its name. Boss, don't linger outside. Hurry inside. It's quite chilly out here. Lucario expressed concern for Cang Ling's somewhat thin attire. Despite understanding that he currently lacked a physical form, the drizzle certainly imparted a sense of coldness. Indeed, Lucario's comment triggered an immediate chill that coursed through Cang Ling, prompting him to reach for the door. However, just as his hand lifted, he hesitated, shaking his head with a wry smile, and instead stepped forward, passing through the door and crossing the threshold into the inn. Without a physical body, how could one knock? Boss, isn't it rather impolite to enter without knocking? Lucario muttered as he followed Cang Ling. If you can knock, then by all means, go ahead. Cang Ling retorted, having already entered the inn. The sudden darkness was disorienting, but he quickly closed his eyes to adjust before slowly reopening them. In Cang Ling's limited field of vision, a lit candle flickered on the reception desk, casting a faint glow in the otherwise pitch-black space. Behind the desk lay an elderly man, deeply asleep, with a wrinkled face adorned by a serene smile, exuding tranquility. This and somehow instills a sense of reassurance. However, why do I sense something amiss? Cang Ling mused, observing the old man's smile, which felt oddly incongruent. Boss, what's wrong? Lucario inquired, noticing Cang Ling's altered expression. Nothing. Let us head upstairs. That girl should be up there. Cang Ling replied, shaking his head as he ascended the wooden staircase, his peripheral vision discreetly glancing at the slumbering elder. At the moment Cang Ling reached the 2nd floor, the old man, whose eyes had been tightly shut, suddenly opened them and uttered a perplexing statement. It is time to begin. This town hasn't seen such vitality in a long while. Inside the inn, Cang Ling and Lucario climbed to the second floor. Confronted with a dimly lit hallway devoid of illumination, Cang Ling furrowed his brow, feeling distinctly uncomfortable in the oppressive darkness. Boss, look. Lucario seemed to have stumbled upon something peculiar, gesturing towards the odd doorplate hanging on the door. These doorplates are rather strange, aren't they? The arrangement appears utterly chaotic. Upon hearing Lucario's words, Cang Ling shifted her gaze to the doorplate, quickly discerning what Lucario had noticed. The disorderly sequence seemed to differ from what Xiao Ying had encountered, as the numbering did not commence from 201 as one would expect, but rather from the confounding number 901. Do you sense any human presence? Cang Ling fixated on the 901 marker, seemingly attempting to glean some insight from it. Yes, within the room ahead, Lucario responded, his body emanating a shimmering blue aura, the essence of his aura sensing pulsating with acute sensitivity. Let us proceed. After gazing for an extended duration without revealing anything from the door, Cang Ling blinked her sore eyes. It was indeed curious how she could perceive her physical state despite lacking a corporeal form. She raised her hand, signaling Lucario to lead the way. Following Lucario's footsteps, Cang Ling had not ventured far when, within mere breaths, Lucario came to a halt. This is the place. He indicated the door marked 201, his tone imbued with certainty as his aura fluctuated erratically around him. Inside room 201, Xiao Ying meticulously examined the furnishings. There were 2 simple chairs and a modest tea table, accompanied by a neatly arranged single bed adorned with a pillow and blanket. The entire room seemingly maintained in pristine condition as if someone tidied it daily. Quite clean indeed. Xiao Ying mused, switching the flashlight to her left hand while retrieving a lighter from her pocket. This practical tool was something she preferred to keep within her clothing rather than her spatial backpack during adventures. With ease, Xiao Ying ignited the candle resting on the tea table, its flickering red glow illuminating the room and dispelling the darkness. A rather strange abode, devoid of windows. After lighting the candle, Xiao Ying observed more than before. A thorough scan of the room revealed no windows, yet the air felt dry, lacking any trace of dampness, suggesting it had been well ventilated. Sister, someone is approaching. The heart-shaped orb belonging to Dream Eater suddenly quivered, connecting its psychic energy with Xiao Ying to alert her. It's Grandpa Hank, Xiao Ying thought, surprised by the unexpected visitor to this room. Though her psychic abilities offered no forewarning, such occurrences were not unprecedented in this quaint town. Sun Ling's mother hails from the Xianyun clan, a prominent family of superhumans. Sun Ling possesses an innate superpower of remarkable strength, which she typically refrains from using casually. However, in this small town, she has endeavored to harness her abilities, only to find herself unable to summon them, as if ensnared by an inexplicable constraint, allowing her to access only a minuscule fraction of her potential. This predicament vexed Sun Ling greatly. That is not the same aura as the old man. The person standing outside is different, Xiao Ying remarked, her tone shifting strangely. It seems there are 2 distinct presences, one of which can actually thwart my ability to perceive superpowers. Let us go, boss. There's no need to knock, Lucario said, his body radiating waves of aura. In this shadowy environment, it was imperative to maintain a constant projection of his aura to sense any imminent danger. Perhaps due to habit, Lucario could not help but teased Cang Ling at this moment. Why aren't you the one leading the charge? Cang Ling shot Lucario a glance, realizing that despite his evolution, his personality had not matured with his physical growth, which left her feeling quite exasperated. I'd rather not. Who knows what kind of monsters might be lurking inside? Lucario gestured animatedly, adopting a playful expression. Observing Lucario's antics, Cang Ling found herself at a loss for words and ultimately stepped through the door marked 201. As soon as Cang Ling entered, Lucario hurried to follow. The notion of Cang Ling leading the way was merely talk. If she were to perish, the weight of guilt on him would be unbearable. Sister, he has entered. Xiao Ying sensed Cang Ling's entrance and promptly informed Sun Ling through their psychic connection. Upon stepping into the room, Cang Ling was greeted by flickering candlelight. A young girl stood quietly, with long pink hair, a delicate visage, and clear eyes, radiating an aura of freshness and natural beauty. Even in such dim surroundings, she resembled a stunning work of art. Where is she? I don't see Sun Ling. A puzzled expression crossed Sun Ling's exquisite features, as she realized she could not spot the person Xiao Ying referred to. At that moment, her love ball spontaneously erupted, and in the soft pink glow, Xiao Ying materialized before Sun Ling, Cang Ling, and Lucario. Right in front of you, sister, Xiao Ying declared, having established a closer connection with Sun Ling. her form emanating a kaleidoscope of colors that signified her superpower. But I still can't see anything, Sun Ling lamented. Although Sure Mengmeng's emergence had somewhat alleviated the town's suppression of her abilities, it was still insufficient for her to wield them extensively. Indeed, she cannot perceive us, boss, Lucario noted. While he was uncertain why Sun Ling was aware of their presence in the room, her bewildered expression confirmed that she could not see them. Do not speak. Let me ponder, Sun Ling replied. As the Tibetan antelope gazed at the dream eater beside the girl, he recognized the little sprite and was aware of its attributes. Lucario, can you establish a connection between your aura and that dream eater's psychic powers? I'll give it a try, but don't blame me if it doesn't work, Lucario replied. Settling into a meditative posture with closed eyes, embodying concentration, the azure aura transformed into a delicate thread that stretched toward the dream eater, attempting to engage with its shimmering, multicolored psychic energy. Is this the aura? The dream eater's voice was suddenly filled with astonishment, realizing the brilliance in utilizing aura to connect with psychic powers for communication. What an intelligent approach. What's wrong? The girl inquired, sensing the shift in the dream eater's emotions. Shoo, sister, allow me to focus for a moment. The dream eater replied, channeling its psychic energy into a thread that intertwined with Lucario's aura. As the threads connected, Lucario opened his eyes and simultaneously linked with the Tibetan antelope. The connection was successfully established, allowing the girl to finally perceive the figure described by the dream eater. It was a boy of similar age, with tousled silver hair and an indescribable charm in his demeanor. A gentle smile graced his lips, exuding an aura of warmth and approachability. The girl felt a strange familiarity with this boy, as if he resembled the Tibetan antelope she had seen in photographs. Ah, you can actually say my name. The Tibetan antelope expressed surprise, but then realized it was the chatterbox named Xiao Ying who had revealed her identity. You cheeky rogue. Upon hearing the antelope acknowledge his identity, the girl's cheeks flushed with a delightful hue, and she immediately scolded him. Ah, the Tibetan antelope was perplexed. This was their first serious face-to-face conversation, yet he was branded a rogue. Not only he, but even Lucario and the Dream Eater were taken aback by the girl's words, their emotions fluctuating. And the image of the Tibetan antelope began to blur in her vision. What are you so surprised about? She pointed accusingly at the antelope's nose, her feigned anger failing to convey genuine ire. Have you forgotten the things you did to me? Huh, that statement carries quite a weight, the Tibetan antelope thought, looking bewildered. While Lucario appeared to understand, and the Dream Eater's gaze toward the antelope turned somewhat hostile. Please, that day you collapsed into my arms. I didn't take advantage of you, the Tibetan antelope protested, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. You still won't admit it. The girl glared at the antelope with captivating eyes. Then tell me, what did you do after bringing me to your home? Isn't it just letting you rest after bringing you home? He replied. The Tibetan antelope recounted the events of that day as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. And just so happened that you fell ill again. I was about to conclude when the Tibetan antelope abruptly halted, recalling that he indeed had engaged in some inexplicable actions that day. Alas, it would be best for us to refrain from meddling in such matters. Lucario discreetly extended another thread of aura to communicate with the nearby Dream Eater. Humph, do not let me discover what your leader has done to my sister, otherwise, you shall have much to answer for. Dream Eater would not yield an inch when it came to protecting Huanyan. Why the silence now? At this moment, Huanyan exhibited a somewhat aggressive demeanor, appearing unyielding and confrontational, taking advantage of a girl and yet having the audacity to argue. I was wrong. At this juncture, the Tibetan antelope could only raise both hands and surrender, acknowledging his mistakes. I should not have cared for you while you were feverish. Nor should I have kept you from returning home that day, fearing you might freeze in the rain. Had I not done any of those things, you would not be pointing your finger at me in accusation. Huanyan, exasperated, turned away in a huff. She could not fail to notice that while the Tibetan antelope uttered apologies, his expression and subsequent words revealed his unwillingness to concede. Although this was only their second meeting, the familiarity of their dialogue suggested a long-standing acquaintance. Despite the underlying tension, the Tibetan antelope did not back down, for who would remain placid when being scolded so brazenly? In summary, there was a palpable sense of grievance. Onlookers Lucario and Dream Eater found the silent standoff between the two perplexing. They had not appeared so confrontational moments ago. The two small Pokémon dared not speak, focusing intently on maintaining the connection between their aura and psychic powers. Not far from Jinsha Town, in the forest, an unusual confrontation was taking place amidst the previously tranquil surroundings. Two figures stood opposed, each accompanied by a vigilant Pokémon, their gazes fixed on one another. Yawning, a figure concealed in the branches nearby expressed weariness, A battle between a peak elite and a newly initiated quasi-champion should conclude within 10 moves. It was perplexing what the hulking man, resembling an elephant, was contemplating. TCH, had I known the task would be so easily completed, I would have departed earlier. After a brief exchange with Sally, I ended up facing such a formidable opponent. The Black Owl, observing the imposing man before him, felt a cold sweat break out. To attain such prowess was no small feat. Hey, kid, state your name. I do not slay nameless ghosts. The robust man's voice matched his formidable presence, resonating powerfully. Shouldn't he introduce himself before demanding others do so? As the Black Owl uttered these words, his left hand moved toward his waist, seemingly preparing for something. Humph. My name is unchanging, and my lineage steadfast. Khadgar. The formidable man paid no heed to the platitudes of Black Hawk, promptly revealing his name. And you, young one, what is your name? Black Hawk replied in a nonchalant manner, uttering his title while simultaneously brandishing a few dark, spherical objects he had retrieved from his waist. However, I have no surplus time to engage in games with you, Mr. Khadgar. Before Khadgar could finish his sentence, Black Hawk decisively hurled the black spheres to the ground. Bang! A thick plume of gray smoke rapidly enveloped Black Hawk, obscuring his presence entirely. How brazen! As one of the 7 kings of the Thieves' Guild, renowned for his unwavering resolve, Black Hawk had the audacity to flee without a fight. Khadgar was convinced he had encountered a mere impostor, devoid of any honor, abandoning the confrontation before it even commenced. Brute strength, unleashed the explosive fist. The smoke bomb might obscure vision, but it could not hinder the keen perception of the sprite. With a resounding crash, the forceful fist surged toward a specific point within the haze. Uff, do you think I am blind to the disparity in our strengths? Black Hawk scoffed, rolling his eyes. Plotting who knows what. Engaging with you would be tantamount to courting death. After such a prolonged standoff, merely obtaining the opponent's name before fleeing. Was this the audacity of today's youth? The figure concealed within the trees shook his head, yet his body froze as a fist, as wide as a bowl, magnified in his line of sight. With a thunderous explosion, a piece of black-red fabric soared high, seemingly narrating a tale of its own. Outside Jinsha Town, a raven-haired youth raced along the pathway leading to the town, pursued by a swift crimson figure, effortlessly leaping from branch to branch, easily keeping pace with the boy ahead. Gasping for breath, the boy sprinted, clad only in a thin white shirt, frequently glancing over his shoulder, as if a demonic presence relentlessly pursued him. This boy was none other than Black Hawk, who also bore the name Haimohan's Hang. Did no one inform you to watch where you're going while fleeing? A sudden voice broke the silence, causing the boy to turn abruptly and halt, cautiously scrutinizing the shadowy figure that had materialized like a specter. Dressed in a sleek black leather outfit, with golden hair braided into an energetic style and an exaggerated fringe, a white eye patch adorned his right eye. Clutching a piece of black-red fabric, he regarded Hans Hang with his visible left eye, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Who are you? Hans Hang stepped back a few paces, realizing this individual was the one he had previously outmaneuvered, who had been lurking in the branches, observing him all along. A faint, enigmatic smile graced the lips of the man as a shadowy figure of deep purple emerged behind him. It was a small sprite with a violet body, adorned with hollow triangular yellow patterns on its back. This elegant creature gracefully settled beside the man, extending its pink tongue to groom its sharp claws. Gazing at Han Shang with the demeanor of a cold-blooded hunter, the cool leopard, the true form of this sprite, was easily recognizable to Han Shang, whose wealth of knowledge made such identification effortless. Within the confines of the Hank Hotel, the cold war between the Tibetan antelope and the eared pigeon persisted. The atmosphere, steeped in an intangible chill, left Lucario and Dream Eater nearby, shivering despite their efforts to maintain contact. Hey, how long are they going to keep this up? Dream Eater's voice was sweet and soothing, a gentle melody amidst the tension. How should I know? Lucario yawned. Though sustaining the connection between his aura and psychic abilities required minimal effort, it was not an endless task. You seem rather unserious, he remarked, casting a glance at Dream Eater, whose demeanor starkly contrasted with the steady reputation of the Lucario lineage. What do you think the Lucario clan should be like? Lucario responded, stifling another yawn, his eyes becoming heavy with fatigue. As the two small sprites exchanged banter, time slipped away, each second drawing nearer to Lucario's limit. Hey, boss. If you have something to say, hurry up. We've only got about 10 minutes left for this connection. His reminder jolted both parties from their frosty standoff, as if an unspoken agreement had been reached, and their eyes met with a hint of awkwardness. I might have been a bit harsh earlier, the Tibetan antelope admitted, scratching his head, his expression turning serious. I apologize. I may have also been a bit off in my tone, the eared pigeon replied, feeling a touch of embarrassment upon witnessing the antelope's concession. See, brother has his ways, right? Lucario, noticing the thawing tension, proudly nudged Dream Eater, reveling in the shift of the atmosphere. While the outcome is commendable, your tone shifted dramatically. Who do you think you are calling brother? Dream Eater retorted, her voice a soft reprimand. Keep it down, you fool, the Tibetan antelope exclaimed, delivering a playful smack to Lucario's head. Meanwhile, the eared pigeon beckoned Dream Eater closer, whispering for her to avoid too much conversation with Lucario, lest he become too frivolous. Lucario did not intentionally segregate a subchannel for private discourse. Their exchanges naturally echoed in the ears of the Tibetan antelope and eared pigeon. All right, as time is of the essence, let us share what we know. The Tibetan antelope decisively delved into the subject at hand, expressing that her current state was influenced by the enigmatic bell tower outside. I, too, felt such an impact. Upon hearing the mention of the bell tower, Xiao Ying recalled how its chimes had nearly robbed her of consciousness upon her arrival. This prompted a sense of suspicion regarding the tower. I was genuinely intrigued to investigate further. Additionally, the hotel's room number was rather peculiar, with room 201 situated at the far end of the corridor. It seems you saw room 201 at the entrance, Xiao Ying noted, catching a vital clue from the Tibetan antelope's words, as she distinctly remembered that room 201 was indeed by the corridor's entrance upon her arrival. Yes. Finding you relied on Lucario's aura, which is quite troublesome, the Tibetan antelope commented, a hint of frustration in her tone. So, the 201 you saw and the one I saw are not in the same location. Boss, stop dawdling. Just say what you need to say. I really can't hold on much longer, Lucario interjected, radiating his aura but clearly struggling to maintain it as the blue glow began to dim. Sister, we can hold on for just one more minute, Dream Eater added, its own aura flickering weakly. It felt as though an unseen force was suppressing their abilities, hastening their decline at that very moment. There's not much more to say. I should not approach that bell tower. The Tibetan antelope's voice grew faint in Xiao Ying's ears. You shall investigate the tower while I unravel the mysteries of this inn. Understood. Xiao Ying did not contest the Tibetan antelope's decision, aware of the precious time slipping away, leaving no room for her inquiries, such as why the Tibetan antelope lacked a physical form or how she came to be in this quaint town. These questions might have been answered, but her own delays had squandered too much time, rendering her unable to pursue them now. Then it is settled. The Tibetan antelope's voice became increasingly indistinct, fading in and out. I will be just a short distance away. Once our little spirits regain their strength, we shall set off. Lucario and Dream Eater reached their limits, their auras dimming to the point of vanishing entirely, while the Tibetan antelope and Lucario gradually slipped from Xiao Ying's sight. Inside the Hank Inn, a girl with pink hair sat upon a wooden chair, gazing at the seemingly empty table before her. Moments prior, she had engaged in a final conversation with the Tibetan antelope before their endeavor. To conserve Lucario's and Dream Eater's energy, their dialogue was kept brief, intentionally limited to 3 minutes. Though it was termed a conversation, they merely exchanged glances for about 2 minutes before the connection was severed, interrupted by Xiao Ying's caution and the Tibetan antelope's reassurance. Come back, Dream Eater. Xiao Ying rose from her chair, retrieving a heart-shaped ball, and aimed it at the ever-watchful Dream Eater by her side. The antelope had already set off ahead of her, and she could not afford to linger here for too long. As she watched Dream Eater transform into a crimson line and vanish into the Pokeball, Xiao Ying picked up her outer garment from the bed and murmured in a tone only she could hear, "It's time to embark." "Go for it, Xiao Ying." With that, she opened the door and descended the stairs without looking back. Behind her stood a silver-haired youth and a small black-blue sprite, nearly the same height as the boy. The boy's gaze followed Xiao Ying as she descended, trembling with each step until she disappeared from sight, his expression remaining inscrutable throughout the process. "Are you worried about Miss Xiao Ying?" Lucario inquired gently, devoid of any teasing tone, his demeanor unusually earnest. "No," Cang Ling replied decisively, though a barely perceptible oddity lurked within her firm response. "Then why are you lingering here until she leaves?" Lucario's expression turned quizzical, sensing a strange shift in the Cang Ling he thought he knew. "Haven't we already been able to commence our own mission? I simply do not wish for her to discover certain matters," Cang Ling murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, much like Xiao Ying had before. "What did you say?" Lucario pressed, for Cang Ling's volume was too soft, and to him, it appeared as if she merely moved her lips. "Nothing," Cang Ling denied, deliberately averting her gaze. "What is troubling you?" Lucario's suspicion deepened, alert to the possibility that the Cang Ling before him might not be the genuine article, just as Lucario heightened his vigilance. A tendril of black mist unexpectedly rose from behind him, enveloping Lucario in an instant, leaving him no time to react with his aura powers. The shadow possessed an ominous force that rendered Lucario unconscious, collapsing before Cang Ling. Before falling, Lucario caught a glimpse of Cang Ling's bittersweet smile, then darkness enveloped him. He was left with an abundance of confusion, yet succumbed to unconsciousness. It seems I was not mistaken after all. Cang Ling's smile turned as pale as death. The black mist was evidently a dreadful entity that instilled fear within her. It appears you have uncovered some clues. Truly an intriguing youth. A chilling voice emerged from the depths of the black mist. Xiao Ying made her way to the first floor of the inn, where an eerie silence reigned, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. In her imagination, the elderly Hank, usually found sleeping behind the counter, was conspicuously absent, leaving the lounge chair vacant and forlorn. Is Grandpa Hank not in the inn? Xiao Ying observed carefully, her extraordinary abilities gradually becoming accessible to her. She was now capable of sensing any movement within a meter around her. Nevertheless, she dismissed such thoughts and pushed open the door, departing from the inn. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, dispelling the gloom that had lingered from the recent downpour, casting radiant light upon the ground, which still bore the remnants of rainwater. The small town began to emanate an eerie aura. Despite the heavy rain, the surfaces around appeared dry, as if the town had never experienced such weather. Xiao Ying moved swiftly, soon arriving beneath the lighthouse. This weathered structure, built from stones that bore the marks of time, seemed precarious with its numerous cracks. The lighthouse door stood ajar, seemingly inviting visitors. However, as Xiao Ying stepped inside, her previously outward-reaching abilities were suddenly suppressed by a peculiar force, the same enigmatic energy that had quelled her powers upon her arrival in the town. What once extended a meter was now confined to enveloping only her body. Yes, that was precisely the sensation. A smile crept onto her lips. This suppression of her mental faculties felt akin to the constraints imposed upon her by her elders within her family. The staircase within the tower spiraled upward, and Xiao Ying ascended slowly yet steadily, taking one step at a time. Soon, she reached the second level, a spacious area adorned only with a reclined chair. Upon it lay a sleeping girl, beside whom rested an open diary. Xiao Ying approached gently, carefully picking up the diary, mindful not to disturb the slumbering girl. The cover bore two names. One was faded beyond recognition, while the other read Xian Kong. Was this her name? A look of surprise and mild confusion crossed Xiao Ying's face as she glanced at the girl, only to find the girl had vanished, leaving the chair empty. What was happening? Just as Xiao Ying prepared to survey her surroundings, a hand seized her wrist, interrupting her movement. Who are you? Leave. This is not a place for you. The girl, who might be Xian Kong, exclaimed as she snatched the diary away, turning to depart. With her commanding voice, the tower responded in kind, resonating with the sound of a bell. The tolling reverberated in close proximity, overwhelming Xiao Ying, who found herself unable to resist, succumbing to unconsciousness amidst the chimes. When her consciousness returned, she discovered herself inexplicably back at the town square's entrance, where the silent figure of old Hank stood, seemingly anticipating her arrival, patiently waiting. How could anyone be here? Within the clock tower, a maiden furrowed her brow. Unaware of the unexpected guest that had arrived behind her, a silver-haired visitor destined to bring transformation to both the clock tower and the quaint town. In room 25 of Hank's Inn, Lucario's body appeared to lose its center of gravity, collapsing before the antelope's spirit. Yet, the antelope remained motionless. A bitter smile etched upon its face. Indeed, you are a clever lad, just as that little girl anticipated, successfully reaching this juncture. The swirling black mist erupted, revealing a beam of dark gray light. From within emerged a small, black sprite, resembling a shadow. Its head, shrouded in a swirling mist akin to hair, obscured much of its face, exposing only a pair of bright blue eyes. Around its neck was a collar-like formation of red, jagged edges, and long, tattered strips of black cloth hung from each shoulder. The antelope spirit could not recognize this sprite. There was no record of it in the information stored within its mind. What is your purpose? Speak. The antelope called out, though it did not turn around. Nevertheless, it had already surmised that the door, once marked with the number 201, had now transformed into 901. A crisp applause accompanied the creaking of the door as a voice, gravelly and rough, resonated from behind the antelope. You truly are a perceptive individual, Shiroishi Cang Ling. A bloodless, delicate hand rested upon the antelope's shoulder, followed by the appearance of a pale visage before it. It's you. The antelope recognized this figure, the enigmatic young woman who had once appeared before him, urging him to leave the forest. Once beautiful, she now bore the visage of one aged beyond her years, her once vibrant eyes now dull and lifeless. "How have you come to look this way?" the antelope inquired, gazing at the girl whose appearance resembled that of a septuagenarian, his speech slightly faltering. "It is because time is of the essence." The hoarse voice spoke softly, revealing that the power of this being was nearly exhausted, teetering on the brink of collapse. Each word appeared to require immense effort, her coughs laborious and strained. "Shiroishi Zangling. This diary contains all that pertains to this place. By reading it, you will uncover the truths of what has transpired in this town." The girl produced a yellow diary from within her garments, trembling as she placed it into the antelope's hands. "Enough. Your accumulated energy is nearly spent. Refrain from speaking further." The sprite observed the girl as struggle, a look of compassion flickering in its blue eyes. It gently raised a hand, enveloping the girl in black mist. "You must conserve some energy for the end." "What is this?" The antelope opened the diary she had handed him, shock evident upon his face as he beheld the extraordinary contents within. "Do not be astonished. Everything inscribed in this diary is true. Do you now comprehend the state in which you find yourself?" The little sprite seemed to speak in riddles, yet refrained from clarity. "So this is the reason you brought me to this quaint town," mused Cang Ling, turning the pages of the diary with utmost solemnity. "We did not bring you here." The sprite's expression hinted at something enigmatic. "You arrived here of your own accord." "Very well, Cang Ling Baisher, time is fleeting. Go and pursue what you wish to accomplish, whether it be leaving the town or fulfilling this young girl's desire. The power of decision rests solely with you." As the sprite's surrounding dark mist began to wane, it gradually vanished from Cang Ling's sight. "Enough of this charade, rise." After the sprite had completely disappeared, Cang Ling nudged the Lucario at his feet. "Hey, boss. Was my performance not commendable?" Lucario swiftly executed a flip, springing to his feet. "What do you think? Did you hear it all? What should we do?" Cang Ling seemed to inquire of Lucario. "TCH, boss, you already have your own thoughts. Why ask me?" Lucario smirked, his steps already leading him toward the door marked 901. "Then, let us embark." Cang Ling followed suit toward 901, fully aware of everything, thus unable to simply walk away. At the town's entrance, "How careless of me," Ling exclaimed, shaking her slightly dazed head, as if still recovering from the previous spatial transition. "I refuse to believe it will be the same this time." Determination sparkled in Ling's eyes as she eyed the clock tower from a distance, eager to approach. "Young lady, halt your steps. You cannot enter the clock tower at this time," called out Old Hank, stopping Ling in her tracks. "Oh, how unexpectedly you appeared, Grandpa Hank. How did you come to be here?" Ling was momentarily taken aback. "Surely, such a clever girl as yourself does not truly believe that my appearance is my true form?" Old Hank's expression was somewhat inscrutable, and his words even more so. Listening to Old Hank's discourse, Ling fell silent. "You need not elaborate. Your disguise is rather lacking. This town is on the cusp of its future, so it would be wise for you to refrain from interference at this juncture," Old Hank gestured, tracing a line in the air. The space before them rippled like water, slowly revealing an image upon its surface. Ling's eyes widened. She recognized this method of image projection, akin to what she could achieve with a crystal ball. To her astonishment, the silver-haired youth that appeared in the image was none other than Cang Ling. Inside the clock tower. How could anyone be here? The girl pondered, bewildered after Ling's departure. At that moment, the space behind her began to ripple, as Cang Ling and Lucario seemingly traversed dimensions, appearing in the tower in an instant without causing a stir or drawing the girl's attention. "Who are you?" The girl quickly sensed the presence behind her, whirling around with a flourish of her hands. "This is not a place for you." Much like the previous encounter with the enigmatic creature, the entire lighthouse seemed to transform into a weapon wielded by the maiden. The chime reverberated with an eerie resonance, surging towards Zangling. However, as it approached, a dim radiance suddenly emanated from Zangling, causing the attacks to vanish as if they had been swallowed by the sea. "Get away from me." The girl felt an inexplicable surge of anger within her heart, compelling her to wish to tear apart the silver-haired figure before her. Amidst her tempestuous emotions, a yellow figure materialized at her side. It was a small sprite predominantly colored in yellow, adorned with white fur around its neck, pointed ears atop its head, and a diminutive nose. It grasped a metallic ring in its hand. The ring swayed gently, inducing a sense of drowsiness in those who beheld it. "Kill him for me." The girl's expression twisted into a menacing snarl, her eyes ablaze with fury. Inside the bell tower, Zangling's sudden appearance momentarily stunned the girl, followed by the failure of her power transfer. "Kill him for me." Her countenance grew increasingly sinister, her eyes ignited with rage. She was bewildered by her own anger and the failure of the spatial transfer against this silver-haired individual, gradually succumbing to a loss of reason. The sprite beside her began to oscillate the metallic ring, unleashing terrifying sound waves that rippled through the air, each wave imbued with a palpable aura of destruction. Is that a dream eater? How fitting for the situation, Cang Ling mused. Although such sprites were rare and seldom employed by trainers, he managed to recall information about this particular creature. The Dream Eater, a hypnotic sprite, was perilous, yet those who enjoyed restful slumber regarded it as a savior. Be cautious, boss. Lucario, standing beside Cang Ling, extended a hand to conjure a verdant shield of light, enveloping both him and Cang Ling within its embrace. Protect. This technique, renowned for its absolute defense, proved effective. As the sound waves struck the shield, they dissipated as if colliding with cotton, making no impact. Sank, Cang Ling suddenly uttered. And the mere mention of those 4 syllables seemed to possess an enchanting power, rendering the girl momentarily speechless while the Dream Eater's assault ceased. How do you know my name? A mixture of vigilance and malice flickered in the depths of Shikong's eyes. It was a name she had long forgotten, one that had not graced her ears in ages. I know much more than just your name. Cang Ling's gaze swept across the tower, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. I am well acquainted with this tower and the tales of this town. Irrelevant. You seek your own demise. With a swift motion of her right hand, Qian Kong summoned the Dreamweaver, who swiftly sprang into action, gently shaking the circular ring held in her grasp. A halo of violet-gray sound waves radiated outward, from which emanated a violet-gray energy sphere, exuding an ethereal aura that hinted at a unique enchantment, known as the Shadow Ball. Lucario stepped forward, pivoting around his left leg with a sudden flourish. His right leg ignited in a blaze of fiery flames, distorting the very air around him. This was the Flame Kick, a technique he had mastered before his evolution. The Flame Kick and Shadow Ball did not produce any striking visual impact, instead offering a rather mundane touch, devoid of explosive sounds or dramatic effects. This quaint town was named Muyu Town, a place steeped in history, once the most prosperous in the Sinnoh region 30 years prior. As reflected in the tone of Cang Ling, "Be silent." Cang Ling's words seemed to pierce Qian Kong's heart, prompting her to shout in fury, perhaps influenced by her wrath. The Dreamweaver was enveloped in a crimson aura, exuding an air of ferocity. Once more, the Dreamweaver launched an attack, this time eschewing its usual finesse for a fiery onslaught of fists. Fire Punch. You shall not even think of it. As the Dreamweaver moved, Lucario, who had been intently watching, sprang into action, unleashing a thunderous sound with his palms, a straightforward yet brutal move known as the Brick Break. However, the ensuing spectacle was astonishing. Despite Lucario's expertise in close combat, he found himself at a disadvantage against the Dreamweaver. He could only barely evade its fire punch attacks, singeing the fur on his cheeks in the process. The town, with its bustling avenues, soon attracted merchants and affluent investors from distant lands, and in a fleeting moment, Cang Ling seemed to narrate a poignant tale through just a few simple lines. Enough. Qian Kong's emotions spiraled into turmoil, her hands clasped around her head. A piercing headache consuming her, her eyes bloodshot. Bang! At last, amidst the relentless barrage of the Dreamweaver's swift strikes, Lucario seized an opportunity to counterattack. With a lunging punch, akin to a divine stroke, he deftly maneuvered through the Dreamweaver's fiery fists, transforming his punch into an open palm that quietly pressed against the Dreamweaver's chest. This sequence of actions appeared almost magical in its execution. Now, Lucario would not squander this rare chance. With a sharp exclamation, he unleashed his energy. The sound of something shattering echoed as the Dreamweaver was sent hurtling backward, the eerie crimson glow fading from its form. Having successfully struck, Lucario showed no mercy. He raised his hands behind him, summoning 2 azure aura spheres that materialized instantaneously. Like an aerial bombardment, Lucario's hands traced a phantom arc, unleashing a barrage of aura spheres that tore into the bell tower, creating a substantial crater and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Hey! It seems you can hardly muster the strength to stand now. Lucario, slightly breathless, could currently unleash only 8 aura spheres, which was the limit of its capabilities. Any attempt to exceed this would likely compromise its accuracy, risking the delicate grooming of its fur. However, the tranquility was short-lived, as a plague erupted in Muyu Town, initially affecting a single individual before it rapidly spread, ultimately infecting the entire populace with this dreadful affliction. Cang Ling narrated vividly, as though he were conjuring a scene wherein the affluent merchants were paralyzed with fear, hastily withdrawing their investments and relocating their enterprises from this cursed town beset by the plague. I found his words strikingly familiar, though I could not recall such events ever transpiring. At this moment, Qigong seemed oblivious to everything else, her mind solely occupied by the shifting images conjured by Cang Ling's narration. Suddenly, the debris created by Lucario's battle with the Dream Eater began to tremble, and a beam of crimson light pierced through the accumulating dust. To my astonishment, Lucario's aura swiftly swept across the area, sensing a visceral, bloodthirsty presence. A scarlet figure emerged from the haze, not the anticipated Dream Eater, but a small creature resembling Lucario. The only distinction being that while Lucario radiated a blue aura, this creature emanated a sinister red energy. That evening, while the merchants were hastily evacuating, Cang Ling seemed indifferent to the ongoing battle, engrossed in recounting an elongated tale, leading to a shocking revelation. Qigong, increasingly familiar with Cang Ling's narrative, found herself unconsciously pondering the nature of this astonishing occurrence. Meanwhile, Lucario skillfully maneuvered its blue aura sphere to collide with the red energy orb held by the small creature, causing a violent surge of energy to ripple within the bell tower. Night enveloped the seemingly ordinary town, which was now devoid of any semblance of peace, overwhelmed instead by terror and chaos. Within a spacious factory, the lights blazed brightly, and figures hurried back and forth, seemingly engaged in urgent tasks. "Hey, pick up the pace. We can't afford any delays in the evacuation," bellowed a foreman, taking a deep drag from the cigarette nestled between his fingers. This fellow truly wielded his power arrogantly. Among the workers, someone muttered under their breath, spitting in disdain, yet they kept their contempt hidden beneath a facade of compliance. What a pitiable lot they were. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes, as luminous as the stars, observed their frantic movements. The owner of these eyes was a graceful young woman, draped in a black cloak, with a large hood shrouding her face. In the wake of the plague, the merchants of influence were scrambling to escape the town as if their lives depended on it. The young girl murmured, a strange flame igniting in her hand. "These people have lost their worth. Let them burn." Just as she was about to hurl the flames towards the factory, a slender, pale hand seized her wrist from the side. "What do you intend to do?" A voice echoed, laced with reprimand. "Qigong, the power of the bell tower is not to be wielded in such a manner. Have you forgotten the promise you made when you became a guardian?" I understand, sister." Qigong forcefully shook her hand, the flames trailing brilliantly through the dark night as they soared towards the factory. "Yet the bell tower, it weeps. You." The girl who had just arrived reached out, attempting to grasp the flames, but they had already drifted too far, her powers unable to reach such distances. That tiny flame, akin to a dying meteor, plummeted onto the factory's roof, igniting an inferno that erupted skyward. The sound of wood exploding mingled with the cries of workers, the crimson glow illuminating half the sky over the small town. "Qigong, you have changed." The girl stepped back, observing her sister, who was no longer the familiar girl she once knew. "Indeed, sister, I have changed." Qigong placed her hand upon her heart, her eyes brimming with tears. "Yet, I can hear the lament of Muyun town. I can hear the weeping of the bell tower. Thus, these people must perish." Flames surged around Qigong as she danced, laughing exuberantly, resembling a witch of calamity in that moment. The fire painted half the sky red, while the two similarly clad girls faced each other, deaf to the cries of the workers. Within the bell tower, since the plague had ravaged Muyun town, it had transformed from a once thriving community into a desolate wasteland in just a month, with corpses strewn about. From this day forth, Muyun town would be renamed Pliger Town by the Alliance. Though the plague had receded, I understood that my mission was far from complete. As the guardian of the bell tower and Muyun town, significant matters awaited my attention. I could not recall when I had taken out the yellowed notebook, reciting the final passage inscribed within. "Ah!" A girl screamed in anguish, clutching her head, memories flooding back, everything about Muyun town and herself. "Is this all my fault?" Qigong stared blankly at her hands, stunned. She had witnessed it herself. She was the one who had destroyed Muyun town with her own hands, the one who had slain all its inhabitants, betraying her duty as a guardian. "Boss, stop dawdling. I can't hold this off much longer." Lucario struggled to intercept a powerful punch from the red shadow, the force of which left his arms tingling. Planting his left foot firmly, Lucario executed a swift turn, driving his right leg with immense power into the chest of the opposing Lucario. Wow! The timing of that kick was impeccable, even if the opposing Lucario could react. His body was paralyzed and incapable of movement. Lucario was inevitably sent flying, crashing headfirst into the clock tower's wall, leaving a considerable dent in its wake. Coughing, Lucario gasped for breath, feeling as though its chest might split open. Each inhalation brought waves of pain. It considered itself fortunate to be able to stand. Are you all right, Lucario? The gazelle-like creature inquired anxiously, rushing to Lucario's side. I won't perish. Lucario struggled to rise, conjuring a vibrant blue-bone staff from its hands. It warily regarded its opponent, a strikingly similar figure emanating red energy fluctuations. Never before had it encountered such a formidable opponent in combat. The red figure had not employed a single technique, but had solely relied on sheer physical prowess to render Lucario utterly defenseless. The crimson Lucario surged forward once more, its legs moving like the wind in a relentless assault. Get back, Lucario urged the gazelle, pushing it aside as it brandished the bone staff to counter the barrage of kicks raining down upon it. Struggling, Lucario managed to block the onslaught. But each strike left its arms increasingly numb, and the bone staff felt as if it would slip from its grasp. After such a protracted engagement, Lucario's stamina was nearly depleted, and it was now sustained solely by sheer willpower. With great effort, Lucario deflected a kick, its azure aura vibrating violently. Discarding the bone staff, it concentrated and formed a blue aura sphere, launching it toward the opening created by its defensive maneuver. Yet, the opponent did not falter. It twisted and unleashed a swift counterattack, disregarding the impending threat of Lucario's aura sphere. Neither shadow retreated. As the aura sphere collided with its target, the opponent's right leg struck Lucario simultaneously. The resounding clash echoed, and Lucario was sent reeling. Despite being launched backward, it smiled, as though it had transcended some barrier. However, its strength was waning, and it gradually closed its eyes, battered and bruised. The gazelle reached out, attempting to catch the nearly unconscious Lucario. But the weight and momentum caused it to falter, collapsing to the ground. The red Lucario roared in fury, its once enveloping crimson energy now marred by the earlier impact of Lucario's aura sphere, inciting profound rage within it. To be wounded by such a seemingly feeble opponent was an affront to its pride. Enough! A melodious female voice suddenly resonated from the clock tower as golden chains emerged, ensnaring the red Lucario and restraining its movements. At the entrance of the small town, the girl reflected on the revelations shared by the gazelle, finally comprehending the transformation of Muyun Town into Prig. This is all there is, young lady. You and your companion have now unraveled the mysteries of this quaint town. Old Hank placed his hand upon the shoulder of Cang Ling, a gentle silver radiance emanating from his touch, signaling that it was time to depart. Sighing, Cang Ling gazed at the silver glow enveloping her, as if she comprehended something profound, yet words eluded her. The luminous embrace seemed intent on transporting her to another realm. It was indeed time for my conclusion. Observing Cang Ling being guided away, a faint smile graced Hank's weathered visage, as the mentor of those two young ladies. The burden had been considerable. Before the elder, the quaint town gradually faded, akin to grains of sand ascending into the sky, while Hank slowly stepped further into the heart of the town. Enough. Chains, the origin of which was a mystery, ensnared the crimson Rayquaza, the golden luster upon them seemingly capable of suppressing its vibrant energy, rendering the creature immobile. Sister, that voice resonates with familiarity. Xiekong appeared to recognize the source of the sound, her heart racing as she lifted her gaze, sensing that the voice's owner resided at the pinnacle of the bell tower. The woman's voice seemed laden with a multitude of unspoken sentiments, yet it condensed into a singular utterance, sister. Upon hearing the voice of kin and recalling everything, Xiekong felt a surge of longing to confide, finally liberated from her inner turmoil. With resolve, she slowly approached the staircase leading to the third floor, each step deliberate, as if she were solidifying a momentous decision. At last, she ascended the stairs, only to be met with a sight that left her astounded. With each step forward, it felt as though she traversed into another realm. Though the scenery belonged to the tower, it was at times dilapidated, at other moments overgrown with moss, and occasionally, it appeared newly constructed and radiant. With a mixture of trepidation and curiosity, Xiekong advanced, noticing that in the corner, the peeling walls bore faint inscriptions, though the letters were too indistinct to decipher. Suddenly, she quickened her pace, heedless of the tattered edges of her skirt snagging on the jagged remnants. As she continued to run, a vague memory surfaced, something monumental she could not afford to forget, a grave misdeed of her own. She pressed on until clarity returned, only to collapse upon the ground, for before her stood a magnificent illusion, a creature known to the world as the Dream Fairy, named Cresselia. Cresselia radiated a soft luminescence, instilling a sense of tranquility and reassurance. Beside Cresselia stood a girl strikingly similar to Xiekong, quietly observing her, as though awaiting her arrival. Sister, Xiekong exclaimed, racing forward. The girl did not shy away, extending her arms to embrace Xiao Ying warmly. Yet, as the sisters shared their moment of reunion, a shadowy figure contorted the very fabric of space to arrive, an entity antithetical to Cresselia, the nightmare fairy, Darkrai. "How fares my old friend?" Darkrai inquired, his tone suggesting an intimacy with Cresselia. "Why don't you try being trapped for 30 years? Cresselia remarked with a hint of irritation, her tone revealing a palpable weariness. The relationship between Darkrai and Cresselia appeared far less strained than rumored, instead resembling that of close friends. On the second floor of the clock tower, Cang Ling was surrounded by various vials and containers, diligently tending to Lucario's wounds. The healing salve provided only temporary relief. True recovery would require the expertise of a professional. "Hey, Chief, do you feel that?" Lucario, despite his aching body, wore a smile. I'm almost at the rank of a quasi-champion." As Cang Ling finished treating Lucario's last injury, he too sensed the unexpected surge of power that had propelled him from elite to quasi-champion. "Let me take on that red fellow in my current state. I would never lose," Lucario exclaimed, feeling the latent strength of a quasi-champion within him. He excitedly waved his hand, inadvertently aggravating his injury, causing him to grimace in pain. "Better take it easy. This ointment will only prevent your wounds from worsening," Cang Ling advised, retrieving a super ball from his waist. This Pokeball had been prepared for Lucario long ago. "For now, you should stay inside the Pokeball." "Okay." Lucario nodded, tapping the Pokeball, which enveloped him in a beam of red light. "Take care, Chief." With the super ball safely stowed away, Cang Ling prepared to ascend to the top of the clock tower. "Don't come up, don't you already know?" A female voice interrupted, halting Cang Ling's ascent. "Oh, and what will you do?" Cang Ling chuckled nonchalantly. "Your sister has used the power of this clock tower to bind the injured Cresselia for 30 years, keeping this town in a dreamlike void. Now that Cresselia has broken free, this town will soon. I will accompany her in making amends," the voice responded, tinged with relief and liberation. "My sister and I have erred far too many times. This is merely our farewell to this town, which is a fitting conclusion for us. Let me escort you out. Back to where it all began." The voice seemed to invoke a different kind of power, reminiscent of the strength that had previously sent away the Driflin. "Wait," Cang Ling interjected. "I still don't know your name." "My name? It is Akiyama Akamori," the girl's voice softened. "Akamori." Cang Ling's mind briefly faltered, and before he could fully comprehend, he lost consciousness. Two small Pokémon hovered nearby, gazing at the town that was gradually fading due to the absence of Cresselia's power. "Shouldn't we punish those sisters?" Darkrai inquired of his companion, well aware that Cresselia had always been benevolent. "It's quite all right," Cresselia smiled, unperturbed. "Isn't this ending a beautiful dream?" "You really are a soft-hearted fool, unaware of your own misfortunes." Darkrai shook his head. "Indeed, what was it that you bestowed upon that lad, Cang Ling?" Cresselia recalled that when Qiming bid farewell to Cang Ling earlier, Darkrai had secretly slipped something into his possession. "A secret?" Darkrai tantalizingly smiled, shrouded in mystery. "You have a penchant for intrigue, don't you?" Cresselia yawned, fatigue evident in her voice. She had expended too much energy this time and intended to catch up on her rest, unsure of how long this slumber would last. In a tranquil forest stood an ancient tree, steadfast and enduring through the ages. Beneath its expansive shade lay a silver-haired youth in peaceful repose. Gradually he stirred, his fingers twitching before his eyes fluttered open, revealing a graceful figure before him. It was a girl with long, pink hair cascading down her back, clad in comfortable attire. Gazing intently into the distance, she softly hummed an unfamiliar melody while seemingly engaged in writing. "Ah, this word shall suffice," she mused aloud, repetitively uttering a few phrases as if deliberating a choice. The girl continued her gentle hum, weaving together lyrics that spoke of streets painted crimson by dusk, etched in the bonsai of memory, marking a time preordained, escaping tragedy, and striving to liberate souls imprisoned by death as she ventured beyond the confines of this small town. "Oh, creaking gears, life dissipates, the scenery once cherished by that person remains unscathed, holding on to rusted hands as if untouched. The resonant bell tolls incessantly, beckoning to reclaim lost lives." The tune she sang enveloped the listener in a poignant haze, evoking a sense of melancholy and confusion. Yet, just as the song reached its zenith, it abruptly ceased, leaving one yearning for more. Cang Ling felt a throbbing ache in his head, as if he had traversed a lengthy dream, the duration of which eluded him. "Boss, you're awake." A familiar teasing voice resonated in his ears, unmistakably belonging to Lucario. "Why do you gaze at the girl the moment you awaken? That's rather inappropriate. Get lost." Cang Ling shook his head, striving to dispel the lingering dizziness. "What about Electivire?" He had not forgotten the new addition to their team. That fellow? Lucario replied, donning a bemused expression. Electivire is still fast asleep. Not only is he stubborn, but he is also quite the heavy sleeper. It's astonishing he hasn't roused yet. Beside the long-extinguished campfire, Electivire lay in deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Ah, you're awake. A voice like silver bells carried a hint of concern. Upon hearing the voice of the young man, the pink-haired girl turned around, revealing herself to be Su Ling, a girl with whom he often found himself unexpectedly intertwined. Indeed, she was one of the few individuals whom Cang Ling did not find distasteful. Cang Ling propped himself against the rough bark of a tree, which provided him with a tangible sense of reality, contrasting sharply with the earlier disconcerting sensation of weightlessness. Feeling dizzy, are we? Su Ling's hand rested gently on Cang Ling's shoulder as she scrutinized him, her eyes sparkling like stars, radiating a spectrum of colors. After all, you ventured to Mu Yun Town in your spirit form. For someone of your nature, dizziness is merely the mildest of side effects. With her control, the radiant colors transformed into a sharp spike, piercing directly into Cang Ling's consciousness. A brief pang of pain made Cang Ling inhale sharply, only to be followed by a rush of coolness that swept away the dizziness entirely. How do you feel now? More alert, I presume? Su Ling retracted her hand, a smile gracing her lips. Though my method may seem rather unrefined, it is undeniably effective. Thank you, Cang Ling replied, feeling his state gradually normalize. Yet, he recalled Su Ling's earlier words. But what do you mean by normal person? Are you implying I am not normal? Su Ling was about to utter something, but caught herself, opting for discretion. Some things are better left unknown. Then let it be, Cang Ling thought, sensing that the topic might encroach upon Su Ling's personal matters, and refrained from probing further. He retrieved the electric creature's Pokeball from his waist, unsure of how long it would remain asleep, and decided to store it away until it awakened on its own. By the way, by Cang Ling, would you be interested in becoming my bodyguard and escorting me to Chiefeng City? Su Ling suddenly proposed, presenting a rather tempting offer of 2,000 alliance coins per day. Not going to happen. You can just take a flying Pokémon yourself. Cang Ling shook his head, declining the offer. I prefer a leisurely journey to Chiefeng City. Su Ling expressed her desire, extending a delicate hand with fingers splayed. Add 500 more, and it will be 2,500 alliance coins a day. Upon hearing the new figure, Cang Ling's face reflected hesitation, though he masked it well, promptly declaring, the allure of money cannot sway me. 3,000. Su Ling raised the stakes once more, sensing that Cang Ling's principled demeanor might be a facade. Let us go. Cang Ling's attitude underwent a complete transformation, exuding eagerness to set off. Su Ling's lips twitched in amusement. At that moment, she perceived Cang Ling as somewhat shameless. Boss, 3,000 alliance coins a day means I can indulge in whatever I desire. Lucario, having overheard the exchange between Cang Ling and Su Ling, envisioned a future free from worries about sustenance, lost in reverie. Indeed, the art of bargaining lies in the delicate balance of allure and restraint. Cang Ling chuckled with pride. Such expressions were rare for him, yet the prospect of a daily wage of 3,000 alliance coins significantly eased his financial flow. Xianling, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, approached and delivered a swift kick to each of the individuals involved. She felt as though she had been played for a fool by the Tibetan antelope, and, with wide eyes and a huff of indignation, she exclaimed, Are you not going to lead the way? Our next destination is Zhuqing City. Very well, my lady, the Tibetan antelope responded, unfazed by the kick. Given his generous salary of 300 alliance coins per day, enduring a bit of hardship was worth it. With an unmistakably broad smile, he took the lead alongside Lucario. I truly wonder if that serious expression he wore during the battle was genuine, Xianling muttered to herself. At the port of Jinsha Town, cruise ships came and went, bustling with activity. Ah, Sinnoh, how long has it been since I set foot here? A nostalgic voice resonated, laced with a faint laughter that betrayed no joy. A middle-aged man clad in a deep blue coat, with hair of a blended hue from yellow to black, held a book inscribed with unfamiliar characters. A small silver cross hung from his neck, indicating he might be a clergyman or something of the sort. This gentleman exuded an aura of refined gentility, appearing both gentle and courteous. Light will inevitably be shrouded by darkness, and we shall bring forth transformation, he murmured, pausing at the edge of the port, gazing at the horizon where the sun was nearly devoured by the sea. This body has long remained still, so let me summon forth the winds of inception. Suddenly, a gentle breeze arose, though not powerful. Once it ceased, the man had vanished from the port. On the path from Jinsha Town to Zhuqing City, Two figures trudged under the scorching sun, even though autumn had arrived. The lingering heat of summer had not yet faded. "Hey, you there. Can you hurry up?" complained a golden-haired youth with braided hair, his impatience not stemming from the weather, but rather from the slow pace of the boy behind him. "It's easy for you to say. If it were me, I wouldn't be moving in this sweltering heat," replied the black-haired boy trailing behind, adjusting his glasses, which were sliding down his nose due to perspiration, and wiping away the deluge of sweat. Panting heavily, his vision blurred by the moisture, he remarked, "You are quite mad. Kid, you can't handle such mild heat?" In contrast to the black-haired boy, who was visibly suffering under the sun's rays, the golden-haired youth seemed entirely unaffected by the temperature. He halted, waiting for the boy to catch up, commenting, "This does not align with your title as one of the 7 kings of the Thieves' Guild. Your physical condition is rather poor." "What does that have to do with my title in the Thieves' Guild?" The black-haired boy, whose stamina had reached its limit, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "The evaluation of the 7 kings is solely based on task completion. Besides, I am a scholar. Does physical fitness truly matter?" The black-haired youth was, of course, Han Shang. But one might wonder how he found himself in the company of such a golden-haired youth. As Han Shang lamented, a bottle of water was handed to him. "Here, take a sip. You're losing too much fluid." "TCH. Thanks," he replied, accepting the bottle and gulping down its contents without hesitation. The past few days had felt more like a torment than anything else, thanks to this golden-haired fellow. After narrowly escaping Khadgar's assault, he now found himself entangled with an even more formidable adversary, leaving Han Shang in a dire predicament, unable to fight back, nor to flee. He could only trail behind this individual passively. Having drained the bottle, he tossed it aside, utterly fatigued and lacking the energy to dispose of it properly. "Hey, you should really take care of your trash," the golden-haired youth remarked, frowning at the discarded bottle. With a casual kick, he sent the bottle soaring into a nearby trash bin, tracing an elegant arc through the air. "By the way, I still don't know your name," Han Shang said. Sprawled on the grass by the roadside, eyes closed against the sun's harsh glare. Mile Taunos," the youth replied, brushing aside his flamboyant bangs and squinting at the glaring sun as if it were a source of annoyance. What an irritating light. In the forest, a yellow figure chased a green one, leaping through the branches. "Electabuzz, use Thunder Punch." A spirited voice rang out, startling the insect like sprites resting in the woods. With a powerful push from the branch, Electabuzz raised its electrified arm high, charging toward the green figure ahead. The green figure did not flinch. Instead, it turned to meet Electabuzz's Thunder Punch head-on. It was a diminutive sprite adorned with 3 spikes atop its head, predominantly light green in hue, with leaves draping over its body like a gown. The leaves on its chest bore a splash of yellow, and in each hand, it held a rose of contrasting colors. This was the Poison Rose, a thorn sprite capable of wielding different toxins from either hand, its aroma invigorating as it danced gracefully, conjuring a flurry of leaves that cascaded like snowflakes, an exquisite sight infused with lethal potential. This skill, aptly named Petal Blizzard, spiraled around Electabuzz's electrified fist, resembling a flurry of sharp blades, mercilessly slicing through its arm. "What a beautiful counterattack!" exclaimed a silver-haired youth who followed closely behind, keenly observing the battle between the 2 sprites. "Cang Ling, slow down," a dissatisfied voice called from behind him. A pink-haired girl struggled to keep pace with the swiftly darting Cang Ling, navigating the twisted roots of the trees. Accompanying her was a small, dark blue sprite, agilely maneuvering through the forest, seemingly dedicated to ensuring her safety. The man and woman in question are, of course, Cang Ling and Lian Ling. They had set off 3 days prior towards the city of Zhuqing, but regrettably, they became lost in this forest, which, unfortunately, is not marked on the map. With no clear path ahead, the two could only navigate through the wilderness, during which Cang Ling began to train his recently captured Electabuzz. Thanks to Cang Ling's own prowess, the Electabuzz showed remarkable improvement in strength. 2 days ago, a poison rose intruded upon their campsite, stealing their provisions. Since then, Cang Ling had been directing Lucario to track the elusive poison rose using its aura. Just half an hour ago, they finally encountered it. "Use Fire Punch." As the petals began to entangle around his arm, Electabuzz promptly obeyed Cang Ling's command, retracting its electrical power and igniting a blazing flame instead. The intense heat from the flames caused the surrounding leaves to wither and turn yellow. This skill was a hereditary one for Electabuzz, and under Cang Ling's guidance, it quickly mastered this technique, which paralleled the theory behind Thunder Punch, achieving nearly equivalent power. With a gentle shake of its right fist, Electabuzz scattered the withered leaves, and then launched a fierce blow towards the poison rose with its fiery fist. What should have been a decisive hit one that was certain to connect, instead struck nothing but air, as the poison rose transformed into a pile of yellow leaves upon impact. Electabuzz gazed at the diminishing flames on its fist, bewildered by the cascade of falling leaves. Could it be that it had grown so strong that a single punch had felled the poison rose? Alas, it was merely a decoy. This scene was witnessed by Cang Ling, who had hurried from behind. After a brief moment of astonishment, he discerned the ruse of the poison rose and smiled wryly. Darn it, it got away. Stop dawdling there. The poison rose is at the 9 o'clock position. Hurry up. Lucario's voice resonated through the aura, reaching both Electabuzz and Cang Ling's ears. Recovering from its stupor, Electabuzz, though slightly miffed at being called a calf by Lucario, moved its legs in pursuit of the indicated direction. Lianling, wait for me over there. Cang Ling called out as he followed the path Electabuzz had taken. Lucario, stay close to Lianling and protect her. This time, Electabuzz and I should be sufficient. On the road to Zhuqing. Hey, kid, you asked for my name, but aren't you going to tell me yours? Myra inquired, gazing at the motionless Han Shang sprawled on the grass like a lifeless pig. Don't you already know my name? Han Shang relished the softness of the grass, savoring the relaxation it provided. I only know your nickname, not your true name, Myra replied, adjusting his somewhat disheveled hair from the journey. My name is Haimo Han Shang. Han Shang answered without even opening his eyes. As Myra and Han Shang engaged in conversation, a disheveled figure stumbled past them, reeking of alcohol and tobacco. This youth, seemingly of a similar age to Han Shang, sported a messy head of gray hair, a scruffy beard, and deep dark circles under his eyes. He donned a gray coat that appeared to have evaded washing for an eternity, with a cigarette dangling from his right hand and a flask clutched in his left. It was hard to fathom that a boy of approximately 13 years could indulge in both smoking and drinking. As the boy passed by Han Shang and Myra, he paused momentarily, casting a bleary-eyed glance their way, punctuated by a drunken belch. He took a blissful drag from his cigarette, exhaling wisps of smoke, and remarked to Myra, in my day, I also aspired to dye my hair this color and adopt such a hairstyle, truly ahead of its time. This lad seemed to embody the trifecta of indulgence, smoking, drinking, and hair dyeing. The arrival of such a curious character piqued Han Shang's interest, prompting him to open his eyes and ponder, this fellow is rather intriguing. What Han Shang perceived was merely the boy's unkempt exterior and the aura of his vices. In contrast, Myra discerned something deeper. He found it perplexing that he could not gauge the boy's true strength. Could it be that this youth possessed abilities on par with his own? After taking another drag from his cigarette, the gray-haired boy lifted his flask once more. Taking a hearty swig, his visage reeking of liquor, with no indication of how much he had consumed. It was remarkable that he remained upright in such a state. Both Han Shang and Myra silently acknowledged, their thoughts synchronously aligned at that moment. Both scrutinized the gray-haired youth, as if searching for hidden truths on his face. What a pair of dullards, the gray-haired boy muttered, shaking his head at Myra and Han Shang. After another sip of alcohol and a puff of smoke, he staggered towards the direction of Zhuqing City, mumbling to himself, in my heyday, I would never have been so rude as to stare at others. Not long after departing, a flicker of clarity flashed across the boy's otherwise glazed eyes, quickly obscured by his inebriation. The king is the king. Why should I concern myself with that? I'd rather listen to Miss Zhu Ling sing. As he swayed along, his gait mirrored his unsteady demeanor, painting an unmistakable picture of his state. After being chastised by such a ragged individual, Han Shang and Myra exchanged glances, both sharing a wry smile and a shake of their heads. In an unknown forest, a green figure of a toxic rose dashed swiftly through the trees. As a sprite born within this woodland, it possessed an intimate knowledge of the terrain and landscape, navigating with unparalleled familiarity. Previously, utilizing a decoy was deemed the wisest course of action, for it was acutely aware that it was no match for the electrifying creature, especially with the formidable Lucario lurking behind. Speaking of Lucario, the poison rose was consumed by rage. This detestable beast could sense her presence every time, allowing that human to pursue her relentlessly. Electroshock monster, fire punch. The searing breath surged behind the poison rose, pricking at her like a thorn. With no choice, she once again deployed her substitute technique to withstand the imminent, inescapable fire punch. As before, the decoy of the poison rose was effortlessly shattered by the fire punch, transforming into a flurry of withered yellow leaves that cascaded down, obscuring the vision of both the electroshock monster and the Tibetan antelope. From this veil of desolation, a blue rose emerged, adorned with resplendent, snow-like petals, and with fury, it struck fiercely at the electroshock monster. This blow was undoubtedly timed to perfection, yet the training the electroshock monster had undergone in recent days was no mere pretense. With remarkable speed, the electroshock monster crossed its arms in front of its chest, emanating a powerful white light. The execution of its move was swift, showing no signs of hesitation. The cross-chop, a potent fighting-type technique, was among its inherited skills. Not easily mastered, but the electroshock monster had just barely reached a level of competence to wield it. The clash between the cross-chop and the flurry of falling petals resulted in the latter's cutting power proving futile against the former, as it was effortlessly cleaved apart. And the poison rose was struck hard. At the moment of impact, the electroshock monster seized the poison rose, while its antennae, resembling plugs, emitted a copious amount of electricity. Bright yellow arcs dancing across its form with a crackling sound. Discharge. High-voltage currents surged from the electroshock monster into the poison rose, who, already drained from employing her substitute twice, succumbed to the attack, her eyes swirling as she lost her ability to move. Well done. The approaching Tibetan antelope gave a thumbs up to the electroshock monster, then produced a pokeball, its upper half camouflaged, and hurled it at the incapacitated poison rose. This was a hunting ball, a complimentary gift from a shopkeeper when the Tibetan antelope had purchased pokeballs in Huchuan town. Due to her unconscious state, the hunting ball did not even shake. The blinking red light dimmed immediately. As the Tibetan antelope captured the poison rose, an anomaly occurred with the hoot-hoot. The hoot-hoot and Lucario had been trailing the Tibetan antelope leisurely, but the treasure map nestled in her arms suddenly became hot to the touch, faintly stirring, pointing towards Zhuqing City, her next destination. What was happening? The hoot-hoot sensed something amiss with the treasure map, yet this sudden shift was as fleeting as it was unexpected, quickly settling down once more. Though this unusual time arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, it nonetheless captured the attention of others. In disparate locations, a golden-haired youth and a figure clad in the garb of a priest simultaneously cast their gazes towards the position of the protagonist. Is it the energy fluctuations of the Kidiotin princess? Murmured the golden-haired youth, his voice barely audible, failing to attract the attention of the dark-haired boy before him. Meanwhile, the priest, currently in the town of Shinzana, quickened his pace, transforming into a breeze, determined to find the Kidiotin princess this time. As night gradually descended upon the forest, the sky was devoid of stars, with only the slender crescent moon casting a faint glow. The weather tonight seemed rather ominous, with the possibility of rain looming. A campfire crackled in a small clearing, its vibrant flames illuminating the surroundings with a ruddy hue. By the fire sat two individuals, a girl with long pink hair and a boy with silver locks. Nearby, a Lucario busied itself adding wood to the flames, stoking the fire's intensity. The warmth emanating from the fire dispelled the chill of the night, imparting a sense of reassurance. The protagonist, holding a small notebook and adorned with elegant gold-rimmed glasses, hummed an unknown tune as she diligently penned her thoughts in the flickering light. Meanwhile, the character known as Cang Ling facilitated communication with the poisonous rose, inquiring about the time remaining until they could exit the forest. From the information relayed by the poisonous rose, Cang Ling realized they were nearing the forest's edge, and beyond it lay the city of Shuqing. The poisonous rose assured them they would reach Shuqing by the morrow. Cang Ling conveyed this news to the protagonist, leaning comfortably against a tree trunk. The protagonist replied without lifting her gaze, making alterations in her notebook, appearing perpetually dissatisfied. Growing weary of her writing, she looked up, her gaze penetrating the gaps between the interwoven branches above. She removed her glasses and stared into the sky in silence. The adventures in Mutsuin had inspired her to compose a new song, yet the struggle with her word choices left her somewhat vexed. What are you pondering? Cang Ling asked. What should we do upon arriving in Shuqing? No, I am contemplating how delightful it would be to see stars tonight, the protagonist replied, her eyes surveying the starless night sky, a hint of disappointment evident in her demeanor. Suddenly, a dark cloud obscured the moon, and in the absence of stars, the already dim night became even more profound. Fortunately, the campfire continued to blaze brightly, its flames providing a comforting glow. Now even the moon has vanished, the protagonist exclaimed, shaking off her melancholy as she laughed with a light-hearted glee. She removed her hairband, tucking it into her pocket, allowing her long pink tresses to cascade gracefully over her shoulders. At that moment, Cang Ling perceived that the protagonist was a rather whimsical girl. He knew she had been composing a song and was aware of her status as a singer. Was it truly the case that such stars of the entertainment realm fluctuated between joy and melancholy? The pressures of the industry must indeed be immense. Do you think I appear a bit eccentric, with my wild eyes gazing at you like stars? She inquired earnestly. Cang Ling remained silent, uncertain of how to respond to Xiao Ying. Unbothered by his lack of reply, Xiao Ying redirected her gaze to the sky, where the moon had re-emerged, accompanied by a whisper of prayer. She sincerely hoped to catch sight of the stars tonight. As the campfire crackled, Cang Ling observed Shiny Alolan, while she remained absorbed in the celestial expanse, creating a serene and harmonious atmosphere between them. "Hey, Cang Ling, would you like to join me in exploring a fun place I discovered during the day?" Shiny Alolan suggested, sensing a slight tension in the air as she withdrew her gaze. "What intriguing place?" Cang Ling asked, invigorated and devoid of fatigue, his interest piqued by her proposal. "Follow me," Shiny Alolan replied, a mysterious smile gracing her lips, teasing him with anticipation. She skipped ahead, reveling in the enchanting experience of wandering through the forest at night. A rarity due to safety concerns, Cang Ling shook his head and matched her pace, navigating the obstacles illuminated by the moonlight. Before following, he gestured to Lucario, who acknowledged with a nod. Lucario picked up the Pokeballs that Shiny Alolan had left behind, along with those of Electrode and Rosalia, and mysteriously vanished into the woods, leaving behind only the flickering campfire. In Zhuqing City, a golden-haired youth emerged from the Pokémon Center under the cloak of night. He surveyed his surroundings with vigilance as he entered a narrow alley. This golden-haired youth was Meyer, who had arrived in Zhuqing City at dusk with Han Shang, taking refuge in the accommodations provided by the Pokémon Center. Upon sensing the energy fluctuations of the Kidaoshin Ji during the day, he could no longer remain idle. Even if he feigned calmness, he understood the necessity of appearing diligent. Meyer aimed to reach the pinnacle of Zhuqing City, the television tower, where he intended to channel the power of his superior to detect the presence of Kidaoshin Ji. Though Meyer exercised great caution, he remained oblivious to the black-haired youth trailing behind him. "Here we are," Shiny Ying's voice rang out ahead. Cang Ling had not walked long in Shiny Ying's footsteps before they arrived at their destination. It was a mere 3-minute stroll from the previous campfire site, where the glow of the flames could still be seen in the distance. "Light it up," Shiny Ying exclaimed. Cang Ling retrieved a powerful flashlight from his spatial backpack, fumbling to switch it on. The brilliant beam pierced the darkness before Shiny Ying, illuminating everything in its path. The terrain here was flat, devoid of trees, and blanketed in grass. A spring bubbled forth from beneath the rocks, forming a small lake atop a hill. The overflow cascaded down the slope, creating a pristine white waterfall, accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water. It is hard to imagine that in such an unfrequented forest, there exists a place of such exquisite beauty. The tranquility here is palpable. Xianling stretches her body, her developing figure exuding a unique allure. Indeed, it is remarkably serene. Cang Ling positions the flashlight carefully, gazing intently at the scenery before him. Perhaps it is the night that imbues this place with an additional layer of mystery beyond its beauty. "Shall we dip our feet in the spring water?" Xianling suggests. After voicing her idea, she removes her small leather boots and, wearing only her socks, leaps over the flashlight, bounding out into the night. Cang Ling follows her, stepping cautiously through the autumn meadow, drawn by the sound of gurgling water until they reach the edge of the spring lake. The only light illuminating their surroundings emanates from the flashlight placed behind them, casting a silvery sheen upon the water's surface. Xianling chooses a rock to sit upon, and she catches Cang Ling curiously surveying her from head to toe. "What are you looking at?" she inquires. After a moment of hesitation, Cang Ling, tugging at his silver hair, shyly suggests, "Do you want me to turn around so you can take off your socks?" Xianling responds with a playful grimace, unhesitatingly removing her socks to reveal her pristine feet. Standing barefoot, she seems to radiate a fresh fragrance that quietly seeps into Cang Ling's heart. This girl appears to regard him as no stranger, unabashedly showcasing her charm. In the stillness of night, by the tranquil spring, stands a barefoot girl and a silver-haired boy. "It's chilly. You have to be brave," Xianling exclaims. "As someone who sweeps the shrine every day in winter, how difficult can it be to soak my feet in cold water?" Cang Ling replies, settling onto a rock and removing his socks. They exchange glances and slowly lower their feet into the spring water. The icy sensation penetrates their skin, racing along their spines, prompting them both to shiver involuntarily. In this moment, their eyes remain locked, eager to witness the playful expressions that dance across each other's faces. Ultimately, they both strive to suppress their reactions, yet the corners of their mouths twitch in unison. "You're putting on a brave face," they simultaneously exclaim, bursting into uninhibited laughter. "After a while, it will warm up. However, if we linger too long, it will turn cold again, so we must leave soon," Xianling observes. "Do you truly sweep the shrine in winter?" she inquires. "Indeed," Cang Ling replies, crossing his arms, his eyes reflecting a nostalgic glimmer. "Back then, my father was still around." As Xianling mentioned, once the initial chill subsides, warmth gradually envelopes their feet, the blood circulating to provide a comforting sensation. By the way, how did you end up in Miyu Town? He engages in casual conversation. Miyu Town? Xianling glances at Cang Ling, a shy smile gracing her lips. I have a penchant for adventure, she admits. My journey to Miyu Town was merely inspired by a rumor. I see, Cang Ling nods thoughtfully, as if pecking at grain. In truth, after becoming a singer, the time that belongs to oneself has dwindled significantly. Su Ling playfully stuck out her tongue and smiled, declaring that this time she would indulge in unrestrained joy. Her smile seemed to infect Cang Ling, who also smiled faintly, as if sharing in the happiness of the girl before him. What are you laughing at? Su Ling's eyes seemed sharp. I'm not. Cang Ling stifled his laughter, his cheeks flushing, fortunate that the night was dark. Why are you blushing? Su Ling pressed further. I'm not blushing. Cang Ling exclaimed loudly. I'm just teasing you. It's so dark that I can't see you. Su Ling laughed again, and it seemed that her smiles multiplied in Cang Ling's company. It was then that Cang Ling realized his own nervousness. The flashlight beam was shining from behind him, and Su Ling hadn't even glanced at him with her peripheral vision. So, do you regret it now? Cang Ling attempted to shift the subject. Regret? Regret what? Su Ling replied. I have known since childhood that being a star is not as glamorous as it appears. My elders even opposed my desire to become a star at one point. Then why? Cang Ling's words were cut off by Su Ling's next statement. Because it's my dream, she said, her gaze filled with longing. Dream? Cang Ling paused momentarily. The concept of dreams felt overwhelmingly heavy, slowing his heartbeat. Today is my birthday. After a brief silence, Su Ling casually mentioned, but her voice was as soft as a whisper, easily overlooked. Happy birthday, Cang Ling blurted out, then froze, completely unprepared for this revelation. Suddenly, he felt flustered, the abruptness rendering his mind a blank slate, unsure why he was in such a tizzy. Aside from the terse birthday wish, he found himself unable to articulate anything else. Noted, Su Ling replied nonchalantly, lacking any joy typically associated with birthdays. Cang Ling had once queued for an entire morning to buy a signed photo of Xiao Ying for her birthday, and the return was her cheerful smile and a polite thank you, which had satisfied him. After all, she was his childhood friend. He had never thought to inquire about Su Ling's birthday. Even if he did, why would he give her a gift? They were still unfamiliar with each other, and there seemed to be no reason. Moreover, any gift he could offer would pale in comparison to the extravagant items she likely received, given her status as a star. You know, I've never understood, Su Ling said, playfully kicking at the chilly water, the crystalline droplets dancing at her toes while her thoughts drifted freely. What is so great about birthdays? It merely reminds you that you've grown a year older, burdened with more worries. Then why do you share your birthday with me? Cang Ling remarked, thinking Su Ling was presenting a rather peculiar argument. Well, you make a fair point. She shifted her tone and burst into laughter. I think this way because I'm rather strange. What is strange about you? The Tibetan antelope grew increasingly intrigued by the thoughts of the young girl before him, stirring within him a desire to delve deeper into her mind. I won't tell you. Yuling stretched languidly, then, as if summarizing her thoughts, remarked, girls like me are often described as whimsical witches. Perhaps no one would care for me. Humph. The Tibetan antelope puffed out his chest. If a witch has a slender waist and long legs, then we are all heroes. Who would dare to lag behind? Yuling paused, assessing him from head to toe. You can't possibly be referring to yourself, can you? Tibetan antelope, come on. If someone knocks you down, don't you dare cry. A gentleman's word. He suddenly bellowed, a nerve in him firing unexpectedly. This proclamation, unfiltered by thought, erupted from his lips with thunderous fervor, exuding an air of authority. Yuling was taken aback, compelled to respond. A promise is hard to retract. I suddenly find you quite amusing, Baishir Zangling, she said, her eyes fixed intently upon him, sparkling like stars in the night sky. I am not amusing at all, he retorted, feeling as though he had stepped outside of his usual self. Now, he could only conceal his inner turmoil in the shadows behind him. In Xiao City, at the television tower, the subtle sound of metal clashing resonated against the tower structure. If it were daytime, one would surely see a figure, agile as a cheetah, leaping upon the tower, ascending step by step toward the summit. Bathed in a faint purple glow, the figure's golden braided hair stood out prominently. With a powerful push, he vaulted to the top of the television tower, landing gracefully. At that moment, he resembled a cat in its elegance. His slender frame exhibited an astonishing sense of balance, managing to remain steady atop the tower's pinnacle. He was Myrtaunos, who bore another identity as one of the 8 heroes, known as the Beast of the Wilds. Xiao City was indeed worthy of being the premier city of Sinnoh. Standing at the pinnacle of the television tower, Myr beheld the entirety of Xiao City's nocturnal splendor. It was a breathtaking sight. The twinkling lights resembled decorative jewels adorning the city, casting it in a fairy tale glow against the backdrop of night. Although entranced by the cityscape, Meyer quickly centered his thoughts, acutely aware of the purpose of his visit to the tower. Now, let me attune to the surroundings, he whispered, closing his eyes as the purple luminescence around him extended outward, as if seeking something elusive. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. His eyes flew open to witness a faint green blade of energy surging toward him, concealed by the night, and before he could react, it was nearly upon him. With no choice, Meyer raised his hand to deflect the energy blade. Though he managed to block it, the blade's sharpness caught him off guard, slicing through his protective glow and leaving a deep gash on his right arm, exposing bone beneath. The blade of intent was palpable, and Meyer's right arm hung limply, crimson blood gushing forth. Without a moment's hesitation, Meyer leapt from the pinnacle of the television tower. He was no fool, and standing in such a conspicuous position would only render him a target, inviting unnecessary blows. Observing the relentless flow of blood from his arm, Meyer gritted his teeth, fully aware that this night was destined to be far from tranquil. By the lakeside, Cang Ling leaned back, tilting her head skyward, dangerously close to toppling into the water below. "Hey, Cang Ling, don't you dare pull me back. If I fall, I want to save you." "I can't swim," she exclaimed. "There isn't a single star in the sky." Cang Ling pouted. "Stars." Cang Ling found himself bemused. This lovely maiden was still fretting over the absence of stars. "Yes, I want to see stars. Today is my birthday, yet even this small wish remains unfulfilled," Cang Ling complained. This was a birthday that marked her passage into another year of life, and to celebrate it in such a lackluster manner felt rather hasty. Cang Ling was left speechless. He realized he could not fathom the thoughts of the girl before him. At 13, he possessed a pristine canvas of life, yet only a thread's depth of understanding. "Have you heard of the abyss?" Cang Ling inquired, her gaze fixed on the small waterfall cascading before them. "It's said that in the ocean, there exists a place where the seabed vanishes, and the waters there transform into an immense waterfall, plummeting thousands of miles. Should one fall into it, they would never reach the bottom, perishing in the descent. Their voice, light as a wisp, would rise like smoke, guided by the stars back home. However, to witness such a sight would surely make one's life worthwhile," Cang Ling mused. Her whimsical thoughts often left Cang Ling struggling to keep pace. "If only I could see it one day," she added wistfully. Cang Ling stared blankly. If his mind were a computer, it would have rebooted countless times by now. All right. I was only joking," Cang Ling said, noticing Cang Ling's expression. She shrugged. "My life is still long. How could I possibly perish just to behold a marvel? By the way, thank you for everything you did in Muyu Town. Without you, I might never have left." Another whimsical twist in her line of reasoning. Cang Ling's logic was truly unpredictable. Cang Ling felt a flicker of emotion, lowering his gaze to his feet submerged in the spring water. So she was merely jesting. Understanding this girl's thoughts was indeed a challenge. "Don't speak as if I accomplished something remarkable. You're so clever. You can sort everything out on your own," Cang Ling replied with a smile. "Perhaps I'll need your help in the future. You can help me with something right now." Give me a birthday present," Cang Ling said nonchalantly. "A birthday always requires a gift. It gives one a sense of being valued." "I didn't prepare anything," Cang Ling stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Well, let us see how you adapt," Cang Ling said with a shrug. "In truth, I have never gifted anyone a birthday present." Cang Ling scratched his head, silently recalling that the occasion with Xiao Ying should not be counted. There must always be a first time for everything. Cang Ling smiled with her eyes narrowed. Cang Ling found himself at a loss for words in the presence of this girl, perpetually feeling passive. "All right, I want to put you in a difficult position," Cang Ling said. "Why don't you share some stories from your past? If I tell you, you must share in return. That would be fair." Cang Ling pondered. "I'll share when it's your birthday." "Deal." That night, Cang Ling lost track of time as he spoke, weaving tales from his experiences to the shrine, from the shrine to the Heart-Chi festival, and from feeling warm to feeling cold, ultimately shivering a little by the end. As he spoke, he suddenly realized he was the only one talking, uncertain whether Cang Ling was truly listening. Her gaze occasionally drifted to her phone or gazed into the infinite distance. "All right, let us go," Cang Ling remarked, glancing at her watch before putting her phone away. "Sure," Cang Ling replied, getting up and brushing off his pants. "Are you waiting for someone to call you?" Cang Ling paused, her eyes narrowing in a smile. "Yes, I'm waiting for someone to bring me a gift." "Is it a family member?" "Not a family member." "Then who are you waiting for?" "I want to tell you. You're being tsundere." "What is so tsundere about a girl waiting for a birthday gift?" Cang Ling bounced up. "I'm really waiting for someone to bring me a gift." Holding her socks, She walked ahead, softly humming an unfamiliar tune she had sung earlier. Cang Ling followed closely, the beam of her flashlight illuminating the path. Have you ever received a birthday gift? Xian Ling asked casually. I have, Cang Ling reflected, recalling that when his father was still around, he would receive small gifts on his birthdays, and occasionally friends would gift him something. Like when Xiao Ying returned the favor with a pin for a signed photo. I have never received one, Xian Ling replied. Really? Cang Ling found it hard to believe. I was quite stubborn as a child, unwilling to celebrate my birthday, thinking it would make me older. Xian Ling stood still with her hands behind her back, gazing at the sky. Later, I understood that regardless of whether you celebrate your birthday, time continues to flow. If you don't celebrate, no one will give you gifts. Deep down, you still desire gifts, but it feels too awkward to express. And your family? They naturally indulge me. I said I wouldn't celebrate, so I didn't. Only my sister stubbornly gifts me something every year. A smile returned to Xian Ling's face as she spoke of her sister. Cang Ling felt somewhat dazed at that moment. In his eyes, this girl named Xinjing Xian Ling appeared extraordinarily solitary, a frail and lonely figure. He glanced at his wristwatch. It was just past 11:59. Ushering in the new day. The matter entrusted to Lucario should be settled by now, Cang Ling murmured softly, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. This should suffice as a birthday gift, even if it was merely a whimsical thought of mine. The Tibetan antelope surveyed its surroundings, seemingly anticipating the occurrence of something extraordinary. When a faint voice whispered in its ear, it realized that Lucario was fully prepared. Huanling. The antelope called out to the leading figure. What is it? Huanling turned. A look of confusion adorning her features as she gazed at the antelope. With arms outstretched, the antelope suddenly illuminated the area with a cascade of light. It appeared as though meteoric brilliance traversed the sky, but in a reverse ascent. From a singular point in the heavens, a stunning floral explosion bloomed, showering hundreds of luminous streams that instantaneously brightened the faces of the two individuals. Fireworks! Huanling exclaimed, coming to an abrupt halt and leaping, pointing towards the sky. A continuous barrage of fireworks ascended, resembling a series of shooting stars. These were the seeds of flowers dispersing in the night. Blooming exuberantly in the darkness, purple dandelions akin to a sun, descending green hanging plants, roses intertwined in red and gold, and pristine white dahlias. Huanling had never witnessed such extravagant fireworks, transforming the night sky into a splendid floral display within mere moments. In the midst of this breathtaking spectacle, not only was Huanling entranced, but the antelope too found itself spellbound. Hadn't they agreed that only the fireflies and sweet luminescent creatures would play the role of stars? The antelope turned its head, observing Huanling's profile bathed in the glow of the fireworks, tears shimmering on her cheeks. The antelope was perplexed by her tears. Just moments ago, Huanling had waved her arms with the exuberance of a child witnessing fireworks for the first time, and now tears streamed down her face. It's beautiful, Huanling whispered. After a brief silence, the final grand firework ascended into the sky, bursting at the zenith with a symphony of colors. Deep purple, lake green, water blue, moon white, and goose yellow converged in the firmament. It's over, Huanling remarked, gazing regretfully at the fading remnants of the fireworks. Just as she lamented, a constellation of lights flickered to life in the forest, revealing the forest's fireflies and luminescent creatures, dancing joyfully among the trees, tracing luminous trails in their wake. They flew in an orderly fashion, as if guided by an adept conductor, gradually forming a string of characters in the air. Is it for me? Huanling murmured softly. Indeed. The antelope replied, its expression somewhat peculiar, as the unfolding events exceeded its expectations. The prefix was unmistakable. Could it be referring to Huanling? Who else would possess such an unusual name? Huanling playfully smacked the antelope on the forehead. Whose name is peculiar? Your name is the odd one. The antelope rubbed its forehead, grinning widely. As long as Huanling was happy, that was sufficient. How wonderful it is. No one has ever gifted me such a unique present. Huanling gazed at the dimming sky and gently expressed, Thank you, Tibetan antelope. This may be the most splendid birthday I've ever experienced. Suddenly, she smiled, tousled the antelope for playfully, and turned to leave. The antelope remained momentarily dazed, watching as her steps became as light as a fawn s. After a brief pause, it dashed after her. The Tibetan antelope danced joyfully behind the noctowl, filled with elation as it turned to the surrounding darkness, extending its arms and raising two thumbs in delight. Although the situation was somewhat unexpected, the outcome was undeniably favorable. Not far from the pond, within the forest, Lucario, Electrode, Rosalia, and Noctowl's companions, Dream Eater and Medong, concealed themselves. Hey, boss, Didn't I perform splendidly this time? Lucario, noticing the thumbs up from the Tibetan antelope, smugly wiped its nose. Well, I must admit, you've impressed me a bit this time, Dream Eater remarked, recalling its previous role in commanding the Electrike and Swablu to form letters. The fireworks, retrieved by Lucario from the Tibetan antelope's spatial backpack, were remnants from past festivities. And remarkably, not a single one malfunctioned. Of course, my ideas are top-notch, Lucario proclaimed with pride. Initially, it intended merely to gather the Electrike and Swablu to enact Tibetan Antelope's vision of them portraying stars. However, upon hearing the news of Noctowl's birthday, it seized the opportunity to alter the plan entirely, crafting a delightful scene. In Celebration City, Mars sprinted with his grievously injured body, accompanied by a purple figure, his most trusted partner, the cool cat. Countless green-tinted blades of wind surged towards Mire from behind. The cool cat leapt to shield its master, but was swiftly felled by several wind blades, unable to rise again. Gasp! Countless colorless wind blades swept over Mire, slicing through the garments of the golden-haired youth and lacerating his skin, blood gushing forth, staining his black tuxedo. Despite attempting various evasive maneuvers, he could not shake his opponent, never even catching a glimpse of their face. He, Mire, fell, the inheritor of the beast of the 8 heroes' power, known as the god of death in the wilderness, succumbed to his wounds, his body riddled with gushing injuries. Witnessing Mire's collapse, the cool cat, also battered and bruised, roared in anguish, yet it was powerless to intervene. Immobilized by its own injuries. Can you tell me why it is you who has come to kill me? Mire, lying on the ground, displayed no hint of fear towards death. Rather, he smiled, as if he had come to understand something profound. The sound of footsteps echoed in Mire's ears, and a middle-aged man, clad as a priest, approached from the alley, his book radiating a faint glow. It is indeed you, Sorrow, Mire spoke with effort, occasionally coughing up crimson blood, his vision blurring from excessive blood loss. The priest, referred to as Sorrow, uttered not a word, silently observing the life gradually fading before him. Devoid of any compassion typical of a cleric, even though this man was a fellow member of the 8 heroes. Hey, said Jeremiah, closing his eyes and striving to articulate what might be the final words of his life. If I were to shut my eyes and be greeted by darkness, when I open them to behold this world, will it be illuminated? Shrew offered no response to Mai, instead silently turning the pages of the book in his hands, reciting what seemed to be an elegy. The chimes of dawn toll at the break of day, tranquility shattered beneath your demise. Who sings a soothing song deep within your soul? The horizon at sunset shimmers with crimson hues, and after twilight, that faint purplish glow in the sky marks the final resting place of your spirit. After this solemn tribute, Mai's breath finally ceased, forever stilled. He was oblivious to the myriad events his death would precipitate. All he desired was to rest quietly, for he was weary. In the city of Zhuqing, atop its highest point stood a figure draped in black, radiating an azure glow. This was Shrew. After ending Mai's life, he had come to the very spot where Mai had once stood, employing the power of his great serpent to sense the presence of Kita Tianji. What is happening? The azure energy gradually shifted from an outward display to a more subdued form, and Shrew opened his eyes, filled with perplexity. In his recent probing, he had detected not a trace of Kita Tianji's essence. It was as if the energy fluctuations he had sensed earlier were mere illusions. Could it be that the one possessing the map has hidden away? He pondered, noticing the book in his hands fluttering as if stirred by an unseen wind. Since this presence had eluded detection once more, the task of searching would fall to Ya and Sure. I must return to guard the headquarters. Shrew mentally reviewed the tasks ahead. With Mai's demise, that individual should no longer disregard the orders from headquarters. Ha ha ha, he chuckled. As long as I can provoke that individual into action, the other two, who share his breath, should follow suit. Shrew laughed freely and casually turned, oblivious to the altitude he occupied, disappearing into the vast azure light. In a narrow alley beneath the television tower, a black-haired youth fixated on the spot where Shrew had vanished. Only when the oppressive aura diminished did he emerge from the shadows, clutching a gem that emanated a violet glow, casting an eerie light in the darkness. At the headquarters of the 8 heroes, the death of Mai resonated with the others of the group. He stepped out of the headquarters, gazing into the unknown distance of the Sinnoh region. A fascinating fellow has perished. Perhaps solitude awaits me in the future. His tone carried a hint of regret, yet was swiftly overtaken by a surge of madness. But perhaps this is for the best. Now those individuals will have to stir. This time, let this ignorant world feel the pain. And let the overture of the 8 heroes commence. At the shores of Curtain City in the Sinnoh region, on the desolate beach of night, Where one would expect no silhouettes, two figures stood in silence, their eyes reflecting boundless sorrow. Can you feel it? A voice, seemingly feminine, broke the stillness. Naturally. One of our companions has departed, replied the figure known as Geralt, her tone tinged with a hint of pain and regret. Was it true that the arrival of the kamikaze princess heralded not rebirth, but the ruin of the 8 heroes? Do not dwell on it. We failed to act last time, inciting the wrath of Sorero. Perhaps it would be prudent to take action this time, suggested the voice. No, we must remain discreet. The 3 sovereigns have yet to make their intentions known, Geralt responded with composure. Let us not forget, the one who perished was a beast, his brother. The feminine voice emphasized a crucial fact, implying that inaction could lead to an awkward predicament. In a luxurious villa situated in an undisclosed location, a youth clad in pajamas, his face devoid of any trace of sleep, anxiously fumbled with his phone, yet the dialed number perpetually remained out of service. Geralt, answer the phone. Frustrated after yet another unsuccessful attempt, the boy hurled the device to the ground, irritated by the absence of his companion. The phone spun on the plush carpet. Perhaps due to the carpet's texture or the device's own sturdiness, it emerged unscathed. Suddenly, the phone rang, the caller ID displaying the word sister. Hello, I call a sister. The boy exclaimed, swiftly retrieving the phone and connecting the call, as if he had found his anchor, his demeanor calming instantly. Crosso, you sense it, don't you? Came a languid voice from the other end, as if its owner had just awakened. Yes, Myra's dead, in some location to the east, Crosso replied gravely, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. As a brother who cherished his sibling, Geralt's bond with Myra was profound. Typically, Geralt would readily defend Myra in times of trouble, yet this time, Myra had perished. Continue to contact Geralt, and do your utmost to manage his emotions. We must prevent him from acting irrationally, Ikalu instructed from the other end, her tone now laced with a hint of menace. I intend to confront Sorero and ascertain how he could suffer such a loss of a top-tier cadre. Understood, Crosso affirmed with a nod, as wisps of purple flames flickered around him, alluring yet ominous. In the region of Silver Mountain's peak, a plain tent stood resolutely against the backdrop of the snow-covered summit, where the frigid air allowed for a breathtaking view of countless stars. The stars twinkled in the night sky, winking down softly, casting a delicate glow upon the scene. In the tent, a young man with white hair lay in quiet slumber, though his brow was furrowed, as if tormented by a disturbing dream. Suddenly, he jolted awake, cold sweat soaking through his garments. He had experienced a nightmare, envisioning his younger brother lying in a pool of blood, helpless to intervene. The young man pressed his hand against his aching forehead and reached for the lighting apparatus within the tent, flooding the space with the harsh glow of a bulb. What is happening? How could I have such a dream? He gazed at his hands in a daze, struggling to shake off the remnants of sleep. Given the nature of his nightmare, slumber was a distant prospect. He felt an unsettling premonition that his nightmare might manifest into reality. The power of the serpent that he bore within him possessed a modicum of foresight. He unzipped the tent and looked up at the star-studded sky, his anxious eyes searching for something among the celestial bodies. Eventually, he spotted a cluster of stars arranged in a circular formation. 8 stars shone in various hues. Yet only 7 remained visible in the night sky. One had dimmed, leaving behind a faint violet glow. Is this truly the case? A bitter smile spread across his face as he slumped down in the snow atop Silver Mountain, oblivious to the surrounding chill. Tears glimmered in his eyes, momentarily dispelling the bitterness of his smile, replaced by a fierce hatred. Myra, rest well. Whoever caused you harm shall pay dearly. A cold wind swept across the towering peaks of Silver Mountain, heralding a sleepless night for these individuals. The death of Myra was propelling events toward the anticipated upheaval envisioned by Shero. A significant transformation for the 8 heroes was on the horizon. As dawn broke, the call of the doorbird echoed through the forests of the Shinao region. From the underbrush along the path of the True Blessing Avenue, a silver-haired youth emerged, his first gaze directed toward the resplendent sun hanging in the sky. Ah, this feeling is so comforting. He basked in the sunlight until warmth enveloped him completely. Hey, Zangling, are you coming or not? A melodious voice, akin to that of a warbler, rang out ahead of him. The girl, who had been trailing behind Zangling, had somehow moved to the front. She stood vivaciously in the gentle sunlight, retrieving a pair of dark sunglasses and a simple sun hat from her backpack, adorning herself with these accessories. Seriously, boss, you're moving too slowly. Lucario stood beside the girl, nodding in agreement, though it remained unclear whose Pokémon he was. You, troublesome fellow. Zangling regarded Lucario with mild exasperation. Ever since the previous night, this individual had been acting in a perplexing manner, seemingly intent on adopting this pose. Hey, Cang Ling, there's a breakfast shop ahead. As Cang Ling pondered over these thoughts, the girl had already taken a few steps ahead with Lucario, stopping in front of a quaint eatery. Fortunately, the distance was not far, and Cang Ling quickened her pace, soon keeping up with Xianling. Hello, do you have any food here? Cang Ling inquired of the attendant, who was tidying up. Xianling did not order food first, but waited for Cang Ling to arrive. The attendant vaguely struck Cang Ling as familiar, yet his face was obscured by a cap, rendering identification impossible. Oh, it's you again, Baisher Cang Ling. The attendant lifted his head, revealing a face that Cang Ling recognized all too well. You are. Cang Ling's tone was tinged with astonishment and delight, indicating that the person before her was indeed a friend. In the Steel City, a black-haired youth stumbled through the streets, following the main road before turning into a secluded alley. This alley, like many others, was a place cluttered with debris, filled with a pungent aroma, and inhabited by some toxic small Pokémon such as Stunky and Skuntank. 1, 2, 3. The black-haired boy had been silently counting since he entered the alley, the significance of the numbers remaining a mystery. Indeed, he was the one who had fled Jiqing City overnight, Han Shang, clutching a piece of jade that emitted a faint purple glow. It was something he had seen Meyer intentionally drop, meant for him to pick up. Due to a sleepless night and the arduous journey, he felt dizzy and his legs trembled. Han Shang, who suffered from severe myopia, would have likely collapsed from exhaustion had it not been for the physical training Meyer had put him through. 21, 22, 23. Upon reaching 23, he had taken exactly 23 steps in the alley. Gathering his strength, he gently tapped the wall before him. After completing this action, his eyelids began to flutter. He was utterly fatigued and longed to sleep soundly on a large bed. Just before losing consciousness, he felt as though he had sunk into a soft pillow, and then everything faded away. In an unknown region, a solitary airport stood apart from others, hosting merely a helicopter adorned with an image of a mythical 8-headed serpent, vividly depicted. Indeed, this was the Yamada no Orochi from legend, though its presence on a helicopter was perplexing. A white-haired youth occupied the cockpit, deftly manipulating controls as numbers on the helicopter's dashboard fluctuated rapidly. A sharp, insistent ringtone pierced the air from his pocket. Hello, the youth spoke in a low voice, his phone ringing with a jarring tone that most would not prefer. Hello, gal. It's been a relief to finally reach you, came a youthful voice from the other end. What's the matter, Crojuo? Garl's voice continued to resonate with a deep timbre, as if it had always been so. Are you heading to Sinnoh now? Crosso inquired from the other end of the line. You seem to lack the authority to dictate my whereabouts. Garl adjusted several switches, and under his meticulous tuning, the helicopter was primed for immediate takeoff. You are exceedingly agitated. You absolutely cannot go. Crosso perceptively noted the unrest in his friend's demeanor. Whether driven by his sister's admonitions or his own instincts, he could not allow Garl to venture to Sinnoh unimpeded. Meyer is dead. How can I remain calm? A sudden bang erupted as Crosso's words ignited Garl's pent-up fury. He roared like a lion, raising his right fist with ferocious intent, striking the helicopter's dashboard with such force that it dented under his blow. The trembling of his fist signified the turmoil within Garl's heart. Tell me, what can you possibly achieve by going to Sinnoh? Crosso calmly assessed the situation, his primary objective now being to restore Garl's composure. Setting aside whether the Sinnoh League will even acknowledge your presence, we, the 8 heroes, are not yet ready to reveal ourselves. Your actions could jeopardize our entire plan. Crosso assisted Garl in weighing the pros and cons enough. Garl pounded the dashboard again, disrupting the previously calibrated data, causing the helicopter to descend into chaos. Crosso's words were abruptly cut off by Garl's vehement interruption. I said stop talking. I'm not going to Sinnoh. I'm heading to the headquarters. Meyer died on a mission, and I need to confront that rascal Shero for answers. On the other end of the line, Crosso fell silent, taken aback by Garl's suspicions concerning the organization's inner workings. Do you believe Meyer's death is connected to Shero? Crosso lowered his voice, aware that such matters could not be overheard. It was a grave offense against the organization. It better not be. Otherwise, whether he is one of the 4 kings like me or not, I will make him pay dearly. Garl clenched his fists, speaking with malevolence. On the line, Crosso exhaled deeply. Garl, once you reach headquarters, wait for me and Sister Ikalu. We will accompany you. Understood, Garl replied, tempering his emotions as he ended the call. He glanced at the ravaged cockpit, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Looks like I need to find a new helicopter. In a small eatery by the side of True Blessing Avenue, a familiar face emerged from beneath the brim of a duckbill cap. Long time no see, Shiraishi Cang Ling. It was Takayama Akane, the very girl who had once led Cang Ling to the town of Twilight, and had also been instrumental in putting an end to its eerie tales. Sister, what happened? The kitchen seemed to have sensed some unusual commotion outside. A girl, strikingly reminiscent of Gao Shanqian, emerged from behind the curtain. Oh, it's you. Waiting by the side for Cang Ling to buy snacks, exclaimed the girl, who recognized the newcomer as Gao Shanqian Kong. Do you recognize me? Cang Ling, adorned with sunglasses and a sun hat, inquired, surprised by Kong's familiarity. It is indeed me. Cang Ling removed her sunglasses, allowing Kong to see her face clearly. Weren't you all supposed to have vanished along with me in town? Cang Ling whispered to Qianming. Who told you we had disappeared? Qianming replied, equally in a hushed tone, but then raised her voice to promote their offerings. By the way, you should order something. Our soup dumplings are absolutely exceptional. Indeed, indeed. Kong chimed in, echoing her sister's enthusiasm. Very well then. Feel free to order at your leisure, Cang Ling replied, noting Qianming's enigmatic expression, making her hesitant to pry further. Then we shall have 2 servings of soup dumplings, Qianming said, her smile radiant as she beckoned Kong to join her in the kitchen. What is going on? Cang Ling asked, looking across at Cang Ling, who sat opposite her. I have no idea, Cang Ling admitted, perplexed by the appearance of the Gaoshan sisters, who were supposed to have vanished in Muyun town. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. An infinite abyss. A boy with black hair was running desperately, pursued by several green blades of wind hurtling towards him, reminiscent of the last moments of my heir before his demise. Just as the wind blades were about to strike him, the boy suddenly leaped up from a pink bed, his eyes wide with terror, emotions of fear spilling forth. Where's this? After a prolonged moment of confusion, the black-haired boy gradually regained his composure and began to take stock of his surroundings and his own state. He found himself clad in nothing but a flimsy shirt, while his black and red jacket hung neatly on a nearby coat rack. The pink bed exuded a faint, comforting fragrance, and on the bedside table lay his black-framed glasses and a silver necklace. Ah, Alala, Hanshang, you're awake. A girl with long, brown hair tied in a ponytail, full of energy, appeared as if she had sensed the activity in the room. However, beneath her spirited exterior, her eyes reflected a hint of fatigue and concern. Sally observed Hanshang, who sniffled, indicating he might be catching a cold, his head feeling somewhat dizzy. All right, you should lie back down, Sally urged, gently pushing him back against the pillows and propping him up with a cushion while checking his forehead with her hand. The fever has subsided, she concluded, relieved after feeling his forehead, and then she took a seat on a stool beside the bed. You may not realize, but yesterday, when you arrived, Sally appeared frail and worried, her right hand unconsciously clutching Hanshang's. What had transpired? It's nothing, Sally. Hanshang wished to keep the unsettling encounter with that terrifying, priest-like figure to himself, as it was too dreadful to even contemplate resistance. He buried the incident deep within his heart. It's nothing. How could you present yourself before me in such a state? Suddenly, Sally's temper flared, her concerns tumbling out one after another. She was merely anxious, fearing that she might never see Hanshang again. Hey, Sally, I'm not so easily extinguished, Hanshang replied, a warm smile gracing his lips at her distress. He struggled slightly to place his hand atop her head, attempting to soothe her emotions. Are you hungry? Sally, realizing her own demeanor, felt her cheeks flush, deftly changing the subject. What would you like to eat? Porridge. All right, I'll prepare it for you. Reluctantly, Sally released Hanshang's hand and exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. As he watched Sally leave, a complex expression crossed Hanshang's face. His gaze fell upon the right pocket of his coat, where a piece of purple jade lay concealed. Sally, I may not be able to turn back. A faint purple light began to emanate from his right hand, subtly linking him to the jade. Sally hummed a cheerful tune, her hands busy as she placed the washed rice into the pot and added water. Suddenly, the landline in the living room rang. Rather than answering immediately, she completed her tasks before leisurely picking up the phone. If you have something to say, speak quickly, otherwise, I shall hang up. Her tone was markedly indifferent, devoid of the warmth she had shown Hanshang. Sally, the individual who issued the previous mission to reclaim the treasure map has released a similar task, with a reward double that of the last. A cautious voice came from the other end. Double? This fellow truly won't relent until he hits rock bottom, Sally scoffed, responding with disdain. Let Yi Qian take charge once more. This time, ensure he executes the task properly and does not falter. Understood, Sally. The voice on the line acknowledged. But should we not enlist the Black Falcon for a higher success rate? The Black Falcon was a legendary figure within the Thieves Guild, boasting a staggering 100 mission completion rate, an apex figure that many could only aspire to emulate. This mention seemed to strike a chord within Sally. She cast a complex glance towards the room where Han Shang resided, at the door that had just closed. A woman's intuition is often precise. She sensed that Han Shang was concealing something from her. Yet, she could not press further. At this moment, all she could do was choose unconditional trust. No need for the Black Falcon. He is currently occupied with another mission, Sally replied. Moreover, entrusting this matter to He Qian is sufficient. It also provides him with a chance for redemption. Understood, Sister Sally. I shall notify them immediately. On the other end of the line. It seemed that the caller sensed Sally's unusual emotions. After a brief acknowledgement, they hastily ended the call. Sally's complex expression was evident. As she gazed at her phone with a hint of indecision, her fingers wavering over the dial pad. After much contemplation, she dialed a number. Hello. Please investigate the recent significant events in Zhuxing City, and do so swiftly. It was unclear who was on the other end, but they promptly agreed, exhibiting a decisive and succinct demeanor. Zhuxing City, at the Elfin Center. Miss Joy, could you assist in treating the conditions of these Pokémon? Ling placed the Pokeballs onto the counter's tray and, without further ado, sought a quiet corner to settle down. With Ling and Holing's deliberate pace, they finally arrived in Zhuxing City before dusk, although surprised by the unexpected presence of the sisters, who were thought to have vanished. Ling refrained from inquiring further upon noticing their taciturn expressions. After finishing breakfast, they departed. On the streets of Zhuxing City, Ling perused information on his laptop, and a pinned post caught his attention. The victim depicted in the accompanying image was a young man with golden hair, his body marred by elongated wounds inflicted by sharp attacks, lying silently on the street. What is happening? How could such a thing occur in Zhuxing City? Is it not dangerous to venture outside? Don't make a fuss. Such incidents occur daily in Kent City, often numbering in the dozens, came the retort from above. That's quite the joke. Kent City is notorious in the Sinnoh region for its crime rates. If there aren't dozens of such occurrences every day, it wouldn't qualify as a crime-ridden city. The comments beneath the news were rife with discussion. Many seemed to join in merely for the spectacle. Some expressed their opinions on the matter, while others displayed indifference, with many articulating their fears. TSK, how amusing these people are, Ling mused as he observed the commentary. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the photograph of the golden-haired youth. The nature of those wounds did not seem consistent with those inflicted by a blade. What are you looking at? A delicate face appeared beside Ling, her eyes sparkling with mild annoyance. Nothing. Ling, fully aware of the visitor's identity, shut his laptop. He felt it inappropriate for a girl to see such things, and he subtly distanced himself from Holing. It must be something peculiar, she retorted. Ling acted swiftly, ensuring Holing did not glimpse the information he had been browsing. Just some oddities. Ling grabbed his backpack, casually slinging it over his shoulder as he connected with his family. Yes, I just finished a call with my sister. Mentioning his sister brought a sweet smile to Holing's face. She casually retrieved a Pock egg from her backpack. Here, this is a birthday gift from my sister. It was a pale blue egg adorned with water-like patterns, swirling around it in intricate, mysterious designs. However, as Xianling gazed at the Pokémon egg, a sense of distress washed over her. I am not fond of this color, she declared. Why not give it to you? Ling? With a casual flick, she tossed the egg toward Ling, as if it were not a fragile object. Ling quickly reached out to catch the egg, inspecting it thoroughly before returning it to Xianling. I do not take advantage of others. You should keep this Pokémon egg. Buy shirt Ling. Xianling did not extend her hand to accept the Pokeball that Ling offered, instead looking intently at him. You must remember, you are now my bodyguard. As your employer, I command you to accept this Pokémon egg. All right, I shall accept it, Ling acquiesced reluctantly, observing the determined expression on Xuanling's face that suggested she would become quite upset if he refused. He took the egg, all the while contemplating how he might return it to her discreetly. In the city of Qifeng, a figure clad in black, Cynthia, hurried into the temple under the respectful nods of the guardians. After navigating a few turns, she was met by an elderly woman who awaited her arrival. This woman was none other than the current head of the temple, Kalasina. Grandmother, Cynthia greeted respectfully, despite her urgency. Kalasina acknowledged with a nod, then spoke. I am already aware of your purpose for coming. Then how shall we proceed with this matter? Cynthia hesitated, revealing a rare moment of uncertainty for the champion of the Sinnoh Elite Four. You must already have a plan in mind, Kalasina observed, seemingly perceiving Cynthia's hesitation. Pursue your intentions. The temple will continue to support you. With Kalasina's assurance, Cynthia breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she could not embark solely on a mission for the League without considering the affairs of the temple, for she was also a part of that lineage. By the way, did you meet that little girl, Xianling, in Shenzhen town? Kalasina inquired, noting the confident glimmer in Cynthia's eyes. No, but I did manage to call her and send her a birthday gift, Cynthia replied, a hint of irritation creeping into her tone. That little girl knew I was sending her a gift, yet she turned off her phone on her birthday and only called me back recently. You mischievous girl. Always playing coy, Kalasina feigned sternness. That child only accepts gifts from you. She refuses anything from the rest of us. Grandmother, Cynthia playfully protested, her demeanor reflecting that of a doting daughter. As nightfall cloaked the skies of Zhuxing City, Ling and Xianling found themselves without a room at the Pokémon Center and thus resorted to casually seeking a nearby inn. Once Lucario and the others completed their treatment, Ling and Xianling set off toward the inn they had chosen. The name of this inn may seem somewhat trite, yet it exudes a comforting aura. It is called Peaceful Inn. As the evening wore on, the two individuals ceased their conversation and retreated to their respective rooms. The fate of the mysterious Pokémon egg remained uncertain. Lucario fiddled with the egg adorned with delicate blue patterns, as it had a penchant for exploring new objects. Do not meddle with that egg, cautioned Cang Ling, who was clad in a thin shirt, drying his damp hair with a towel after his recent shower. The egg had been placed on the coffee table in their room. Humph. Lucario scoffed, rolling its eyes as it deftly returned the egg to its glass incubator. You make it sound as though I am a perpetual troublemaker. Isn't that the truth? Cang Ling replied, his gaze fixed downward, his voice unhesitating. Lucario's propensity for mischief was well supported by countless past incidents. Lucario fell silent, merely observing Cang Ling with a look that conveyed an acknowledgement of his reasoning. Last night, I helped you set off fireworks, Lucario muttered. What did you say? Cang Ling inquired, as he failed to catch Lucario's quiet mumbling. Nothing, Lucario began to respond, but was interrupted as a surge of aura energy stirred within him, and a malevolent presence infiltrated his senses. The night in Zhuxing City remained brightly illuminated. Countless lights twinkling like stars in the sky. Two shadowy figures cloaked in black stood quietly in a narrow alley not far from the Pokémon Center. One of them, wearing a pair of black night vision goggles, was scrutinizing the establishment intently. Is this the place? The unmasked figure spoke, his voice raspy and uncomfortable, seemingly affectedly so. According to the intel, this is indeed the location, replied the one with the night vision goggles, who was none other than He Qian, one of the notorious seven thieves, previously engaged in a confrontation with Cang Ling. Then I shall send my Jengar in to scout ahead. The man fiddled with a Pokeball hanging from his waist. As the ball opened, a purple shadow slipped into the darkness, seamlessly infiltrating the Pokémon Center. Ah, truly remarkable. Jengar's stealth methods are unparalleled. Few can mimic such finesse, He Qian praised as he watched the ghostly figure vanish without a trace. Enough already, old man. Could you keep it down while we are on a mission? The individual known as Yume expressed irritation at He Qian's incessant chatter. Today's youth lacked charm, it seems. He Qian thought, unable to muster any annoyance towards Yume, who stood alongside him as one of the seven thieves, second only to the notorious He Xiao in mission completion rates. At your age, you already exhibit such a penchant for nagging. I wonder what you will be like in the future, Yume remarked, his tone tinged with exasperation. Hey, Yume, you've gone too far, He Qian remarked, his expression reflecting his displeasure. A faint smile appeared on Yume's face, devoid of emotion. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the darkness, revealing the Gingue dispatched earlier by Yume, who began to gesture towards him. Are you saying you have located the target? Yume's tone slightly wavered as he deciphered the information from Gingue's movements. Then I would appreciate your assistance in keeping watch, my friend. Clad in a black trench coat, Yume blended seamlessly into the night, signaling for Gingue to lead the way, while he followed cautiously, enveloped in shadows. Not so fast, you two. A sharp voice echoed from above, as a silver-haired youth stood atop the roof of a building, gazing down at them. Just then, a yellow figure burst forth from an obscure corner, brandishing fists crackling with bright yellow electricity, aiming for Yume's concealed form. This silver-haired youth was Cang Ling, who had previously alerted the resident of the adjacent house, Xianling, upon sensing a malevolent presence through Lucario's aura, and subsequently tracked the source of the malicious energy. Bang! The electric punch from the electrode failed to intercept Yume, instead crashing against the concrete wall of the alley, mercifully with little force, leaving the wall unscathed. Uncle, this one's yours. Yume vanished into the darkness of the alley like a child of the night, moving so swiftly that even Lucario could not perceive him through his aura. Of course, I have a score to settle with this fellow, He Qian declared, gesturing as a dark gray figure leapt from behind him. It was a large hound, its gleaming white fangs radiating an icy blue light, causing the temperature of the alley to drop noticeably. This was the Ice-type move, Ice Fang. TSK, he got away? Cang Ling observed, realizing Yu Mei had evaded capture, and quickly commanded the electrode, dodge the attack. Electrode. The electrode understood and leaped onto one wall of the alley, then propelled itself across to the opposite wall, aiming for the rooftop. As a humanoid-like sprite, it exhibited far greater agility than the hound. The ice fang strike from the hound missed effortlessly, and He Qian remained composed, raising his right hand to his lips and whistling a sharp, clear note. In response to the resounding whistle, a purple streak of light cut through the night, targeting the electrode, which was about to leap onto the rooftop. This purple figure was none other than one of He Qian's Pokémon, the Crobat, with whom Cang Ling had previously crossed paths. The cross-shaped bat was released by He Qian early in the morning, patrolling the skies with vigilant alertness. Thus, upon hearing He Qian's whistle, it was able to swiftly launch an aerial assault. The bat's forewings gleamed with a mesmerizing purple light, a hue that signified poison. The name of the skill, Cross Poison, involuntarily surfaced in the mind of the antelope-hearted creature. At that moment, the electric creature had just delivered its final kick. Suspended in midair, an imminent threat. While He Qian sailed smoothly, the specter known as Yu Mei found himself in a more precarious situation, encountering a formidable adversary. A gray-haired youth dressed in a tattered gray coat unexpectedly emerged, fortuitously obstructing his path. This youth sported an unkempt mop of hair that appeared neglected for quite some time. His eyes marked by deep dark circles. With a cigarette in his left hand and a flask of liquor in his right, he exuded an air of reckless indulgence. The gray-haired youth took a hearty swig from the flask, belched, and smacked his lips as if savoring the taste. What sort of person are you? Yu Mei observed the youth with caution, his instincts warning him that this encounter was not mere coincidence. Despite the youth's disheveled appearance, a latent aura of danger emanated from him. The gray-haired youth did not immediately respond to Yu Mei's inquiry. Instead, he took a leisurely drag from his cigarette. I thought you were someone important. But it seems you were just a pretender. The youth's words seemed to unveil a truth, causing Yu Mei to fall silent after uttering a single word. Hey, I claim this road. Passage is denied. The gray-haired youth defiantly sat down on the ground, nonchalantly pulling out an array of food from his spatial backpack, clearly intent on indulging in a feast right there. It's easy enough to make me retreat. Just state your name. Yu Mei, somewhat unconvinced, pressed for the youth's identity. I am Su Yuchi Feng, and my name shall remain unchanged. The gray-haired youth mumbled around a pickled chicken leg. Very well, I shall remember you. With that, Yu Mei's figure faded into the shadows, as if he had never been there at all. In the sky, the cross-shaped bat flapped its razor-like wings, targeting the electric creature suspended in midair. The creature had no means of defense and could only watch helplessly as the bat drew nearer. Just as the bat was about to strike, a series of slicing sounds filled the air. Several green leaves, imbued with a magical glow, hurtled through the air. These leaves fortuitously aligned in front of the electric creature, effectively obstructing the bat's assault and skillfully averting an awkward predicament. A diminutive green sprite, each hand cradling a rose, had inconspicuously taken its place beside the Tibetan antelope. A faint luminescence shimmered from its palms, revealing that the recent magical leaves had indeed originated from this poisonous rose's grasp. The cunning maneuver of the cross-shaped bat, long in the making, was deftly thwarted by the enchanted leaves. Not one to be outsmarted, the sprite promptly flapped its wings, elevating itself to maintain its advantageous altitude. However, the cross-shaped bat appeared to have overlooked the innate characteristic of the magical leaves. They were unerringly precise. Those leaves, now far afield, returned with greater swiftness under some mysterious force. Meanwhile, in the alley, Igarashi, He Qian, and the great wolfhound had stealthily ascended to the rooftop without the Tibetan antelope's notice. With a commanding roar, Igarashi issued a directive for the wolfhound to counter the impending assault on the cross-shaped bat. A woo! The wolfhound's resounding howl transformed into sound waves, successfully dislodging the magical leaves aimed at the bat. Ugh, uncle, you remain as troublesome as ever. The Tibetan antelope grumbled, discontented that the leaves had not struck the bat as desired. Why do you persist in sabotaging my endeavors? Igarashi echoed his own irritation at the antelope's remarks. Oh, about that, the antelope said, ruffling its silvery hair. The girl you wish to claim is now my employer. At the mention of the term employer, Igarashi paused, pondering whether this youth was a fellow practitioner. She hired me as her bodyguard. I cannot simply stand by and watch as someone attempts to take what is hers. With a gesture of exasperation, the antelope expressed its own helplessness. And for the record, uncle, is it truly necessary to resort to violence against such a young girl? Humph! What would you know, you brash youngling? Igarashi scowled, recognizing the obstacle that lay ahead. You seem determined. Enough with the chatter, let us engage in a proper battle. It has been ages since I faced an opponent. Since entering the Quasi-King realm, the Tibetan antelope had not had the opportunity to spar, and Igarashi's appearance was akin to a welcome pillow for a weary sleeper. Electrode, Thunder Punch. The Electrode initiated the customary Thunder Punch, its antennae entwining with erratic currents of electricity. Sand Attack. As the Electrode launched its strike upon the Tibetan antelope's command, Igarashi, albeit reluctantly, had no choice but to respond. The wolfhound casually scraped its paw against the ground, sending a flurry of sand into the air, obscuring the Electrode's vision and momentarily hesitating its Thunder Punch. A woo. Seizing the Electrode's fleeting hesitation, the wolfhound let out a howl and lunged at the Electrode, its sharp teeth crackling with bright yellow electricity, nearly indistinguishable from that which enveloped the Electrode itself. As the wolfhound pounced, it seemed that due to their shared elemental affinity, a portion of the Electrode's electric power was siphoned away, significantly diminishing its potency. Standing beside the Tibetan antelope, the Poison Rose, upon witnessing the dire predicament of the Electrode, swiftly waved her right hand adorned with the crimson rose, unleashing a flurry of purple thorns towards the mighty hound. As the Poison Rose came to the Electrode's aid, the Zubat in the sky continued its relentless pursuit, akin to a hunter, seizing the opportunity presented by the Poison Rose's momentary lapse in defense to launch a sudden assault. Bang! Bang! The sounds of their collision echoed as the Electrode and Poison Rose staggered back, having suffered a setback from which they could not recover. The seamless coordination between the opposing hound and Zubat was far beyond what these two fledgling companions could hope to overcome. Hey, where's your Riolu? He-Chien taunted the Tibetan antelope, reveling in his newfound advantage. You two are utterly weak. Without that Riolu, you stand no chance against me. Calm down, my friend. This is merely a probing attack. The real spectacle is yet to come. The Tibetan antelope remained unfazed despite the setbacks faced by the Poison Rose and Electrode. At this moment, as a trainer, it was imperative to exhibit no signs of panic. If he faltered, it would surely instill fear in his Pokémon. On the rooftop of the Pokémon Center, a shadowy figure gracefully leaped onto the surface. This was the previously retreating Mismagius, having merely circumvented the path blocked by Chi Foam. Humph, that scoundrel. I shall make him pay dearly for this. Mismagius recalled Chi Feng's shameless demeanor, feeling a pang of irritation that caused her to inadvertently reveal her feminine voice, abandoning her previously feigned rasp. Mismagius stood atop the Pokémon Center, her gaze meticulously assessing her surroundings, as if calculating her position. In her mind, she already possessed a rough map of the Pokémon Center, her objective being to reach the room where the Hoot Hoot was located as swiftly as possible. This is it. Mismagius seemed to have pinpointed her location, gesturing towards a spot not far from her. Behind her, a shadow of deep violet materialized. It was Jengar, who conjured a grayish-purple energy sphere in its hands and hurled it towards the designated point Mismagius indicated. There was no thunderous explosion as one might expect. Instead, the grayish-purple energy sphere was laced with potent poison, rapidly corroding the concrete, and, in a blink, creating a gaping hole in the rooftop of the Pokémon Center. Let us go. Just as Mismagius intended to enter through the newly created opening, a voice echoed from within the cavity created by Jengar. I'm afraid, miss. This path is blocked. A shadowy figure of black and blue surged forth from the hole, illuminated by the cold moonlight, revealing a faint silhouette. From the shadow, it was clear that it was a humanoid Pokémon, standing firmly atop the rooftop. The night breeze cooperatively stirred the forelong, braid-like appendages cascading from the back of its head, giving it an imposing air. Indeed, the words of the master ring true. There are indeed those who will traverse this path. It unfurled its joints, gripping a crystalline bone staff that emanated a soft azure glow. Bring it on. The staff pointed provocatively at Yume and her companion, Gungawei, swaying up and down in a taunting manner. Lucario. The Croso Manor, the largest estate in the entire Unova region. Croso Manor is owned by the Croso Company, a commercial titan alongside the Devon Corporation, renowned as the dual giants of the Eastern and Western hemispheres. The whirring sound of helicopter blades echoed above the Croso Manor. It was a private helicopter piloted by a youth with white hair. The young pilot exhibited commendable flying skills, landing steadily on the estate's lawn. Gale, you have finally arrived. On one side of the lawn, a boy clad in a blue casual outfit seemed to have awaited the white-haired youth's arrival. Croso Gale regarded the boy in blue with a complex expression. Butler, please inform Sister Ikaru that Gale has arrived, and also prepare us some afternoon tea. Understood, young master. A steady voice resonated from the other end of the earpiece, exuding reliability. Hey, Croso, I have no time for your afternoon tea. Croso's words echoed precisely in Gale's ears, darkening his expression as his patience frayed. At that moment, he should have been at headquarters, seeking information from Shero regarding Myers' situation and the task he had undertaken. However, a call from Croso, claiming he had new information about Meyer, had diverted him to Unova, significantly delaying his original plans. Myers' demise had shattered his usual composure. He felt like a lit firecracker, ready to explode at any moment. Do not fret, Gale. I assure you that the news will be to your satisfaction. A mysterious smile graced Croso's face as he turned away, beckoning, Come with me. I hope you do not disappoint me. Otherwise, this might be the last time I see this manor. Croso. Gale inhaled deeply, steadying his emotions, yet his words sent chills through the air, his somber demeanor starkly contrasting his usual brightness. A roadside battle in Zhuqing City, with the rules set to 11. The first to knock out the opponent's Pokémon claims victory. A mechanical referee hovered above, emitting synthesized sounds. A crowd gathered along the roadside, and in an inconspicuous spot, a girl with pink hair sat alone on a bench. Her interest piqued as she watched the unfolding battle, eager for an exhilarating contest. In the center of the arena stood an unassuming boy, clutching a red and white Pokeball. The boy raised his hand, releasing his Pokémon, Turtwig, one of the Sinnoh region's starter Pokémon. Standing opposite the young boy was another, clad in a shirt of green and yellow hues. He had a square face and a broad mouth, with a tuft of chestnut hair that defiantly spiked upwards, rendering him quite handsome. This boy with the chestnut hair had summoned his own Pokémon, a common creature in Sinnoh known as Buniri. Miss Hualing's spirits were indeed high. A gray-haired youth lurked nearby. This time, he was not drinking, yet he clutched a cigarette that he puffed on leisurely, exhaling clouds of smoke with an air of indulgence. The silver-haired boy appeared decidedly lackluster. It seemed a confrontation was imminent. From the perspective of the gray-haired youth, he observed a silver-haired boy yawning as he approached. While the two Pokémon engaged in battle, just as the duel was about to erupt, a silver-haired boy appeared at the rear of the crowd, cradling a large bucket of popcorn beside the pink-haired girl. Here's the popcorn you wanted, miss, he said, handing the warm snack to her before settling down beside her. Hey, Zangling, who do you think will win? The girl, munching on popcorn that emitted a satisfying crunch, was fixated on the unfolding battle. How should I know? I'm not familiar with the abilities of those two, Zangling replied with a hint of exasperation, having heard this question no less than 10 times that day. Then we must make a guess, she insisted, wrinkling her dainty nose in displeasure at Zangling's dismissive tone. This pink-haired girl was naturally Hualing, who had enjoyed a restful night's sleep under Zangling's protection. Zangling, however, had been quite busy the previous night. He had set his Lucario to ambush a mischievous ghost Pokémon while he orchestrated the actions of Electrode and Roserade, taking some time to deal with the troublesome Kaido before finally joining Lucario. After a fierce battle, he found himself commanding Lucario and Jengar against the ghost, only to discover their powers were nearly equal, resulting in a stalemate. It was only after seizing a fleeting opportunity that he managed to repel the ghost. As for why Zangling and Hualing found themselves watching trainers battle, it traced back to that very morning when a half-awake Zangling was forcibly dragged by Hualing to the streets of Zhuqing City in search of inspiration for her songwriting. Miss, I implore you. We've been watching battles all morning, Zangling lamented, rubbing his temples as fatigue weighed heavily upon him. He had not slept well, and now he felt increasingly drowsy, yawning repeatedly. If we keep this up, I might just lose my mind. But you're a trainer yourself. Isn't this the kind of battle you adore? Hualing retorted. Indeed, I enjoy watching battles, but what is the appeal in watching children squabble? Zangling remarked. Observing the grass-type Turtwig and the Buniri exchanging moves, a series of leaf blades and water guns being exchanged in a lackluster display that left him feeling rather despondent. As a burgeoning master of unparalleled caliber, I cannot help but yearn for more exhilarating battles to behold, thought Zangling in silent frustration. Yet, he refrained from voicing these sentiments, aware that such words might provoke displeasure in Xianling, the enchanting maiden before him, whose ire he wished to avoid at all costs. Wow, what a stunning display of attack! Xianling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she witnessed a remarkable transformation on the battlefield. The adorable large beaver unleashed a cascade of frosty breath, adorned with delicate snowflakes. An exquisite sight rare to behold under the radiant midday sun. Hey, Zangling, look, Xianling urged, her enthusiasm palpable, but suddenly she felt a gentle weight on her shoulder. A wisp of silvery hair fell into her line of sight. Zangling had leaned against her shoulder, his eyes tightly shut, breathing evenly. appearing as though he had succumbed to slumber. The faint shadows beneath his eyes spoke of a night spent without rest. Xuanling's initial intention to awaken Cang Ling waned, and instead, she tenderly placed his head upon her lap, wishing to afford him the utmost comfort in his repose. Am I being somewhat selfish by wanting to rouse him? She pondered, fully aware that the battle, once so captivating to Cang Ling, held no allure for him in this moment. The sun radiated a warm glow, enveloping them in a comforting embrace that beckoned sleep. The harsh midday light was blinding, making it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. With a sigh, Xianling struggled to carry Cang Ling to the shade of a nearby tree, leaning against the trunk as she released a breath of relief. Still not awake? Are you a pig? She mused, scrutinizing Cang Ling's tranquil face in search of any signs of feigned slumber, but to no avail. He appeared genuinely exhausted, remaining oblivious to the surrounding commotion. His eyes firmly closed, breathing steadily. Honestly, Xianling pouted, gently repositioning Cang Ling's head on her lap once more. From her pocket, she retrieved a pen and a small notebook. Just a bit more, and this song will be complete, she murmured, scribbling in her notebook while occasionally humming a melancholic tune. Twisted little town, memories tightly sealed. Filled with recollections, where the past blooms vividly, releasing fate's grasp, the clear spring of tears shed, reflects the happiness of each day. Understanding the weight of transgressions. The smile once sought by that person, once again causes me to bloom. As an ardent fan, Qifeng, a devoted follower of Xianling, stood at a distance, refraining from approaching her for an autograph, content to quietly observe the singing girl. Is this a new song by Miss Xianling? He wondered, attentively listening to the melody. Realizing that it was entirely unfamiliar, not a single note resembling any of her previous works. I must pay close attention to this, Qifeng thought, tilting his head as he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it with satisfaction and inhaling deeply before releasing a cloud of smoke. A crisp sound emanated from his pocket. Upon hearing it, Qifeng hastily rummaged through his belongings, which seemed to contain an endless assortment of items, a lighter, various brands of cigarettes. After nearly emptying his pocket, he finally retrieved the object he sought, a petite Bluetooth earbud, which he promptly placed in his ear. Hello? Qifeng inquired with a hint of confusion, his irritation evident at being interrupted while listening to Miss Yan's melodious song. It's me, came a steady voice from the other end. Oh, it's you. Qifeng seemed to recognize the caller, his brow furrowing slightly. He lifted a cigarette with his right hand, taking a deep drag and holding the smoke in his lungs for as long as possible before exhaling it. Are you smoking? The voice on the earbud carried a note of disapproval. I think you would enjoy it if you tried, bro, Qifeng replied nonchalantly, taking another puff before carelessly tossing the cigarette onto the ground. So what do you need? Can't I just call you for no reason? Can't we have a proper conversation as brothers? The tone from the earbud grew increasingly agitated. Ming ran. Don't use your condescending rhetoric meant for those superficial businessmen on me. I can't stand it. Qifeng retorted, his face contorting slightly in annoyance, resembling a stubborn child. Qifeng, mind your language. Is this how you behave as a member of the upper class? Ming Ran chastised him. As the second son of the family, Qifeng seemed unconcerned with family affairs, indulging in low-quality alcohol, peculiar cigarettes, sporting an ostentatiously styled hairdo, and pursuing so-called celebrities. Ming Ran enumerated Qifeng's shortcomings, almost as if compiling a list of his top 10 transgressions. Qifeng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the still smoldering cigarette, but he had discarded moments earlier, his thoughts a chaotic whirl. Focus on managing the family business. You could easily sponsor a multitude of stars. Ming Ran's words felt excessive. Shut that mouth of yours. You sound just like that tiresome old man. Qifeng interrupted, abruptly severing the connection. Engaging in conversation with his brother always left him feeling irritable. At that moment, Yan's soothing melody shifted, the tranquil notes seeming to soothe Qifeng's frayed emotions. You seem a bit upset. Yan's voice reached his ears after a prolonged note. Qifeng looked up, realizing he had unconsciously walked within 3 meters of Yan, who had observed his previous demeanor. Did I disturb you? He managed to muster a semblance of a smile, though it had been so long since he had genuinely smiled that he had nearly forgotten how. You didn't disturb me. It's just that you reek of smoke and alcohol, Yan remarked, wrinkling her nose slightly. Apologies, I'll step away a bit. As a devoted fan of Su Ling, Qifeng naturally knew that Su Ling harbored a strong aversion to the scent of smoke and alcohol. Could you hum that tune once more, Miss Su Ling? He requested. Stepping back a few paces, Qifeng found himself overwhelmed by a wave of restlessness, prompting him to make this somewhat audacious request to Su Ling. Upon hearing the silver-haired youth utter his name, Su Ling appeared taken aback. Indeed, I am your admirer, Qifeng affirmed. Would you mind not mentioning that I am in Sinnoh Online? After all, I did sneak away from the concert. Su Ling spoke these words with a hint of embarrassment. Her gaze lowered to the sleeping face of the Tibetan antelope beside her. Certainly, Chi Feng readily agreed, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. Engaging in conversation with Su Ling seemed to alleviate the burdens on his mind. Is this fellow your boyfriend, Miss Su Ling? Chi Feng inquired, having long harbored this question. Oh no, we merely share a professional relationship. He is currently my bodyguard, Su Ling explained, her cheeks slightly flushed. Would you like to hear the tune I hummed earlier? She added as she delicately combed through the somewhat disheveled silver locks of the Tibetan antelope. Oh dear. The antelope seemed to stir uncomfortably in its sleep, nudging its head against Su Ling's lap, prompting her to gently restrain it, and she whispered, Can't you sleep peacefully? Such poor sleeping posture, you little pig. Su Ling's attentive demeanor caught Chi Feng's eye, solidifying some of his conjectures. Ah, it must be a new song by Miss Su Ling. Chi Feng nodded in agreement. That won't do. I haven't finished writing it yet, Su Ling replied, appearing somewhat troubled. Her new song, she noted, was rather somber and not quite suitable for the sleeping Tibetan antelope to hear. Shall I hum something else? You may sing whatever you wish, Chi Feng replied, embodying the essence of a loyal listener. Then I'll just hum something casually. Clearing her throat, Su Ling began to sing softly. Wind, do not blow against the window. My dear, sleep soundly. May your dreams be filled with blossoms. In my eyes, you are the horizon. Your smile lingers in my thoughts each day. One day you will grow with the wind. Your floral attire resembles a pair of wings. Will you soar to distant lands? Growing like a flower, fragrant like a flower. Drifting like a flower blooming in all directions. Su Ling sang a lullaby with personal affection, her melodious voice wafting far and wide, as if even the sun might succumb to slumber. In Zhuqing City, a girl with braided hair weaved effortlessly through the bustling crowd, followed at a leisurely pace by a dark-haired youth. Sally, slow down a bit, the young man remarked, observing the exuberance of the braided girl, who resembled a kite set loose in the wind. Hanshang, hurry up and keep up, Sally exclaimed, her face beaming with joy as she turned to urge Hanshang onward. The man and woman, Sally and Hanshang, arrived from the Steel City with the intention of attending the regular meeting of the Thieves' Guild. Hanshang, however, harbored his own motives. He sought to utilize the guild's resources to investigate information regarding my heir. Alas, Sally inadvertently collided with a passerby, losing her footing and teetering backward. Watch out. Hanshang, who had been closely following her, swiftly supported Sally from behind, steadying her as she began to fall. Hey, girl, how dare you bump into me? Do you wish to invite trouble? A menacing voice boomed, belonging to a burly man with a face marked by brutish features. Could you speak with a bit more courtesy? Hanshang interjected, stepping in front of Sally before she could respond. He adjusted his slightly slipping black-rimmed glasses. The high temperature was unkind to those of them who wore spectacles, as sweat often caused them to slide down. Hey, Four Eyes, are you trying to be a hero? The burly man, visibly irritated, reached out to shove Hanshang, only to find his hand firmly seized by an unexpectedly assertive grip. Please step aside. You are obstructing my boss's business. A deep voice emerged, belonging to a youth who appeared to be a server, clad in a nondescript gray uniform. His disheveled dark red hair contrasted with his lackluster black eyes. Hey you. The burly man, taken aback by the youth's intervention, prepared to unleash a tirade, but soon realized that the grip on his arm tightened painfully, prompting him to cry out in distress. Get lost. The server gave a gentle shove, causing the burly man to stumble several steps, clearly off balance. Don't let me see you again. Behind the gray-clad server stood a rather dilapidated restaurant, its sign merely adorned with rudimentary wooden slats, resembling a structure on the brink of collapse. Who would ever patronize such a place? Sally murmured, surveying the restaurant's exterior. The server's name tag bore the simple word Chinyin, presumably his name. Thank you for your assistance. Hanshang expressed his gratitude to the server. It's nothing. The server replied, his expression flat and unenthusiastic. Even without my intervention, you would have managed. Time passed swiftly, and the sun had already begun to cast its final rays in the western sky, the brilliant evening glow painting the clouds in hues of crimson. Beneath the shade of a lush green tree, a young girl leaned against the trunk, peacefully asleep, a serene smile gracing her face as if she were enveloped in tranquility. Resting upon her lap was a silver-haired boy, whose eyes were also closed in slumber. At that moment, the girl, Cang Ling, stirred slightly, her fingers twitching, as if on the verge of awakening. Soon, the Tibetan antelope gradually opened its eyes. The first sight greeting it was the serene and peaceful face of a young girl in slumber, followed by the breathtaking sunset painting the sky. Ouch, my neck aches. The Tibetan antelope slowly straightened its body, joints cracking with a crisp sound as it tilted its neck to alleviate its discomfort. Not far from the shade of the tree, the spectators who had gathered to watch the duel had long dispersed, leaving only a few elderly people strolling by. This must be the most beautiful sunset in the history of Zhuqing City. Indeed, it has been a long time since I have witnessed such a splendid sunset. Today is truly fortunate. As the sounds of conversation faded into the distance, the Tibetan antelope had adjusted its state and was just about to stand when it felt something tugging at its hand. Turning around, it discovered that the slender fingers of Su Ling had somehow grasped its hand tightly, and as it stood up, it inadvertently lifted her hand as well. The Tibetan antelope gazed at Su Ling, who was holding its hand, shaking its head in mild exasperation. Su Ling, however, was not deeply asleep. With such movement, she slowly began to awaken. "You're awake." The first thing Su Ling saw upon waking was the face of the Tibetan antelope, and an inexplicable joy surged within her. I didn't mean to wake you." The Tibetan antelope ran its fingers through its silver hair, feeling a bit embarrassed. "That won't do." The young girl tilted her head, seemingly pondering something. Let me think. What should I accept as compensation for waking me up? How about you treat me to a meal? After all, it's already this late." Su Ling, unfazed, tugged at the boy's hand, disregarding his consent, and headed towards the heart of Zhuqing City. Hey. The Tibetan antelope lamented as it estimated the balance in its wallet. Although it had accepted Su Ling's employment, it had not taken a single penny from her. "Let it be deducted from your hiring fee. I can see how pained you are." Su Ling playfully made a face at the Tibetan antelope, and her steps did not falter, but rather quickened. As Su Ling led the Tibetan antelope along, she casually glanced at the tree reflecting the sunset's afterglow, where a myriad of memories seemed to linger. Time rewound to not long before, as the melody of a lullaby wafted through the air, lulling listeners into a tranquil slumber. The soothing tune resonated, and the little spirits along the path stepped into dreams with blissful expressions. Even the Tibetan antelope, known for its restless sleep, quieted down, resembling a well-behaved child. With a prolonged low note, the melody declared its conclusion. "What a beautiful tune, Miss Su Ling," Qi Feng genuinely praised, as the piece calmed his heart like the tranquil surface of the sea. "I know who you are now." Su Ling's eyes sparkled as she recognized Qi Feng, who had always seemed familiar to her. "We've met before, haven't we? You recognized me from just one encounter?" Qi Feng expressed disbelief. "Then tell me, who am I?" "You are the second son of the United Molotov family, a noble who is not truly noble." Xian Ling's observations seemed remarkably astute, momentarily causing Qi Feng to pause in contemplation. "I speak the truth, do I not, dear fan? Molotov Qi Feng, as they say. Yet, I am known as Suyu Qi Feng." Qi Feng retrieved a bottle of liquor from his backpack, savoring a sip that revealed the drink's bitter essence. He waved his hand dismissively towards Xian Ling without turning back, dismissing any connection to the Molotov family. His retreating figure conveyed a sense of solitude, as if burdened by intricate and heavy emotions that were almost suffocating. On a narrow path in Zhuqing City, the last rays of the setting sun danced along the ground, with lights illuminating either side of the street. As they navigated through the illuminated alleyways, they eventually arrived at a bustling marketplace, surrounded by numerous stalls selling an array of trinkets and snacks. Cang Ling had never visited a night market and was astonished by its lively atmosphere. Xian Ling, gripping Cang Ling's hand, ambled along the path with carefree abandon. Some vendors were packing up their stalls, seemingly preparing to close for the evening. Xian Ling appeared to revel in the experience of strolling through the market, weaving between the stalls with great enthusiasm, her curiosity piqued by each display, as if shopping were an innate gift bestowed upon women. "Miss, did you not mention that I should treat you to a meal?" Cang Ling felt like a wooden puppet, being tugged from side to side by Xian Ling. "When shall we dine?" It seemed Xian Ling did not hear his query. She had spotted a simple light blue hairpin at one of the stalls, devoid of embellishments. "Is this beautiful, Cang Ling?" Xian Ling inquired, holding the hairpin in front of him, gazing intently into his eyes as if awaiting his response. Cang Ling had contemplated shaking off Xian Ling's grasp and returning to the inn alone. Yet the anticipation reflected in her eyes compelled him to swallow the words that rose to his throat. He found himself reluctant to witness disappointment flicker across her youthful face. "It is indeed lovely," he replied, a genuine smile gracing his features, devoid of any pretense. "Wonderful." Xian Ling's affirmation ignited a spark of joy within her. She turned to negotiate the price with the vendor. Cang Ling felt a twinge of surprise at her bargaining skills, from her casual demeanor. It was evident that she had engaged in such transactions numerous times before, displaying a considerable degree of confidence. "Sir, could you possibly lower the price?" Xian Ling seemed quite enamored with the hairpin, playing with it in her hands. "Since it is my last transaction of the day, consider this a gift for you." Young lady, the vendor, clearly charmed by the lively spirit of Xian Ling, began to tidy his stall. "Thank you, kind sir." Xian Ling beamed as she affixed the hairpin in her hair, its simplicity accentuating her youthful vibrancy. "No need for thanks." The elderly man had tidied up his belongings and bid farewell to Xian Ling before departing. However, where was Cang Ling? As Xian Ling observed the figure of the man fading away, she suddenly realized that Cang Ling, who had been by her side all along, was nowhere to be found. Just as she contemplated moving towards the next stall, her steps faltered, and her gaze darted around in search of Cang Ling. Fortunately, Cang Ling had not wandered far, and she soon spotted him standing quietly behind her, gazing intently with an unusual glimmer in his eyes. "What is the matter?" Xian Ling inquired, taking 2 graceful strides to Cang Ling's side and effortlessly grasping his hand. Cang Ling did not shy away. Everything unfolded with a natural ease. "Didn't he expect me to haggle, did you?" Xian Ling, who had been lively, now appeared a tad reserved, her surprise evident. Cang Ling smiled gently. "Indeed, it was unexpected, but you are quite charming when you negotiate." Xian Ling shot him a playful glance, a smile gracing her lips as she led him towards the next stall. Before long, she spotted a small object that piqued her interest, a silver harmonica. "Hey, sir, could you lower the price a bit?" She began with her familiar opening line, her eyes sparkling like bright stars as she looked at the vendor. 3,000 alliance coins. The vendor replied, reclining comfortably in a chair without lifting his head, the price matching the one displayed. "Sir, that is not a discount at all." Xian Ling feigned distress. "Then what do you propose?" The vendor, amused, sat up to regard the intriguing young girl. "How about 2,000 alliance coins?" After a moment's contemplation, she proposed a drastically low price. Cang Ling stood quietly behind the girl, his eyes narrowed slightly. He found a unique charm in Xuan Ling's bargaining style. "Little girl, that's quite an audacious offer." The vendor's expression shifted, a hint of panic in his eyes. "This harmonica is a 16-hole half-step model. Although it's produced by the Blues Company, I must say, 2,000 coins is still too high. Its cost price is roughly 1,600 alliance coins." Xian Ling scrutinized the vendor with piercing eyes. A cold sweat broke out on the vendor's back. The girl was absolutely correct. The cost price was indeed 1,600 coins, and he had only procured 10 of such harmonicas. As he attempted to sell the last one, he encountered someone as sharp-eyed as Xian Ling. With arms crossed and confidence radiating from her demeanor, Xian Ling looked at the vendor with keen eyes, a smile playing at her lips. "Sir, the reason you set the price at 3,000 coins is merely to earn a little extra profit. My offer of 2,000 is simply to reduce your gains." "All right, I concede. 2,000 coins it is. I'll sell it." "It's settled," the vendor replied, repeating himself. At that moment, passers-by at the night market were drawn to this amusing scene, realizing that if word got out about his unscrupulous pricing, his business would surely suffer. The stall owner suddenly realized that haggling with Xian Ling was indeed an unwise choice. Cang Ling, taken aback, gaped in astonishment as he observed how Xian Ling, after uttering a series of so-called professional terms, managed to slash the originally priced harmonica from 3,000 union coins to 2,000 union coins. Xian Ling gently nudged Cang Ling, who stood behind her, a faint smile gracing her cheeks as she softly urged, "What are you dawdling for? Pay up. I didn't bring my card. I'll reimburse you when we return to the hotel." The stall owner exchanged the harmonica for the 2,000 union coins in Cang Ling's hand and remarked quietly, "Young man, your girlfriend is truly remarkable." Cang Ling nodded in agreement, deeply moved. "I think so too." "You're taking advantage of me," Xian Ling teased, displaying her small white teeth, though not overly displeased. "What do you need a harmonica for?" Cang Ling inquired curiously, handing the instrument to Xian Ling. It's for composing music," Xian Ling explained. "I've already written the lyrics, but I need tools for the composition, and I have none at hand." Cang Ling, having no insight into the realm of music, could only discern songs as either pleasant or unpleasant. "Are you hungry? Shall we go eat?" Xian Ling suggested. Stretching languidly, her graceful figure was fully revealed to Cang Ling's gaze, a sight that was quite delightful. "Sure, I saw a nice snack shop earlier," Cang Ling replied, his hunger already apparent. Under Cang Ling's guidance, they traversed the bustling market towards a secluded corner. The lights shimmered enchantingly, intoxicating like rich wine, while the evening breeze caressed them with a gentle coolness, offering a slight refreshment. Unable to resist, Cang Ling glanced at Xian Ling, whose face, illuminated by the lights, was enveloped in a halo of white, almost dreamlike. To the west of Zhuqing City, within an unremarkable office building, gathered the Thieves' Guild. After the earlier incident, Hans Hang and Sally arrived here. The Seven Kings, the prestigious emblem of the Thieves' Guild, were not all present. Only Haimu Hans Hang, Goran Haquan, and a figure cloaked entirely in black, obscuring their face and age, were in attendance. "Oh, hey who? You've arrived." Goran, appearing nonchalant, waved at Sally and Hans Hang upon their entrance. "Since the failed night raid yesterday, you may had abandoned him to undertake the task alone, and thus she was absent from the meeting." "Ah, old man, it's been a while," Hans Hang said as he settled into the chair marked with the number 1, a symbol of his status within the guild. In the Thieves' Guild, where success is measured by task completion rates, Hans Hang was indeed the god of tasks. The figure shrouded in black robes had been observing Hans Hang ever since his arrival, keenly sensing a shift in the latter's demeanor. In the past, Han Shang's remarkable completion of tasks belied his lack of formidable strength, as he was only marginally stronger than He Qian among the Seven Kings, while the others surpassed him in prowess. Yet, seated in his designated spot, Han Shang now exuded an aura of consummate satisfaction. His slender frame subtly hinted at an underlying power. Behind the black-framed glasses, his eyes sparkled with a hint of wildness, bestowing upon him a captivating charm. It appeared that he sensed the gaze of the figure in black robes, prompting him to adjust his glasses and offer a faint smile. This individual must have undergone a breakthrough, he mused. The figure in black, momentarily taken aback by Han Shang's smile, felt an involuntary tremor in his hands, a reaction born from the primal fear of being preyed upon by a beast. As for the others, Sally took her place at the head of the table. Having organized this small gathering, the rest were engaged in their respective missions. Yume was currently embroiled in an assignment that had reached a critical juncture, and was unlikely to join them. He Qian responded, noting that everyone would participate in the upcoming large-scale operation. "Very well then. Yan, how are things progressing at your branch?" Sally inquired of the figure in black. The Thieves' Guild had extended its reach into the Western Hemisphere in recent years, establishing a foothold in the United Regions. This individual known as Yin was the head of that branch and one of the Seven Kings as well. "We have firmly established ourselves there. The guild's development is no longer in question," Yin replied. "Then, let us commence the planning for this large-scale mission," Sally declared, retrieving her laptop from her pocket. After a few swift keystrokes, images flickered to life on the conference room's projector. In the bustling night market, Cang Ling navigated through the various stalls with Xiao Ying, arriving at the end of the alley where a self-service barbecue stand awaited. At this hour, patrons were few, and Cang Ling paid the proprietor for some ingredients before making his way to where Xiao Ying had already settled. With practiced ease, Cang Ling set up the grill. Despite his culinary talents being less than stellar, he was adept at barbecuing. This simple task was one he and Lucario had often engaged in during their time in Hechuan Town. The charcoal beneath the grill glowed a vibrant red, providing warmth against the evening breeze's chill. As Cang Ling prepared the grill, Xiao Ling busied herself with the ingredients he had brought. The young girl exhibited a remarkable dexterity, effortlessly slicing the meat with a small knife before placing the pieces onto the grill. Her fluid motions suggested that she had ample experience with barbecuing. The synergy between the two was evident, with Cang Ling flipping the meat on the grill while Xiao Ling continued to prepare the ingredients. Gradually, the meat sizzled and crackled, a droplet of hot oil gliding down the succulent surface, intoxicatingly aromatic. It smells divine," Xiao Ling remarked, her senses enthralled by the mouth-watering aroma of the cooked meat. Her appetite swiftly stirred. Watching the gluttonous demeanor of Cang Ling could not help but smile. The girl had an innate ability to uplift his spirits effortlessly. Cang Ling picked up a piece of well-cooked barbecue, brushed it with a hint of peppery chili sauce, and then offered it to Cang Ling. Cang Ling gazed at the glistening meat placed in her hands, and her hunger overwhelmed any restraint she might have had. Without a moment's hesitation, she took a large bite, disregarding the heat. "Be careful, it's hot." Cang Ling's warning came too late. The meat, having been kissed by the charcoal flames, was already fragrant, and the addition of the chili sauce intensified its flavors, creating a delightful dance of tenderness, crispness, savory, and spiciness that erupted in her mouth, filling her senses with the essence of meat. "Delicious," Cang Ling exclaimed, her delight evident as she took another bite, completely neglecting any semblance of ladylike behavior. "If you enjoy it, do indulge further," Cang Ling said as he too took a piece of barbecue, dipping it in the spicy sauce. Not far from the barbecue stand, in a dim alley, a shadow concealed itself in the darkness, observing Cang Ling and Cang Ling as they savored their meal. "Those two have the nerve to eat," a disgruntled voice muttered, accompanied by the grumbling of Yume's stomach, which betrayed her hunger since she had not dined that evening. Gungawei caused some chaos. At Yumei's command, a purple figure, accompanied by a chilling breeze, drifted towards the barbecue stand, skillfully hidden by the night. Even with the bright lights, Gungawei's presence remained undetected. Ironically, the location of this barbecue stand was precisely the same street where Sally had confronted someone earlier at dusk, meaning it was situated at the back entrance of that shabby restaurant. I advise you to call off your little spirit, an emotionless voice echoed. A blue-black figure materialized, casting a shadow that, if Cang Ling were to see, he would undoubtedly recognize as a Lucario. The Lucario emanated blue waves of aura from its hands, standing imposingly. Behind it, a young man with dark red hair, clad in a simple gray server's outfit, strolled into view. It was Chen, the one who had previously come to Han Xiang's aid. Stop, Lucario commanded, its aura forming rippling waves that sealed off the entire alleyway's exit. Although Gingawei's stealth was impressive and could evade detection given time, Lucario had emerged unexpectedly, having already pinpointed its location and forced it to retreat. Gingawei Shadow Ball. A gray-purple energy sphere materialized swiftly between Gungawei's hands, hurtling towards Lucario. Yumei was furious. After all, she was merely carrying out a task. It is indeed perplexing that someone persists in obstructing my path. The previous individual, Chi Feng, was tolerable. I could accept my inability to overcome him. However, this current adversary, possessing equal strength, dares to compel my retreat. Such humiliation is intolerable. Thus, I, Yumei, refuse to yield. The consequence of my defiance is singular. To fight. In the night market of Zhuqing City, a shadowy sphere of grayish-purple traced a graceful arc, its parabolic descent aimed directly at Lucario's position. Faced with this assault, Lucario remained unperturbed. It raised its right hand, summoning a pale green barrier that effortlessly intercepted Jengar's shadow ball. Yumei seethed with fury, an intensity she had never before experienced. She mused that perhaps she had neglected to consult her fortune prior to embarking on this venture, or that the task she had accepted was indeed cursed. Otherwise, how could such inexplicable individuals continuously disrupt her plans? She resolved to demonstrate her strength, refusing to be perceived as an easy target. With gritted teeth, she issued a fierce command. Jengar, unleash Dark Pulse. Jengar's dark purple form emerged from the shadows, its hands weaving a motion that released a swirling mass of black energy, expanding outward in a circular wave. Despite Jengar's impeccable timing, Lucario, who had locked onto its opponent with the power of aura from the very beginning, was entirely in control of the situation. Black energy pulsed between Lucario's hands as it prepared to unleash its own dark pulse, mirroring Jengar's approach with a circular dispersion. The two dark pulses collided, their energies annihilating one another with a muted sound, stirring up a cloud of dust. This faint noise was hardly sufficient to cause a stir amidst the clamor of the bustling night market. As the dust began to rise, Yumei sprang into action. Grasping several needle-like weapons that glimmered with a silvery sheen, she intended to launch a surprise attack against Shun Yin amidst the obscuring smoke. In that instant, she moved with the grace of a shadow dancer, her steps uncanny as she seemed to traverse the distance in the blink of an eye. Positioning herself directly before Shun Yin, her needles aimed squarely at him. Shun Yin's previously impassive gaze shifted in surprise. He had never anticipated that someone would resort to such underhanded tactics during a Pokémon battle. He could only attempt to evade, but the long needles drew ever closer. Yumei, trained in close combat, posed a formidable challenge for Shun Yin, who was merely a dedicated trainer. Lucario sensed Shun Yin's peril, yet was ensnared by Jengar. Unable to assist, Yumei's movements were swift, so rapid that Shun Yin barely had time to summon a second Pokémon. It seemed deliberate. The needle she thrust merely grazed his shoulder before she retreated with a calculated step. Observing the droplets of blood seeping from his shoulder due to the needle, Shun Yin pondered in indignation. It was utterly disgraceful that someone could resort to such malicious actions during a Pokémon battle, lacking any sense of chivalry. Jengar, let us depart. After wounding Chen Yin, Yumei called out to Jengar without glancing back, casually remarking, "Consider this a lesson. After all, it was your misfortune to cross paths with me when my sister was in a foul mood. Don't you dare leave." Chen Yin, having suffered a setback, was unwilling to let Yumei escape so easily. His hand had already moved to his waist, ready to summon his second Pokémon to teach the assailant a proper lesson. Lucario, intercept them. I advise you to save your breath. After being pierced by my needles, you should just lie down obediently. Yumei smirked slightly, her eyes glinting with mockery as Lucario swiftly approached her. You might want to keep an eye on your trainer. He may soon find it difficult to stay upright. Yumei's words compelled Lucario to glance in Chun Yin's direction. Lucario, Don't listen to his nonsense. Chun Yin's voice trailed off as the scenery before him began to blur. His head feeling heavy. Bang! What had happened? Chun Yin collapsed to the ground, attempting to raise his hand to see clearly. But he lacked even the strength to lift it. It's the anesthetic, Yume revealed, showcasing the needle in her hand. Under the moonlight, the silver needle glimmered with a faint yellow light. Lucario swiftly moved to Chun Yin's side. Being a combat-oriented Pokémon, it possessed no means of healing. TSK. Chun Yin lay on the ground, caught between consciousness and oblivion. He felt utterly frustrated, regretting that he hadn't summoned his second Pokémon earlier. You deserve to cross paths with me. Yome's spiteful words did not reach Chun Yin's ears. Do not worry about that fellow. A good sleep will remedy him. It seemed as though she intended her words for Lucario, and after uttering this, Yume vanished into the shadows of the alley, accompanied by Jengar, their faint mutterings echoing, lamenting the loss of this perfect opportunity. Meanwhile, Cang Ling and Xian, who had indulged to their heart's content at the barbecue stand, remained blissfully unaware of the preceding events that had transpired in the alley, events that were intertwined with their fates. This is for you, Xian said, placing a bracelet into Cang Ling's hand. Cang Ling stared at the bracelet momentarily, bewildered. When did you buy this? He looked up at Xian, who only offered him her profile. Her stunning features, illuminated by the soft glow of the lights, appeared remarkably enchanting. What are you staring at? Xian shot him a sideways glance, releasing his hand as she walked ahead. Is this a gift for me? Cang Ling inquired. Yes, Xian replied softly without turning her head. Then I shall accept it. As he spoke, Cang Ling donned the bracelet on his left wrist, noting that Xian wore a matching one on her right wrist. Walking ahead, Xian secretly observed Cang Ling, her eyes shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. She watched intently as Cang Ling adorned her wrist with a bracelet, a gentle smile gracing her lips. In response to Xian captivating smile, Cang Ling offered a faint smile of her own, yet her heart was a tumult of emotions. Since their first encounter, Cang Ling had sensed the depth of Xian feelings. Life is not akin to a tale, and one cannot expect to possess a love as poignant as those depicted in stories. More often than not, love resembles the ordinary, devoid of grandiose declarations of affection, characterized by mutual support along the journey. Cang Ling believed that allowing things to unfold naturally was the best course. Not far from the television tower in Juqing City, a shadowy figure crossed the police cordon. This was the site where my heir had met her demise, and the figure was none other than Han Shang. After the meeting concluded, Han Shang had utilized his authority to search for the name Myer Taunos, yet found not a trace of information regarding this name within the vast archives of the Thieves' Guild. Standing before a position outlined in white lines, Han Shang's gaze was complex, and he remained silent. The question of why such power had been bestowed upon him lingered in the air, almost as if questioning himself. His originally dark eyes transformed abruptly, the left one becoming a striking purple, exuding an enchanting and wild aura, washing away the scholarly demeanor that once enveloped him. This violet glow seemed to be gradually altering Han Shang. In Steel City, a place renowned for its vigor, nestled within the mountainous terrain of the Sinnoh region, coal mines flourished, and the black soil spread throughout the town, distinctly setting it apart from other locales. As an industrial city, it was a hub for coal transportation, with conveyor belts and operators visible in every corner. The Steel Gym, also known as the Black Gold Gym, stood in this industrial town. Welcome to the Steel Gym. Up next is a gym battle featuring Cang Ling from Baisher Town, announced a mechanical voice, prompting a silver-haired youth in the waiting area to rise. Go for it, cheered a pink-haired girl wearing dark sunglasses behind him. Indeed, Cang Ling and Xian had arrived early in Steel City. After reviewing the reservation status for the day's gym challenge, Cang Ling, sensing dissatisfaction, had booked a battle for herself. The gym challenge was a test set by the Pokémon League to ascertain whether trainers had participated in the League Conference. Only those who completed 8 challenges could partake in the highly anticipated League Conference. However, some trainers traveled not for the League Conference, but for the sheer joy of the journey. Thus, an unwritten rule emerged among gym leaders: friendly battles that were purely for the sake of combat, without the intent of earning badges. I'll head to the audience to watch your performance, Xian said, tidying her slightly wrinkled attire. All right, Cang Ling nodded, making her way towards the battlefield. While waiting, she had already adjusted her mindset, calm as a still lake, unperturbed by the surrounding excitement. A battle of friendly rivalry awaited. It has been quite some time since a friendly battle has been witnessed. What exactly is a friendly battle? Upon hearing the news of such an encounter, other trainers who had completed their gym challenges paused in their departure from the gym, intrigued, and made their way to the spectator seats. As the Steel Gym, Known for its rock-type battles, the arena was naturally filled with fragments of stone and earthen ground. Cang Ling slowly approached one side of the battleground. Yet his gaze drifted to the opposite end, where a young man stood. This young man wore black-framed glasses, a safety helmet, a work uniform, gloves, and sturdy boots, resembling a miner. There was something intriguing about this little fellow. The glimmer in his eyes, peeking out from behind those glasses, resembled that of an uncut gem. The gym leader, Piao Tai? Cang Ling murmured softly, his brow slightly furrowed, as he felt an overwhelming presence emanating from Piao Tai, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Cang Ling. Is it? The rules of engagement are simple, a 3-on-3 battle. The one whose Pokémon all faint first is deemed the loser. Is that agreeable? Piao Tai announced, already securing a Pokeball in his hand. Absolutely. In a manner that seemed to respond to the challenge, Cang Ling grasped the Pokeball as well. Revealing it to be a priority ball, his first choice was evident. Are you sending out Electabuzz to lead the charge? Cang Ling, aware of the Pokémon contained within the priority ball, smiled slightly, adding, I shall eagerly anticipate the spectacle. The rules were set, a 3-on-3 battle at the Steel Gym. Let the battle commence, proclaimed the mechanical referee, soaring high, its electronic voice echoing in the air. Here we go. Electabuzz. Cang Ling was the first to throw his priority ball. The ball burst open, and Electabuzz, with its vibrant yellow body crackling with electricity, appeared on the battlefield. To challenge a rock-type specialist with Electabuzz as your lead, quite audacious. Piao Tai remarked, surprised as he glanced at Electabuzz, yet his hands remained in motion. The Pokeball in his grasp spun before bursting open. Unleashing a Pokémon meant to give you a hard time. Out emerged a small creature resembling a gray boulder, complete with pronounced rocky eyebrows, trapezoidal red eyes, and a pair of muscular arms. This was Geodude, a rock-type Pokémon. The longer a Geodude lives, the more its edges are worn down, becoming increasingly rounded. Yet its temperament remains notoriously stubborn and aggressive. I shall make the first move, Gym Leader Piao Tai? Cang Ling commanded, urging Electabuzz to attack. Electabuzz swung its fists. And unlike the typical Thunder Punch, this time it charged straight ahead, seemingly intent on delivering a powerful punch to Geodude. Piao Tai, somewhat perplexed by Electabuzz's approach, maintained his meticulous demeanor and called out, Geodude, defend yourself. Geodude's powerful arms swept downwards, sending a chunk of rock hurtling towards Electabuzz with a sharp sound. Curiously, the stone passed directly through Electabuzz's body, landing on the ground not far away. The body of the electric monster twisted and vanished into thin air. A shadow clone, perhaps? A look of surprise flickered in Piao Tai's eyes as he realized he had overlooked the moment the electric monster executed its shadow clone technique. Is it below? Piao Tai calculated the current position of the electric monster, while the small Geodude also directed its gaze downward. My apologies, it is actually above. Observing the Geodude's downward glance, a triumphant smirk graced Cang Ling's lips. Everything was unfolding according to his scheme. Suddenly, the electric monster leaped out from behind a rock, utilizing its height to spring forth with its hands crossed in front, executing a cross slash. Fueled by the force of gravity, this cross slash descended with ferocity and swiftness. Too rapid for the Geodude to evade, or rather, Piao Tai had no intention of allowing the Geodude to dodge. Geodude, brace yourself with a rounded stance. A remarkable glimmer shone from behind Piao Tai's glasses as he seemed to grasp the unfolding situation. Despite the impressive opening shadow clone maneuver, my Geodude shall not falter in its stance. The Geodude curled itself into a ball, its body radiating a brilliant red glow, its fearless crimson eyes meeting the oncoming electric monster. This is not good. Initially believing he had the situation under control, Cang Ling realized he had stepped into a trap meticulously laid by another. He sensed that the situation was about to deteriorate. The Geodude absorbed the electric monster's cross slash with its superb defensive capabilities, a technique that proved quite effective against it, merely eliciting a muffled grunt as it firmly locked onto the electric monster. 1,000,000-ton punch. Piao Tai mimicked a punching motion, and in unison, the Geodude hurled the electric monster away, swiftly following up with a mighty right fist that crashed into the electric monster's face, propelling it to an even greater height. The cross slash, though powerful in appearance, lacked the strength to match its wielder's skill level, revealing to Piao Tai the true purpose behind Cang Ling's challenge. As Cang Ling had already attained the Near King level, the electric monster was still in a transitional phase between ordinary and elite, desperately in need of equally matched opponents to gain experience. 1,000,000-ton punch. The Geodude's heavy strike sent the electric monster soaring to a considerable altitude before it crashed heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, the electric monster gasped for air. its legs trembling from the significant damage inflicted by the million-ton punch. Yet, a fierce combat spirit ignited in its eyes. Come on, let us continue. Piao Tai adjusted his glasses, refraining from allowing the Geodude to pursue. This battle concluded too swiftly, leaving him unsatisfied. Then, I humbly request your guidance, Master Piao Tai. Witnessing the battle spirit in the electric monster's eyes, Cang Ling's earlier concerns dissipated. Do not hold back, go forth. Piao Tai maintained his rigorous demeanor, while the Geodude stood steadfast, like a vigilant guardian. Electric monster, can you still fight? Let us employ the shadow clone for an offensive. As the Tibetan antelope waved its hand, the electrifying creature adjusted its breath and surged forth like a bolt of lightning. The electric monster raced with astonishing speed, producing two remarkably lifelike duplicates that made it nearly impossible to discern the original. Faced with this feigned assault, the small fist stone remained calm and composed, wrapping its arms around its body as a vibrant red aura of enhancement enveloped it, transforming it into a round shape. Cross/. The three electric monsters leaped to three distinct positions, their hands forming a cross in front of their chests. Such a display was merely bluster. Rock smash. The command from Piao Tai was as immovable as a mountain. The small fist stone swung its powerful arms, conjuring a stone of moderate size to hurl at the electric monster. Its movements were swift, and in the blink of an eye, it launched three stones, each striking one of the electric monsters. As anticipated, none were genuine. Upon witnessing the three stones hit the electric monsters, revealing their phantasmal forms, Piao Tai chuckled, amused by their clever ruse. However, all this preparation was merely a prelude to a solid attack. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Piao Tai's eyes. The rhythm of battle suited him perfectly, and he reveled in the thrill of combat. Now, let me see where the attack will arise from. Within the fray, the small fist stone's eyes sparkled with intensity as it swiftly turned and unleashed a punch, fortuitously encountering the electric monster, striking a cross/pose. Million-ton punch. Cross/. The two equally powerful moves collided, yet strangely, the small fist stone, having enhanced its physical defense by 2 levels, was forced to retreat several steps. Just like the electric monster, Piao Tai's gaze sharpened in surprise, but the astonishment did not linger long. He quickly discerned an anomaly with the electric monster. After being forced back several steps, the electric monster steadied itself, emanating a faint red glow and sporting a grin that radiated fierce determination. The small fist stone shook its somewhat numb arms and adopted a defensive stance. It had indeed undergone enhancement. Truly undetectable. Piao Tai removed his safety helmet and ran a hand through his hair, appearing somewhat troubled. Sensing his distress, the small fist stone called out to him, extending a fist in his direction, fully engaged in the battle and excited to encounter such a captivating opponent. Oh, you're having a grand time. I cannot fall behind. Piao Tai also extended his fist toward the small fist stone, as if something called a bond was maintaining their connection. Electric monster, are you all right? Although the previous clash was evenly matched, the Tibetan antelope was acutely aware that the initial million-ton punch had inflicted substantial damage. The electric monster panted heavily, giving a thumbs up to the Tibetan antelope to signal that it was fine, yet its body glowed with a milky, divine light. It seemed as though the electric monster had broken through some kind of constraint, its form gradually swelling within the milky glow, its aura surging. Whether it was the battling Cang Ling and Piao Tai or the spectators, including Xiao and others, astonishment echoed throughout the arena. At such a pivotal moment, evolution had occurred. The Pokeball at Cang Ling's waist burst open autonomously, revealing the striking silhouette of Lucario beside him. This stubborn creature, Electabuzz, had indeed persisted. How magnificent that little Pokémon is. It is the Aura Pokémon, Lucario. To think that this silver-haired individual possesses such a rare Pokémon. The emergence of Lucario sparked a flurry of discussions among the audience. The evolution was somewhat unexpected, unfolding in an astonishing manner. Unlike the surrounding chatter, Xiao Ying rested her chin on her delicate hand, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. As the milky holy light of evolution gradually faded, a humanoid yellow Pokémon adorned with black markings appeared in the arena. It was Electabuzz evolution, Electivire, with a black electric symbol emblazoned on its abdomen. The black patterns across its body resembled a roaring tiger, and atop its head were 2 conductive appendages, crackling with electricity as if gathering energy. At the Crosos Manor, a helicopter whirred above, startling Crosos and Gal, who were conversing in the garden. Sister Ikalu seems to have arrived, Crosos said, filling Gal's cup with tea from a kettle. Smiling as he added, now, you can enjoy a cup of tea. Crosos, I am aware of your intentions for leaving me here. As he gazed at the teacup presented before him, The surface of the tea appeared as tranquil as still water, calming his heart. He took a sip, realizing it was to prevent a potential conflict between me and Xiao. I know that Meyer's death is inextricably linked to Xiao. Yet as the inheritor of the Earth's power, your confrontation with Xiao, the inheritor of the Wind's power, would carry a cost that the 8 heroes cannot bear. Although Crosos was the youngest among the 4 heavenly kings of the serpent, the conviction in his tone was undeniable. A woman descended from the helicopter, prompting an unspoken agreement between Crosos and Gal to fall silent. She possessed flowing, purplish-red hair, with bangs that nearly obscured her face, clad in a long black trench coat that concealed her alluring figure. Even without glimpsing her visage beneath the fringe, it was palpable that her mood was far from pleasant. She walked briskly, exuding an air of decisiveness. Dark storm clouds rapidly gathered in the sky above her path, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder, signaling an impending tempest. Sister Ikalu appears to be quite furious. Crosos instinctively shrank back, entirely devoid of his earlier undeniable authority. Indeed, I do not recall Ikalu ever being this enraged. Gal seemed to sense the palpable aura of menace lurking beneath Ikalu's bangs. The two watched as the woman approached them, the sole female among the 4 heavenly kings of the 8 heroes. In the steel gym, amidst the chaotic clash of energy, the air was filled with the sound of resounding impacts. Bang, bang, bang. Countless fragments of stone soared through the battlefield as the electrifying creature, having evolved from the electric shock beast, recklessly squandered the vitality bestowed by its evolution. No matter how many rocks were shattered by the rock smash of the small fist stone, it relentlessly retaliated with forceful punches. Each time it broke a stone, it cast a taunting glare at the small fist stone, which remained utterly unfazed, mechanically unleashing its rock smash move. Although the electric shock beast exuded a formidable aura, it found itself unable to advance. The rocky debris formed a veritable net, ensnaring the electric shock beast, rendering its attacks seemingly futile. Meanwhile, as the small fist stone acted as a weaver of this trap, it simultaneously intensified its own defenses, having glimmered with the red light of enhancement 5 times, signifying a 5-level boost to its physical defense. Faced with such a fortified opponent, even the electric shock beast's cross chop, which was supposed to counter it, inflicted minimal damage. The situation looked dire for the young creature. Nearby, Lucario, standing beside the Tibetan antelope, shimmered with aura power, acutely sensing the waning momentum of the electric shock beast, while the small fist stone's presence surged ever higher. I understand. The Tibetan antelope furrowed his brow, troubled by the current predicament. Evolution had not granted the electric shock beast an advantage. Instead, it had fallen into the meticulously laid trap of the small fist stone, bolstered by 5 levels of defense. I have no solution. Big sister, that electric shock beast is about to lose. Suddenly, the sweet voice of Dream Eater resonated in the mind of Xiao Ying, who sat in the audience. I know, the disparity in raw strength is far too great. Even after evolving, the electric shock beast has merely entered the elite tier, still several levels beneath the small fist stone. Xiao Ying observed the electric shock beast, which resembled a moth ensnared in a web, struggling desperately, yet her expression bore no trace of concern. Rather, she smiled with delight. Big sister, what are you laughing at? Dream Eater, puzzled, questioned. Clearly, the Tibetan antelope is on the verge of losing, because the Tibetan antelope has achieved his goal. His purpose in this battle was to enhance the strength of the electric shock beast. Xiao Ying replied softly, noticing the Tibetan antelope's previously furrowed brow now relaxing. She gently touched the bracelet on her right wrist, stating earnestly, when the Tibetan antelope is serious, he truly looks impressive. Big sister, you seem like a love-struck fool. Dream Eater teased without malice. How annoying. Xiao Ying sent a faint psychic wave towards Dream Eater. By the way, where's the Metagross? It should be making contact with me now. The boulder is about to break through. It must be at a crucial moment. Dream Eater, somewhat oblivious to the situation of Metagross, responded. Is that so? Xiang Ling's gaze shifted back to the battle unfolding in the arena. A hint of blush creeping onto her cheeks as a thought crossed her mind. Zangling, I am about to catch up to you, so you better run fast, my knight. This expression of hers caused the Dream Eater, connected to her, to exclaim in despair, There's no saving you now. That Lucario must be your trump card, right? Ever since Lucario had autonomously emerged from its pockball, Piao Tai had been scrutinizing it. Such a diminutive creature, capable of exuding pressure merely by standing, was indeed a rarity. Ah, Lucario is my initial Pokémon. It's been by my side the longest. Zangling did not directly address the strength of Lucario, but indirectly responded to Piao Tai's inquiry. As Zangling conversed with Piao Tai, The battle between Electabuzz and Geodude was drawing to a close. Under the strain of deliberate exhaustion, Electabuzz soon felt its stamina waning. Gritting its teeth, it braced itself against the incoming rocks of Rock Blast, while its fist glimmered with an icy blue radiance. Ice Punch. This is my all-in attack. However, the battle had long been under Geodude's control. Such a desperate ploy seemed rather juvenile. Unfazed, Geodude employed Defense Curl to withstand the assault. Its defense bolstered to an extraordinary level. The Ice Punch merely left a faint mark upon Geodude's form. Unhurriedly, Geodude unleashed a Rock Blast, sending a massive boulder hurtling towards Electabuzz, who was already airborne, and then executed its premeditated finishing move, Rollout, transforming into a perfectly rounded sphere. Geodude rolled fervently across the ground, accumulating energy. Given that it had previously utilized Defense Curl, this rollout potentially boasted double the power. At this juncture, striking Electabuzz was almost effortlessly easy. With its energy depleted and suspended midair, Electabuzz had no means of evading the impending attack. Electabuzz succumbed to exhaustion, and Geodude emerged victorious. Under the relentless momentum of Geodude's rollout, Electabuzz predictably lost the ability to battle, prompting the floating mechanical referee to declare the outcome. Return, Electabuzz. You performed admirably. Cang Ling recalled the incapacitated Electabuzz with a Premier Ball, then readied another Pokeball in her hand. A great ball. So, have you decided on your next Pokémon? Piao Tai, having withdrawn his slightly panting Geodude, remarked half-jokingly, it wouldn't be your Lucario, would it? Bringing out your ace so soon wouldn't be wise. I have already made my decision, Cang Ling announced as she opened the great ball, revealing a graceful green figure that stepped onto the battlefield. Allow me to challenge you with it. The two red and blue roses in its hands emanated a faint, alluring fragrance, signifying its identity as Rosalia, Cang Ling's second Pokémon and currently her only female companion. Finally sending out a Pokémon with a type advantage, are we? Recognizing the interest of the poisonous rose, the plump Tuo Tai also became intrigued, fastening a Pokeball in his hand. For my second selection, I shall summon this reliable companion. A colossal figure emerged from the radiant red light of the Pokeball, coiling its body with an air of nonchalance, effectively blocking the battlefield. This creature resembled a serpent, stretching over 10 meters in length, composed of numerous large stones. The gray stones taper from its head to its tail, with the most formidable rock forming its head, upon which its eyes rest. Atop its head, a horn glinted sharply in the light. This was an onyx, and like Geodude, the older an onyx becomes, the more rounded its body appears. Even while buried underground, it possesses an uncanny awareness of its orientation, capable of burrowing at a remarkable speed of up to 80 kilometers per hour. It is indeed hard to fathom that such a massive entity can achieve such swift digging. In the tranquil afternoon at Croso Manor, the atmosphere was anything but calm, as dark clouds loomed overhead, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Croso and Gal observed a woman before them who remained silent, engrossed in cup after cup of tea. Her expression mirrored the overcast sky, heavy and foreboding, making conversation seem daunting. Sister Ikalu, what troubles you? Has someone angered you? Croso mustered the courage to inquire, swallowing hard. Ikalu continued to maintain her silence, her demeanor growing increasingly somber, her hidden eyes beneath her long bangs radiating an icy malice. What do you mean, Ikalu? Gal suddenly slammed his hand on the table, rising like a roaring lion to confront her. A peculiar sensation coursed through him. It seemed that he was the source of Ikalu's murderous intent, and this infuriated him. It's nothing. Ikalu took another sip of tea, her tone unwavering. You seem to be targeting me. Gal's gaze pierced through Ikalu's bangs, striving to meet her eyes. I am not. Despite Gal's piercing gaze, Ikalu remained composed. Gal, Sister Ikalu, what is happening? Croso, bewildered, could not comprehend why these two were at odds upon their first encounter. After a long, silent exchange of glances, Gal and Ikalu appeared to reach an unspoken understanding. Turning away without a word, Gal's strides were long, and in a matter of moments, he had distanced himself considerably. Hey, Gal, what are you doing? Croso called out, attempting to halt him, but his efforts were in vain, as Gal showed no signs of stopping. Croso, there is no need to call him back. Ikalu finally directed her gaze toward Gal's retreating figure. Even though her eyes remained obscured by her hair, their beauty was still vividly imaginable. There is no purpose in keeping someone who cannot even manage their own emotions. Ikalu's taunts were utterly merciless. Upon hearing her words, Gal hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately refrained from countering her. Sister Ikalu, Croso remarked with a hint of irritation, sensing that Gal's change in demeanor was intricately linked to his respect for Ikalu. Shoo! Croso, someone approaches. Ikalu raised a finger to her lips, signaling for Crosso to quiet down. Just as she uttered those words, a sudden gust of wind swept away the ominous clouds, allowing the sun's gentle rays to restore warmth to the surroundings. This sensation, Crosso's pupils dilated as he recognized the source of that familiar aura, purple flames igniting around him. Meanwhile, Ikalu, embodying the grace of a lady, savored the exquisite tea prepared by Crosso, though the faint crackle of electricity around her betrayed her inner turmoil. As the wind subsided, a figure clad in azure appeared not far from Ikalu and Crosso, exuding an air of effortless elegance. He casually tucked the book he held into his waist and approached them with a friendly smile, as if they were old acquaintances. "Sorrow," Crosso murmured, a purple flame flickering in his palm as he identified the newcomer. "The Gale of Breath, Sorrow, has arrived, in Steel City, at the Steel Gym." The battle between the Onix and the Rosalia had commenced, both Pokémon eyeing each other warily, neither daring to make the first move. The trainers in the audience cheered exuberantly, captivated by the earlier evolution of the Electabuzz and the unstoppable rolling of the Geodude. This battle was markedly different from the previous one. When Xianling observed the radiant bloom of the roses held by the Rosalia, she could not help but smile, realizing that the advantage lay with the Zangling this time. "Sister, the advantage of type is negligible in the face of strength and skill. That Rosalia's power is still far from sufficient," Dream Eater pointed out bluntly, though her words struck a chord. "Rosalia, Magical Leaf." The tense atmosphere shattered as the Rosalia's hands glowed with light. A flurry of oddly powerful, yellowish leaves shot forth, not intentionally aimed, yet given the sheer size of Onix. Such an assault was bound to connect effortlessly. "Dig." The eyes beneath the lens of the magnifying glass gleamed faintly as a simple command was issued. Upon receiving the order, Onix slammed into the battlefield's ground, its massive form moving swiftly. The Onix dug with remarkable speed, concealing itself in a burrow before the magical leaf could find its mark. Thud, thud, thud. Several magical leaves struck the earth, and the Rosalia's initial attack missed, despite the guaranteed hit characteristic of the magical leaf. How swift! The formidable execution demonstrated by the Onix elicited an involuntary gasp from the Tibetan antelope, as its astonishing speed was truly astonishing. It was remarkable that such a colossal creature could move with such swiftness. This Onix was indeed my proud assistant during my mining endeavors. Qiao Tai adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and confidently asserted, "When it comes to tunneling speed, this is the fastest among all my Pokémon. Even the magical leaf of the Rosalia cannot catch up to it. Rosalia, be on guard." The Tibetan antelope clenched and then relaxed his fists, his mind already calculating a strategy. This did not imply that I lacked countermeasures. Observing that the Onix did not immediately emerge from its burrow to launch an attack, the Tibetan antelope instructed Rosalia to adopt a defensive stance, for the opponent lurked in the shadows while he was exposed in the light. Suddenly, the ground beneath Rosalia erupted, a sharp stone spike piercing through the soil, as the Onix propelled its massive body from the earth, exuding an overwhelming force that seemed poised to impale Rosalia in one swift motion. Body slam. Qiao Tai clenched his fists and gestured dramatically, exuding an aura of confidence. "I anticipated this ground attack," shouted the Tibetan antelope, his voice brimming with assurance. "Rosalia." With grace, Rosalia deftly tapped the spike atop Onix's head with its rose-like bloom, leveraging the force for a leap that resembled a pirouette in ballet, elegantly landing on the Onix's abdomen. Paralysis powder. This was the Tibetan antelope's method to counter the Onix's remarkable tunneling speed. Rosalia shook its flowery hands, releasing a fine mist of pollen that settled heavily upon the Onix. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its vital point. Although Onix is a rock snake, paralyzing its critical spot will surely have an impact. Roaring in discomfort, the Onix felt its movement slow, the sensation of paralysis coursing through its abdomen eliciting a furious cry. The Onix, besieged by the abundant paralysis powder at its vital point, was overcome with a sense of panic, its roars echoing in distress. "Onix, do not panic. Use Santum. Shake off that Rosalia." Qiao Tai quickly devised a solution, simple yet surprisingly effective. The Onix ceased its frantic movements, a gust of wind swirling around it as the sand and gravel of the battlefield began to rise. The Onix allowed the debris from the sand tomb to pummel against its body, feeling as though it were merely being tickled due to its exceptional defense. However, for Rosalia, positioned on its abdomen, such rocky blows were intolerable, prompting it to leap off the Onix. Regardless, its objective had already been accomplished. Magical Leaf. Rosalia pushed off the Onix's abdomen and leaped gracefully, just as the Tibetan antelope's command arrived. With a flourish of its hands, a multitude of shimmering, withered leaves radiating an eerie glow emerged from Rosalia's grasp. In his confrontation with the Tibetan antelope, Piao Tai felt a sense of pressure for the first time. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Yet, he couldn't help but smile, his expression one of satisfaction. It had been so long since he experienced such a feeling, and it was truly nostalgic. Faced with the magical leaves of the poison rose, the onyx exhibited no inclination to evade. It sought to dodge the myriad of magical leaves with agility, but its massive size rendered such maneuvers nearly impossible. Consequently, the onyx succumbed to the barrage of magical leaves, suffering quadruple damage that plunged its stamina into a dire state. It gasped for breath, its vision blurring, unable to discern the poison rose's location. The onyx appeared to be of comparable strength to the poison rose, lacking the oppressive aura previously felt from the smaller Geodude. The Tibetan antelope observed the onyx's condition, fully aware of his poison rose's capabilities, which had ascended to the elite level following his brief training. Alas, it seemed he had overestimated the situation. A wry smile crept onto Piao Tai's lips. As a trainer on the cusp of the pinnacle, he had recognized the poison rose's prowess the moment it was summoned. Fueled by a competitive spirit, he chose not to release his onyx, which matched his own level of expertise, but instead sent forth the diminutive creature he had frequently used in gym challenges. He had anticipated engaging in a few rounds, only to find the onyx at a disadvantage against the poison rose's nimble movements, suffering losses at every turn. In contrast, the poison rose danced with finesse, effortlessly executing a series of moves that not only inflicted status effects on the onyx, but also dealt significant damage. Its graceful movements resembled those of an exceptional dancer. "Onyx, you've done well," Piao Tai exclaimed, retrieving the gravely injured onyx into its pokeball, acutely aware that it could no longer continue the battle. Upon witnessing the onyx's return, the poison rose ceased its relentless assault, gliding gracefully to the side of the Tibetan antelope. More impressive than that calf, Lucario gave a thumbs up to the poison rose, though it remained aloof, indifferent to the praise. "Come back, poison rose." The Tibetan antelope recalled the poison rose into its hunting ball. Although the second battle concluded swiftly, the poison rose had sustained some injuries, making it prudent for it to remain in the pokeball for now. "I concede the second battle." Piao Tai waved to the mechanical referee and redirected his gaze to the Tibetan antelope, acknowledging the young man's exceptional prowess. The poison rose's movements are truly elegant. The gym leader Piao Tai had surprisingly surrendered in the second round. That silver-haired youth is remarkably skilled. It seems Piao Tai is not as formidable as he appears. The steel badge seems quite attainable. Unbeknownst to him, the audience had swelled, drawn in by this engaging exhibition battle. They murmured amongst themselves, praising the Tibetan antelope and the poison rose, while others expressed their bewilderment. Although the audience was teeming with spectators, a 2-meter radius of emptiness surrounded Xianling, shimmering with an ethereal rainbow glow. This was the protective force field established by Shumingming, who was determined to shield her beloved sister from the nearby onlookers. "Sister, you have trained that poison rose, haven't you?" Shumingming's voice echoed in Xianling's mind, as she had been pondering how such elegant dance steps could possibly be the result of training by a mere man. "Zhang Ling. I merely assisted in enhancing its flexibility and taught it some basic dance techniques," Xianling replied, resting her chin on her hand as she observed the nearly flawless performance of the poison rose, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Zhang Ling, the curator of the Piantai Pavilion, furrowed his brow at the disparaging remarks regarding the prowess of Piantai. "Not to worry," Piantai waved dismissively. "Your poison rose must have undergone systematic training, correct?" "Indeed." A friend assisted with the training. Zhang Ling's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the audience, landing on Xuanling's beaming face, before finally noticing the 2-meter void beside her. In astonishment, he murmured, "Is such a display of psychic power truly necessary?" "The force field belongs to that little girl, who is indeed a psychic," Piantai remarked, following Zhang Ling's line of sight to Xianling and recognizing the void. His knowledge far exceeded that of Zhang Ling, leading him to ponder whether this method of utilizing psychic abilities was characteristic of someone from the Psychic Association. "Both sides, please dispatch a third Pokémon." The mechanical referee's voice resonated in the air. "Curator Piantai, let us engage in the final battle." Zhang Ling inhaled deeply, shifting his focus to Lucario, who stood beside him. "Let us do this together. Watch me secure our victory." Lucario seemed to grasp Zhang Ling's intentions, their bond far surpassing that of the poison rose and Electrike. As a mere flick of Zhang Ling's fingers conveyed his thoughts, with 2 swift strides, Lucario approached the battlefield, having ascended to the quasi-king level, radiating a resolute aura akin to a drawn sword. Excellent. The final battle with our last Pokémon. Let us engage in a fight to remember. Piantai solemnly retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket. Come forth, old friend. With a thud, the sound of the Pokemon's footsteps echoed its gray-blue body. Formidable horn resembling a battering ram, and the palpable pressure it exuded upon entry ignited Lucario's utmost alertness. This was the battering dragon, a formidable headbutting Pokémon capable of shattering even the sturdiest of objects with its powerful skull, a true champion and Piantai's strongest spear. Lucario, at Zangling's uplifted hand. Lucario surged forward, as swift as an arrow released from its bowstring. Lucario surged forward with remarkable speed, yet Rampardos was not to be underestimated. As one of the fossil Pokémon hailing from the Sinnoh region, it was renowned as the strongest spear, displaying unwavering resolve in battle. As Rampardos charged, its hard head shell gleamed with a spectrum of colors, radiating the essence of psychic energy. This was the move known as Zen Headbutt. In the face of Rampardos' formidable attack, Lucario remained unflustered. With the aid of its aura power, Rampardos' advance appeared to unfold in slow motion. Seizing the opportune moment, Lucario executed a swift sidestep, evading the assault while simultaneously conjuring a shimmering blue bone club. Use Rock Slide, commanded the trainer, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination behind his black-rimmed glasses. Rampardos ceased its Zen Headbutt charge and instead emanated a warm, earthy glow. The rocks surrounding Rampardos began to coalesce, launching themselves toward Lucario in a relentless barrage that created an overwhelming sense of inevitability. Use Swords Dance. The trainer's eyes sparkled with intensity. Such an onslaught was hardly a concern for Lucario, bolstered by its aura. With a graceful, almost leisurely gait, Lucario skillfully evaded the barrage of flying stones, effortlessly dodging each one. For those that were unavoidable, it countered with its bone club, shattering them into dust, like a fleeting ray of light. Lucario navigated through the storm of debris, arriving before Rampardos, its bone club striking repeatedly against its foe. Though the flurry of blows lacked significant impact, Rampardos' modest durability rendered it susceptible to the attacks, inflicting notable damage. Rampardos let out a pained growl but did not retreat. Instead, it charged forward, its head adorned with the dazzling aura once again, preparing to unleash Zen Headbutt anew. What? The trainer's eyes narrowed, as if witnessing an unbelievable spectacle. The clash was imminent. Lucario's bone club met Rampardos' Zen Headbutt, and under the weight of Rampardos' formidable strength, the club splintered like a mere toothpick, emitting an unpleasant groan as it shattered into a cascade of blue sparks. Lucario's hand, which had gripped the bone club, throbbed with numbness from the impact, and it instinctively retreated a few steps, maintaining its stance against Rampardos. The sheer destructive power displayed left it in a state of alarm. Absolutely must not be hit. The trainer gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead, equally astonished by Rampardos' might. Rampardos, use Earthquake. The command came swiftly, leaving no room for contemplation, nor respite for Lucario. Rampardos stomped fiercely upon the ground, causing the entire battlefield to tremble, with debris leaping into the air. The seismic shock felt even at a distance from the arena. Lucario leaped into the air just before the tremors reached him, having witnessed the destructive power of the Rampardos. He was determined to avoid any of its attacks. As the seismic waves affected Lan Yi, a psychic barrier suddenly glimmered beside her, shielding her from the chaos outside. Those mud-caked rock-type Pokémon are truly reckless. The irritable voice of Dream Eater echoed in Lan Yi's mind, clearly unimpressed by the rock-type creatures, constantly smashing the ground. Such behavior was undeniably uncouth. That's what makes it interesting, isn't it? Lan Yi chuckled at Dream Eater's complaints, unfazed. Sometimes, such blunt and forceful attacks proved to be the most effective. Indeed, these rock-ground types certainly excel in destruction, Dream Eater sarcastically commented, but sister, Lucario's situation is becoming precarious. Such an assault is far from sufficient for both Cang Ling and Lucario. Lan Yi shook her head, seemingly dissatisfied with the current onslaught. Crack. Boom. The battlefield shattered into numerous fragments under the impact of Rampardos' earthquake, some parts jutting up while others sank down, leaving the arena in a state of utter ruin. The sheer destructive force was monstrous. Is this truly the prowess of the gym leader of the Piaotai? Were the leader's previous battles merely a jest at our expense? The spectators in the stands were left speechless, their faces marked with bewilderment and fear at Rampardos' might. Rock Slide. The gym leader had no time to waste on the audience's chatter. The battle had reached a critical juncture, and every command he issued was vital. Evading the rock slide in midair would not be an easy feat. Due to the devastated terrain, Rampardos could initiate rock slide without needing to conjure rocks himself, swiftly drawing upon the debris around. Countless stones hurtled toward the airborne Lucario. For one who could not fly, this was an unavoidable assault. Lucario reformed a bone club, its blue glow radiating as it twirled the weapon with vigor. The rotating club acted like an impregnable shield. Each stone that struck it was ground to fine dust. Oh, one can counter like this? The gym leader adjusted his glasses, expressing surprise at Lucario's aerial response to the rock slide. So meticulous was he, that he had never conceived of such a tactic. Truly a fascinating idea. Lucario landed steadily on the ground, taking a bow stance, the bone club enveloped in blue aura, and hurled it forcefully towards Rampardos. The club, shrouded in the blue aura, traced a graceful arc through the air, resembling a self-guided missile targeting Rampardos' position. Rampardos exhibited no fear. Its hardened shell above glimmered with a spectrum of colors. It's just a bone club. I've shattered them before. Doing it again would be no trouble. The thought hammer clashed once more with Lucario's bone club. Even though the club was enhanced by the power of aura, it ultimately could not escape the devastating force brought forth by the exaggerated might of the Rampardos. Crack! The bone club fractured, resembling a perfect work of art reaching its final brilliance. Like its predecessor, the previous bone club, the azure shards transformed into a faint ethereal glow, dissipating into the air. Rampardos roared at Lucario, its left foot once again striking the ground, as if to declare itself the sovereign of this arena. Retreat was not a word in Rampardos' lexicon. Its battle philosophy was solely focused on offense, and more offense. The already ravaged battlefield echoed with mournful cries. The earthquake struck again. With Rampardos' instigation, the tremors returned to this battered combat arena. Lucario, jump! The swift voice of the Impala urged, the frequency of Rampardos' attacks leaving little room for contemplation. Relying entirely on instinct and experience to issue commands, Lucario sprinted forth, leaping over a towering stone, while simultaneously soaring high into the air, enveloped in an enhanced crimson light. The sound of clashing metal resonating, indicating a 2-level boost in physical attack. Lucario's leap coincided perfectly with the tremor's peak, demonstrating impeccable timing without a moment's waste. You won't escape so easily now. The glasses-clad figure shot a casual glance at Rampardos, which the creature understood all too well. Rampardos bellowed skyward, its hard shell emanating a rich, earthy glow, a palpable energy gathering that caused the surrounding rubble to tremble faintly, not due to the earthquake's residual waves, but from the violent surge of energy above Rampardos' head. The Impala's gaze sharpened, keenly aware that the energy Rampardos was accumulating exceeded his expectations. Was it a finishing move? This time, the glasses-wearing strategist chose not to attack the airborne Lucario with Rock Slide, opting instead for a decisive ultimate attack, aiming for a one-hit knockout. Regardless, your landing point will remain unchanged, he asserted confidently, adjusting his glasses. In a sense, he and Han Xiang shared many similarities. Both were meticulously serious in battle. However, his meticulousness stemmed from his temperament, while Han Xiang's arose from a trust in his own data. The ground beneath Rampardos began to sink slightly, the overwhelming energy making it almost unbearable. Though its legs trembled, Rampardos' eyes were bloodshot, reflecting a fervent zeal for battle, akin to a berserk warrior. As Lucario soared closer to the ground, the strategist's smile grew ever more pronounced. Victory was assured. Double-edged headbutt, he called out. Invoking the name of the skill Rampardos was to employ, one of the most formidable moves in the rock-type repertoire. The Battle Hammer Dragon surged forward, and a tawny energy manifested into 2 razor-sharp blades at the sides of its head, rendering the creature reminiscent of an exquisite longsword. It resembled the fabled Sword of Freyr, the sun god of mythology, a blade renowned for its invincibility. This unparalleled sword could soar through the air to claim the heads of its adversaries, and whosoever wielded it would find it dancing autonomously across the battlefield, slaying foes in accordance with the wielder's aspirations, a true emblem of victory. Lucario, do as you wish, Cang Ling shouted, his voice hoarse, acutely aware that if Lucario were struck by the Battle Hammer Dragon's dual-bladed assault, it would undoubtedly be rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Cang Ling could only place his hopes for triumph upon Lucario's own instincts, as the urgency of time left him no room for strategizing a solution. As Lucario descended, a faint white glow enveloped its form, its gaze resolute. No one could fathom what thoughts coursed through its mind, not even Cang Ling. Thud! The Battle Hammer Dragon collided with Lucario, propelled by an unstoppable force, shattering the debris that dared to obstruct its charge into mere dust. It was relentless in its advance, Dust enveloped the battlefield, obscuring the view of the two Pokémon, while the shockwave billowed their garments. Such destructive power. It was beyond human comprehension. Would Lucario survive this? It's over. The challenger has surely lost. The audience buzzed with speculation, some gasping in awe at the Battlehammer Dragon's might, while others began to gather their belongings. Preparing to depart. Sister, these people are so superficial. The battle is far from over. Dream Eater scoffed at the flustered spectators around her. Possessing formidable psychic abilities, she perceived far more than they did, confident that Lucario would not fall so easily. Indeed, the mechanical referee had yet to signal the end. Its nod drowned out by the sound of cascading debris. This was the most exhilarating moment of the entire battle. The referee rose, its beautiful eyes shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, seemingly able to pierce through the haze and see all. Cang Ling was destined for victory. What is happening? Why has the mechanical referee not declared the battle over? Po Tai, having heard the colossal impact, turned his gaze towards the hovering referee, eagerly awaiting the announcement of his triumph. Ah, you truly are remarkable, Lucario. Meanwhile, Cang Ling seemed to grasp something significant. He realized that Lucario's earlier response had indeed been rather cunning. Did Lucario somehow overhear Cang Ling's murmurs? A chilling thought crept into his mind. As the dust began to settle, a fleeting blue silhouette darted past, followed almost immediately by the Battlehammer Dragon's roar, now laced with cries of pain. Lucario emerged from the haze, landing gracefully atop a towering stone, its form radiating a vibrant blue aura of aura power, exuding an imposing presence as if it had not been affected by the onslaught of the Rampardos. Well done. Cang Ling beamed at Lucario, giving it a thumbs up. Lucario flashed a grin in return, mirroring the gesture with a casual thumbs up of its own, its right hand glinting with a faint, fading metallic sheen. The Rampardos, however, staggered back several steps, emerging from the smoke. A conspicuous fist imprint emblazoned on its chest, a clear testament to the impact of Lucario's attack. It appeared that Lucario's strike had inflicted considerable damage. The Rampardos now seemed unsteady. Gasping for breath. What an astonishing turn of events! Po Tai exclaimed, taken aback by Lucario's formidable stance. How could it possibly evade the Rampardos' assault? The answer was simple. It had utilized a bone staff. Cang Ling had discerned Lucario's method of evasion earlier, leveraging the bone staff as a fulcrum to execute a timely leap away from danger. The imagery formed in Po Tai's mind. Confronted by the Rampardos, Lucario remained unflustered, conjuring a bone staff from energy, using it to propel itself into a secondary jump, deftly avoiding the attack. A fantastical escape indeed. As if Arceus sought to confirm Cang Ling's assertion. The smoke cleared, revealing a luminous blue bone staff embedded where Lucario had landed. The staff emanated a radiant blue glow, silently recounting the events that had transpired. In the steel gym, the battlefield bore witness to the Rampardos, panting heavily, its weakened state suggesting it might collapse at any moment. In contrast, Lucario bore only minor wounds, superficial at best. So, this is how one can evade an attack, Po Tai mused, casting a glance at his Rampardos, a sense of reflection washing over him. Come on, Cang Ling, deliver the final blow. Bring down my Rampardos. Though the Rampardos' legs trembled, it remained steadfast, embodying the essence of a warrior's relentless spirit. With a shaky yet determined stride, it charged towards Lucario, pressing on in its final moments. A warrior, after all, can only fall in the heat of battle. I'm coming for you, Cang Ling responded, evidently inspired by the Rampardos' fighting spirit, his voice resonating with conviction. Lucario, moved by the Rampardos' indomitable spirit, knew it could not afford to show mercy. With a low murmur, Lucario's body ignited with a soft white glow, reminiscent of the moment it had prepared to evade the Rampardos' strike. Its gaze hardened with resolve. Lucario's right fist shimmered with a metallic sheen, bullet punch. Even with his extensive experience, even Po Tai could not discern the nature of this skill. This technique, known as sharpening, grants one an unparalleled focus of mind, enabling the user to perceive the weaknesses of their opponent and strike with pinpoint accuracy. Cang Ling elucidated the ability as Lucario executed it. This skill is instinctively learned by Lucario upon evolution, and throughout regular training, it has consistently exhibited extraordinary effects, elevating Lucario's offensive capabilities to an entirely new echelon. Lucario moved with a flickering grace, rendering the Rampardos' desperate charge, already bolstered by 2 stages of attack and imbued with the sharpening state, utterly feeble. With his right fist gleaming like polished metal, he unleashed a strike akin to a bullet, yet it merely grazed the Rampardos' formidable skull. The Rampardos, Its legs finally succumbing to fatigue, fell to the ground, a hint of a smile gracing its lips. The Rampardos has lost its fighting capability. The victor of the Steel Gym sparring match is Cang Ling from Huchuan Town. The mechanical referee hovered above, its voice resonating throughout the gymnasium to announce the outcome of the battle. A sudden applause erupted from the audience, where a girl with pink hair stood, clapping in celebration. Was she congratulating the young man for his victory? The spectators were baffled by the applause from Huan Ling. Yet, some understood. A boy with dark red hair leaned against the wall of the audience area, watching as Huan Ling stood to applaud, a faint smile gracing his lips. At least my time spent here was not in vain. These foolish individuals mistakenly believed Huan Ling was applauding Cang Ling's triumph, completely oblivious to the poignant warrior spirit displayed by the Rampardos. The dark-haired boy turned to leave, instinctively pressing his hand against his waist. No need to rush. There would be ample opportunity to face that Lucario. In the Crosos manor, a middle-aged man dressed as a priest appeared unexpectedly before Crosos and Icolu. Saruo Crosos regarded the newcomer with an inscrutable expression, as purple flames flickered around him. Did Sister Icolu deliberately send Gal away upon sensing his arrival? It was prudent to avoid a confrontation at this moment. Saruo, since you are here, why not have a cup of tea? Icolu invited, her face partly obscured by her bangs, revealing no hint of her expression. No need. My purpose is quite clear, and my time is precious. The book in Saruo's hands fluttered of its own accord, flipping several pages. I wish to know the whereabouts of Gal. I have matters to discuss with him. Saruo, seeing Icolu's efforts to be cordial yield no effect, Crosos's temper flared. As the inheritor of the power of fire, he had no intention of suppressing his emotions. Flames erupted around Crosos, forming blossoms that, though they flew slowly, imparted an inescapable sensation, as if the flames transcended the constraints of space itself. As the flames approached, Sharo appeared oblivious, standing motionless in place, neither evading nor obstructing, allowing the fire to surge before him. Ikaru, witnessing this scene, refrained from intervening, calmly sipping her tea with an air of indifference. Strangely, when the flames reached Sharo, they halted mysteriously, as if an invisible wall of air stood before him, blocking both the flames and their searing heat. With a casual gesture, the purple flames emitted by Crosos transformed into scattered embers dissipating into the air. Yet that was not the end. A series of green wind blades materialized from the void, hurtling towards Crosos. The wind blades approached with such swiftness that Crosos could only assume a defensive posture, conjuring a shield of purple flames. Enough. Sensing Crosos was about to face defeat, Ikaru, still seated with her tea, could no longer remain passive and called out sharply. With a deafening roar, thunderous sounds reverberated throughout the manor. A bolt of lightning sliced through the serene sky, followed by a clap of thunder that summoned a thick blanket of dark clouds, which returned to envelop Crosos manor, previously scattered by the wind. Rain fell like a torrent of silver swords, fiercely lashing out at every corner. The raindrops quickly soaked Sharo's priestly robe, and after the flash of lightning, the figures of Crosos and Ikaru vanished from his sight. Where's Gal? We do not know. Sharo, please return. Ikaru's voice resonated softly within Crosos manor, her lingering tone elusive. In Steel City, at the Pokémon Center, Miss Joy, could you please assist me in treating these Pokémon? Cang Ling placed 3 Pokeballs on the tray at the counter. Certainly. Please wait a moment, Miss Joy replied, her gaze lingering on Cang Ling for a few seconds, recognizing him as the boy who had recently been defeated by the pineapple in a battle. After handing over the Pokémon for treatment, Cang Ling scanned the Pokémon Center and noticed Qianling sitting in a corner, engrossed in examining something. Oh, here it aligns with the map in this document. Qianling compared it to the healing information she had found on her laptop, painstakingly reconstructing the somewhat tattered parchment before her. What are you looking at? Cang Ling leaned in closer, catching sight of a piece of parchment adorned with intricate lines, its chaotic markings perplexing. Cang Ling stared, momentarily taken aback. Is this a map? It resembles the things my father used to study. At this moment, Cang Ling remained unaware that this map concealed secrets potent enough to incite an organization to unleash its full might in a bid to seize it. In Steel City, at the Pokémon Center, Qianling, deeply focused on comparing the map, had not noticed Cang Ling leaning in, absorbed in her own world as she sketched and annotated on her laptop with an electronic pen. Though I've discovered a similar map, I can't seem to correlate the details, Qianling murmured, biting her lip in frustration. If only I could piece this together. Tibetan Antelope appeared to excel at this puzzle, casually gliding her hand over the laptop screen of the perplexed Yuling instantly. The map on the device aligned with the one on the parchment, revealing only a few minor imperfections. Oh, Yu Ling gazed in astonishment as her dilemma unraveled, and in a surge of excitement, she impulsively planted a kiss on Tibetan Antelope's cheek, exclaiming, "You are simply marvelous." Fortunately, the spirit center was relatively empty at that moment. Those who witnessed Yu Ling's gesture merely smiled, viewing it as a display of affection between two young individuals without further thought. Tibetan Antelope, momentarily taken aback, touched the spot where she had been kissed, wearing a look of bewilderment. Yu Ling, however, had no time to ponder Tibetan Antelope's expression. She meticulously compared the maps, calculating proportions while methodically pinpointing the red dot on the parchment. This should be Zhuqing City. Tibetan Antelope, returning from his daze, observed Yu Ling's earnest demeanor and unconsciously became engrossed in the task. Then, this is Steel City, the very place where Yu Ling and I reside. It seemed as though an invisible map existed in Tibetan Antelope's mind, upon which he simply drew 3 lines, forming a right triangle. A quick calculation revealed that this point must be in Guanji town. Almost simultaneously, Tibetan Antelope and Yu Ling voiced their thoughts in unison. "Then, it is settled." A subtle smile graced Yu Ling's lips as she extended 2 fingers and traced the laptop screen. "Wait, my lady." Tibetan Antelope felt an unsettling sensation from Yu Ling's smile. "You aren't planning to head to Guanji town, are you?" "Indeed, thanks to your assistance in deciphering this map." Yu Ling's words carried an irresistible allure for Tibetan Antelope. "My purpose in Sinnoh was precisely due to this map, and now I can finally fulfill my desire." As Yu Ling contemplated the impending discovery of treasure, a yearning blossomed in her heart. Yet, she held back a thought, initially intending for Tibetan Antelope to solve the map. Suddenly, Tibetan Antelope felt foolish for his curiosity, questioning why he had leaned in and offered assistance with the puzzle. He genuinely believed he had acted rather naively. Within the layers of Tibetan Antelope's clothing, a small black object pulsed with a faint red glow. Above the spirit center, a figure cloaked in a subtle black mist listened intently to the sounds emanating from the earpiece. "Guanji town, you say?" the shadow murmured, a glimmer of excitement flashing in their eyes. "Ah, let us reunite in Guanji town. This time, I shall seize not only the map, but all that it conceals." The mist thickened, enveloping the figure, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. In Steel City, at the headquarters of the Thieves' Guild, news arrived from Yume. Sally, wielding an electronic pen, circled key points on the map of Guanji town. "It appears we have deciphered the map. They are preparing to journey to Guanji town." Yume had already set off for Guanji town. "Thus, you must depart swiftly." He Qian, only 2 individuals, Han Shang and He Qian, lingered to hear her words as they sat in silence. Though there are only 2 individuals, this is already a rare sight within the Thieves' Guild. When has the esteemed 7 kings ever required 3 to undertake a mission together? "Understood." Han Shang and He Qian both rose, attentively listening to Sally as she conveyed the forthcoming instructions. He Qian would set out first, ensuring he arrived at the town of Guanji before the target and rendezvoused with the Phantom Society. One by one, Sally articulated her directives. "Understood." He Qian nodded and departed the conference room. "By Shirt Song Ling, I suppose we shall meet once more. I hope you can exhibit the same formidable presence as before." At that moment, Sally stood as the supreme authority of the guild, her commands beyond reproach. Even Han Shang, who shared a close rapport with her, made no effort to interject. Once He Qian had left, the authoritative aura Sally had previously exuded seemed to dissipate. She gazed at Han Shang, her expression betraying an unspoken concern. "Is she worried that I might struggle against Song Ling?" Han Shang understood her apprehension and smiled, contemplating reaching out to pat the girl's head, yet ultimately refrained. "Rest assured, I have always maintained a clear distinction between personal feelings and duty." Sally had already undergone significant change, and Han Shang did not wish to burden her further. In the town of Guanji, on Zhuanwan Avenue, Guanji is renowned for its abundant honey and the omnipresent fragrance of blooming flowers. It is a town that truly belongs to blossoms. 2 figures traversed the grand avenue leading to Guanji, the sun having long descended, painting the sky with hues of twilight. "Jin Sui, do hurry, at this pace. We shan't reach Guanji today," one figure remarked, his voice bearing a faint rasp. He was a youth clad in a light gray trench coat, a red bow tie adorning his neck, while a Panama hat shaded his gray hair, his complexion revealing a sickly pallor. "I know, Xianzi, but I simply cannot move any faster," the boy addressed as Qian Sui replied with a wry smile, his legs numb and unable to support him any further. Qian Sui, with his tousled golden hair, donned a white shirt beneath a brownish-gray short coat, his light blue eyes possessing an allure that drew one in. The 2 continued for a while longer, but made little progress. "Let us rest here for the night," Xianzi declared, having surveyed the surrounding terrain and made his decision. Upon hearing they could finally rest, Qiansui promptly collapsed onto the ground, massaging his calves with his hands. Xianzi observed Qiansui's antics with a faint smile before finding a spot against a tree, setting up a tent, and gathering wood for a campfire. His actions were executed with remarkable proficiency, indicative of someone well-versed in such endeavors, requiring little time to complete the tasks. The two youths appeared to be of different ages, with Xianzi exhibiting the travel-savvy nuances that come only after considerable experience on the road. As twilight deepened, the moon ascended to the branches, and the stars twinkled in the sky. A plane soared towards Steel City, carrying only 2 passengers, Cang Ling and Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying had swiftly booked 2 tickets on her laptop for a flight from Steel City to Guangji Town. Her excitement palpable as she contemplated the treasures that awaited her in Guangji. Time passed swiftly, and night transformed into the bright light of day, with the sun casting its warm rays upon the sky. Not far from Zhuguandao, 2 simple tents were pitched on a hill, their presence marked by a pile of burnt-out embers from a campfire. In the cool morning breeze, Mukir unveiled his melodious voice, the clarity of his song invigorating. The zipper of the tent on the left slid open, and a youth with deep gray hair emerged. Stretching lazily, he welcomed the warm sunlight. This was Xianzi, who had journeyed to Guangji Town with Qiansui the previous day. "Hey, Qiansui, are you awake?" Xianzi called, approaching the other tent and gently tugging at its fabric. The zipper of the tent slowly parted, revealing a face marked by fatigue, with disheveled golden hair that appeared lackluster. However, Qiansui's drowsy eyes suddenly widened in alarm, a look of fear overtaking his features, as if something dreadful lurked behind Xianzi. "What's wrong?" Xianzi, puzzled by Qiansui's sudden shift in demeanor, turned to glance over his shoulder. But his motion froze. A vibrant green vine had inexplicably coiled onto his shoulder. "What is that? Could it be a ghost?" Xianzi's thoughts spiraled as he felt the vine's touch. Although he specialized in ghost-type Pokémon, he harbored a deep fear of the supernatural, rendering the situation awkward. He felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his spirit seemingly lost. "Oh no!" Qiansui exclaimed, alarmed by Xianzi's state. He lunged to pull Xianzi into his tent, but it was too late. Several vines swiftly encircled the 2 tents, their verdant leaves enveloping Xianzi and Qiansui in an instant. Suddenly, a cascade of green powder floated between the branches, accompanied by an enchanting melody. The sounds of Xianzi and Qiansui's struggles began to fade into a whisper. Outside Guangji Town, not far from Zhuguandao, 2 figures were poring over a map, seemingly in search of something. "Hey, Cang Ling, are you sure it's around here?" asked a pink-haired girl, her sun hat shielding her face as she pouted at the map in her hands. They had been searching for quite some time, but had yet to locate their intended destination. "According to my calculations, it should be in this vicinity." Standing beside the young girl was a silver-haired youth clad in a plain t-shirt, who rubbed his temples, feeling a throbbing pain. With closed eyes, he remarked, "My lady, that map of yours must be quite outdated. It is a miracle I can make it this far." The 2 individuals were none other than Cang Ling and Xian Ling, who had spent the previous night exploring Guangji Town. After a brief rest upon their arrival, Xian Ling eagerly pulled Cang Ling out in search of treasure. Although Cang Ling was somewhat reluctant, he did not wish to dampen the girl's spirits, and the faint dark circles under his eyes were a testament to his sleepless night. "All right." Xian Ling seemed to sense Cang Ling's lack of enthusiasm and affectionately took his hand, her tone carrying a hint of playful charm, something she had never expressed towards him before. As a shy emotion flickered within her, she felt a different sensation arise. Cang Ling had always been susceptible to her requests, and with her taking the initiative to grasp his hand, something within him began to stir. Thus, he did not pull away, allowing her to lead him. At that moment, the bracelets on their wrists emitted a soft glow. "Careful, big sister." The untimely warnings from Lucario and Drifloon broke the budding atmosphere of youthful affection between the 2. Simultaneously, the Pokeballs belonging to Lucario and Drifloon burst open from Cang Ling's battle belt and Xuanling's coat pocket. The dark blue figure of Lucario and the pink silhouette of Drifloon appeared beside them, both Pokémon wearing expressions of vigilance, as if wary of a shared threat. "What's wrong?" Cang Ling had rarely seen Lucario so alert, which heightened his own tension. "Someone is approaching." Xuanling's beautiful eyes sparkled with iridescent light. Her psychic abilities granted her a keener perception than that of the ordinary Cang Ling. Indeed, it was impossible to evade the keen senses of the aura Pokémon, Lucario, even as a familiar voice echoed in their ears from the Pokeball. A middle-aged man, whom Cang Ling had encountered countless times, materialized before him. "Do you really need to pursue me so relentlessly, old man? You are like an annoying adhesive, Cang Ling recognized the man instantly, for they had interacted far too often. It was He Qian, one of the 7 kings of the Thieves' Guild. "Hey, how do you speak to me, brat?" He Qian retorted, visibly irked by Cang Ling's mockery. "Do you know? This time, our Thieves' Guild has dispatched 3 of the 7 kings to deal with you. We will surely obtain that map from you. Do you think I'm afraid? Last time, didn't your 2 companions get sent packing? 3 will fare no better." The words of the Tibetan antelope were as sharp as a needle against a wheat awn, relentlessly pressuring He Qian. He aimed to overshadow his opponent with sheer force. Just moments ago, Luca Liu had discreetly raised 3 fingers to indicate that, including the current He Qian, 2 more individuals were lurking nearby, poised to strike. Furthermore, after the sparring match in Steel City, both the Electabuzz and the Poison Rose had made significant advancements. He now feared no adversary and brimmed with confidence. "Hey, you know nothing. You are facing the top 2 among our 7 kings, the ones with the highest completion rates," He Qian retorted, matching the Tibetan antelope's arrogance with his own. "Since we are all here, why not show yourselves?" The Tibetan antelope disregarded He Qian's words, for he sensed a dangerous aura that raised the hair on the back of his neck. They were destined to clash, were they not? A wave of tension enveloped him. Xiao Ying could distinctly feel the clammy sweat coating the Tibetan antelope's palm. Was it indeed the result of that primal energy? A disdainful cold snort echoed, and the figure of Yume emerged from a shroud of black mist. Her ability to conceal herself was remarkably adept, allowing her to blend into the shadows even in daylight. The cold snort was directed at He Qian, whose foolish actions had inadvertently exposed their information. However, this time, they would not falter. Surrounded by a faint black mist, Yume observed the Tibetan antelope, who had assumed a defensive stance, confident in the success of their mission. Little did she realize that this posture was not intended for her. Though Yume's arrival was somewhat unexpected, the aura she emitted was not the oppressive wildness that the Tibetan antelope had sensed. It was merely an air of mystery. Not him. The Tibetan antelope nearly identified her presence the moment she appeared, quickly concluding that she was not the source of the threatening energy he had felt. "Hey, kid. Feeling nervous now is a bit too late, isn't it?" He Qian's brash voice echoed in the Tibetan antelope's ears. This uncle was incredibly bothersome. He was not like this back at the guild. He Qian's volume was loud, and Yume heard him too. She cradled her head, appearing exasperated. He Qian's incessant chatter would test the patience of even the most tolerant individual. "I say, uncle, why are you so verbose? Like a pesky mosquito." The Tibetan antelope's patience had nearly worn thin from He Qian's incessant prattle. He impatiently interrupted, but midway through, he halted, sensing the approach of that dangerous energy. A figure clad in black leisurely approached from another direction, fortuitously positioning himself to form a perfect triangle with He Qian and Yume. The man wore a mask adorned with a vividly depicted black night demon, and his demeanor resembled that of a swift cheetah. "It's him." The moment he appeared, the Tibetan antelope's focus sharpened to its utmost, and he instinctively tightened his grip on Xiao Ling's hand. The individual stood there, motionless, yet captivated the attention of all present, as if he were the sole focus of the gathering. "What are we waiting for? Act." The raspy voice of the onlooker was discomforting, yet it compelled Yume and He Qian to adopt a combat stance. With the invocation of the tasked deity, the time had come to engage. He Qian drew a Pokeball from his combat belt, releasing a small purple sprite that soared forth in a flash of red light, an unmistakable Zubat. Known for its repeated encounters with the Tibetan antelope, this enigmatic figure, clad in a mask and employing a voice modulator, was not the same as during their usual missions. Yume furrowed her brow, pondering this incongruity, yet her hands moved swiftly to summon her Jengar. The individual known as the Black Owl raised his hand to unleash his own Pokémon, a creature that flickered with yellow luminescence, exuding a faint electric aura. This small sprite, predominantly yellow, appeared beside the Black Owl, adorned with white and yellow spikes along its neck and body, reminiscent of a lightning bolt. Sharp as a lightning rod, the Pokémon was a Raichu, capable of discharging a staggering 10,000 volts of electricity, making it challenging for trainers to establish rapport with it. The trio of sprites exerted pressure toward the Tibetan antelope and the other participant, wheeling. Humph. Observing the relentless advance of the 3 sprites, Lucario, standing beside the Tibetan antelope, emitted a disdainful grunt, stepping forward to absorb the combined pressure emanating from the elite trio. The collective aura of the 3 elite-level sprites could hardly stir the waters around the quasi-king level Lucario. This fellow remains as troublesome as ever. Has he indeed broken through? Watching Lucario calmly intercept the 3 sprites, He Qian felt a twinge of frustration as he withdrew another Pokeball, muttering in a volume only he could discern, Tibetan antelope. I truly apologize. The Pokeball, solemnly presented by the black owl, erupted before him, revealing a humanoid silhouette that emerged, shimmering with an enigmatic purple glow. Its eyes burning with fierce determination as they locked onto Lucario. Boss, you'd best prepare yourself. I may not be able to assist. The intensity in those battle-ready eyes bore down on Lucario with unimaginable pressure. Understood. Just as the Tibetan antelope reached for the poison rose Pokeball, an eerie melody suddenly filled the air. The unexpected song caused every person present to freeze, and had Xianzi and Chitose been there, they would undoubtedly have remarked that the melody they heard was indeed the same. This tune evoked a profound sense of tranquility. Ling, true to her professional acumen, had discerned much from merely a brief segment. Such a low vocal range was unlikely to be produced by a human. The melody was gentle, yet it evoked an overwhelming sense of drowsiness, an inexplicable feeling that surged forth from the depths of the heart, rendering one utterly defenseless against its allure. The already weary Cang Ling found her eyelids growing heavy under the enchantment of the song, appearing as though she might succumb to slumber at any moment. Beside her, Qian fared even worse. Upon hearing the eerie melody, he promptly lost consciousness, collapsing like a bat in disarray. In stark contrast, Yume, upon absorbing the haunting tune, felt a surge of dark mist enveloping her. After a brief moment of distraction, she quickly regained her alertness, though if anyone were to speak to her at that moment, their words would go unheard, for she had sealed off her sense of hearing. Similarly unaffected by the song were He Xiao and Yu Ling. He Xiao's faint purple aura instinctively shielded him from the melody, filtering its power away. Meanwhile, Yu Ling, due to her extraordinary abilities, immediately activated her psychic field to protect both herself and Cang Ling. The spirits they had summoned, however, were not immune to the song's influence, each appearing drowsy and lethargic. In a bid to avoid the fate of the fallen bat, Cang Ling's Lucario, Yu Ling's Dream Eater, Yomei's Jengar, as well as He Xiao's Raichu and the unseen small spirit, all retreated into their Pokeballs, seeking refuge from the overwhelming force. What is happening? Cang Ling shook her head, the sensation of dizziness lingering in her mind. Since embarking on her journey, peculiar occurrences had been a constant companion. She observed that the four of them, including herself, who remained awake, all bore pallid expressions. The power of the song had begun to penetrate the barriers of their defenses against mysterious forces, its hypnotic power infiltrating every crevice. Hiss! He Xiao, currently in the best condition among them, pinched himself forcefully in an attempt to awaken from the trance. Yet, the hypnotic force reached deep into his soul, rendering the urge to sleep insurmountable. Yume, having sealed off her hearing, found herself precariously swaying, her eyelids battling against each other as she slumped to the ground. Gasping for breath, Yu Ling's head drooped heavily onto Cang Ling's shoulder. She could no longer withstand the pressure, and her psychic field gradually dissipated. With Yu Ling's fall, the protection surrounding Cang Ling vanished, and the song seemed to possess an enchanting power that lulled the already fatigued Cang Ling into a state of unconsciousness. The last image that Cang Ling registered was a green shadow passing swiftly before her, yet she could do nothing to resist. A somewhat retro-style duplex villa stood beside a crystal-clear lake. Inside the villa, a young man clad in a white lab coat sat at a simple desk, poring over a thick stack of documents. His hair, evidently unkempt for quite some time, cascaded down to his shoulders in disarray, the silver strands lacking any luster. As he read, he sipped the hand-ground coffee resting on his desk, deeply engrossed in a project he had labored over for more than 6 months. Yet the progress remained disappointingly minimal, barely reaching the halfway mark. The text here appears to belong to a more advanced narrative. It seems to convey that a young man, after sipping a cup of coffee, gazes intently at the words on a document, simultaneously recalling pertinent information regarding those words. Just as the young man immerses himself in translation, the door to the study creaks open, revealing a small head peering in, curious eyes observing everything within the room. The boy, no taller than 50 centimeters, shares the same silvery hair as the young man. His youthful visage already hints at a future handsomeness, and the identical silver locks suggest a significant bond between the two. Daddy, the boy chirps, his innocent voice resonating pleasantly, devoid of any annoyance. Oh, it's A Ling, the young man responds, lifting his gaze and adjusting his glasses, which he had worn solely for work. A tender smile graces his face as he beckons the boy to approach. A Ling, you've wandered off again. A slightly reproachful feminine voice calls from behind the boy. Despite the admonishing tone, a hint of affection seeps through. Didn't I tell you not to disturb your father while he is working? Mama, the boy murmurs softly upon hearing her voice, a shiver coursing through him. Suddenly, the world around him plunges into darkness, akin to a total eclipse. A chilling, silent void envelopes him. Mom! A silver-haired youth cries out, struggling to awaken, gasping for breath. Ouch! My head feels heavy. The youth runs his fingers through his hair, a headache creeping in as he reflects on the strange dream he just experienced. He does not dwell on the memory for long, quickly realizing that his surroundings are rather peculiar. He finds himself seated on a cold concrete floor, a moving escalator visible in the distance, and a flickering fluorescent light overhead. Indeed, there are no Pokeballs in sight. The youth struggles to rise, instinctively checking his waist, only to discover that the Pokeball previously there has vanished without a trace. A knowing smile spreads across his face, suggesting he has become entangled in something extraordinary. At this juncture, it becomes evident to all that this youth is the same Cang Ling who was previously besieged by Xiao, Ying, and Qian, our protagonist. Cang Ling surveys his surroundings, glancing at a wall not far off, where an advertisement frame stands empty, the ads having been removed, leaving only vacant spaces. The floor is littered with shards of newspaper, as if no one had cleaned in years. A few steps ahead, two distinct tracks are visible. An eerie sound of wind echoing through the air, reminiscent of the grating noise of chalk against a blackboard, sending chills down one's spine. Cang Ling wonders about the whereabouts of Hu Ling and Lucario, feeling a sense of unease for Hu Ling's situation, while also worrying for Lucario and the other small Pokémon. The Tibetan antelope cast a glance at the signpost beside the track during his earlier survey of the surroundings. He had noticed that the sign appeared to have stood there for an extended period. A vague sense of disquiet stirred within him regarding the sign, yet he found himself devoid of options. With only this solitary path before him, he resolved to proceed onward. The underground passage twisted and turned, and as he ventured deeper, the litter of paper on the ground increased, as if a vehicle laden with discarded newspapers had recently passed through, spilling its contents haphazardly. To his astonishment, he soon encountered a ticket barrier, an apparatus he had seen countless times before. However, this time, the Tibetan antelope halted, every nerve in his body taut with apprehension. Something felt amiss. If the prior location had been a platform, then this must be a subway line. Yet, there was no subway in Guangji town. Only a subterranean bicycle path existed. He had not exited the station, nor would he need to purchase another ticket for a transfer. The presence of a ticket barrier on this route posed a significant dilemma. The ground trembled slightly, likely indicating that a subway train was arriving. Glancing around and noting the absence of others, he steeled his resolve and squeezed beneath the barrier. Thus, the ticket machine proved to be merely a decorative fixture. No alarm sounded, and he felt a twinge of absurdity, realizing that his earlier anxious behavior had rendered him almost delusional. The Tibetan antelope dashed onto the platform just as the arriving subway train came to a halt, accompanied by the jarring clatter of rusted bearings. The doors creaked open slowly. Raising his gaze to the train, a chill coursed through him, prompting him to freeze in his tracks. The train was shrouded in darkness, obscuring whether it was filled with passengers or utterly vacant. Darkness inherently exudes an air of mystery, rendering one ignorant of the truth. Were Xiao and the others not aboard this train? It dawned on him that he was utterly alone in this subway station, with no one else in sight. The station itself felt off. The Tibetan antelope gradually raised his head. The fluorescent lights flickered erratically, stout columns supported the lofty dome, and the terrazzo floor gleamed beneath his feet. The staircases were flanked by iron railings painted green, creating an ambience that was both familiar and alien, as if he had visited this place long ago. Suddenly, he averted his gaze downward, and on the battered exterior of the train, he discerned the number 315, painted in red. Memories long buried in his mind began to resurface. This subway number was one he had used in his childhood, long since retired. How could it possibly be here? Not only was the train's number erroneous, but the subway station resembled a bygone era. It retained the original design from the inception of Shiny Alolan. The station bore an old-fashioned charm, grand and expansive, with a cold breeze sweeping across the platform, and the fluorescent lights casting a pallor on his face. The Tibetan antelope closed his eyes, massaging his temples in an effort to regain focus. The overwhelming influx of information rendered him momentarily disoriented. He recalled the blank advertising spaces he had previously observed, the scattered remnants of newspapers, and the peeling paint on the signpost. As he descended deeper into the subway station, the anomalies he had previously overlooked resurfaced in his mind. The familiar surroundings began to fade away gradually, as if he were traversing through time. Everything transitioned seamlessly, with time being drawn backwards in the lengthy corridor, revealing no signs of disruption. The pressing concern now was to locate Hu Ling. She, like him, was devoid of any protective sprites. The Tibetan antelope slowly opened its eyes, a flicker of resolve igniting within. Yet, the subway train remained stationary, its doors ajar as if awaiting its sole passenger. As evening fell, rain cascaded down the streets outside, obscuring the sky that had been hidden for days. Walking through this area felt profoundly alien, as a figure cloaked in dark garments traversed the street. This was Yume, who had been wandering these unfamiliar streets for quite some time, the solitude reminiscent of her previous training. She recalled an unexpected incident during the siege of the white stone Tibetan antelope, after which she lost consciousness, only to awaken not long ago. The streets were sparsely populated, the overcast sky prompting shop windows to illuminate prematurely. Yume kept her head bowed, aimlessly wandering with a tumultuous mind. Upon passing a bridal photography shop, she halted, captivated by the magnificent white gown displayed in the window. What was I thinking? After a brief moment of daze, she snapped back to reality, sharply slapping her face with a hand concealed beneath her robe, striving to regain her composure. The light from the window cast two silhouettes side by side. As a girl with pink hair, holding an umbrella, stepped beside Yume. Are you all right? Holing's hesitant voice floated into her ear. Holing had been following Yume for about 10 minutes, initially intending to leave, but grew concerned upon witnessing Yume's disoriented demeanor. Do you know? I absolutely detest rainy days. Yume murmured softly, not turning around, fully aware of the person behind her. Expressionless and drenched, she felt an inherent chill. I loathe the cold. Then why don't you use an umbrella? Holing inquired. I cannot allow myself to live too comfortably. I must endure some discomfort to truly feel alive, Yume replied, her voice tinged with fatigue and seriousness. At a loss for words, Holing gazed at Yume's beautiful face peering from beneath the hood of her robe. Despite knowing that this individual had attempted to seize her map twice already, the earnestness reflected in her rain-soaked visage rendered Holing incapable of harboring any anger. Go away, Yume murmured. Find a place to shelter from the rain. Be careful, for if I feel inclined later, I might just come for your map. The dismissal lacked conviction, and Holing took a few steps back, yet her intention was not to leave. Suit yourself, Holing replied, her actions not lost on Yume, who scoffed in disdain. Muttering to herself, what a soft-hearted person. Here I am, the villain intent on stealing your map. Suddenly, Yume heard the startled cry of Xiao Ying. She turned sharply to see four ruffians encircling a girl clad in a casual coat, holding a delicate umbrella, pushing her towards a narrow alley. The leader brandished a folding knife, with prominent, unwashed tattoo scars glaring on his shoulder. Damn it, trouble doesn't seek you out, it finds you nonetheless. Stop, Yume shouted impulsively, her usual calm demeanor vanishing in an instant. The thugs were taken aback, glancing at the black-robed girl rushing towards them. A few exchanged glances, and upon realizing that Yume was merely an unarmed girl, their expressions softened immediately. The leader fiddled with his knife, nudged one of his accomplices to ensure Cang Ling was kept under control, and then, along with the remaining two, confronted Yume. Caught off guard by these two thugs. It was infuriating. If only Cang Ling were here with Cang Ling, who now felt somewhat helpless being held by two men. With her Pokeball nowhere to be found and her psychic abilities seemingly sealed, she was indeed unable to fend off even a normal person. What do you have to say, little girl? The leader assessed Yume's peculiar attire, which appeared odd to an ordinary observer. That's my friend. Let her go, Yume asserted, her tone imbued with a sense of entitlement. Oh, this is getting interesting. The leader turned to his lackeys, arrogantly reaching for Yume's shoulder, taunting her. No one talks to me like that here. To Yume, the thug's movements seemed to unfold in slow motion. She deftly caught his hand, murmuring, I detest individuals like you who squander their potential. With a swift twist, she exerted slight force, effortlessly flipping him onto the ground. Such weaklings were no match for her. Seizing the opportunity, Cang Ling broke free from her captor's grasp and scurried to Yume's side. As Yume released the thug to the ground, Cang Ling, now liberated, noticed that the long street had illuminated, with streetlights, windows, and the neon signs of storefronts casting a vibrant glow. At that moment, Cang Ling realized the street was eerily deserted, resembling a silent city where no vehicles passed. The lights shimmered through the rain, and leaves floated gracefully, creating a beautiful yet lonely scene, akin to a fairy tale castle where even flames lay dormant. After exchanging glances, the two thugs nodded to one another and charged at Yume, fists raised and baring their teeth. All of you, come at me. The leader, now back on his feet, was keen to redeem himself after being so easily knocked down. What a bunch of fools. Yume scoffed with disdain, and in an instant, she surged forward like a cannonball, colliding with the lead thug. She struck him with an elbow to the cheek. leaped into the air as he became momentarily airborne, and delivered a powerful knee to his chin, knocking out a tooth in the process. I truly don't understand why you choose to bully girls. She seized the second thug's forearm, driving her shoulder into the joint behind it, dislocating his arm, and then kicked the howling thug away. A sense of superiority enveloped her as she deftly grasped the hair of the third thug with one hand, while her other hand delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Perhaps you should refrain from wielding such perilous weapons and return to kindergarten for further education, Yume remarked with a smile, extracting the folding knife from the trembling hand of the thug and stowing it away in her pocket. Let us go. Her movements were graceful as she beckoned to Yu Huang, striding away without a backward glance. Oh, Yu Huang hurriedly opened his umbrella to follow, quickly catching up and sheltering Yume beneath its canopy. Thank you. No need for thanks. In this unfamiliar place, having even a couple of slightly familiar faces is far more comforting than being surrounded by strangers, Yume replied, her tone carrying a hint of aloofness. Now, let us seek out those foolish men. I trust they are quaking in their boots. The mention of Yu Huang prompted memories of Cang Ling to surface. She wondered how that young man was faring now. Without a spirit by his side, she pondered whether he was safe. By the way, what is your name? Yume is merely your code name, correct? Yu Huang inquired, posing his final question. Xinya Wu. What an odd vehicle this is. Who knows where it might lead? The dimly lit carriage instilled a sense of unease. This train could very well be a passage to either heaven or hell. If it leads to heaven, that would be truly bizarre, Cang Ling muttered, hesitating to board this peculiar train, for he had seemingly glimpsed something else earlier. The subway station was desolate, devoid of any soul. Cang Ling suddenly realized he had completely forgotten the way he had entered, leaving him to search for signage in every direction. For someone with claustrophobia, this place is nothing short of hellish, he mused, seemingly unperturbed by his predicament, shrugging off his own nonsensical remarks. Thankfully, I do not suffer from such an affliction. The once crowded subway station now appeared as a vast labyrinth, and some individuals with claustrophobia avoid the subway altogether. For no matter how much light and color are used to decorate it, the station remains a confining space that isolates one beneath the earth. In this expansive area, countless signs pointed toward the platform he had just departed from. Cang Ling attempted to retrace his steps against the direction indicated by the signs, only to find himself confronted with their backsides, each painted with a large red X and the words "No entry." There seemed to be no exit, as if those who arrived here would never depart. Did this mean I am destined to board this train? Cang Ling gazed at the train that remained perpetually before him, his expression peculiar. The staircase leading to the platform was engulfed in a chilling wind that swept into the subway station. The signs, now illuminated in frantic red, seemed to pulsate with an otherworldly energy. No entry, no entry, no entry. Before Cang Ling, the repetitive red XS and the incessant warnings of no entry flashed before him, resembling the monotonous drone of a GPS voice, reiterating that he was on the wrong path. Please make a U-turn ahead, it insisted. What a banal turn of events. Since earlier, Cang Ling had been spouting absurdities, a smile gracing his lips, as if he held some deeper meaning within. At the end of numerous no-entry signs stood a solitary sign, seemingly towering like a crane amidst a flock of chickens. Before the gazelle lay a desolate subway platform, quiet and seemingly sealed by dust and time for decades, strewn with scraps of newspapers, adorned with ancient ceramic murals proclaiming the virtues of 5 principles and 4 beauties, and 3 loves. The aging fluorescent lights flickered, emitting a sporadic thudding sound. Hurry, I'm getting on. The gazelle raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, as if he had validated all he needed to and was now ready to proceed to the next phase. Without hesitation, he stepped into the subway car, the darkness of the compartment swiftly enveloping the silver-haired youth. Once aboard, the platform echoed with the sound of 2 laughter, reminiscent of delicate chimes. Inside the dimly lit compartment, a profound silence prevailed, allowing the gazelle to hear the rhythmic cadence of his own breath and heartbeat, instilling a surreal sense of unreality. The train, though empty, surged forward with a reassuring rumble, offering a more favorable environment than the platform. Surprisingly, the subway even bypassed certain stops, granting the gazelle fleeting glimpses of light as it passed illuminated platforms where passengers awaited. Yet, the train sped by without slowing, the passengers remaining tranquil, seemingly oblivious to its presence. Intrigued, the gazelle observed the scene outside. Some were engrossed in books, others lost in music, while a child struck an odd pose, perhaps admiring himself in the reflection of the glass doors. It felt as though an insurmountable chasm of space and time lay between them. Could they not turn on a light? Surely, they can afford the electricity, he muttered in the dark, his disdain for the obscurity palpable, though its route was unclear. As if crafted specifically for him, the lights in the compartment suddenly illuminated, blindingly bright, catching the gazelle off guard. He quickly shut his eyes to ward off the discomfort. The brilliance akin to the sun rising to dispel all specters of darkness. Always one short. Finally, someone new has arrived. Care to join the game? A voice echoed within the compartment. Startled by the unexpected sound, the gazelle felt no fear. After all, encountering another person warranted conversation. Is it mahjong or poker? He ventured, as if responding to a secret signal. Well, if it isn't by shirt Cang Ling. The voice, filled with surprise yet familiar, belonged to Yuhan. What on earth are you doing? The gazelle quickly recognized the identity of the voice, responding with irritation. What kind of guise is this? A moment later, as the figure approached, he instinctively recoiled, raising his voice in alarm. The apparition, startled by the sudden volume, crouched down, covering its ears, remaining immobile for a while. They retreated to the side of the car door, confronted by a visage both terrifying and grotesque. The face was marred with unkempt stubble, and his pupils glowed ominously, akin to an oil lamp on the brink of extinguishing. If one were to describe a specter, it would undoubtedly resemble a famished ghost. Emerging from the right of were two shadows, one a youth with deep gray hair and the other with golden locks. Allow me to introduce myself. I am. Since you are so eager to state your names, I shall follow suit. I am. Spoke frivolously, yet inwardly speculated that these two were not companions of. The illumination within the carriage suddenly unveiled the three faces before, all equally gaunt and pallid, resembling figures unearthed from an ancient tomb. Yet, found it implausible that the dead would grip playing cards. Each of the trio clutched a hand of cards, seemingly engaged in a game interrupted by an unexpected arrival. If they were indeed phantoms, one could only wonder how much they had cherished gambling in life. Well then, everyone. I am new here. Could you enlighten me on the rules? Casually sought a seat. What is your computational ability? Inquired the youth who identified himself as. Taken aback. Pondered the relevance of such a question, but still replied, not particularly impressive. Then you are doomed. You cannot leave this place. Sighed, while cast a sympathetic glance at. What does computational ability have to do with anything? Furrowed his brow, confused. This place resembles the mythical labyrinth of Minos. Exclaimed. The sole means of escape is to triumph over the gatekeeper. How does one achieve victory? Mused, recalling that the traditional method of navigating the labyrinth involved slaying the gatekeeper. Yet insisted that one need only surpass him in skill. Quite simple, through Texas Hold'em. The three individuals across from revealed their playing cards, grinning with a peculiar delight. As the train creaked and crawled through the darkness, the route seemed devoid of an end. What a twist. The rules are Texas Hold'em. What sort of gambling enthusiast devised this labyrinth? Scoffed, eyeing the cards in their hands. Nonetheless, I am familiar with Texas Hold'em. To win your freedom, you must amass chips from the dealer. Those who exhaust their stakes must leave, only to return another time, said, a hint of trepidation in his voice. What are the stakes? Inquired, intrigued by what wagers could instill such fear in. Despair flickered in the eyes of the three, a somber gray hue overtaking them. Before took a deep breath. As you travel on this subway, your stakes will increase. The time you spend in the subway becomes your wager, until your time runs out. Your stakes are, in essence, your time. Qian Sui spoke softly, his voice trembling faintly, as if reluctant to accept the harshness of reality. The carriage was filled only with the rhythmic clatter of the tracks. After a prolonged silence, Cang Ling murmured to himself, seemingly conjuring the smile of Xianling before him. I will surely win. Wait for me. On the platform where Cang Ling had previously stood, after he boarded the train, a shadow clad in a black cloak and wearing a Yiksha mask emerged from behind a pillar. He was He Xiao, also known as Haimo Hanshang. Cang Ling Hanshang gazed at the departing train and spoke softly. The ground trembled slightly once more, reminiscent of the arrival of the train Cang Ling had just boarded. Another train roared to a halt before Hanshang, opening its doors to him, yet he chose not to enter. Instead, he grasped the top of the train and vaulted onto it. Since being immersed in that purple glow, Hanshang's agility had become increasingly refined, a transformation that seemed to have taken place subtly, leaving him unaware of any extraordinary sensations. He braced himself against the fierce winds atop the train, moving with an ease akin to traversing solid ground, his form shimmering with purple luminescence. The train began to move again, having waited merely a few minutes for its intended passengers. With each step, he felt the vibrations beneath his feet as the train traversed the monotonous tracks. He was acutely aware that if anyone or anything were to walk within the carriage, he would detect it. His aversion to entering the train stemmed from a desire to avoid being enclosed within a confined space, a sensation that filled him with revulsion. Clutched tightly in his hand was a silver desert eagle. Strangely, despite the absence of his pokeballs, the desert eagle remained securely fastened at his waist. His grip tightened around the firearm, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Without his pokeballs, this weapon was the only source of security he had left. The train gradually entered a tunnel, the encroaching darkness instilling a sense of unease. This feeling was undeniably vexing. Water dripped from the tunnel's ceiling, cold droplets striking his face, prompting Hans Hang to wipe away the chilling moisture. Yet, he was truly alone. The carriage was enveloped in an eerie silence, and the sensation of being fully prepared, yet facing no adversary, was equally disheartening. A cascade of falling debris struck his shoulder, far more frightening than any foe. As the tunnel seemed unable to withstand the erosion of water, crumbling under the strain, with increasing amounts of rubble cascading down. In a moment of urgency, Hans Hang fired his Desert Eagle, the large-caliber bullet tearing a gash in the carriage's metal shell. He leaped into the opening with the grace of a fish diving into a coral cave, landing deftly on the floor and grasping a horizontal bar overhead. As larger stones battered the top of the train, producing a cacophony that sent shivers down his spine. The thunderous noise was eclipsed only by the pounding of his own heart, reverberating like a drum. In a deserted elevator, you find yourself absorbed in a newspaper, awaiting its descent. Yet, the moment you lower the paper, you are startled to discover the elevator teeming with silent figures, their presence suffocating and ominous, causing your heart to race with an intensity akin to dread, perhaps even to the point of halting momentarily. A subway car, filled to capacity with individuals, stands shrouded in absolute darkness. No words are exchanged, nor does anyone stir. Each person clings to the overhead rail, as if they were a cohort of commuters rushing to their morning obligations. Among them, Han Shang stands frozen, even his breath suspended, as no sound of inhalation escapes the crowd. What on earth is this? Upon his arrival, he instinctively held his breath, for the scene was truly terrifying. He retrieved a piece of gum from his pocket, unwrapped it, and slowly began to chew. Though I am uncertain of your nature, he declared, should you decide to act, I shall not hold back. The silent passengers, akin to waves engulfing rocks, surged towards Han Shang from all directions. Their pallid hands, faintly glowing, were devoid of any lines or markings. The Desert Eagle in Han Shang's grasp erupted with fiery retribution, and under the impact of the large-caliber bullets, those ghostly hands shattered instantaneously, leaving a gruesome scene of carnage. Bullets danced through the air as Han Shang deftly shifted his position, maintaining an unflinching gaze upon the unfolding chaos. The passengers continued their advance towards him, and with practiced precision, Han Shang ejected the spent magazine and swiftly replaced it with a fresh one. The Desert Eagle resumed its deadly barrage, his grip unwavering, devoid of even the slightest tremor. As he retreated, he found himself at the end of the carriage, with a doorway leading to another compartment behind him. He tore away the black robe draped over him and wielded it like a windmill, slightly obscuring the vision of these entities, yet his firepower remained relentless. Bullets tearing through the fabric with abandon. Remarkably, these beings seemed entirely unfazed, undeterred by the specter of death that surrounded them. They radiated a chilling aura as they relentlessly pressed forward, as if intent on seizing the essence of life from Han Shang. He cast aside the robe, and they scrambled for it as if it were a coveted treasure. Seizing the opportunity, Han Shang flung open the door behind him, the shrill wind rushing into his ears, accompanied by an unexpected voice that echoed with a hint of familiarity. It was the voice of Yume, or Chiba Mai, but how could she possibly be here? Aboard this train? There was no time for contemplation. Han Shang bit down on his tongue to sharpen his focus, opened the door, and leapt towards the compartment where Chiba Mai was situated, all the while unleashing a series of precise shots from his Desert Eagle. The fragile connection of the train quickly succumbed to the onslaught of bullets, and fortune smiled upon him. The compartment where Chiba Mai resided was the foremost in the train. The train carriage seemed to be hurled away, gradually retreating from Han Shang's view. He sat down casually, allowing his tense nerves to relax, momentarily feeling safe. The train sped through the tunnel with this solitary carriage, its destination unknown. Upon stopping at the platform, which was exceedingly old, the cement floor was edged with green tiles, and the whitewashed walls were severely peeling. The station's name was barely legible due to the ravages of time, its red paint chipped away. A solitary incandescent light illuminated the area, draped in cobwebs. He Qian, Xianxi, Qiansui, and Zhang Ling disembarked one after another, with Zhang Ling moving slowly, seemingly purposefully lagging behind. Hey, what's with the sickly persona? He Qian mocked, noticing Zhang Ling trailing behind. Are you waiting for a disability pass? I'm simply being cautious on my first visit. Cang Ling retorted, raising an eyebrow with a hint of menace. I warn you, He Qian, if you continue to speak to me in that tone, I shall not hold back. Enough bickering. That's the dealer, Xianxi interjected, gesturing towards the front. Cang Ling looked up and saw a figure shrouded in dark brown burlap, seated under the light. The dealer slowly raised his face, causing Cang Ling to step back in shock. The visage was devoid of color, with eyes that exuded an eerie stillness, reminiscent of a corpse. Do not be alarmed. The dealer will not harm you, Xianxi reassured. Even if you attack him, he will not retaliate. Just regard him as a machine. Cautiously, Cang Ling followed Xianxi as the four of them encircled the dealer. The dealer, with his vacant gaze, scrutinized each guest before tossing a metal bottle cap before Cang Ling. Cang Ling picked it up, glancing at the indistinct markings, which were as unclear as the previous station's sign. The dealer then threw dozens of dark golden coins to Xianxi. The same to Qian Sui, and in addition to the coins, He Qian received an aluminum compass. Is this a joke? My only stake is a bottle cap? Cang Ling said incredulously, holding the rust-scented cap. Is my time worth just this? At least grant me 2 coins for being a newcomer. Xianxi pulled him aside. Don't be foolish. That bottle cap is the most valuable token here, worth 1,000 dark golden coins. He Qian's compass is only worth 100. If you want change, just toss the cap to the dealer. Cang Ling attempted to throw the cap, which landed steadily before the dealer. Moments later, a cacophony of clinking sounded as a mountain of 1,000 exquisite dark golden chips piled before Cang Ling. Ah, a novice's gift package? Cang Ling's eyes widened with surprise. Though he concealed it well. Do you want me to share some? Not every newcomer has such a bounty. When Xianxi and I arrived, we each only had a compass. Chitos's gaze reflected a hint of envy, as the bottle cap of Cang Ling signified the considerable worth of time. Kenji nodded. The dealer's scrutiny revealing the intrinsic value of your time, which could subsequently translate into an increasing number of chips. Once you deplete your current stack, your time will inevitably depreciate. He cast a glance at Chitos, his expression laden with an indescribable meaning. Chitos and I had already suffered 3 losses. Another devaluation could render our return to this place impossible. Such thoughts were truly disheartening, and the ambience in the room grew palpably tense. Oh, it seems my time is indeed quite precious, Cang Ling thought, carelessly counting a handful of coins in his palm. The other 3 exchanged looks of envy and anxiety, nodding in agreement. 3 of a kind. Kenji revealed his 2 hidden cards and drew 3 more from the community pile, forming a set. He emerged victorious once again, compelling the dealer, Cang Ling, He Qian, and Chitos each to forfeit 50 dark golden chips. He Qian rose, his face ashen, the first to lose everything. Kenji's earlier inquiry regarding Cang Ling's computational skills had been intentional. His mathematical prowess was formidable, akin to a human calculator, and within just a few rounds, he had amassed over half of the chips on the table. Silence enveloped the room as He Qian slowly stood, making his way back through the tunnel to the previous station, where a train awaited him. This was the rule of the game. Those who lost all must exit immediately, boarding different trains to wander alone in this labyrinth until the next round commenced, at which point the train would halt here, allowing people to gather. Cang Ling watched as darkness engulfed He Qian's retreating figure, sighing softly. He was left with but a single dark golden chip in hand, poised to follow in He Qian's footsteps. This intellectual game was truly ill-suited for him. Had it been a battle of little sprites, he would have been confident in his ability to easily dominate all present. As the saying goes, I'm not targeting anyone. I merely wish to state that everyone here is beneath me. The rules of Texas Hold'em may appear straightforward, yet they are far from simple. Each player possesses 2 hidden cards, while 5 community cards lie face up on the table. The dealer reveals the community cards in 3 stages. The first round showcases 3 cards, followed by 2 single reveals. Ultimately, players must select 5 cards from their 2 hidden and the 5 community cards, totaling 7, to form the best hand. Flushes, straight flushes, 3 of a kind, and 4 of a kind constitute the high-ranking hands. Before each community card is revealed, players must ante up. Those who perceive no hope may fold, forfeiting their chips, while those who sense opportunity may raise the stakes. The dealer also participates in the game. The crux of the matter lies in calculating probabilities. Those holding 3 of a kind must consider whether others might possess 4 of a kind, for instance. When the odds are favorable, one must gamble everything. Conversely, when danger looms, one must decisively fold and retreat in disgrace. In this rudimentary gambling setting, a tattered bottle cap is worth 10 compasses, a compass is worth 10 cigarette papers, a cigarette paper is worth 10 dark golden chips, and a dark golden chip is worth 10 ancient silver chips. The values are profoundly distorted, The guardian of the labyrinth seems to be mocking them. Yet, what sort of guardian would expend such effort to create a maze solely for amusement? He doesn't even charge for admission. Cang Ling glanced at the face-down card, a peculiar smile creeping across his lips. The face-down cards revealed were a 3 and a 6, while the 3 revealed cards amounted to 9, rendering such a pitiful hand incapable of forming a flush. He exchanged his last dark golden chip for 10 ancient silver ones, having already spent 1 to glimpse the first 3 face-down cards, leaving him with a meager 9 of the smallest chips. Whereas Xianxi had a veritable mountain of over 1,000 ancient copper chips. Xianxi furrowed his brow, deep in thought, the tension in his lips betraying a hint of ferocity. Quite intriguing indeed. Cang Ling fiddled with his hand. His bottom cards were, admittedly, lackluster, yet he wore a jubilant grin that appeared utterly bizarre to both Xianxi and Chitos. Has this fellow lost his mind? Chitos muttered, clutching his own hand of cards, unnerved by Cang Ling's smile. The railway trembled as a train, consisting of but a single car, sped along the tracks. Within that car sat 3 individuals, silent and contemplative. They were advancing towards the terminus. Meanwhile, the game at the gambling table persisted. The departure of He Qian left only Cang Ling, Xianxi, and Chitos in the midst of the dealer. It seems you intend to step on the backs of me and He Qian to facilitate your escape with your friends. Cang Ling remarked languidly as he leaned back in his chair. Xianxi felt a jolt of surprise, nearly losing his grip on his cards. Your arithmetic is quite impressive, indeed. He Qian fell into your trap. Cang Ling placed his hands on the table, his gaze piercing into Xianxi's. Cang Ling was no fool. He had discerned Xianxi's ulterior motives after losing the second round. Thus he deliberately lost, eager to uncover Xianxi's true intentions. What do you mean? A strained smile lingered on Xianxi's face as he clutched his cards tightly. In Texas Hold'em, there is only one victor per round, with losers compensating the winner. This implies that the more players at the table, the greater the chance for a substantial win. If there were thousands of unfortunate souls pooling their loneliness into chips, and those chips were intentionally lost to a single individual, that person could exit the labyrinth. Cang Ling articulated each word with precision, his eyes like daggers piercing into Xianxi's, rendering him unable to meet his gaze. You treat this entire gambling scenario as a game of phantoms. You intend to win against me, He Qian, and the dealer, accumulating sufficient chips to liberate your friends. You must be quite pleased with my presence here, for it allows you to substitute your friends. Each of Cang Ling's words struck Xianxi's heart like arrows, leaving him speechless in rebuttal. It is said that those consumed by tigers do not transform into ordinary ghosts, but rather into phantoms. Phantoms are unable to liberate themselves and thus lure others to meet the same fate, with new phantoms replacing the old, granting the former freedom while the latter continues to entice. This is the game of phantoms. Alas, I did not anticipate you would see through my ruse. Xianxi sighed as he laid his cards on the table. However, the outcome is already determined. You cannot win against me. Reaching a conclusion so hastily is ill-advised. The Tibetan antelope boldly pushed all the chips in front of him forward. This is one of the most audacious declarations at the gaming table, signifying a willingness to reveal one's hand, leaving oneself utterly devoid of resources, effectively betting everything. Do you know how to play cards? You possess merely a single dark gold chip, and an atrocious hand at that. How preposterous! Xianxi's eyes widened in astonishment. He never anticipated that the Tibetan antelope would dare to play in such a manner. Each chip is akin to a root. As long as the root of a tree remains intact, it can revive. A confident smile graced the Tibetan antelope's face as he softly remarked that one should be bold in life, for the goddess of fortune shall stand by their side, enabling one to conquer an entire city or even the world. Gradually, he revealed his hidden cards, holding only a 3 and a 6. Yet the remaining 2 face-up cards were both SIXS, miraculously forming 3 of a kind. In a round where everyone else's fortunes dwindled, he emerged as an unexpected victor. He had triumphed, claiming all the stakes, which had risen to 4 dark gold chips. See, I told you. The goddess of fortune always favors the audacious. Let us ride this wave of good fortune. The Tibetan antelope muttered to himself, disregarding Xianxi's face, now marked by despair. In the subsequent rounds, the Tibetan antelope collected all the chips on the table like a voracious vortex, while Qiansui managed to escape with his life by folding during critical hands. And Xianxi's fortunes plummeted, leaving him with merely over 200 dark gold chips. The master of arithmetic turned pale, staring blankly at the Tibetan antelope. With every hand, he defied the laws of probability, yet won every time, as if the goddess of fortune truly stood behind him, granting him unerring success. How do you achieve this? Xianzi inquired, perplexed. The Tibetan antelope's method of winning shattered his understanding of German poker. Just playing casually, the Tibetan antelope shrugged nonchalantly, as though this method of winning was utterly trivial. You aren't cheating, are you? Xianzi pressed. The Tibetan antelope suddenly laughed, stating that if one were truly skilled, they would win against all of them and take their friends away. Otherwise, they should refrain from nonsensical banter here. Xianzi fell silent, the dim yellow incandescent light above him crackling ominously, as if the bulb might explode at any moment. You guessed correctly. After a long pause, Xianzi sighed, admitting that he indeed held such thoughts. In a crowded gambling setting, one could only hope to escape. Apologies hold no weight now. The situation is determined. Place your bets. Will you join? The scene seemed to repeat itself, as Xianzi's previous words to the Tibetan antelope were now reversed. I have prepared for a long time, contemplating how to win this hand and take Qian Sui with me, Xianzi proclaimed, for I have discovered that while the dealer is adept at calculations, they also possess weaknesses. Have you noticed? As long as none of us fold, the dealer does not fold either. The Tibetan antelope paused, as if struck by a revelation. Indeed, the dealer never voluntarily folds, following suit as long as others do. Therefore, if we all refuse to fold, and the winners consistently emerge from our ranks, the dealer will be left perpetually losing. Xianzi continued, stating that the combined funds of us all were insufficient to secure even one person's escape. Thus, we must triumph over the dealer, while others must accompany the dealer in ensuring this individual's loss. Is this your rationale for scheming against me? Cang Ling placed the cards upon the table, a playful smile gracing his lips. Your card skills grant you the freedom to do as you please, allowing you to take your friends along. No, it is merely a matter of who possesses the better fortune, Xianzi replied softly. Hey, Xianzi. Chitos's expression suddenly grew peculiar. Xianzi smiled, gazing intently into his eyes. I genuinely wish to lead you out of here. He abruptly pushed all his chips forward with bravado. He wagered everything under circumstances nearly destined for defeat. Cang Ling silently observed the intense exchange between the two. Chitos's hand trembled as he clutched the cards, his lips quivering. Words caught in his throat, unable to escape. Xianzi successfully surrendered all his chips to Cang Ling, rising to brush off his attire. Consider these chips a token of my contrition for my earlier scheming. However, I still hope you can escort Chitos to safety, though it may prove challenging. I will do my utmost. Cang Ling inhaled deeply. His prowess in Texas Hold'em was commendable, thanks in part to the teachings of his ever-adaptable father. Bai Shiyue was a truly erudite individual, proficient in everything from classical literature translation to the nuances of such leisurely card games. As his son, Cang Ling naturally absorbed much from his father's wisdom and guidance. These experiences enriched Cang Ling's daily life, rendering his time at the shrine far from mundane. The train gradually came to a halt at the end of the tracks. This was the terminal station. The three individuals aboard disembarked slowly, Han Xiang, Chibo Mai, and the companion of Chibo Mai, K Rin. They surveyed the encroaching darkness at the depths of the terminal, an unsettling obscurity where one could scarcely see their own hands. The stillness was so profound that they could hear each other's breaths. The gambling intensified. Before Cang Ling lay over 700 bottle caps. According to the labyrinth's rules, acquiring 1,000 would grant him passage. In truth, he could have achieved this long ago, but reckless play would lead Chitos to meet an unfortunate end alongside the dealer. Cang Ling attempted to transfer chips to Chitos, yet despite the exchanges, Chitos only possessed a little over 300 bottle caps. This young man's arithmetic was evidently commendable, yet it paled in comparison to Cang Ling's extraordinary card skills, rendering arithmetic trivial. Cang Ling held a heart and a diamond, while 4 community cards were already revealed, a diamond 9, a heart, a diamond 8, and a club. Cang Ling had formed 3 of a kind, a hand with nearly a 100 chance of victory. However, he could not risk it, as that would result in Chitos losing all his chips. He could only settle for a smaller win. Cang Ling pushed forward 100 bottle caps, and Chitos immediately understood, matching the wager with 100 bottle caps of his own. The dealer's eyes darted swiftly between the chips placed by Cang Ling and Chitos, diligently counting the amounts. After placing his bet, he comfortably straightened up, tossing his hidden card beneath his feet with a thud, an utterly worthless hand. He refused to play. Cang Ling was taken aback. Had the dealer voluntarily folded? According to his judgment, the dealer was merely a machine, an inanimate object within the game, forever stationed at the city gates, monotonously repeating, "Welcome to the City of Miracles. Hero, care to try your luck with a few bets?" What does this thud signify? Why has such a brazen tone suddenly emerged? The dealer emitted a peculiar, raucous laugh, transforming from a silent observer into a stand-up comedian. At least I ran fast. This round is a one-on-one, right? How precarious. I nearly lost my pants, and now, having lost merely a dozen bottle caps, it can be considered a mere exercise to invigorate the blood. Cang Ling was drenched in cold sweat, realizing he had underestimated this enigmatic presence before him. He understood that the dealer was not foolish enough to not comprehend the act of folding. Rather, he had been meticulously observing the unfolding situation. Without a hint of doubt, Cang Ling triumphed over Qiansui, who was left with a mere 200 bottle caps, while the dealer effortlessly retreated before danger struck. At this moment, the dealer resembled an uncontrollable recording device, devoid of logic and consumed by madness. Yet, Cang Ling could not muster even a semblance of a smile, feeling instead a chilling weight upon him. The freshly shuffled playing cards appeared to be magnetically drawn together, abruptly clasped in his hand. The dealer let out a frivolous laugh, flinging the cards before Cang Ling and Qiansui, his wrists seemingly boneless, executing his movements with an eerie grace laden with latent menace. Cang Ling held 2 hearts in his hand. The first 4 face-up cards revealed were the 10 of spades, 10 of hearts, 10 of diamonds, and a heart. The tableau was peculiar, featuring 3 tens that could form a 3 of a kind. Ultimately, this hand could lead to a showdown of minor cards, meaning that aside from the 3 of a kind, whoever possessed the higher minor card would claim victory. Cang Ling held a heart, granting him considerable odds. That fellow had a pair, culminating in a full house, 3 of a kind plus a pair, potentially securing his win against me. Cang Ling rapidly calculated the probabilities in his mind, functioning like a high-speed computer. Yet he still held a chance to win. If the final face-up card turned out to be a heart, the odds of revealing a heart were 1 in 52. Should it emerge, he would possess the most formidable hand in Texas Hold'em, a royal flush, 10 of hearts. Cang Ling's palms were clammy with sweat, his temples throbbing. He placed all his hopes for victory on this final card. Wagering everything on this elusive fortune required immense courage. It wasn't his turn to bet. It was Qiansui's decision to call or fold. Qiansui's actions this round were peculiar. He had placed his hidden card face down without glancing at it. He pushed all his chips forward. Cang Ling's head buzzed, daring to proceed without looking at his hidden card. Was this young man succumbing to the pressure and preparing to withdraw? Forget about me. I must win against this ambiguous entity before me. Qiansui cast a glance at Cang Ling, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Your card skills are truly remarkable. If you hadn't been concerned about me, you could have fled long ago, couldn't you? The dealer, with his peculiar eyes, stared intently at the hidden cards in his hand, chattering incoherently, as if lost in deep contemplation. The situation had grown exceedingly intricate, yet it was evident he was reluctant to concede. Winning this round would allow Qiansui to be expelled from the gambling table. His desire for victory was palpable, and Qiansui was wagering precisely on that avarice. Thus, this youth placed himself upon the gaming table. I'm in. The dealer finally resolved himself. Qiansui exhaled deeply, as if a weight had been lifted. The last face-up card revealed a heart. Cang Ling, with a stoic expression, unveiled his hidden card, the unparalleled royal flush. Qiansui's concealed cards were a mere 3 and 4, yet he leisurely rose to his feet, a faint glow illuminating his countenance, as if he were somewhat elated. You've done your best, I know, Qiansui remarked with a smile. Had the dealer not suddenly learned to fold, you could have taken me away from here. Now, I must seek out Xianzi. Be cautious on your way. Once outside, devise a plan to rescue us. He truly cares for you, Cang Ling murmured softly. To me, he is a venerable senior. He has consistently looked after me during our travels, offering guidance. Qiansui nodded in agreement. He paused, reflecting. I suddenly felt an urge to find him. Without him, it feels as though something is amiss. Indeed, Cang Ling nodded. I can see it in you. Are you troubled by something? Qiansui tilted his head, observing him closely. You seem preoccupied, worried about someone? A friend of mine should have arrived here with me. Cang Ling forced a smile. By your demeanor, she must be a girl, Qiansui conjectured. If you have affections for someone, go seek her out. Do not linger in place. Qiansui said softly, turning towards the seemingly endless darkness. I shall take my leave. Humph, Cang Ling scoffed, as if Qiansui were an expert on such matters. Yet his thoughts of Yanling weighed heavily on his heart. He felt the rhythm of his own beating heart, realizing he might truly have fallen for that girl. The darkness engulfed his figure, leaving behind only the sound of his light footsteps, which quickened with urgency. Cang Ling envisioned that young man racing through the pitch-black void, the sound of his footsteps echoing, even though he could not see him. He charged ahead into the tunnel, unafraid of the shadows that lay within. That was the direction from which Xianzi had departed. Cang Ling murmured, nudging the dealer with his foot. The first 2 have fallen. Why are you still standing? The dealer stared blankly at his hidden cards, seemingly unable to accept the reversal of fortune until Zhangling's kick jolted him from his stupor. He let out a frenzied, hoarse cry. I should never have come here. It's too late for regrets now. Can you leave just a hand? No. If you are to leave, leave your life behind. A script addict must always finish their lines before meeting their end. The dealer collapsed amidst the pile of chips, transforming into a heap of bronze-hued dust. The incandescent light flickered and extinguished. The Tibetan antelope felt the dampness of the tunnel wall as he pressed forward, the darkness enveloping him like a viscous mire, and he trudged through this quagmire. He was uncertain whether this path would eventually lead to a door illuminated by resplendent lights, beckoning him onward. Yet, he had no choice but to advance. Retreat was not an option. He touched the prize at his waist, a reward earned from a previous wager. He now needed to compel his mind to wander incessantly, for otherwise, his muddled thoughts, rendered sluggish by incessant calculations, would not endure for long. Eventually, he recalled the words spoken by Qian Sui before departing. If one cherishes someone, they must seek her out, rather than waiting idly. Such wisdom resonated deeply within him. As his mind became awash with images of moments shared with Huansong, a vibrant girl whose hand he longed to grasp. Alas, she was not by his side now. Cursing under his breath, the antelope slapped his cheeks to dispel the errant thoughts clouding his mind. Suddenly, he lost contact with the tunnel wall and tumbled into a heap of cold debris. Looking up, he beheld an infinite expanse of darkness dotted with drifting golden starlight. An abyss without ceiling or wall. Entering this vast chamber felt akin to an ant venturing into a grand cathedral under the cover of night. The golden glimmers resembled fireflies, illuminating dozens of parallel tracks below. Here, the railway had morphed into a web-like structure, originally designed to house military subways laden with heavily armored tanks, now reduced to mere rusted tracks. He arrived at the terminus of the subway and the labyrinth's conclusion, an abandoned rail and a solitary carriage. This train had reached this point no more than half an hour ago. Stepping inside, the train still emitted a gentle hum of operation. The antelope surveyed the surroundings, quickly discovering several disordered footprints. Someone had recently traversed this place. Could it be Huansong? He navigated over the wooden sleepers, the enormity of the space exhausting him to breathlessness. Eventually, he spotted an artificially carved rock face, etched with mechanical traces, where a shuttle-like concrete platform extended into the tracks, resembling a pier leading into the sea, likely intended for train docking and maintenance. Clambering onto the platform, he rushed to the stone wall, feeling and tapping against it. Cursed be it, for it bore no semblance of a door. The fortitude of this stone suggested he was likely within a mountain, and the feat of carving a passage through this rock was monumental. It was inconceivable. How could there be no way forward? Furrowing his brow, he gazed at the rock face, pondering where those who had come before him had ventured. At that moment, a yellow-green light flickered to life upon the rock face, pulsating slowly. The antelope lifted his gaze in astonishment, uncertain whether he had inadvertently triggered some mechanism for opening a door. Straining to see the light high above, he found its position too elevated to discern clearly. Then, the sturdy rock wall began to tremble. A fissure appeared from above, and the expression on Zhangling's face grew somber. The manner in which the door to this labyrinth opened resembled the golden saints of the zodiac unsealing the wall of sighs, evoking a sense that Hades might emerge from within. The entire rock wall was etched with cracks, fragments of stone plummeting as dust filled the air. Zhangling covered his face with his hand and retreated step by step. The yellow lamp swayed precariously, as if it might fall, and the surrounding rocks began to flake away. Zhangling glanced up and was suddenly gripped by a chilling dread. That yellow-green lamp seemed to be watching him. How could a lamp possibly gaze upon a person? What an ominous and bizarre stare. Before he could turn and flee, the rock wall collapsed entirely, and a petite figure floated forth from the shattered stones. The owner of those yellow-green eyes appeared to be a small sprite, its peculiar form making it difficult to discern its true nature. If Zhangling had his Pokédex with him, he would surely identify this sprite. The sprite's yellow-green eyes narrowed slightly, resembling feline pupils, imbued with an uncanny brilliance. You have one. Zhangling stood in stunned silence as the sprite spoke unexpectedly. Yet he quickly realized that this voice was nearly identical to that of the previous dealer. You have one, the sprite repeated in a deep tone. Zhangling was at a loss for how to respond. You are not entertaining at all, the sprite remarked, frowning. Though you are quite skilled at cards, I cannot defeat you. The sprite's subsequent words left Zhangling utterly astounded. Come, let us battle. Battle? Zhangling gazed in astonishment at the enigmatic sprite that uttered this phrase. Indeed, you seem quite confident in your battling prowess. Can you truly best me? A sly smile crept upon the sprite's lips. Zhangling felt a jolt of surprise. You can read minds? I also know that your thoughts are currently occupied with a lovely maiden, the sprite quipped without hesitation. Cang Ling did not deny it. And I am aware that you have reclaimed your Pokeball, although that was my wager to you. What is the wager? Cang Ling inquired earnestly, having previously felt at his waist while communicating with Lucario through the Pokeball. Quite simple. The sprite snapped its fingers, and in response, the space nearby began to warp, revealing 3 amber-like crystals resting in that area. You may send out 3 of your sprites to battle me. 1 sprite can withstand 3 of my attacks. Or you may unleash all 3 simultaneously. As long as 1 survives, I shall release 1 person. Is that not fair? The sprite said nonchalantly, its gaze drifting over the Pokeball at Cang Ling's waist with an air of casual indifference. These fellows had the audacity to challenge me earlier, and I swiftly taught them a lesson. The sprite spoke with mock seriousness, especially regarding that man who had the gall to shoot at me. How uncouth. Within the 3 amber crystals lay still figures, each with eyes tightly shut, rendering it impossible to discern whether they were alive or dead. Xiao Ying. As the Tibetan antelope caught sight of the familiar figure within the crystal, it could no longer restrain itself and hurried to the side of the crystal, gazing at the slumbering maiden within. Moreover, the 2 Tibetan antelopes turned their attention to the other 2 crystals, discovering familiar faces within. Yume, and perhaps Han Shang? How could he be here? Have you made your decision? The sprite observed the Tibetan antelope with a relaxed demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about its response. What will happen if I lose? The Tibetan antelope inquired, its eyes reflecting an icy demeanor. If you lose, the sprite snapped its fingers, and an empty amber appeared to traverse space. You shall become my prized possession. Very well, I accept your challenge. The Tibetan antelope's tone abruptly shifted. If I win, I wish for you to spare the 3 individuals on the subway. Certainly. The sprite waved its hand dismissively. After all, they are merely a few insignificant lives. Then let us begin. The Tibetan antelope positioned its hand at its waist, ready to unleash its little sprite. Take your time. The sprite gestured with its right hand. The Tibetan antelope thought it was about to throw a stone and instinctively moved to evade. Instead, a blue bag landed between the sprite and the Tibetan antelope. It was a bag of potato chips. This fellow is truly something else, the Tibetan antelope thought, its logic somewhat muddled. Was this creature not a ravenous demon that devoured without leaving a trace? Here, the sprite said, tearing open the potato chip bag and popping a chip into its mouth. You humans have a saying about pre-battle preparation, right? Take your time, don't mind me. Potato chips are truly the finest delicacy in the world, the sprite mused to itself. The Tibetan antelope covered its face, at a loss for how to express its current feelings. However, the sprite's playful tone seemed to suggest it had not yet reached the age of maturity. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the tunnel, carrying with it a hint of warmth. Are you ready? The sprite had finished its potato chips and showed no intention of retrieving another pack, closing its eyes to savor the warm breeze. Unbeknownst to the Tibetan antelope, a jolting beast, shimmering with bright yellow electricity, stood before it, while behind it loomed a toxic rose, surrounded by a vibrant, green aura of life. The 2 little sprites harmoniously blended their energy fields, one in front and the other behind. Quite impressive, the sprite observed, nodding subtly at the imposing presence of the jolting beast and the toxic rose. The Tibetan antelope distinctly sensed a surge of battle intent emanating from the sprite. It seems you are prepared. Let us commence. The sprite casually tossed aside the potato chip bag, releasing its aura, albeit a mere fragment, yet it bore an ancient and formidable essence. A flicker of astonishment crossed the Tibetan antelope's eyes. The aura was truly intimidating, yet it masked its fear well. Come forth. Dance with abandon. The sprite swept its hand in a casual motion, a powerful gust sweeping across the platform, stirring the dust and clearing a space in an instant. Having completed its actions, the sprite crossed its arms, observing the jolting beast and the toxic rose with leisurely interest. The electrode stirred, leaping high into the air, its body radiant with electric sparks, as if a domain of electricity had coalesced around it. Meanwhile, the poison rose unleashed a multitude of green orbs, aimlessly scattering them around the sprite. The Tibetan antelope was not one to sit idly by. It could not merely stand there like a wooden puppet. It sought to seize the initiative, to deliver a resounding warning to that foe. At this moment, the green orbs seemed to have reached the limits of the poison rose's control, revealing their true nature, seeds. A trifling trick, the sprite scoffed, casually gesturing as a gust of wind swept through, knocking the seeds to the ground. Is that all you've got? You lack the qualifications to make me dance. After the seeds fell, the poison rose swiftly glided forward, resembling an elegant dancer, with its arms raised high. The rose blossoms extended invisible threads that connected to the seeds. As if in response, the fallen seeds seemed to eagerly react, bursting open in succession, unleashing vibrant green vines that spread forth. The vines blossomed with vivid flowers, their pollen drifting around the sprite. Such tactics are the hallmark of the weak. The sprite disdainfully observed the pollen, deeming it utterly harmless, unworthy of any consideration. Electrode, the Tibetan antelope, foreseeing the sprite's disregard for the pollen, revealed a triumphant smile as it called out the name of the electrode. The electrode, freely releasing electricity in the air, began its descent towards the sprite. I almost forgot about you. The sprite carelessly gestured around, and a train suddenly defied gravity, hurtling towards the airborne electrode. However, the electrode harnessed the surrounding electric domain, embodying the essence of a thunder god, fearless and resolute. As the electric domain collided with the train, the electrode's form remained not only distinct but increasingly vivid. It became evident that a transparent aura enveloped the electrode, shimmering with bright yellow light as it surged downward with the train, the electricity swirling violently around it. Erupting in a frenzy, the electric domain, resembling a high-stakes bomb, accompanied the electrode in its rapid descent, akin to a steam engine operating at full capacity. The light flowing across the surface of the domain shifted from bright yellow to dazzling gold, growing ever more intense until it became blindingly radiant. Now this is the kind of attack I wish to witness, the sprite proclaimed, arms outstretched, laughing maniacally. Come forth, dance with abandon. Yet, the electrode struggled to maintain control over this chaotic electric domain. It was no easy feat to tame the tumultuous energy. In its vision, all that was visible were blinding electric sparks, the dazzling electricity concealing the frenzy and devastation that would only be revealed in a cataclysmic eruption of searing sunlight. Now, the restrained electrical entity struggles to extricate itself from the confines of its domain, scattering in all directions. The bomb is poised to detonate at any moment. While the sprite focuses its attention on the electabuzz, a radiant sphere of light is already brewing in the hands of the poison ivy nearby. With a lofty throw, the sphere ascends, resembling a miniature sun rising on a clear day. At this moment, the seemingly innocuous pollen transforms into a harbinger of doom, refracting the intense brilliance of the clear sky as rays of light flood into the sprite's eyes, rendering it unable to open them. This was the initial stratagem of the Tibetan antelope, intended for this very moment. The sprite exhibits a look of incredulity, realizing that these seemingly trivial elements have become the very impediments to its movement. It raises its hands high, as a kaleidoscope of colors flickers wildly, stirring a tempest that disperses the surrounding pollen. The electabuzz breaks free from the electrical domain, flipping through the air, launching a fiery punch towards the scattered pollen. The flames ignite the pollen, rapidly engulfing the sprite in a blaze, the searing heat bearing down upon it. The out-of-control electrical domain charges towards the sprite at an astounding speed exceeding 100 kilometers per hour, executing a flawless trajectory, crashing into the sprite. Perfect. The Tibetan antelope snaps its fingers, recognizing that the timing and coordination are impeccable. The sprite, unable to evade, envelopes itself in a vibrant green protective barrier, striving to mitigate the damage it is about to incur. The electrical domain collides with the green shield, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. A thunderous shockwave reverberates, releasing a torrent of light and heat, scattering electricity in every direction. The Tibetan antelope hears the crackling of electricity dissipating, as the blast sends soil flying in all directions like bullets. It stands there, witnessing the spectacle of the explosion. Beside it, the electabuzz and poison ivy conjure a protective barrier, shielding the Tibetan antelope effectively from the barrage of soil fragments. The explosion generates a dense cloud of black smoke, from which a figure emerges. Astonishingly, it is the sprite, having withstood such a fearsome assault. Though its condition is dire, bearing scars of electricity and flames, it gasps for breath, indicating it has endured significant damage from the recent attack. Whitestone Tibetan antelope, it exclaims, its eyes sparkling with excitement. I have reevaluated my opinion of you. You are indeed an intriguing human. As a reward for your previous triumph over me, it snaps its fingers, and a crystalline amber begins to dissolve, liberating a pink-haired girl from her restraints. Then, it spreads its arms wide, seemingly preparing for something. As the atmosphere thickens with an oppressive weight, creating a suffocating sensation. This heavy aura causes the Tibetan antelope to abandon the thought of checking on the condition of the sprite, sensing a transformation in the being before it. Come now. Let the dance continue. The ethereal sprite was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of luminescence, surrounded by a distinctive force field that resembled a domain of its own. In its presence, the electric-type Pokémon's electric terrain seemed utterly juvenile, akin to a child's play. "Is this your true power?" the Tibetan antelope remarked gravely, feeling overwhelmed by an oppressive sensation. "This may represent half of my strength." The sprite cast a glance at the protective barrier encircling the Tibetan antelope, knitting its brow as the vibrant aura around it shimmered slightly. Suddenly, the green shield manifested countless fissures, shattering like glass and vanishing without a trace. "Do not hide behind such feeble defenses. Come, dance freely." It raised a hand, its psychic energy pulsating with a dazzling brilliance, while surrounding shards of metal lifted from the ground, radiating a terrifying metallic sheen. With a sudden thrust of its hands, the fragments shot forth like tiny arrows, slicing through the air with a hissing sound. "Come, dance freely." A shadowy figure of deep blue materialized before the Tibetan antelope in the blink of an eye, as a sudden weight settled upon its shoulder. Wielding a luminous blue-boned staff, it formed an impenetrable barrier, thwarting all the shards. "Hey, boss. The task you entrusted me with has been flawlessly executed." It was Lucario, emanating a radiant blue aura of aura power. "Let me take on that fellow as your opponent. The rest is up to you." The Tibetan antelope gazed at the pink-haired girl, who had leaned against him, her closed eyes belonging to the source of his deep yearning. "Let the three of you come at once." The sprite floated high above, surveying the Tibetan antelope and Lucario from its lofty perch. Suddenly, the Tibetan antelope found it difficult to breathe, and the slumbering girl on his back grimaced in discomfort. The vast space seemed to harbor a brewing tropical storm, with the eye of the storm being that very sprite, devouring all the air around it, causing the atmospheric pressure to plummet wildly elsewhere. The Tibetan antelope had never encountered such formidable psychic prowess, radiating boundless might as it siphoned oxygen from the entire space, ton after ton of it, before unleashing a pressure attack upon them. "By sure, Tibetan antelope, if you withstand this attack, I shall release those two." The sprite cackled maniacally. "However, you cannot possibly block it." Low pressure swept over the Tibetan antelope, who bore the slumbering girl, as the wind playfully lifted her skirt, revealing a glimpse of her delicate legs. Lucario and the others stood no chance against such overwhelming power. It was a realm of strength far beyond the Tibetan antelope's reach. The sprite conjured a luminous sphere in its hand, reminiscent of the sunny day skill previously employed by the toxic rose. This sphere resembled another sun, beginning to emit its heat, not in an explosive manner, but silently, even eerily, combusting without sound. Dark red serpents of energy, searing cinders, and golden flames all surged forth in response to the sprite's call. While the intense heat generated by sunny day was entirely absorbed by the vortex of psychic energy, akin to an eye of a storm, it had long been at the heart of the storm, coalescing tons of oxygen. High heat, oxygen, coal cinders, and shattered iron fragments swirled around it, resembling a flaming windmill. How can one possibly withstand this? Cang Ling gazed at the sky, which was reminiscent of fiery clouds, for the first time feeling his own impotence, a sensation he had never experienced even in the town of Twilight. In this moment, his thoughts were not on how to escape, but rather on how to ensure the girl on his back could flee from this place. Suddenly, the girl on Cang Ling's back awoke, her azure eyes fluttering open, her voice imbued with equal parts confusion and delight. "Cang Ling, you're awake." Cang Ling certainly heard Lan Yi's words, yet he lowered his head, refusing to meet her gaze. At such a time, he wished she would remain asleep. "What are you saying?" Lan Yi sensed the invisible pressure in the air and seemed to grasp something, finally raising her head. Upon hearing her words, Cang Ling hesitated not a moment longer and lifted his head, his vision filled with the radiant smile of the girl. Firestorm, erupt. Eye of the storm, erupt. The raging flames mingled with tons of oxygen, creating a blinding light, a conflagration that threatened to consume the city. A tornado of light and fire erupted from the palm of the sprite, a flawless amalgamation of two potent forces. Unparalleled, a divine union. "Ah!" Lucario roared, standing resolutely with his companions, Electivire and Roserade, as they united to form a colossal protective barrier, exerting their final efforts. The fire tornado, like a drill, pierced through the protective shield. The combined effects of intense heat and pressure transformed it from a mere Molotov cocktail into a high-powered laser generator. The protective barrier faltered, unable to withstand even a second before being shattered by the piercing force. The fire tornado, akin to a true fire dragon, engulfed Lucario, Roserade, and Electivire in its fiery maw. Cang Ling's lips curled into a silent smile as he tightened his grip on the girl's hand. after consuming Lucario and the others. The fire dragon flicked its head and swallowed Cang Ling and Lan Yi as well. However, following the consumption of all, the fire dragon transformed into countless sparks, vanishing from sight. Those who had been engulfed, along with the small sprites, bore a vibrant green aura of life as they slowly descended to the ground. Even the sealed Yuri and Hans hang shielded by this life force. That should suffice. The boy bears the blessing of Cresselia. A voice, neither distinctly male nor female, echoed within this space as a sphere radiating with vitality descended upon the scene. The essence of life swept through the nearly desolate surroundings, invigorating the very air. And even the land beneath began to faintly reveal a verdant hue. Cresselia has only just broken free from its seal, its power still in recovery. I am not afraid to confront it. The sprite scoffed, feigning indifference, yet the glow of its psychic abilities began to wane. You, always so obstinate. Even when faced with defeat, refused to concede. A wisp of green energy detached itself from the shadow, cascading down upon it, mending its wounds. It was time to return to your own territory. Before him floated a small, white, hedgehog-like sprite, adorned with a red flower of indeterminate species. This was the fabled sprite of Wanji Town, known as the illusion sprite, Jimmy, currently translated as Shimi, though the red cap finds the name Jimmy more melodious. According to legend, Jimmy possessed the extraordinary ability to decompose toxins in the atmosphere and transform barren lands into a sea of blossoms. In the realm of normalcy, the black veil of night cloaked the sky, where brilliant stars twinkled amidst the vastness, and a crescent moon hung high. Far from the moon, in a constellation of stars, 8 luminescent orbs circled in unison, one of which emitted a flickering purple glow, reminiscent of a faulty signal. These 8 stars represented the members of the 8 heroes. And the purple star was once the beacon of Myre. After Myre's fall into darkness, that star had dimmed, but now it flickered back to life. What could this signify? How could it be? Myre's fate star reignited? Perhaps it was a legacy of the beast. At that moment, a figure noticed the anomaly in the sky. One of the 4 stars above the ring flared with a rich, earthy yellow light, seemingly responding to something. The direction of Sinnoh? The figure murmured, resolute in its determination. A vibrant green aura enveloped the view of the Tibetan antelope, bringing with it a sense of comfort. The antelope struggled to open its eyes, feeling as though some force restrained it. Its consciousness was alert, yet its body refused to cooperate, faint sounds echoing around it. Return to your own territory. You've snuck out this time and shall face a hefty penalty, came a voice, indistinguishable in gender, tinged with concern. That seal is utterly ineffective against me, replied the sprite, its tone laced with disdain. Well, since you insist, I shall take my leave. It seemed that once the sprite drifted away, the previously genderless voice resumed. You may open your eyes now. The words resonated with an almost magical quality, as if the voice had been suppressing the antelope's ability to awaken. Slowly, the antelope opened its eyes, and the vista before it left it awestruck. Green, an expanse of verdant hues stretched as far as the eye could see. Countless flowers blossoming in vibrant colors, a soft light hanging in the air. The previously desolate darkness had vanished, replaced by an improbable sea of flowers, transcending the understanding of an ordinary person. There's no need for such astonishment. Although the time was brief, transforming this place into a floral paradise posed no challenge. Floated before the antelope the hedgehog-like sprite. Though the antelope had never encountered this sprite before, an inexplicable fondness for it blossomed within. The gaze of the Tibetan antelope wandered around, discovering several verdant orbs of light nearby. He focused on the one closest to him, within which lay a slumbering girl with pink hair. Is it you who saved me? The antelope inquired, looking at the little sprite. Who are you? It was indeed I who rescued you, the sprite replied, her tone shifting subtly towards a feminine cadence. Even if I do not disclose my name now, you shall eventually deduce it. I am Jemmy. Are you the legendary Jemmy from Wanji Town? The name conjured numerous thoughts for the antelope. I apologize on behalf of my friend. He simply has a penchant for mischief. Jemmy did not directly address the antelope's question, but continued. The 3 individuals trapped in the subway have been released. Are they Qiansui and the others? The antelope recalled the golden-haired youth's smile and his words. If you like someone, go seek her out. Do not wait idly here. Do you have any further requests? Jemmy asked, while vibrant green light, imbued with a rich essence of life, flickered around her, enlivening the floral expanse. As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall fulfill your wishes. Could you awaken the dark-haired fellow first? I have a few inquiries for him. The antelope thought of Han Shang, and though he had already contemplated the matter, he wished to converse with his friend. Certainly. Jemmy's green luminescence pulsed, sending a wave of life energy towards Han Shang's orb, merging with it. Under the nurturing light, Han Shang naturally opened his eyes. Upon waking, he instinctively reached for his waist, where his only weapon, the silver desert eagle, rested. There is no need for such caution. It is just me, the antelope remarked. Observing Han Shang's vigilant demeanor, his expression unyielding as he regarded him. Upon hearing the antelope's voice, Han Shang turned his gaze, naturally catching sight of him. His tone bore a hint of bitterness, and his expression was somewhat peculiar. You are Black Owl, are you not? The antelope stated, revealing Han Shang's alternate identity. A deduction that was not particularly challenging. There should be 5 individuals who entered this space. With Xian Si and Qian Sui, that makes 7. The 6 of us, including the antelope, can all be matched to our identities, naturally linking the remaining Black Owl and Han Shang as well. Yes, I am indeed Black Owl. Upon the antelope's revelation, Han Shang appeared to relax, his entire demeanor becoming lighter. My mission this time is to retrieve the map from that girl's possession. This task has already failed twice, and under the guild's orders, I have found my composure. Thus, you arrived wearing a mask, the antelope chuckled, tossing something towards Han Shang. It was a somewhat aged piece of parchment. This is. Han Shang caught the parchment, disbelief etched on his face. It is a map. It matters not if I give it to you. The antelope shrugged nonchalantly. It is no trouble to hand over a task. Does that girl mind? Han Shang hesitated over whether to return the map to Cang Ling. It's fine. The contents of the map have already been deciphered. She won't mind. Upon hearing Han Shang mention Xian Ling, Cang Ling's expression softened slightly. Are there any other requests? The urging voice of Jiemi came, indicating that she had other matters to attend to. Then please awaken those 2 girls. As Cang Ling spoke, she had already approached Xian Ling, waving at Han Shang, saying, let us not linger on this. When we meet next, you must clarify your identity as the Black Owl. Indeed, Han Shang also moved to stand beside Yume. Responding to Cang Ling, Jiemi then divided her life force into 2 streams, infusing them into the energy orbs of Xian Ling and Yume, subsequently teleporting Cang Ling and the others out of the flower sea. By sure Cang Ling, having allowed you to absorb the life essence of this flower sea, I have done my utmost. Jiemi plucked a flower from the sea, inhaling its fragrant aroma. Oh dear, I suddenly forgot about these things. Jiemi seemed to recall something, and under her energy's influence, several Pokeballs soared into the air, splitting into 3 waves, each heading towards their respective owners. On an unnamed island, in a secluded dark room, a virtual figure radiating a bluish-green light sat quietly, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Just as the bluish-green figure waited, a water-blue virtual image illuminated. Sorrow, the map has been secured. A deep voice from the water-blue figure echoed. What a skill. Your efficiency is becoming increasingly unreliable. The bluish-green figure mocked the water-blue figure, expressing disdain at the prolonged duration taken to complete the task. You may criticize me, but perhaps you should contemplate the situation with my heir, the water-blue figure retorted, seemingly hinting at something significant. What do you mean? The water-blue figure appeared to have touched upon something within Sorrow's heart. Nothing of consequence. I will transmit the image of that map to you shortly. And I am now setting off to retrieve the original. The water-blue figure distorted momentarily before departing, leaving behind a vague remark. I was merely jesting about my heir. Do not take it to heart. Only after the water-blue figure had completely vanished did the bluish-green figure strike the table forcefully, causing the wooden surface to groan. In the eyes of Guy Laer Sorrow, a shadow of gloom loomed, his hand tightly gripping a book adorned with a cross. It seemed he was aware of far too much. Not far from Wanji Town, beneath a towering tree, a silver-haired youth was laboriously digging with a spade. Beside him, a pink-haired girl was busily calculating something with paper and pen. Hey, Cang Ling, are you certain your calculations regarding the direction are accurate? The girl bit the end of her pen, furrowing her beautiful brows as she observed the youth digging intently. The youthful boy, panting heavily, confirmed that his calculations indicated they were within the designated area, albeit not with remarkable precision, only allowing for a general sense of direction. The 2, guided by the crude parchment map, were the ones who had reached this location, known as Cang Ling and Xian Ling. After being sent off by Jiemi through the Sea of Flowers, they spent a night in Wanji Town, and at Xuanling's urging, Cang Ling set forth once more to seek out the spot marked on the map. However, I have computed several times, and my results differ very little from yours, Xian Ling remarked, glancing at the 3 sets of calculations in her notebook, feeling a twinge of frustration. That simply means my calculations are accurate, Cang Ling replied, shoveling dirt with his spade. The moderately warm weather, coupled with the intensity of the labor, caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. As the soil was gradually cleared away, he suddenly felt his spade strike something solid, rendering it impossible to press further down. Songling's expression shifted. It seemed he had unearthed what they had been seeking. Noticing the change in Songling's demeanor, Xianling hurriedly bounded closer to the edge of the pit to better see the situation. Songling cautiously probed the area, slowly scraping away the dirt with his spade until a box, glimmering with a faint metallic sheen, came into view. It bore an odd pattern, difficult to describe. "Oh, we've finally found it," Xianling exclaimed, disregarding the mud as she leaped into the pit to grasp the box, comparing it to the simplistic drawings on their backup map to confirm its authenticity. Finally, Songling wiped the sweat from his brow. "If we had not found it soon, I would have given up. I do not wish to squander my time." "All right, to celebrate our discovery, I shall treat you to dinner tonight, Songling," Xianling said, her beautiful eyes squinting in delight as she gazed at the sun in the sky, basking in its warm glow. "I want a feast." Songling observed the joyful smile at the corners of the girl's lips, and a flicker of happiness ignited within him. "Do you enjoy the cuisine from the United States?" she inquired earnestly, as if taking responsibility for his promise of a grand meal. "I have never tried it," Songling replied honestly, shaking his head. He indeed had no experience with such culinary delights. For him, having a packet of instant noodles was a luxury when hunger struck. Cheese, pizza, fried chicken, steak, macaroni, and the like. American cuisine emphasizes natural flavors and often employs olive oil, black olives, dry white cheese, tomatoes, spices, and wine for seasoning. Their cured meats and sausages are exquisite, Xianling detailed exuberantly. Songling, however, felt lost in the conversation, unable to grasp the significance of such high society fare. He could only nod in agreement. "I like to eat meat." Xianling nodded and pulled out her laptop, casually dialing a number. "Is this a restaurant? I would like to reserve a table for 2 tonight." "I'm very sorry, miss, but we are fully booked this evening," replied a gentle yet firm voice from the female manager on the other end of the line. "Fully booked?" Xianling furrowed her brow, asking if she could add a seat. "I am terribly sorry, but the Molotov group is hosting an engagement banquet tonight. Their young master is celebrating his engagement, and we are unable to accommodate walk-in guests," the female manager replied without any room for negotiation. "I truly apologize. Perhaps you might try elsewhere." Xianling held her laptop, remaining silent for a considerable time. She was well aware of the Molotov group, one of the major conglomerates in the Shineo region. It was said that the second son of that family was actually one of her admirers, the very one known for his extravagant lifestyle, constantly indulging in excesses. "There's no need to dwell on this one place," Songling suggested softly. "Why not try somewhere else? It's just a meal, after all." "But this is the only restaurant here that can truly be called fine dining," Xianling murmured, though her mind was already devising a plan. Her words did not escape Songling's ears, who regrettably slapped his forehead, questioning why he had mentioned fine dining in the first place. Xianling scrolled through her contacts on the laptop, dialing another number. "Hello, is this Sister Mu? Please help me post a bounty in that discussion forum, using my account. It's quite urgent." The discussion forum served as a hub for celebrities across the Western Hemisphere to interact and express their thoughts freely. In the early hours, a tarot master would post daily fortunes, followed by breakfast photos in the morning, midday rants about increasingly exploitative sponsors, and various afternoon tea meetups. At this moment, it was noon, the peak visiting hour, with countless celebrities aimlessly refreshing their screens. On the dark interface, white instant messages flickered upwards. Suddenly, a seemingly inconspicuous white message turned red. This was a rarity, something only achievable through back-end administrative actions. Instantly, this red message surged above all others, pinned to the top. "Bounty, seeking a reservation for 2 at 7:30 p.m. tonight. Reservation name, Shun Gong Xiangling. The bounty hunter is willing to exchange for a promise." Posted by Ling. Such a presence in the discussion forum was uncommon, yet everyone recognized who it was. The most outstanding lyricist and composer, the most popular singer in the Western Hemisphere. 71 time zones away in the Western Hemisphere, in the town of Fili OS, surrounded by mountains, the sun spilled its light over the sea. A flock of seagulls gathered and soared low, as playful fish leapt from the undulating waves, transforming the sunny morning sea into a lavish banquet for the seagulls. Amidst the seagulls was a mottled little hawk, unlike the others, who fixated on small fish. Instead, it awaited a wild bass that occasionally surfaced. It soared in the air, poised for action. A vague shadow gradually became clearer as something substantial emerged from the depths of the sea. The thrill of the hunt surged within the avian predator. The hawk folded its wings and extended its talons, diving towards the water like a bombing aircraft. The surface of the water broke as the prey leapt half a meter into the air, and in a fraction of a second, the hawk's sharp talons grasped it tightly. The young eagle trembled in terror, flapping its wings in vain, having misjudged its predicament. What it beheld was not the savage base, but an anomaly in these waters. How could a human venture into the depths without diving equipment? Hush! The young man chuckled coldly, raising a finger to his lips, astonishingly speaking to the creature. Suddenly, his golden eyes sparkled as if reflecting the sun's brilliance. The eagle ceased its struggle and perched quietly upon the back of his hand. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, it was tamed. From this moment forth, you shall be my sprite, he declared, a confident smile gracing his lips. Oh, I am Shiny Alolan. The small gray and white sprite belonged to the Union. A fledgling eagle with an ever-challenging spirit, resiliently growing stronger with each injury it endured. He waved his hand, and the fledgling obeyed the command, soaring into the sky. Spiraling above, Jinyu swam with the grace of an arrow cutting through the water, heading towards the shore. On the desolate beach rested a diminutive motorcycle. A mere half-meter in height, yet its design was unmistakably that of a robust cruiser, proud and imposing, its wheels submerged by the rising tide. Jinyu mounted it and twisted the throttle. The little machine roared joyfully, sending a spray of water high into the air as it sped onto the road. The road wound upwards, flanked by modest houses painted in hues of pink and yellow and lush green woods. Glancing back towards the bay below, he saw yachts congregating, their masts adorned with white flags fluttering in the breeze. Jinyu raised a white towel high above his head. The fledgling instantly grasped its master's signal. Descending to trail the motorcycle closely, its wings catching the wind, sometimes soaring above the towel, at other times below, like a valiant warrior following its master's steed. He donned sunglasses to shield his handsome visage from the increasingly fierce sunlight, a faint smile gracing his features. Shinomiya Jinyu, the influential figure of the Temple clan in the Union region, was the elder brother of the delicate Huiling. He typically resided in this leisurely town, a haven for the affluent, where luxury mingled with simplicity, and it served as an excellent diving port, teeming with vibrant coral and the remnants of ancient vessels, where aquatic sprites thrived, gliding gracefully through the depths. He knew this place as intimately as his own garden. He had secured a well-situated villa here, where the swimming pool and dining area were nestled among ancient trees, appearing to float in midair from below. Bare-chested, Jinyu stepped into the grand hall, where the butler promptly handed him his phone. It was a call from Mu Shiyun, seemingly concerning his sister. "What is it?" he inquired, tucking the receiver between his neck and shoulder. Mu Shiyun was the agent he had assigned to watch over Huiling. Jinyu was unaccustomed to losing control of situations, especially regarding his sister, whom he had always cared for, albeit discreetly. "There has been a crisis. Huiling has invited someone to dine on authentic Union cuisine tonight, but cannot secure a reservation and is seeking assistance." Jinyu was momentarily taken aback. For what truly occupied his thoughts was whom Xiao Ling was dining with. The location of the restaurant was of no consequence. It appeared that Xiao Ling had made a friend within the organization. A rather serious female voice emanated from the receiver. "Is it a boy or a girl?" Jinyu inquired, furrowing his brow. He had scarcely paid attention to his younger sister lately, and it surprised him that she had suddenly befriended someone in the organization. "It's a rather handsome boy," Mu replied, mindful that this individual was her concealed superior and thus deserving of her utmost respect. "Why are you only telling me this now?" Jinyu's tone was somewhat somber, tinged with irritation. "Isn't she your precious little sister? We had agreed on a concert. Yet she has clandestinely slipped away." Mu's voice was laced with exasperation as she dealt with the chaos left in Xiao Ling's wake. Jinyu was acutely aware of his sister's temperament. She would never resort to leveraging the family's influence. Indeed, the girl had issued a bounty stating that whoever could assist her in securing a reservation at that restaurant for the evening would receive a promise from her to perform a task within their capabilities, provided it did not contravene moral principles. In essence, it was a pledge of her assistance for a significant reward. Jinyu pondered for a moment. Such bounties were commonplace in the Western Hemisphere, a mutual exchange of assistance. He had himself issued bounties in the past, during his travels to the organization. He had solicited individuals to send postcards from their hometowns to Xiao Ling as a birthday gift, each card adorned with the words "Happy Birthday." The postcards had accumulated into a small mountain on Xiao Ling's desk, and despite her lack of appreciation, Jinyu had fulfilled his promise by sending each sender a new model in return. However, compared to this current bounty from Xiao Ling, a few hundred models paled in significance. In his eyes, his sister had always been steadfast in her adventurous pursuits. Yet she had never before ventured into such territory with such determination. The value of this promise was absurdly high in Jinyu's estimation. He believed that this somewhat impulsive young woman would keep her word, for only in doing so could she truly be worthy of being his sister. Jinyu of the Xingu. Intrigued, Jinyu yearned to uncover the identity of the young man who could inspire such a transformation in his sister. Young master, someone has already reached out to the restaurant. Mu relayed the latest update from the other end of the line. Is someone attempting to secure a promise from my sister? Jinyu raised an eyebrow, finding it preposterous. This is my sister we are discussing. He let out a cold laugh, exuding authority. I will ensure she dines at the finest restaurant within her reach tonight, with the most exceptional chefs and waitstaff attending to her. Everything must be flawless. However, the restaurant Xiao Ying specified is fully booked, Mu gently reminded him. It is said that a wedding banquet has reserved the entire venue. Shengao is not devoid of other excellent dining establishments. They can simply choose a different location for the engagement, Jinyu thought quite simply. Matters like these were trivial for someone who had occupied a position of power for so long. He could not afford to squander his precious time on such mundane concerns. It's rather complicated. The venue they booked holds significant sway. Jinyu furrowed his brows, pondering the considerable background of the matter. Which faction do they belong to? It's a publicly listed conglomerate, the Molotov Group, which seems to have some collaboration with us. Jinyu lost interest. Ah, I see. Someone will take care of it. They are professionals. Remember to report on Yuling's situation promptly next time, and please organize the information on that boy and send it to me afterward. With that, Jinyu disconnected the call. In the quaint town of Felinos, Jinyu handed his phone to the butler. Please call the club, and, once arrangements are made, send a brief message to the young lady. The content should read, I have taken care of it for you. The young master. This all seems a bit like the young lady is leading you on a merry chase for assistance, the butler remarked with a knowing smile, executing Jinyu's instructions with an air of mischief. Jinyu raised an eyebrow and cast a penetrating gaze at the butler, chuckling softly. Indeed, it is Yuling's little ruse. I see through it. Yet, this is a scheme I willingly embrace, for, he said languidly, Yuling has ensnared herself in her own game. I may forego her promises, but I do not wish for anyone else to obtain them or impose any peculiar demands upon her. We certainly cannot have too many troublesome matters. Understood. The butler replied with a slight bow. Young master, please prepare yourself. The visitor is already en route. Is it that bothersome woman? I was hoping to enjoy a swim. Jinyu lamented, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration. You should at least tidy up your appearance when Miss Christine arrives. The butler will need to wear an expression of anticipation, the butler advised. Jinyu massaged his temples, feeling a headache brewing. Meanwhile, Yuling's laptop chimed with an incoming message. She glanced at it and promptly closed it without a word. I've taken care of it for you. All right. The grand feast you desired is ready. Yuling jubilantly leaped out of her shallow predicament, her spirits seemingly lifted. Hey, where are you off to? Cang Ling inquired, watching Yuling skip further away. I'm off to meet a friend. Yuling waved back, gesturing over her shoulder. Remember to dress sharply tonight. Cang Ling was puzzled, having never heard Yuling mention a friend in the town of Guanji. With a frown, she leaped out of the shallow pit, glancing at her dirt-stained white shirt and shaking her head. It seemed this garment would not do. In Iron City, at the headquarters of the Thieves' Guild, all windows were draped with thick velvet curtains, rendering the room impenetrably dark. At the center of a vast conference table sat a red wax cup containing a lavender-scented wax, providing the scantest illumination, failing to penetrate the opulent conference room or reach the figure seated in the shadows. He appeared gaunt, with disheveled blue hair, a pallid complexion, and clad in a red and white striped shirt paired with a yellow vest. Would you care for a drink? Sally inquired, swirling a glass of water in her hand. This was, after all, a rare and significant client, and she felt it necessary to greet him personally. Across from her was the client who had commissioned the theft of Yuling's map, a lavish spender of considerable wealth. Sally had encountered a myriad of clients, ranging from burly men adorned with dragon tattoos to prosperous individuals boasting rotund bellies. Among them was a seasoned practitioner who had punctured the conference table with his fingers upon entering. However, this particular client captured Sally's attention. It was difficult to fathom that a wealthy individual would present themselves in such an unconventional manner. Vodka, on the rocks. Thank you, the client intoned in a low voice. After savoring a sip of the invigorating vodka, he opened his briefcase, revealing a meticulously arranged stack of alliance coins, precisely 2.5 million, fitting snugly within the case. Here are the goods, the client stated succinctly. Sally placed the box at her feet onto the table, unveiling a sealed paper bag within. Just as she reached for scissors to open it, the client interjected, "That is sufficient, no need." He pushed the heavy briefcase towards Sally while lifting his gaze. In that moment, upon meeting his penetrating stare, Sally nearly leapt to her feet. His cerulean eyes resembled an unfathomable whirlpool, drawing her in with an irresistible allure. The symbols within his gaze compelled her to look deeper, yet an instinct warned her against it. The sensation was dizzying, akin to gazing through a kaleidoscope. Sally hastily blinked. Freeing herself from that peculiar feeling, her fists clenched in tension. The client remained seated across the table, the promised reward of 2.5 million alliance coins before him. The efficiency of the Thieves' Guild is commendable. I am quite satisfied, he remarked, lifting a teacup and blowing the flame from the candle into the vodka glass. Igniting the spirit with a ghostly blue flame that danced atop the icy liquid. He swirled the glass and downed the concoction, ice and fire mingling as he nodded in approval, preparing to depart. Hey, you forgot your things, Sally called out, instinctively closing the briefcase and pushing it toward him. TSK. A bit of drink and one forgets such matters. Alcohol is truly a poor companion, he muttered, grasping the case and exiting without a backward glance. Sally picked up her glass of water and approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window, pulling aside the heavy velvet curtains. Oblivious to the fact that several minutes had slipped by on the wall clock. Did you hand over the map? As soon as the client departed. A concealed door in the conference room revealed a young man with ebony hair, Haimu Hang, who had been silently safeguarding Sally's safety from the outset. Yes, it has been delivered. This task can be considered concluded, Sally replied without turning around, tilting her head back to gulp down the water in a decidedly unladylike manner. Releasing a sigh of relief. Since accepting this assignment, she had invested considerable worry into it. The client was rather intriguing, Hang remarked, his gaze lingering on the teacup previously handled by the client, a hint of water-like blue light glimmering across it. Are you referring to his attire? Sally did not grasp the implication behind Han Shang's words, mistakenly believing he was merely commenting on the individual's attire. It was indeed difficult to fathom that someone who could afford such an extravagant commission would dress so simply. After all, had he entered looking like a figure from the shadows, he might have been turned away by our receptionist. Following the direction of Sally's thoughts, Han Shang found himself amused. After his remark, Sally increasingly perceived that this client had some intriguing ideas. Dressed as he was, he had navigated through without arousing suspicion, even reaching the conference room's entrance without incident. In fact, the dim-witted receptionist had thought he was a hired hand here to dispose of refuse, even instructing him to take the trash downstairs. To her surprise, he had indeed carried the refuse down with him. Through the window, Sally observed the client casually tossing a black garbage bag into a bin before slipping into a sleek black car, leaving her utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, as Sally marveled at the peculiar sight, Han Shang, standing behind her, was engulfed in a tempest of anxiety. That person. A cold sweat trickled down his back, and his hand instinctively rested at his waist, where he kept his pokeballs. He had distinctly seen the client offer him a meaningful smile before entering the vehicle. A smile that seemed to set the purple jade pendant around his neck ablaze with an intense heat. In the town of Wanji, at the Pokémon Center, Cang Ling occupied a room he had reserved. Gazing out at the drizzling rain, he found his thoughts wandering. She has not returned yet. He absent-mindedly traced patterns on the fogged-up glass. Yuling had been missing for the entire afternoon, never making it back to the Pokémon Center. Suddenly, his laptop, resting on the bed, illuminated with a bright glow, its screen shining softly amidst the gray, rainy day. A message from an unfamiliar number appeared. Mr. by Cang Ling. Miss Shingon Yuling has reserved a table for 2 this evening. Your dinner is scheduled to commence at 7 o'clock, with a dedicated vehicle coming to collect you. Reading the message, Cang Ling could not help but be taken aback. The service of this restaurant was indeed exceptional, offering such transportation. Yet, this was merely a superficial complaint. He was well aware that he had never previously dined at this establishment, nor could he likely afford it. Nevertheless, the fact that the restaurant had managed to send a message to his laptop indicated the considerable influence behind it. Cang Ling reached for a Pokeball on his battle belt, opening it to reveal a Super Ball containing Lucario. The dark blue figure of Lucario materialized before him. Hey, boss, a camel at dinner, huh? Lucario's keen eyes quickly caught sight of the message on the laptop. Don't say too much, Cang Ling replied, tossing a nurturing tube to Lucario. I'm going out for dinner. I want to be bringing you along. Take care of this. Inside the nurturing tube lay a pale blue Pokémon egg, a gift from Yuling to Cang Ling. Though Cang Ling had longed to return the sprite egg to Lu Lian, opportunities had eluded her. You summoned us merely to discuss this matter? Lucario inquired, twirling the breeding tube in one hand while gazing at Cang Ling. What do you intend to do now? Take a bath. Cang Ling casually secured the bathroom door, and the sound of water began to trickle. Lucario chuckled silently, sensing a change in their leader. He ceased the motion of the breeding tube in his hand. In the region of Unova, in the quaint town of Felinos, a silver sedan wound its way up a mountain road. Upon arrival, It halted beside a white edifice perched perilously close to the cliff. The structure, a solitary building, was adorned with robust white marble, its narrow windows resembling a fortress. The designated parking area housed only a wine-red sports car, standing regally as if it were a beautiful lady poised in stillness. A driver alighted from the silver sedan, bending slightly to open the door while shielding the entrance with his hand, preventing the esteemed guest from inadvertently striking her head. A golden high-heeled shoe gracefully touched the ground, revealing a pair of long legs exuding breathtaking elegance, contrary to the impression the high heels might convey of a wealthy matron. The figure emerging from the vehicle was a youthful girl, her features sculpted as if crafted by a master artist. At 20 years of age, her gaze bore the wisdom of someone in their 30s, her visage adorned with the makeup of a Western dame, shrouded by a black veil, and clad in an exquisite fitted dress, complemented by a fur bolero. The slender heels lent her a mesmerizing gait, yet her icy countenance exuded an air of commanding authority. This was Christine Syndicate, the sole daughter of the chairman of Syndicate, the largest company in Unova, not far from the White Building. Behind the slats of the Jean Yu Villa's shutters, Jean Yu savored a glass of red wine, draining it in one swift motion. "Your fiancée, young master," the butler interjected. "Just a woman who thinks herself beautiful," Jean Yu muttered, parting the shutters to gaze outside. Indeed, Miss Christine's family was renowned in Unova for producing striking offspring, the butler noted with a smile. "However, I must still go out to greet her, mustn't I?" Jean Yu mused as he stepped toward his family's entrance, casually placing the wine glass on a nearby table. The veiled woman stood there, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone. "Hello, my lovely Christine, welcome," Jean Yu exclaimed, striding forward with open arms. "You have grown even more beautiful, and it seems you've gained a few inches. I recall the last time we met, you barely reached my chest." "Thank you, Jean Yu," Christine replied, embracing him before playfully stamping her high heel onto his fine leather shoe, her tone deceptively gentle, reminiscent of her demure appearance. "It's been nearly 3 months since we last saw each other, and you still wear that same demeanor as if to appease my father. I've gained weight. Yet all you seem to care about is your dear little sister," she teased, maintaining her playful demeanor while delicately rotating her heel upon Jean Yu's instep. "Ouch!" Jean Yu inhaled sharply, not out of concern for his leather shoes, but rather due to the agonizing sting from the slender high heels he wore. He forced a smile, striving to compose his expression, as if to convey that he had been preoccupied with family affairs and had not intended to be away from her for so long. How hypocritical. Christine retracted her heels, granting Jean Yu a reprieve, before confidently striding towards his villa. Likewise, Jean Yu shook his head and uttered a faint remark. He was well aware that the girl named Christine appeared to others as the epitome of grace, yet in his presence, she seemed to unleash an entirely different persona, behaving quite unruly. Jean Yu himself shared a similar temperament. In the eyes of those affluent entrepreneurs, he was perceived as a flawless individual. Yet he spent most of his time indulging in leisure, inherently disinclined towards the businessman's way of life. Thus, their personalities appeared to resonate with one another. Akin to the saying, "A turtle gazing at a green bean," perfectly matched. Jean Yu reached out to gaze at the brilliant sun hovering over Finelow's town. Squinting slightly against its glare, it was indeed bothersome. Time shifted back to the distant region of Sinnoh, several time zones away from the Union. After showering, Cang Ling, having repeatedly instructed Lucario to care for the Pokémon egg, stepped outside. The last image he beheld was Lucario lounging on his bed, idly watching television, the incubation tube resting quietly beside it. A luxurious black sedan was parked at the Pokémon Center, and a uniformed driver, donning white gloves, respectfully opened the car door for him. "Please." The driver's skillful maneuvering ensured a smooth ride, and Cang Ling felt no jolt as he settled into the back seat. This could be attributed to either the car's quality or the driver's expertise. The journey lasted approximately 20 minutes. The driver, maintaining his gaze straight ahead, operated the windshield wipers rhythmically. "Shall we listen to some music?" he suggested, perhaps sensing the awkward atmosphere. "Sure," Cang Ling replied, acknowledging the discomfort that lingered in the air. The driver casually activated the car's music player. As the melodies filled the space, the ambience improved significantly, even in the absence of dialogue between them. The black sedan gradually came to a halt. The driver's exceptional skills were commendable, as he managed to navigate through the downpour without a single splash of water. Cang Ling opened the door, tilted his head to observe the torrential rain, raised his collar to shield his head, and dashed out until he reached his destination, the restaurant. Through the curtain of rain, on the other side of the floor-to-ceiling windows, the air conditioning blew away the last remnants of small umbrellas. Xiao Ling stood amidst the scattering dandelions, seemingly poised to float away with those soft, white seeds. She appeared to sense Zhong Ling's arrival, gazing in his direction, fogging up the glass with her breath, and sketching a small, smiling face in the mist. The smile on the face, though abstract, possesses an unmistakable charm that envelopes the heart of the Tibetan antelope with a gentle warmth. Yin Ling softly inquires, her gaze averted from the antelope. As she focuses on her plate, the antelope replies softly, acknowledging the challenge of navigating this place alone, grateful for the driver who brought him here. This building, once a foreign merchant's mansion before liberation, has been refurbished while preserving its aged elm-wood floors. The walls have been demolished and replaced with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, creating an open flow between rooms, with the ceilings soaring to a majestic 8 meters. From the time-worn wooden beams, a grand chandelier dangles, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight on their table, as they are the sole guests in this vast space. It seems the illustrious Shinomiya Jinyu has reserved the entire venue for his so-called club. Yin Ling is adorned in a white dress, paired with white lace-trimmed socks and flat black shoes, the candlelight casting a soft, warm glow upon her. In contrast, the antelope is clad in a sleek black suit, complemented by a noble-style shirt adorned with pearl buttons, reminiscent of a young master from an aristocratic lineage. This ensemble rests on the back seat of the car, arranged thoughtfully to reflect Mr. Shinomiya's signature style. To the left, a colossal ancient ship stands upright, its bow reaching towards the ceiling. This sunken treasure has been salvaged and ingeniously repurposed as a wine cabinet. To the right, a grand window reveals a tree-lined path outside, beyond which flows a small river, with rain pattering against the glass. The last time the antelope dined with such formality was during occasions when his father, Dr. Baishuriwe, took him along to various conferences. Sitting upright, the antelope appears as though a rolling pin has been inserted into his back, with his elbows awkwardly raised as he attempts to carve a lamb chop with precision. Observing his discomfort, Yin Ling cannot help but stifle a gentle laugh. Though it goes unnoticed by him, there is no ordering process. Their preferences and aversions are already documented. The server informs them that the executive chef has personally selected the finest ingredients: cheese aged for 5 years in a cave, lamb sourced from 6-month-old livestock, and fish caught from the finest fishing grounds of Shinao. Each dish is exquisite, and although the antelope cannot decipher the peculiar names, he grasps their significance. Each course is paired with a different wine, though the antelope finds little appeal in such tart beverages, preferring the simplicity of plain water. To him, the food and drink are merely extravagant whims of the affluent. Wasn't it said that there were no reservations available? Yet here we are, he muses, having just tasted the sour wine that makes him grimace. I initially thought we wouldn't get a table, but it turned out to be reserved due to someone meddling. Yin Ling replies, sipping her wine with an elegance that resembles that of a little princess. The Tibetan antelope gnawed vigorously on the lamb chop he had painstakingly cut, relinquishing the so-called noble demeanor. Such a method of eating was merely a form of self-torture, and this was far more comfortable. It's my brother, he mumbled softly, his words barely audible. The antelope did not catch the remark, which was merely a hypocritical observation. Suddenly, as he chewed on the lamb chop, the antelope's mouth came to a halt, followed by a series of coughs. He had choked. Fortunately, they had reserved the entire venue today, and the surrounding attendants stood at a distance, oblivious to the antelope's rustic manner of eating. The wine here is quite decent, the girl mused, shaking her glass. Can you drink wine, Tibetan antelope? Not really, he replied honestly. I cannot discern the nuances of wine. I only know that some have a richer flavor while others are more fruity. With time, one learns to appreciate them. The antelope candidly confessed. I find this wine less palatable than plain water. That is quite true, she said, downing the contents of her glass in one go before summoning the attendant for some hot tea. The attendant, likely astonished to encounter someone requesting hot water in such an upscale restaurant, nonetheless exhibited exceptional service, promptly bringing the requested tea after a brief moment of surprise. I've never seen you in formal attire. It fits you quite well, she remarked, flashing a slight smile that revealed her pearly whites, exuding charm. Though the antelope felt a swell of happiness from her compliment, he loosened the bow tie around his neck, which was suffocating him. If you're uncomfortable, just loosen the tie, she suggested kindly, easily discerning his distress. After all, there were no other patrons around, so he might as well be at ease. Upon hearing her words, the antelope quickly untied the bow, as if liberating himself from some constraint, and exhaled a sigh of relief. His outfit was a standard crafted by the renowned designer Jinyu, who was notoriously meticulous about fabric quality and refused to wear any off-the-rack garments. always opting for bespoke creations from a small tailor shop that preserved fitting patterns from his youth. You could have just worn your usual clothes. There was no need to force yourself into such formal attire, she noted, finding the unencumbered antelope to be the version she was familiar with. Had I known you would dress this way, I would have opted for something more formal myself. You look splendid as you are, he replied, casting his gaze up and down her figure, feeling content. The white dress she wore seemed to shimmer with an indistinct glow, and a warm light enveloped her skin. Standing merely 50, perhaps 40 centimeters apart, he could gaze into her gentle eyes and catch the soft fragrance of her hair, observing her freely without restraint. The antelope's unabashed scrutiny did not cause her to lower her head. The young lady's graceful figure emanated an alluring aura. The music played softly in the background, and the antelope's heart raced slightly. This song is quite lovely, he remarked. The Tibetan antelope spoke up, attempting to initiate a conversation, and the atmosphere surrounding them was nothing short of exquisite. The young lady remained silent, merely tracing her knife along the lamb chop before her, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars. The Tibetan antelope leaned over the table, inching closer to Yu Hong's face, filled with eagerness. Miss, would you care to select a sweet wine to accompany your dessert? The sommelier appeared almost magically behind Yu Hong, a sweetly smiling woman. This remark shattered the subtle ambience between the Tibetan antelope and Yu Hong. No, thank you, Yu Hong replied, her brow furrowing in displeasure, yet her tone remained gentle. Internally, she might have been thinking how they appeared like phantoms, intruding on their moment. The sommelier, noticing Yu Hong's expression, chose not to linger and swiftly retreated. The Tibetan antelope, unfazed by the interruption, resumed his meal, savoring the lamb chop on his plate. Where's the bracelet I gifted you? Yu Hong redirected her attention to the table, her gaze sweeping over the Tibetan antelope's left wrist, only to discover that the bracelet she had given him was absent from its usual place. He had removed it while bathing to avoid getting it wet, only to forget to put it back on afterward. Realizing his oversight, the Tibetan antelope hurriedly explained, seemingly anxious that Yu Hong might overthink the matter. I see, Yu Hong observed his nervous demeanor, her head lowered, lost in thought. The Tibetan antelope had never realized he could care so deeply for a girl. Even his childhood friend, Xiao Ying, had not evoked such feelings. It felt as if another version of himself was whispering secrets within his heart. Indeed, Yu Hong was remarkable. At just 13, she possessed an aura that commanded attention, captivating everyone around her. One could only imagine how splendid she would become by the age of 20. Moreover, her thoughts were intricate and elusive, akin to a book that one could never fully comprehend, yet yearn to read endlessly. To be with her would mean a lifetime of intrigue, dedicated to understanding her. There was no need to worry about one's future livelihood. She appeared to hail from a distinguished family and seemed trustworthy. The Tibetan antelope was besieged by a cacophony of thoughts. Resolute, he suddenly lifted his head and gazed across the table. I actually like, at that moment. Yu Hong and the Tibetan antelope seemed to share a profound connection, both raising their heads simultaneously, causing him to stifle his words midway. The atmosphere grew awkward. The environment even more so. He was wide-eyed, poised as if to lean in for a French kiss, while Yu Hong showed no intention of retreating, gazing earnestly into his eyes. The 5 words I actually like had escaped his lips. Yu Hong had heard them, and a delightful blush blossomed on her cheeks. A courageous young girl, her cheeks flushed, pursued her inquiries with unwavering determination, her heart devoid of any inclination to retreat. Perhaps her purpose today was precisely this. Coughing violently, Cang Ling hastily took a sip of water to steady himself. The words that followed were caught in his throat, refusing to escape, as a persistent buzzing echoed in his mind. His muscles tensed, his expression rigid. Curse it! How could this little witch-like girl remain so unabashed? How could he possibly utter those words? In such a setting, confessing I actually like you should come easily. This very moment seemed crafted for such a declaration. Cang Ling, feeling emboldened, took a couple of symbolic sips of his drink, his heart eager for boldness, thinking that even if Xiao Ying rejected him, it wouldn't be overly awkward. Just as Xiao Ying, with a teasing smile, was about to press Cang Ling further, the door creaked open at an inopportune moment. A furtive figure peeked in, scanning the well-lit table, clutching something in hand. What on earth was happening today? Xiao Ying, feeling vexed, clenched her teeth. It always seemed to happen when she was at her happiest, interrupted by unwelcome distractions, a truly irksome feeling. Come here. Xiao Ying's tone was firm and inadvertently. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors, indicating her emotions were teetering on the brink of chaos, her powers wavering alongside. The brother, with journalist written all over his face, gripped a recording pen, either intimidated by Xiao Ying's aura or the opulent atmosphere, sweating profusely. He pointed to the photographer behind him. This is my sister. She's in charge of the recording. We're from a food program at the television station. We heard there's a gourmet event tonight, with the executive chef personally attending, so we braved the downpour to interview. I apologize for the interruption. I'll just be on my way. Xiao Ying, keenly sensing the shift in the girl's demeanor, discreetly grasped her hand to help her regain composure. There's no need to rush off, Xiao Ying called to the reporter. Why don't you sit down and share a meal with us? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ying squeezed his hand tightly, attempting to withdraw it, but Xiao Ying held on firmly, showing no signs of loosening his grip. What was this? Their intimate candlelight dinner was now to be shared with an outsider? The girl's gaze was as sharp as a knife, seemingly ready to slice Xiao Ying into pieces. Enough with the childish antics. Your eyes are about to turn into a rainbow, Xiao Ying whispered in Xiao Ying's ear. Just wait until it's just the two of us, and I'll finish that sentence. All right. Oh dear, how embarrassing. The dishes here are quite expensive, the reporter exclaimed, astonished that this elegantly dressed young man was so hospitable. Rubbing his hands together, he hesitated. I wouldn't dare to impose, but could you answer a few questions about this restaurant? There's no need to be so polite, Xiao Ying assured him, and with his promise. Xiao Ying's interest peaked slightly as she called for the waiter. Where's the menu? Then I shall not be remiss, the reporter replied. The young journalist was utterly delighted. How exquisite are the dishes here. This left the Tibetan antelope momentarily speechless, as he was entirely unfamiliar with such aristocratic cuisine. Fortunately, the young lady beside him possessed knowledge in this regard. Xiao Ying took the lead in the conversation. The fish is cooked to perfection, however. The flavor imparted by truffles pales in comparison to that of matsutake mushrooms. How does the accompanying wine suit your palate? While I have a fondness for the red wine from Alolan Duo Winery, if it does not appeal to him, then it doesn't suit my taste either. Xiao Ying adeptly steered the discussion, gesturing towards the bottle with a frown, her personal preferences unmistakably evident. What about the ambience of the restaurant? Xiao Ying nodded slightly in approval. The ancient ship and the weathered elmwood flooring harmonize beautifully, yet the designer has modernly divided the space with marble and organic resin panels, resulting in a striking balance of old and new, a blend of intimacy and openness. I knew it, the journalist exclaimed, slapping his thigh in admiration. Truly, a connoisseur recognizes another. At last, he had found someone who could appreciate fine dining and beverages. When the new dishes ordered by Xiao Ying arrived, the Tibetan antelope had successfully conquered the remaining lamb chops on his plate, while Xiao Ying gazed at him with a gentle expression. The bright lights reflected off the rain-specked glass, and the number of vehicles outside began to increase. This area belonged to the bustling night of Wanji town, with passers-by becoming more frequent at this hour. The rain gradually lessened, and the moon once again peeked out from the night sky. A shadow soared high above Croso Manor, swiftly gliding across the heavens. Its speed was so remarkable that, under the moonlight, it appeared merely as a phantom. No matter who you are, I shall find you. The shadow harbored a young man with short white hair, his fists clenched, heading towards the direction of Shinao. Shortly after the departure of the white-haired youth, a woman with long, purplish-red hair opened a window. Her excessively long bangs obscured her eyes, and she donned a nightgown crafted from white silk. Beneath her bangs, the woman's gaze seemed capable of piercing far into the distance, as if she could chase after the silhouette of the flying youth, undeterred even by the pure rainwater. Gal, take care. On the rooftop of the villa sat a young boy, who had been there for quite some time. He held a can of beer, with several empty cans scattered carelessly at his feet, his clothes soaked through with rain. This boy, too, had witnessed Gal's departure, his aura emanating a sense of sorrow. Known as the Flame of Destiny, he appeared to foresee Gal's fate. Croso, don't linger on the rooftop, be wary of catching a chill. When the woman below pulled the window shut, she called out toward the rooftop, seemingly aware of the boy's presence. Understood, the boy replied softly, snapping his fingers. A swirl of purple flames materialized beside him, quickly drying his damp clothing. Slightly intoxicated, he wobbled across the rooftop, stepping through the puddles and creating a soft splashing sound. Steel City. The dim light cast its glow upon the vacant basketball court, where the sound of the ball striking the illuminated patches resonated with a soothing thump. Han Shang found himself alone, dribbling, crouching, and inhaling deeply. The electronic whistle echoed throughout the arena, and then he moved, charging forward with the ball, leaping like a tempest, and executing a slam dunk. His form blurred with the velocity of his movement, the ball's impact against the floor reverberating like a rapid-fire weapon. The ball did not touch the ground. Han Shang landed quicker than it, seizing the ball into his grasp, swiftly pivoting to charge towards the opposite hoop for another dunk. The hoop groaned ominously, as if on the verge of breaking. This repetitive cycle continued, the automatic scoreboard updating with each point. A solitary basketball game unfolded, yet the scores on both sides surged in alternating increments. As the final whistle blew, the scoreboard read 50-50. The sound of Han Xiang's shoes scraping against the floor pierced the air. He glided into the center circle, gradually standing upright. On one side of the court, the ball finally thudded to the ground. Panting heavily, beads of sweat streamed down Han Xiang. This high-intensity exercise was once a nightmare for him. Yet now he could achieve it. This was the underground basketball court at Sally's home, where he was testing his limits. Ever since he was enveloped by that strange purple light, his body had begun to transform, enabling him to accomplish feats he could never have imagined before, such as long-distance running and engaging in rigorous basketball play. Who exactly are you, Mike? Han Xiang recalled the peculiar gaze of the client as he departed, which left him feeling uneasy. He sensed that the individual was observing him intently, yet he could not fathom the reason behind it. The intensity of that gaze was indeed thought-provoking. Thud! Han Xiang relaxed and collapsed onto the basketball court, sprawled out like a large character, loosening his overworked tendons and regulating his breathing. At that moment, his phone, resting nearby, rang, the one he had set aside before playing. "Dinner's ready. Come upstairs," came Sally's voice from the other end. "All right, I'll take a shower first," Han Xiang replied, springing up from the ground with his phone in hand. The following day marked the commencement of the Lily of the Valley Conference. "Are you prepared?" Sally inquired, noting that Han Xiang intended to shower. "So, do you have confidence in winning the championship? Do you want to hear the truth or something more courteous?" A playful smirk graced the corner of Han Xiang's mouth. "Of course, the truth," Sally responded with a hint of dissatisfaction, pouting slightly. "Very well then, I'll speak candidly. This time, I will secure the championship," Han Xiang said, setting aside his jesting demeanor and speaking earnestly. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, a young reporter and his sister were relishing the newly added dishes, indulging in their meal. "How's it going? Finished yet?" The sister leaned towards her brother, whispering softly, while discreetly pinching his waist, adopting a playful stance as if she wouldn't let go until he responded. "Oh dear, I must be off now. Take your time eating, brother." Tibetan Antelope delicately wiped its mouth with a napkin, unobtrusively brushing aside the hand of Xianling before rising to its feet. Xianling promptly followed suit. And without awaiting a response from the young journalist, they exited the restaurant. As they opened the door, a gust of cold wind swept in, accompanied by a gentle drizzle. In the rain, a handcrafted black iron lamp radiated a warm halo of light. "This rain is truly bothersome," Xianling murmured softly from behind him, her gaze directed upward at the falling droplets against the darkened sky. Tibetan Antelope's heart skipped a beat as he removed his small suit jacket, intending to drape it over the girl's head, only to nearly collide with Xianling, who was closely following him. Her head bowed as if weary enough to rest it against his back. The fragrant scent of her hair filled his nostrils, tickling him and nearly prompting a sneeze. "Be careful, don't catch a cold," he said, casually placing the jacket atop her head, as though to mask his own awkwardness. Xianling lifted the fabric with both hands, revealing her striking blue eyes from beneath the small space. "You really don't need to. You'll catch a cold like this. It's fine, I'm a boy. It's only right for me to look after you girls," Tibetan Antelope replied, tightening his shirt. To be honest, the wind on a rainy day was indeed quite chilling. "Come inside," Xianling commanded, her expression serious as she regarded him. All right. Realizing he could not resist her insistence, Tibetan Antelope acquiesced and stepped into the small space formed by Xianling's dress. They proceeded forward, inching along, with Xianling taking smaller steps. Tibetan Antelope adjusted his stride to match hers, walking in sync. "Hey, what were you about to say earlier?" Xianling gently nudged his waist with her elbow, inquiring cautiously. "What?" Tibetan Antelope replied, feigning ignorance. "Oh, come on. Are you going to say it or not?" The girl seemed to flare up, her cheeks puffing with indignation as she halted in her tracks. Fine, I'll tell you," Tibetan Antelope said, leaning down to whisper in Xuanling's ear. "I was saying I like him, HM." Xianling tidied her hair by her ear, lifting her head to meet his gaze, her eyes sparkling. And so, they continued walking along the narrow path beneath the gentle rain, a road so long that even time itself would struggle to keep pace. On Lily of the Valley Island, in the Sinnoh region, the grandest celebration of the year, the Lily of the Valley Conference, was taking place. A feast for trainers where one could witness many powerful Pokémon battling fiercely. Welcome to Lily of the Valley Island. I hereby declare this year's Lily of the Valley Conference officially open, with the sacred flame symbolizing light, unity, friendship, peace, and justice ablaze. The announcement echoed through the venue, invigorating the attendees. We hope every trainer present achieves their utmost potential. Amidst the somewhat chaotic venue, battles unfolded in an orderly manner, various elemental skills blooming like fireworks across the battleground. Cheers erupted from the audience at the sidelines, accompanied by shrieks each time a Pokémon was knocked out. In the official lounge of the venue, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. The door to the lounge was casually pushed open by a woman with cascading golden curls, only to be just as nonchalantly closed behind her, an attitude that suggested she did not regard it as a mere door. "Thank you for your hard work, Lady Cynthia." A beautiful woman dressed as a secretary respectfully addressed the blonde girl who had collapsed onto the sofa upon entering the lounge. Enough with the pleasantries. Cynthia raised her hand, signaling the secretary to fetch her a glass of water, expressing her gratitude with a simple thank you. Although she had endured this tiresome and laborious task of the League Conference 2 or 3 times already, her status as the champion of the Sinnoh Elite Four compelled her to take responsibility for the event. Understood. The secretary exhibited remarkable efficiency, and within a minute, she presented a glass of water before Cynthia. Taking a sip, Cynthia found it to be at the perfect temperature, not too hot, nor too cold. "Lady Cynthia, I've heard that your cousin has arrived at Lily of the Valley Island." After handing the glass to Cynthia, the secretary stood beside her and whispered, "Oh." Cynthia's eyes sparkled with excitement, her tone elongated. "So that lively little girl has come. I knew she wouldn't let me rest. She is currently at the venue. Should I go and fetch her?" The secretary suggested, aware of Cynthia's fondness for her cousin. "No need," Cynthia replied, having already caught sight of a familiar pink figure slipping away from her view through the lounge window. "She seems to be having fun." It appeared she had company as well. Cynthia seemed to be speaking to herself, or perhaps addressing the secretary, as she had also noticed the presence of a certain young man when she saw her cousin. "Ah, he is a friend of your cousin's from Sinnoh," the secretary noted, seemingly familiar with the young man. "Is he a boy?" Cynthia inquired with keen interest. "Yes," the secretary replied honestly. A playful smile curled at the corners of Cynthia's lips. "I wonder what expression that little girl will have if Jinyu finds out." Cynthia's thoughts trailed off as a chilling aura suddenly enveloped the venue, causing her expression to stiffen. "TSK, it seems we can't have a moment's peace." Grabbing a leather jacket draped over the sofa, she hurriedly donned it and exited the lounge, leaving behind a calm instruction: "Take good care of my cousin. Ensure she remains safe." Inside the bustling venue, battles were unfolding one after another, with the goal of determining the top 64 among such a large crowd of trainers, a considerable undertaking. "Ugh, it's so loud," a silver-haired boy complained, covering his ears, clearly uncomfortable in the cacophony. "Come on, stop complaining. We came here to experience the excitement." A girl with long pink hair, who was linked to him, chimed in. Her face was masked, revealing only her striking blue eyes scanning the noisy venue. Was that glance from Sister Cynthia? Fortunately, I was alerted by my extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, my outdoor escapades would have come to an abrupt end. Thankfully, I had no intentions of participating in the tournament. Just imagining spending several days in such a cacophonous environment could drive anyone to madness. The young boy's gaze shifted to the battlefield, and as a diminutive sprite was vanquished, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd, reinforcing his conviction that his decision to travel was indeed the right one. "Cang Ling, who do you think will emerge victorious?" the girl inquired, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the arena beside the boy. These two were, of course, Cang Ling and Xiao Ying, who had been in Wanji Town just the previous night. Their presence here was due to the peculiar lock on a box unearthed in Wanji Town, which could not be opened by conventional means. After Xiao Ying contacted a professional acquaintance, they journeyed early to Coastal City, entrusted the box to Xuanling's friend, and then made their way to Lily Valley Island to soak in the ambience of the Alliance Conference. At that moment, a boy with striking red hair was confidently commanding his Pokémon, exuding an air of self-assurance. "That trainer with the scyther will win," Cang Ling responded to the girl, his tone imbued with unwavering certainty. "Why do you say that?" she probed, her curiosity deepening. The onlookers now turned their attention to Cang Ling, eager to understand the rationale behind his resolute statement. "Well, it's because that scyther's speed surpasses that of the Bibarel," Cang Ling explained to Xiao Ying. "Right now, all that scyther needs to do is to overwhelm its opponent with speed." The ensuing battle unfolded precisely as Cang Ling had predicted. The red-haired boy directed his scyther to engage in guerrilla tactics, and after the Bibarel's repeated attacks missed their mark, the battle concluded with a decisive aerial strike to its weak point. Congratulations to Fengye from Weiba Town for securing the final spot in the top 64 of this Lily Valley Conference. Upon the red-haired boy's victory, his photograph, along with his name, appeared prominently on the large screen situated in the center of the venue. As the boy's image flashed briefly before transitioning to showcase the other top 64 contenders, Cang Ling recognized many familiar faces. Among them were his friends, Han Shang, along with Xianzi and Chitos, whom he had encountered in Wanji Town. Are they all participating? Cang Ling mused, momentarily taken aback, before a smile crept across his lips. Let us go. Hey, Cang Ling, how would you handle the speed of that scyther? Xianling inquired, linking her arm with his as they walked. Oh, come on. Do you think I'm unaware that you're a trainer too? Cang Ling retorted. You wouldn't know how to counter that red-haired fellow. He is merely a novice elite trainer. Do you not realize that questioning a charming girl is rather impolite? Xianling replied, her lovely brows furrowing slightly in irritation. I would simply overpower it with absolute strength, all right? Cang Ling tousled Xuanling's bangs with his other hand. Uffed, such bravado. Xianling scoffed at Cang Ling's claim. In the bustling venue of the conference, Zhang Ling and Zhanling wove through the throngs of people, swiftly arriving at a popular gathering spot. This area, designated by the event organizers for trainers, featured not only a Pokémon center for healing their creatures, but also an array of culinary delights from various vendors. It was a magnet for trainers each year, drawing even those who had not advanced to stay a few extra days to witness the battles of this annual spectacle. The girl, who had linked arms with Zhang Ling, seemed to have spotted something intriguing, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed in a certain direction. Following her line of sight, Zhang Ling beheld a small kiosk selling beverages, the rich aroma of cocoa wafting through the air. I want to drink that, Zhang Ling said, looking down at Zhanling, who was slightly shorter than him. All right, she replied with a slight nod. I'll go buy it. Wait for me here. Zhang Ling cast a glance at the bustling cocoa stand, noting the crowd, and reluctantly furrowed his brow, deciding to let Zhanling remain where she was while he joined the queue. Zhanling had intended to say something further, but seeing Zhang Ling stride confidently ahead, she swallowed her words. Thus, she stood alone, waiting for him. Although her face was obscured by a mask, her subtle charm drew the attention of many passers-by. As time lingered, Zhanling felt the slow passage of moments and pulled out her portable laptop, engaging in a small puzzle game to pass the time. It was a recently discovered treasure, a mystery exploration game with no information available online, making each solved clue a source of immense satisfaction. Just as Zhanling became engrossed in her game, a person accompanied by a slicing commander Pokémon brushed past her. Perhaps due to an unfortunate accident, the sharp-edged arm of the commander grazed the hem of her skirt. The sound of fabric tearing echoed, and a substantial portion of her white dress was shredded, revealing a delicate calf, as smooth as lotus root. However, the girl reacted swiftly, quickly stowing her laptop and stepping back hastily, losing her balance and beginning to fall backward. The individual, seemingly remorseful, exclaimed, I'm so sorry, miss. Are you all right? Though he extended his hand, his intention appeared not to assist her, but rather to reach for the mask obscuring her face. Just as the careless hand approached her, it was unexpectedly seized by another, halting her backward descent into a familiar embrace. Looking up, Zhanling recognized a familiar face. How come you always arrive just in time? But it's wonderful to see you. Could you please let go of my hand? She asked. The individual appeared to be of a similar age to the Tibetan antelope, wearing a sheepish smile. Take it. The boy's tone was somewhat frosty as he handed the hot cocoa he held in his other hand to the girl. Apologize. The Tibetan antelope gazed earnestly at the boy wielding the cleaver, yet her tone was unavoidably assertive. I do not grasp your meaning, the man replied with a smile that, to the Tibetan antelope, seemed utterly insincere. She struggled to withdraw her hand, but it was as if her grip were a vice, refusing to permit such an impulse. The Tibetan antelope's companion tugged at her clothing, intending to suggest that the boy was merely careless, but was taken aback by his frigid demeanor. In her memory, the Tibetan antelope had never displayed such an expression. Such an incident naturally attracted the attention of many onlookers, and soon, the trio found themselves encircled by a crowd. You do not understand my meaning, the Tibetan antelope chuckled, her smile chilling into a mocking grin, one so cold it could freeze a soul. Do you truly believe I cannot see that if the cleaver were to rise just a few centimeters higher, it would reveal more than just the calf? Her expression hardened, her fury threatening to erupt. And just now, you intended to remove her mask, did you not? The Tibetan antelope's words guided the thoughts of the onlookers, who began to recollect the scene they had just witnessed. Gradually, her descriptions began to align with reality. That young man speaks truth. It is indeed the case. That boy is truly despicable. How vulgar. The companion naturally heard the Tibetan antelope's remarks and, upon reflection, recognized that the boy wielding the cleaver indeed harbored ulterior motives. Sister, the Tibetan antelope is correct. There is something off about that individual. Dream Eater chimed in. Aligning with the fluctuations of the Tibetan antelope's abilities, it had sensed something amiss earlier, but had not had the opportunity to alert her. I know that person. His name is Xiao, a good-for-nothing rogue. An onlooker in the crowd revealed the boy's name. In an instant, those present who were somewhat knowledgeable discreetly withdrew. After all, this was a second-generation scion from a prestigious family, someone they could not afford to provoke. Upon hearing the name Xiao, the Tibetan antelope paused, contemplating calling out to her companion. Cleaver, strike him down. Upon realizing that his true name had been disclosed, the boy ceased his pretense and directed his cleaver towards the Tibetan antelope in an aggressive manner. Xiao? I am unfamiliar with that name. The Tibetan antelope twisted Xiao's arm forcefully, causing him to involuntarily turn his body in pain. With a forceful kick, Cang Ling struck his backside, nearly sending him sprawling in a most humiliating manner. I do not know from whence you derive your audacity to claim possession over me, Cang Ling asserted, her words resonating with a gravitas that captured the attention of Ling. The young girl, her cheeks flushed with modesty, lowered her gaze. For today, Cang Ling's assertiveness was truly remarkable. At that moment, the Slash Commander unleashed an attack, his arm blade slicing through the air, while a Pokeball at Cang Ling's waist burst open spontaneously. Out leapt a striking figure, vibrant with a brilliant yellow hue. Unlike the electric mouse, this formidable creature exuded a robust presence, resembling a tiger unleashed from its cage. Its black and yellow body radiating an aura of unrestrained power. Two tails swayed languidly behind it, and atop its head, a pair of azure-hued antennae sparkled with electric fervor. Upon its arrival, the creature swung a powerful punch, summoning arcs of yellow electricity that effortlessly neutralized the Slash Commander's assault and sent him reeling backwards. This was the electric beast, the final evolution of the electric mouse, capable of discharging voltages exceeding 20,000 volts. When the electric beast was exhilarated, it would pound its chest and roar, causing sparks to fly and thunder to reverberate in the vicinity. As the electric beast stood beside Cang Ling, its imposing stature deterred many from approaching. Its evolution had occurred serendipitously during routine training, naturally progressing while under the care of Nurse Joy, possibly a result of having fully realized its potential during its earlier stage. Young man, allow for some decorum. Xiao's expression darkened considerably. Typically, upon revealing his name, others would hastily retreat, yet he found himself confronted by someone as unyielding as Cang Ling. I had extended an olive branch, but you failed to appreciate it. The electric beast, with fists the size of bowls, cracked its knuckles ominously. Do you dare to battle? At this juncture, the Slash Commander returned to Xiao's side, emboldening him slightly. Should I lose, I will apologize to that girl. Huh, and what if I were to lose? Cang Ling replied, amusement dancing in her eyes as she regarded Xiao, whose attempts at verbal sparring seemed rather juvenile. In that case, you shall kneel and kiss my shoes, Xiao retorted arrogantly, demanding that the girl remove her mask so he might gaze upon her visage, questioning whether she was perhaps unattractive enough to warrant such concealment. His words provoked a further chill in Cang Ling's already frosty demeanor, as this insufferable individual once again overstepped his bounds. Cang Ling, Ling interjected, grasping her arm, her expression pleading for peace. Young man, perhaps it is best to let this go. After all, he has already reached the top 64 of the Lily of the Valley Conference. Observers, sympathetic to Cang Ling, cautioned her, wishing to spare her from harm. It is not that I seek conflict, but rather he has provoked me beyond measure, Cang Ling replied, gently patting Xuanling's hand to reassure her. Your calculations are quite impressive. Yet you have lost. A mere apology will suffice. The cold indifference on the boy's face grew more pronounced. Why not add something? If I win, not only must you apologize, but you shall also provide me with a piece of luminous stone. What did you expect? The rustic youth retorted, his nose nearly reaching the heavens. It's just a piece of luminous stone. My family possesses plenty. Then let the match commence, murmured Cang Ling softly. Go forth, electric beast. What did you say? Cang Ling's words were barely audible, and Xiao failed to catch them clearly. The electric beast sprang into action, effortlessly leaping forward, its hands raised, swiftly lifting both Xiao and the Slashing Commander into the air, transporting them to the battlefield. Wait for me here. I shall return shortly. Cang Ling assured the girl with a reassuring smile before vaulting over the railing and landing directly in the arena. This fellow could have simply asked me for a luminous stone to aid Poison Rose's evolution. The girl bit her lip in complaint, yet she hurried to the railing's edge, her thoughts still consumed with concern for the boy who held significant weight in her heart. Sister, do not fret, by sure Cang Ling is bound to win. The gentle voice of Dream Eater resonated in Ji Ling's mind. That scoundrel is merely at the peak of the elite level, while by shirt Cang Ling has been a trainer at the quasi-king level for some time. Dream Eater's words took Zhi Ling by surprise. Indeed, she seemed to have become overly anxious. After her metal creature evolved, she too had stepped into the quasi-king realm. Although she was still a novice, her elevated standing sharpened her perspective, and she had failed to regard that scoundrel's true strength. Upon bringing Xiaoqi to the battlefield, the electric beast carelessly cast them downward, landing gracefully in front of Cang Ling. How absurd! Xiaoqi exclaimed, taken aback by this unexpected arrival at the battlefield. Enough noise. Let the battle begin. Cang Ling nonchalantly dug at her ear with her pinky, seemingly indifferent to Xiaoqi's presence. I shall make you pay for this insolence. Xiaoqi clenched his fists in frustration. As a member of the Yu family, a pampered young master, he had never been so disregarded. Slashing Commander. Surprise attack. The slashing commander beside Xiaoqi reacted. Its speed remarkable even to the untrained eye, its metallic sheen glinting with an ominous dark glow. Too slow. To Cang Ling. The slashing commander's movements appeared as if played in slow motion. She exchanged a casual glance with the electric beast. With a casual step forward, the electric beast summoned countless sparks of electricity that surged into the ground beneath it, illuminating the entire battlefield with vibrant yellow lightning. An electric field. This electrical phenomenon affected the slashing commander, halting its advance and interrupting its skill, causing it to stop at the perimeter of the electric field. Its instincts warned it that entering this electric realm recklessly would lead to dire consequences. During this intermission, the sight of a battle unfolding on the arena captured the attention of several onlookers. This electric stadium possesses a certain allure. A black-haired youth reclined languidly on a bench, observing as the electric field effortlessly repelled the Thunderclap Commander's electric beast. This black-haired youth was, of course, Han Shang, who had been resting here since advancing to the top 64, until the earlier commotion roused him from his slumber. Isn't that a Tibetan antelope? Han Shang's gaze followed the electric beast to its trainer, only to find a familiar figure, piquing his interest. Did they also participate in the Bellflower Conference? Besides Han Shang, the battle drew the attention of Chitos and Kenji, who had previously appeared on the large screen during the top 64. Kenji, look. Isn't that a Tibetan antelope? Chitos, with his golden hair, casually leaned against the railing, sipping from a cup of ice-cold cola. Indeed, I see it. The gray-haired youth beside Chitos nodded, his keen eyes also spotting Miss Ling, who was among the crowd, wearing a mask. Kenji, who do you think will win this match? Chitos asked with feigned ignorance, his curiosity piqued. The Tibetan antelope is far superior, Kenji replied succinctly. As a trainer of the quasi-king level, he understood well the disparity between quasi-kings and elite-level trainers. TSK, Kenji, you're no fun, Chitos remarked, taking a sip of his cola, relishing the fizzy sensation that danced upon his palate. Stop hesitating, roared Xiaoqi, the Thunderclap commander, already feeling embarrassed. His creature's indecision was intolerable. Use swords, dance and charge in. Idiot. The spectators, including Han Shang, Chitos, and Kenji, all thought simultaneously. The Thunderclap commander, dancing to enhance its physical attack, gritted its teeth and stepped into the electric field laid out by the electric beast. The moment its feet touched the electric arena, the very electricity within seemed to stir, becoming frenzied and surging towards the Thunderclap commander. Ms. Li Shi, it seems there's some trouble at the battleground. A security guard, dressed for the occasion, rushed to the lounge where Cynthia had previously rested. What is happening? Asked Yuelu Li Shi, Cynthia's secretary, who typically exuded a sense of timidity in front of Cynthia, but now displayed an air of authority before the guard. It appears two young individuals have taken it upon themselves to battle in the arena, the guard replied anxiously, his voice trembling as he relayed the unsettling news. You should go and take a look. What? It's supposed to be a break. How could they be allowed to fight in the arena? What kind of oversight is this? Li Shi slammed her palm onto the desk in the lounge, producing a resounding noise. Clarify this situation for me. It's a young master from the Yuexia clan teasing a girl, and it seems her boyfriend witnessed it, resulting in a quarrel between them. The security guard was in a state of distress, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The girl's boyfriend fought with a ferocity akin to that of a demon. Li Shi's complexion darkened significantly, as if a troubling thought had crossed her mind. She abruptly pushed past the guard and hurried out of the break room, racing toward the battleground, hoping it was not the dreadful scenario she feared. Her concern was not for the young master of the Moonlit clan, but rather for the girl who had been harassed. Was she perhaps the renowned Miss Shinkami? If so, Lady Sharona might very well be on the verge of a meltdown, and that would spell disaster. Brilliant yellow electricity surged across the battlefield, targeting the reckless commander an impudent fool who had dared to step into this arena. The commander was enveloped in a flickering red glow, an enhancement granted by his sword dance, moving agilely enough to narrowly evade the oncoming electric currents and the arena's automatic defenses. The commander's performance was somewhat unexpected to Cang Ling. He snapped his fingers, signaling the electric beast to take action, and what transpired next left the smile on Xiao Qi's face frozen in shock. A bolt of yellow energy, trailing a radiant tail, reached the commander in the blink of an eye. Before he could react, a fist, as large as a bowl and crackling with electricity, struck him squarely in the face. The punch was swift and fierce, accompanied by a thunderous sound that rendered the commander incapable of controlling his body, sending him hurtling backward. His fall was relentless. Upon hitting the ground, he rolled due to inertia, kicking up a cloud of dust before his metallic form crashed into the wall at the edge of the battlefield. That electric punch was indeed spectacular. Xiao, leaning against the railing and watching the battle unfold, tossed her empty cup of cola into a nearby trash bin. It was impressive, yet it was evident that the disparity in strength between the opponents and Cang Ling was rather substantial. Kenji, standing beside Xiao, furrowed his brow. Known for his steady combat style, he noted that the earlier electric punch that left the commander unable to counter was predicated on Cang Ling's prowess. Still so formidable. Observing the battle from the sidelines, Han Shang regarded the silver-haired Cang Ling with contemplation, initially believing he had yet to break through, only to realize that he seemed to have surpassed him. This was the Lily of the Valley tournament I had anticipated. A boy with crimson hair approached Han Shang's side. That punch was truly impressive. However, how could that electric beast be so swift? The boy waved his fists in excitement, yet a hint of confusion laced his voice. Is this kid my opponent in the top 32? Feng Yi was it? Han Shang's gaze briefly flicked over the red-haired youth, choosing not to voice an explanation for his query, instead pondering silently, using the electric field to trigger the electric beast's electric engine traits? Quite clever, Cang Ling. The reckless commander struggled to extricate himself from the wall, his breathing ragged, accompanied by the sound of falling debris. The commander of the cleaving strike took but a few steps before faltering, collapsing to one knee. His resolute gaze, as steadfast as steel, was filled with an indomitable spirit. Utterly astonished by the formidable strength of his opponent, a mere punch had nearly brought him to his knees. How could this be possible? Xiao Qi's face bore an expression of incredulity. The commander of the cleaving strike, a powerful ally who had accompanied him into the top 64 of the Bellflower Conference, was being so ruthlessly overwhelmed. What are you afraid of? Continue. Cang Ling's expression remained icy, betraying no sign of emotion at the performance of the electric beast. Why do you linger there? Xiao Qi's face contorted with rage as he roared at the commander. Do you not hear the mockery directed at you? The commander cast a glance at his master, gritted his teeth, and the blades on his arms gleamed with a metallic luster. With a malevolent flash, the blade sliced through the air, yet after just a few strides, he halted, illuminated by a bright yellow electric glow. He was paralyzed. This state of paralysis rendered the commander utterly defenseless. What foolish loyalty! Watching from the sidelines, the observer felt a surge of indignation as the commander's tenacity echoed in her mind, a stubbornness devoid of reason. Knowing he was far from capable, yet still forcing himself to persist, was sheer ignorance. Though she chose to remain silent, her expression soured. The situation was dire, and she questioned whether she should intervene to stop Cang Ling from continuing this battle, as the disparity in character between the spirit and its master was glaring. At that moment, the electric beast hesitated, its twin black tails flicking as it glanced towards its master. Show no mercy. Cang Ling's expression remained unchanged, as frigid as ice, issuing commands without a hint of compassion. I understand your hesitation, but you must go all out. That is true respect. With a resounding crack, even before Cang Ling's words could fully escape his lips, the electric beast charged forward, leaving a trail of plasma in its wake. It halted before the commander, planting one foot firmly on the ground while the other leg swung in a powerful arc, delivering a fierce whip kick to the commander's chest. The force was so great that the metal of the commander's torso buckled under the impact. Yet it did not end there. Harnessing the momentum from the whip kick, the electric beast leaped high, executing a spinning kick that struck again. Both blows landed solidly, overwhelming the commander beyond his capacity to endure, and he collapsed onto the battlefield, rendered unconscious. The commander's body bore the scars of electric strikes, intermittently flickering with residual sparks. The outcome was clear. In the Sinnoh region, a towering edifice loomed over the coastal city of Binhai, known as the Sfinlo Center. This limestone structure, over 70 years old, epitomized metropolitan style, exuding opulence, elegance, and grandeur. The architecture is adorned with elite hotels, prestigious private clubs, and specialized institutions catering to the affluent elite, such as Christie's, the world's largest auction house for art, and the rather obscure Dives Agency. The Dives Agency is virtually unknown, with no information available online, as only a select few can avail themselves of its services. This agency commands exorbitant fees for its offerings, and although the Svinlo Center is teeming with wealth, very few can afford such expenses. In contrast to its steep service charges, the Dives Agency executes all commissions with near perfection. To put it succinctly, whatever the client can conceive, they can achieve, as if they possess boundless capabilities. For instance, a renowned rock star fell in love with a local girl while watching a battle of sprites in the surrounding wilderness during a concert. He wished to marry her amidst a throng of sprites on that land, but requested the presence of a church and a priest, for he was a cultured noble. Thus, he sought the assistance of the Dives Agency, which dismantled a church from the nearest city, 560 kilometers away, and airlifted the stones along with a team of builders to the rock star and his beloved. The builders reassembled the church within 24 hours, as if constructing with building blocks. Of course, the Dives Agency did not forget to airlift a cadre of priests for the client to choose from, varying in height and physique, with a collective linguistic prowess surpassing that of what one might encounter in a lifetime. Today marks a special occasion for the Dives Agency, as they have been exclusively booked by an individual. It sounds almost like a whimsical tale, as a girl with pink hair walks ahead, conversing with a silver-haired boy trailing behind her. The girl is dressed in a bohemian-style plaid maxi dress and straight-legged suede boots, complemented by a burgundy leather jacket and a long purple scarf around her neck. This simple ensemble is strikingly eye-catching. Indeed, it is somewhat astonishing. The silver-haired boy is taken aback by the girl's descriptions, realizing that whenever one encounters a situation beyond their control, yet yearns to fulfill it, they may seek the assistance of this so-called Dives Agency. I suppose that is one way to interpret it. The girl exclaims as she pushes open the agency's grand door. These two are none other than our beloved characters, the Tibetan antelope and the black-necked crane. After experiencing some unfortunate events at the Lily of the Valley conference, they have chosen to return to Binhai City. Naturally, the bet made under the moonlight by Chishu has been honored, comprising a piece of light stone and an apology to the black-necked crane. As for the resentful remarks he made before departing, the black-necked crane has paid them no mind, for she has recognized a familiar face and is confident she can manage everything adeptly. In principle, the Dives Agency does not offer exclusive booking services. However, this particular client happens to be a close friend of their boss. Thus, the Dives Club whimsically abandoned all its other endeavors, with the entire team dedicating themselves solely to serving Yu Ling. When Yu Ling pushed open the brown-tinted glass door, Zhang Ling beheld an astonishing scene. The space behind the glass door was unexpectedly vast, stretching over 7,000 square meters, where 128 young women stood in 2 neat rows, adorned in exquisite garments crafted by top designers. Some displayed their décolletage, while others revealed their backs, and many flaunted 15-centimeter high heels, their long legs appearing enchanting beneath flowing white skirts. "Welcome to Dives," exclaimed the 128 women in unison, their voices harmonizing flawlessly as if they had undergone professional training. "Isn't it beautiful?" Yu Ling's voice resonated in Zhang Ling's ears, akin to an echo rising from the depths of an icy abyss. Zhang Ling gasped, feeling as though a hand had seized the soft flesh at his waist and was relentlessly tightening its grip. In light of such a predicament, he promptly adopted a demeanor of indifference, adhering to the virtue of silence. "Humph," Yu Ling huffed discontentedly. Ever since that incident where her boyfriend exhibited overwhelming charm, he had been treating her with such aloofness, thwarting her youthful whims. "My beautiful little bird." A figure clad in a striking black tailcoat stood out conspicuously among the sea of white-clad women. With graceful strides, a young man emerged, presenting a large bouquet of vibrant flowers to Yu Ling. "You are as lovely as these blossoms today. What a show-off." This was Zhang Ling's initial impression of the young man, whose gesture of offering flowers caused him to furrow his brow slightly. Surely he wouldn't tea enough. "Trick, has that box been opened yet?" To the astonishment of Zhang Ling and everyone present, Yu Ling's expression remained entirely unchanged upon receiving the flowers. Her face was a mask of indifference. After casually accepting the bouquet, she flung it back at the young man named Trick, causing him to receive a mouthful of petals. "Oh, there has been significant progress already," Trick remarked nonchalantly, brushing the petals off his face while adopting a servile expression. "It should be ready today. Look at how hard I'm working. Doesn't tea that mean? Why don't you withdraw your ladies? It's making it difficult for someone to keep their composure." Yu Ling's seemingly casual remark froze Zhang Ling's expression. I was just taken aback for a moment. There's no need for this. Zhang Ling's countenance reflected a hint of helplessness. Trick waved his hand, signaling for all the women in white to disperse, leaving only 3 individuals in the expansive space. You did well. I shall commend you to Sister Mu, Yu Ling said, patting Trick's shoulder with a satisfied demeanor. Upon hearing that statement from Shiny Ying, Trick's expression transformed, resembling that of someone who had just tasted honey, his face nearly blooming with delight. He hurried off to supervise the unboxing process. Let us go eat while we wait, Shiny Ying suggested, walking over to Cang Ling. Seemingly casual, she added, Trek has a fondness for Sister Mu, which is why he has always sought to please me. I am not so petty. A faint smile graced Cang Ling's lips as he subtly grasped Shiny Ying's hand, following the young girl closely without a glance aside. What an unassuming fellow. Shiny Ying observed their clasped hands, her heart fluttering with joy. Next came the final match of the 64-32 round in the Bellflower Conference, featuring the competitors Fengya from Weibai Town and Hans Hang from Jinsha Town. We eagerly anticipate a thrilling contest from them. The grand screen at the Sfinlo Center was broadcasting the event live. Now, the host of the Bellflower Conference elongated his voice, waiting until he felt the desired effect was achieved before continuing. Please release your Pokémon. Standing at one side of the arena, Fengya, with his fiery red short hair, wiped his nose and grinned as he casually tossed out a Pokeball. A green figure burst forth from the open ball, landing gracefully on the field. This was the very Pokémon Cang Ling had witnessed before, the one that aided Fengya in advancing to the top 64, the Scyther. Hey, Cang Ling. That person is your friend, right? Shiny Ying remarked as she recognized Fengya's opponent on the live broadcast. The girl was strikingly familiar. Her name was, if memory served, Hans Hang. Cang Ling reclined beside the girl, gazing up at the screen suspended nearby. The screen displayed Hanshang's striking black and red attire, her scarf subtly harmonizing with the snowy battleground. The two were currently dining in a 4-star restaurant within the Sfinlo Center, known for its excellent privacy, featuring numerous distinct private rooms to cater to various guests' needs. The outdoor room where Cang Ling and Shiny Ying were seated offered a view of the starry sky, a signature feature of the establishment. What do you think? Do you believe Hans Hang will win? The girl's interest in the battle was rivaled only by her passion for adventure. Hans Hang could win, but his battle style might require some time to secure a victory, Cang Ling replied, looking up at the night sky visible through the room's square ceiling. Due to the height, only a few stars were visible, yet they shone exceptionally brightly. Shiny Ying pondered, somewhat perplexed by Cang Ling's words. She could discern Hanshang's strength, recognizing her as a quasi-king, and defeating an elite should be effortless. Hans Hang tends to be a bit obsessive-compulsive. Cang Ling continued with her seemingly irrelevant musings, leaving Shiny Ying in a state of confusion. In an icy arena, Hanshang's lead Pokémon should be the Infernape. The Tibetan Antelope pondered over the initial move of Hanshang, while the other observer remained fixated on the screen, captivated by the unfolding battle that had ensnared their complete attention. As anticipated, Hanshang dispatched his lead combatant, the fiery Monferno, who emerged amidst flames, infusing the frigid, snow-laden arena with a hint of warmth. The Monferno, ablaze with a comforting fire, exhibited no discomfort upon the icy battlefield, in stark contrast to the airborne Scyther, whose insect and flying attributes rendered it visibly uneasy in the cold environment. With a casual gesture, Hanshang signaled Monferno, who surged forward with remarkable speed and stability across the icy surface, suggesting that it had undergone specialized training for this terrain. Oh, esteemed viewers, the host exclaimed, stirring the atmosphere and elevating the audience's fervor. The battle has commenced with the fiery Monferno leading the charge. This was a departure from Hanshang's usual demeanor. As Monferno unleashed a fierce flame punch, Cang Ling was taken aback, despite having faced Hanshang only once before. He recalled that the latter's style was generally more methodical. Here, have a grape, the observer casually offered Cang Ling before inquiring further. Hanshang typically favored a steady, calculated approach, devoid of aggression. Cang Ling savored the sweet burst of the grape in his mouth. Monferno's right fist ignited with scorching flames, descending upon Scyther with an almost unstoppable force. Wisely, Fengyi opted for Scyther to evade the impending strike. Yet, curiously, Monferno seemed to anticipate Scyther's evasive maneuver, delivering a powerful punch to its chest. Unyielding, Monferno continued its assault, executing another flame punch that, like a stroke of genius, found its mark on the evading Scyther. This time, Scyther attempted to evade in a different direction, but it proved futile against Monferno's relentless onslaught. The searing barrage of flame punches enveloped Scyther, leaving it gasping for breath. How could this be? How could you possibly know my Scyther's evasion pattern? Feng Yi furrowed his brow, sensing that every escape route for Scyther had been effectively sealed. No matter where it turned, Monferno's flame punches would intercept. Because I spent a little time last night reviewing your recent battle footage, Han Shang replied, the dark frames of his glasses obscuring the faint shadows beneath his eyes, a clear indication that a little time was a considerable understatement. Perhaps he was unaware that. When facing a Pokémon that countered Scyther, Han Shang adjusted his glasses and spoke with a meticulous tone. You always choose to retreat. However, when Scyther evades, its wings tilt 23 degrees in the direction of its movement, which is how I can predict your evasive maneuvers. As Chitos observed the ongoing battle, she found herself involuntarily spitting out a mouthful of cola upon hearing Han Shang's remark. Is this individual truly a pervert? Kenji interjected, stop fooling around. This person is formidable. It was evident that Kenji, who had always been inseparable from Chitos, echoed the sentiment. Moreover, Han Shang was indeed correct. That airborne mantis did possess certain peculiar habits. Hey, Zangling, are you jesting? Chitos' astonishment at Han Shang's words was palpable, and even the viewers, including Su Ling, were left dumbfounded. Was this not blatant cheating? What could it possibly be? A scientific version of foreseeing the future? All right, enough of the astonishment. This is merely a scholarly interpretation from that fellow. Zangling remarked as she sat up, expelling a grape seed from her mouth. While one could not entirely dismiss the significance of the data presented, the fundamental determinant remained the disparity in their strengths. The speed of the Infernape eclipsed that of the airborne mantis. Despite the surprise, the battle pressed on, with Han Shang maintaining dominance. The mantis, overwhelmed by the Infernape's might, was unable to showcase its usual prowess, succumbing effortlessly to a few fiery punches. As for the subsequent Pokémon sent forth by Feng Yi, the Blaziken and the Lantern, they too were unable to escape Han Shang's control. To address the stamina concerns of the Infernape, Han Shang opted to switch to his initial Pokémon, the renowned psychic fighter, Galade. During the final confrontation against Feng Yi's last creature, the slightest of movements became chains that bound Feng Yi, rendering him incapable of launching an effective counterattack. After the Blaziken was decisively taken down by a swift knife-hand strike from Galade, the battle in this round of 64 had reached its conclusion. With the Blaziken rendered unable to continue, the victor was declared to be Han Shang from Masago Town. This was nothing short of a resounding triumph. Amidst the host's fervent announcement of the results, no one noticed the defeated Feng Yi. His hand trembled as he clutched the Pokeball. The battle had shattered what little pride he possessed. He had believed that he could achieve a commendable rank in this Lily of the Valley conference. Yet he found himself defeated in the round of 64. As the moon silently ascended the inky night sky, a serene coastal area not far from Lily of the Valley Island echoed with the sounds of waves lapping against the shore, occasionally punctuated by the splashes of small aquatic Pokémon breaching the surface. A golden-haired woman clad in a fitted black leather jacket stood there quietly. Having been present for some time, a Pokeball danced rhythmically in her hand, a playful smile gracing her lips. Since I have arrived, why not make my presence known? She mused aloud, her voice resonating in the emptiness around her, yet it bore the tone of someone addressing another rather than merely engaging in self-reflection. True to her formidable reputation as the champion of the Sinnoh Elite Four, a sudden voice echoed above her, and a figure descended. This individual appeared youthful, yet bore a striking head of silver hair, draped in a vibrant red cloak, exuding an aura of vitality. This troublesome woman has managed to capture the last trace of my essence and pursued me all the way here. The silver-haired man was beset by a throbbing headache. He had previously caught a faint whiff of Meyer's presence, but a mere subtle movement on his part had prompted Sharona to pursue him relentlessly. The renowned figure was indeed formidable. However, it was your prowess that eluded my comprehension. Sharona sighed inwardly, recognizing that her earlier statement was steeped in uncertainty, yet fortuitously. Gal could no longer restrain himself and leapt forth. Not every individual's strength can be discerned so easily. Gal's expression was stern as a shadowy figure, cloaked in hues of purple and black, descended from the sky and halted directly behind him. It was a Scorpion King, its menacing pincers glinting with an unsettling cold light, adorned with a faint purple luminescence that hinted at potent venom. What an impressive Scorpion King! Sharona marveled, her hands deftly preparing a Pokeball that leapt into her palm. I have no time for prolonged engagements with you, Sharona, Gal declared with an air of impatience, urging her to step aside. My apologies, but we are currently hosting the Lily of the Valley conference, and I cannot allow you to disrupt it. Sharona replied apologetically, raising her hand to release the creature contained within her Pokeball. It was a bird-like Pokémon, possessing an egg-shaped body, cloaked in a soft layer of white fur. It boasted a pair of broad triangular wings, and its underbelly was decorated with red and blue triangular markings. The spiky crest on its head fanned out into 3 distinct tufts, the central tuft pure white, while the tips of the left and right tufts were respectively red and blue. Bokujis, the Pokémon of blessings, bestows a myriad of boons upon those humans who acknowledge one another's existence and refrain from conflict. As Bokujis emerged, it gracefully hovered above Sharona's shoulder, swaying gently in the evening breeze, exuding an aura devoid of threat. I'm afraid I must push through. Gal sensed Meyer's presence waning, and with a growing sense of urgency, he could only ascertain a general location. The Scorpion King behind Gal sprang into action, seizing the cover of night to strike like an assassin. A chilling azure light flickered momentarily, devoid of any courtesy, as it unleashed the icy fangs, an attack designed to subdue Bokujis. In the face of such an assault, Bokujis remained unperturbed, ascending higher with grace. It was a Pokémon adept at wielding the power of aura. To it, this ambush was no different from a daytime attack. After deftly evading the icy fangs, Bokujis retaliated instantly, unleashing a flash of bright yellow electricity as an electromagnetic wave surged forth, hindering its opponent's movements. Scorpion King, Gal called out at that moment, yet refrained from issuing further commands. The Scorpion King, undeterred by the approaching electromagnetic wave, unleashed its pincers, which glowed with a chilling azure light once more. Icy fangs. Bokujis, use quick attack. Cynthia distinctly sensed that something was amiss. Promptly, she commanded her Porygon Z to utilize agility. Let there be no misunderstanding. This agility was purely for evasion, devoid of any offensive intent. With remarkable swiftness, Porygon Z distanced itself from the Scizor, thwarting its attempts with its Ice Fang, while simultaneously allowing an Electroweb to ensnare the Scizor. Strangely, upon making contact with the Scizor, the electric energy manifested a purple glow, causing the bright yellow electricity to fall harmlessly to the ground. The keen observational skills of a poison-type champion were not to be underestimated. Cynthia, having long been entrenched in this realm, effortlessly discerned the Scizor's immunity to the Electroweb. How fortunate for you, Gal remarked, his words laced with vehemence, yet his gaze turned earnest. The woman before him, a member of the Elite Four, indeed possessed considerable prowess, contrary to the rumors that suggested she was inferior to her counterparts from other regions. How could such a youthful champion have escaped his notice until now? Within mere exchanges, Cynthia had already confirmed that her opponent was a formidable adept of the same caliber. Pray tell, what is your name? Cynthia inquired, her curiosity about Gal's identity piqued. I cannot divulge that information, Gal replied with a stern expression, as if stirring some latent power within him. A brownish glow enveloped him, resonating with the same hue emanating from the Scizor. However, I do have a moniker. You may call me the Withered Earth. The radiance surrounding Gal shifted Cynthia's demeanor. She acutely sensed the Scizor's strength surging in the midst of battle. What could this possibly mean? Meanwhile, the skirmish between the two Pokémon raged on unabated, with Porygon Z and Scizor colliding in increasingly frequent exchanges. My apologies, but I am pressed for time. Gal commanded Scizor with renewed seriousness, use Swords Dance. After being imbued with the brownish glow, Scizor's power seemingly escalated dramatically, hinting at an impending dominance over Porygon Z. There's no way I will allow you to advance so easily. Cynthia closed her eyes, her hands clasped together in fervent supplication, resembling a devout believer. Grant me the power to transcend time and space. A wondrous force tore through the fabric of reality, sending ripples around Porygon Z. In that moment, influenced by the transcendental energy, Cynthia and Porygon Z felt almost as one in spirit. Suspended in the air, Porygon Z coalesced a wave missile, launching it towards the agile Scizor. Following the enhancement from Swords Dance, Scizor unleashed another Ice Fang. Bang! The chilling frost collided with the wave missile, merging two disparate forces in a spectacular explosion, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that sent the crashing tides retreating. This was the essence of a battle between champions, where the energy unleashed was nothing short of cataclysmic. On the shores of Lily of the Valley Island, two figures, one white and the other purple, clashed fiercely in the night, igniting brilliant sparks and generating astounding shockwaves. Bang! In the air, Palkias and Scorpius engaged in their final clash. And with an unspoken understanding, they separated. Palkias spiraled gracefully before returning to the side of Cynthia. Its once radiant white fur was now disheveled, with several patches singed. In contrast, Scorpius was not in a much better state. Its sharp pincers bore numerous white scratches, and its wing-like appendages were marred by alarming wounds. Truly, it was a testament to the prowess of the Sinnoh Elite Four champion. Cyrus glanced at Scorpius, his tone laced with a hint of surprise. He had initially believed that empowering Scorpius with the might of the serpent would allow for an easy victory over Pokéus, but he was astonished to find the battle had resulted in mutual devastation. Cynthia exhaled deeply, slowly opening her eyes. Maintaining such a prolonged release of her latent power was no trivial task for someone of her elite status. Who on earth are you? She pondered, a flicker of apprehension igniting in her gaze. Can you believe it? The ability to wield such power resides within a single individual, Cyrus remarked with a hint of self-mockery, the crucial words barely escaping his lips, almost unheard. Enough of this. I have already squandered too much time and cannot capture that individual now. He gestured towards Cynthia before retracting the injured Scorpius into its Pokeball. Consider this a favor for today, champion of the Sinnoh Elite Four. Do not obstruct my path again. Cynthia seemed poised to voice something further, yet as she observed Cyrus's retreating figure, a sense of desolation washed over her, prompting her to swallow the remaining words. Return, Pokéus, she commanded, withdrawing her gravely wounded Pokémon, and stood in silence by the seaside, listening to the whispers of the sea breeze and the rhythm of the waves. Who was this individual that had emerged, capable of inflicting such significant harm upon her in their recent confrontation? And what was the origin of that earthy power? Endless questions drifted into the night, mingling with the tranquility of the darkened sky. At the center of Svinlo, the starry expanse was truly beautiful. Cang Ling reclined on a cushion, gazing up at the myriad of stars dotting the night sky. Cang Ling, do you enjoy stargazing? Huanling inquired, resting her small head on Cang Ling's shoulder. Having known Cang Ling for some time, Huanling had observed that most evenings, Cang Ling would seek out a vantage point to quietly admire the stars. Indeed, each time I behold the night sky, it instills an unparalleled sense of tranquility within me, Cang Ling replied, her bright eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance. In that moment, Huanling remained silent, simply leaning against Cang Ling, as a feeling of attachment took root within her heart, a sensation she had never before experienced. Ah, Huanling. The Tibetan antelope seemed to have recalled something, softly uttering the name of Hu Ling leaning against the shoulder of the antelope. Hu Ling emitted a gentle sound through her nose, her head remaining unraised. I will become very strong in the future. The antelope's gaze met Hu Ling's, the girl looking at him with her uniquely serene eyes. He placed his hand on her head, feeling the silky softness of her pink hair. Why did she smile faintly? She sensed that the current antelope was somewhat different. In that case, no matter what happens, I will be able to protect you. The boy smiled, his expression radiating purity. Upon hearing these words, Hu Ling momentarily froze, only for the corners of her lips to curve softly upward. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her delicate ears suddenly turned red. Fortunately, the dim lighting of the room masked her appearance. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. What is he saying? It feels like I've been electrified, the girl pondered, her thoughts swirling. The antelope's words had caught her off guard, leaving her unsure of how to respond. She could only reply with a pallid silence. This boy, in moments when she least expected it, always shattered the tranquility within her heart. His pure smile was like a sudden beam of sunlight, unruly and unannounced. It pierced through her very depths, leaving her with no time to react. Still preoccupied with previous matters, Hu Ling cautiously inquired, her demeanor akin to that of a startled rabbit. If it weren't for that guy's surname, you wouldn't want to hold on to me, right? The antelope did not answer her question directly, as if speaking to himself. Yes, because of the powerful family behind that surname. Hu Ling bit her lip, revealing the truth. Most individuals in such circumstances would choose to retreat, believing that it is better to avoid trouble. That is why I want to become strong, the antelope murmured, appearing burdened with heavy thoughts. You need not think so much. Hu Ling gently grasped his hand, feeling the coolness emanating from him. We are still young. One day, you will become very strong, and then you can protect me. Let us make a promise, the antelope declared, raising his pinky finger earnestly, his eyes serious as they locked onto Hu Ling's. Yes, a promise. Hu Ling replied softly, extending her right hand to hook her pinky around his. I will wait for that day. As the antelope gazed at the girl's delicate face, a bold idea suddenly stirred within him. He slowly leaned down, his intentions unmistakable. The girl showed no desire to evade, gently closing her eyes as the surroundings fell silent, allowing Hu Ling to hear the rapid beating of her own heart. Thump, thump, thump. An unfriendly knock echoed at the door, startling the antelope, who immediately raised his head as if caught in the act of thievery. Hu Ling buried her face into his chest. What a situation! The young girl's heart raged within her. Her cheeks flushed with heat as feelings of embarrassment and annoyance surged without an outlet. She felt shame for not having dodged the situation and irritation at the unexpected visitor. The sound of knocking shattered the atmosphere that had enveloped the two, and the door creaked open slowly. Emerging from behind the door in a familiar black tailcoat was Trek, whose face was quickly startled back by an object that had inexplicably flown toward him. Get lost. The girl, Yuling, exclaimed with palpable anger, having thrown the flying object herself, a plastic tray meant for holding grapes. Trek's head peeked out from behind the door once more, a hint of embarrassment gracing his handsome features. I know it's rude to interrupt you too, but your closeness is making me rather jealous. At this moment, the usually composed Cang Ling found himself at a loss for words, rendered silent by the awkwardness of the situation. Spit it out. Yuling's expression soured, her eyes shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, the unmistakable glow of her supernatural abilities. Or else, you might not escape unscathed. Yuling had lost count of how many times this had happened. Every critical moment seemed to attract unwelcome interruptions, especially now, when something unspeakable was about to unfold. Her irritation escalated. The box is opening, Trek remarked with an awkward smile, taking a cautious step back. Who would willingly endure an attack from a superpower? Let us go. With no time to spare for further chatter, Yuling called out to Cang Ling and swiftly headed toward the dives agency. Hey! Cang Ling hurriedly stood up, ready to follow Yuling, but was halted by Trek. You're Cang Ling by sure, right? Trek's hand stopped him, and though he typically exuded a carefree demeanor, his expression was unexpectedly serious. What's the matter? Cang Ling frowned, surprised that Trek had taken the initiative to address him. It's best if you keep your distance from that little bird. She's not someone you can easily reach. Trek's words, though advisory, hinted at an underlying tone. You're meddling too much. Cang Ling pushed Trek's hand away, his tone as frigid as ice. My relationship with Yuling is none of your concern. It seems you've misunderstood my intent. No, it's more that I didn't express myself accurately. Trek scratched his head, unsure how to proceed. What I meant was Cang Ling paused, Trek's words causing him to ponder deeply before he resumed walking, leaving behind a faint remark. So, I'm trying my best. Always striving. This is such a hassle. Why must you burden me with this? Trek exclaimed, visibly flustered, clearly out of his element. On Lingshan Island, not far from the contestants' lounge, there was a small clearing surrounded by dense thickets. A black-haired youth was here, conducting some training with his little sprite. Had Cang Ling been present, he would have instantly recognized this black-haired boy as his dear friend, Haimu Hanshang. Hanshang casually picked up several stones from the roadside and tossed them in various directions before releasing a Pokeball from his waist. Galade used Psycho Cut. At the command infused with psychic energy, a swift green figure dashed forth, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors characteristic of psychic abilities. The vibrant glow etched luminous trails across the night sky, effortlessly shattering its targets, transforming the stones into mere dust that settled on the ground. Due to the earlier video broadcast and Galade's role as a finisher, no unusual details were revealed. Now, however, it stood quietly, a subtle aura of wildness emanating from it, distinguishing it from a typical Galade. Well done. Hanshang praised Galade, preparing to hurl the remaining stones when a chilling presence swept past his back, tightening his nerves. With uncertainty, Hanshang called out, "Who goes there?" A mere cold snort, simple to the ears of an ordinary person, resonated in Hanshang's ears like a thunderclap, causing his heart to race with unease. A shadowy figure approached slowly, each step seemingly causing the ground to tremble, imposing like a mountain, exuding an unmistakable pressure. Galade, being a dual-type Pokémon with psychic and fighting attributes, sensed the threat and swiftly positioned itself in front of Hanshang, bracing against the encroaching menace. The shadow made a casual gesture, and another shadow leapt from behind a tree, launching a surprise attack on the unsuspecting Hanshang and Galade, swiftly incapacitating the latter with ease. The shadow, slightly puzzled by the fallen Galade, emitted a muted yellow glow. At that moment, the gemstone around Hanshang's neck also radiated light, akin to a resonance. Indeed, this individual bore the legacy stone of Meyer. It dawned on him that the figure was none other than Gar, who had previously clashed with Cynthia by the seaside. But what of the legacy within? Gar's keen gaze swept over Hanshang and Galade, a champion's insight revealing the latter's peculiarity. The legacy had been claimed by this young man. At that instant, Gar's attention was drawn to a surge of power emanating from a particular direction, Kikuchida's Svinlo Center, Dives Agency. Meanwhile, a pink-haired girl burst into the studio, her urgency palpable as she inquired about the status of the box. The occupants of the studio remained silent, their eyes fixed on the empty table at the center, where an unlatched box lay open, revealing a somewhat worn yet familiar piece of parchment nestled within. Xianling picked up the brown paper from the box and scrutinized it, her brow furrowing after just a glance. The patterned paper bore numerous symbols that were entirely incomprehensible to her. At each of its four corners, there was an emblem, a sword, a golden cup, a jade staff, and a pentagram. As Cang Ling examined the map, Cang Ling and Sueka entered the room one after the other. Our efficiency at Dyphus is truly commendable, Sueka proclaimed with a sense of pride, for efficiency had always been the hallmark of their agency, a key to their success in the industry. This is a map, Cang Ling remarked as he approached Cang Ling, peering at the brown paper in her hands. Soon, he too frowned in confusion. Cang Ling, do you understand what these symbols signify? Cang Ling inquired, pointing at the four corners of the map, captivated by the symbols. Clearing his throat, Cang Ling delved into his memories. The four symbols depicted on the map were reminiscent of those found on divination cards: the sword, the golden cup, the jade staff, and the pentagram. These symbols had gradually evolved into the spades, hearts, clubs, and diamonds of modern playing cards. Bottlefish Bay, located not far from Luji Town, is a harbor where the locals rely on fishing for their livelihood. It is also one of the ports in the Hezhong region that connects to the world. Oh, Miss Cang Ling. It truly is Miss Cang Ling. The people of Bottlefish Bay seemed to have spotted someone extraordinary. They flocked toward a specific location, with even passers-by turning their heads in curiosity to see what had stirred such excitement among the ordinary fishermen. Amidst the throng, a silver-haired youth grasped the hand of a pink-haired girl and discreetly slipped away, perhaps due to the cleverness of their route. It was only later that the crowd realized their beloved Miss Cang Ling had vanished. Who would have thought you were so popular in the Hezhong region? The silver-haired youth, having led the girl into a narrow alley, cautiously peered outside, wary of the fervent crowd discovering their whereabouts. The girl giggled, feeling a touch shy as she clutched her dress. Today, she wore a pristine white dress that exuded a sense of purity. I almost forgot that I should dress this way in Hezhong. A sheepish smile graced her face as she rummaged through her spatial backpack, producing a thick coat, a mask, and a pair of tinted sunglasses, arming herself completely against recognition. Fortunately, the season had turned to late autumn, making such attire comfortable rather than stifling. It goes without saying, the silver-haired youth was none other than our protagonist, by Cang Ling. After opening the box at the Dyphus agency and unveiling the enigma of the new map, Cang Ling successfully deciphered it within the span of less than an hour. The markings on the divination cards not only evolved into the four suits of playing cards, but also served as a unique encryption method. Spades originated from swords, signifying masculinity. Hearts derived from golden chalices, representing femininity. Clubs stemmed from jade scepters, symbolizing royal lineage adorned with floral motifs. Diamonds emerged from pentagonal shapes, embodying the goddess, the sacred feminine. These four entities correspond to a chaotic array of numbers, and the challenge lies in arranging these numbers correctly. However, the protagonist, Cang Ling, possesses a remarkable aptitude for such numerical arrangements. These insights are meticulously documented in the notebook of Cang Ling's father, Dr. Baishir Yueshan, which also contains the decryption method for the encryption technique. Through rough calculations and comparisons, Cang Ling has discerned a simple coordinate, which points to a location near the Bottlefish Bay. Thus, the two did not wait to finish the Lily of the Valley conference and hurried towards Bottlefish Bay, taking a brief respite on the plane. Are you certain we won't be recognized? Cang Ling questioned, glancing at the fully armed Yu Ling, who had learned from previous experiences but appeared slightly uncertain. I suppose so, Yu Ling replied, her own doubt evident as she cautiously peered outside. Noticing only a few passers-by casting curious glances at her unusual attire before quickly retreating. Do not worry, they merely find your outfit peculiar, Cang Ling reassured her, grasping her hand and guiding her out of the alley towards the Elven Center at Bottlefish Bay. Darkness, endless darkness. This was the sole spectacle visible to Han Shang. As he could scarcely perceive his own physical existence, his consciousness seemingly adrift within this void. The silence of this darkness was profound, so much so that any slight disturbance could easily capture Han Shang's attention. Within his line of sight, a massive stone engulfed in flames grew increasingly larger. Han Shang felt minuscule before this colossal flaming rock. Instinctively, he raised his hands to shield himself, only to discover that the darkness was gradually yielding to a brilliant white light, which seemed to possess an alluring call, beckoning him. Startled, Han Shang sat up abruptly, gasping for air, his garments drenched in cold sweat. Was it merely a dream? He gazed at his hands, sensing an unsettling lack of reality. Young one, you have awakened. A haunting voice resonated in Han Shang's ears, its tone devoid of emotion, as cold and still as a lake that stirred not a single ripple. It was then that Han Shang took a moment to observe his surroundings, realizing he was in an unfamiliar place. one he was certain he had never visited before. The ambient light was dim, yet not so obscured as to render everything invisible. He could feel the icy coldness of the concrete beneath him. His gaze shifted towards the source of the earlier sound, where a chair stood occupied by a man clad in red, with his spirited white hair and piercing black eyes. Even in the shadows, Han Xiang could sense the sharpness akin to that of a hawk. "Who are you?" Han Xiang felt a heaviness in his head, struggling to rise, yet failing miserably, devoid of any strength. He realized that none of his Pokeballs were by his side, his Desert Eagle was missing, and even the mysterious gemstone from Meyer had vanished from his neck, leaving his heart in a state of trepidation. "You have no right to question me." The words of the man in red struck Han Xiang's chest like a heavy hammer, rendering him breathless and speechless. "I ask you, how did you come by that gemstone?" The man raised a purple gemstone, threaded through with a rope, his expression darkening ominously, as if to imply that any unsatisfactory answer from Han Xiang would lead to dire consequences. "Return it to me." Han Xiang, upon seeing the gemstone, instinctively reached out as if to reclaim it. "Humph." The man in red scoffed, an unintentional display of power causing the surrounding air to grow tense. The pressure he exerted was so formidable that Han Xiang found himself inadvertently bowing his head. "Boy, since you are unwilling to speak, I shall take matters into my own hands." The man pressed down on Han Xiang's head, a yellowish light emanating from him. This light stirred the residual purple glow within Han Xiang, the two forces of serpentine power resonating, allowing the man in red to delve effortlessly into Han Xiang's memories. He focused on extracting all knowledge related to the Meyer inheritance stone, unaware that the purple gemstone in his hand was quietly merging with Han Xiang's body. Of course, power is reciprocal. As the man perused Han Xiang's memories, Han Xiang simultaneously glimpsed fragments of the man's own past. In an instant, he grasped the essence of the man before him, Garchuanos, the elder brother of Meyer, a champion-level powerhouse. At the Fish Bay Pokémon Center, Cang Ling entrusted all of his Pokémon to Miss Joy for some much-needed status adjustments, as it had been a considerable time since their last evaluation. While Cang Ling attended to his Pokémon, Xianling seized the opportunity to make a phone call. The virtual screen of her laptop displayed a cartoonish phone icon, pulsating rhythmically. "Hello?" The call connected swiftly, but the video was shrouded in darkness, a languid voice resonating from the void, laced with a hint of sleepiness. "It's me, Sister Mu." Xianling chuckled softly into the phone, imagining the flustered expression of her sister on the other end. "Ah, wait a moment." The voice on the other end of the telephone suddenly grew somewhat frantic, accompanied by a clattering noise, before the call was abruptly disconnected. It was evident that Sister Mu had been engrossed in her report again last night. Left bewildered by the sudden termination of the call, Xianling found herself momentarily stunned. Before long, approximately 5 minutes passed, and her laptop chimed with an incoming call notification. Ding. Following the crisp sound of connection, the video screen illuminated, revealing a woman adorned with black-framed glasses and cascading, shoulder-length azure hair, exuding an air of intellectual beauty. Behind her stood a wall intricately carved with delicate patterns, confirming Xuanling's suspicions that she had indeed spent the night in the studio. "Why, you little rascal, what prompted you to call me at this hour?" Shiyun remarked, gently rubbing her temples as if to alleviate the headache that accompanied her abrupt awakening. "Oh, just thought I'd drop in," Xianling replied playfully, tilting her head as she looked at the blue-haired woman, sticking out her tongue in a mischievous manner. "Oh, so you finally decided to return and continue the concert?" Shiyun raised her eyelids slightly, her expression one of mild astonishment. She had not anticipated that the little sneak, who had stolen away, would return so quickly. Upon hearing the mention of the concert, Xianling's expression grew slightly awkward. "Well, it should be a while before that happens, after all. I didn't come back to Hezhong for work. Then why did you video call me?" Xian stood up at that moment, retrieving a cup of warmed milk from the microwave. After taking a slow sip, she continued, "Are you planning to issue a bounty again, my dear lady?" "Of course not. Of course not." Noticing Shiyun was about to begin her usual nagging, Xianling quickly lifted her laptop, revealing the distinctive decor of Bingtu Bay behind her. "What are you doing there? Fishing?" Shiyun's keen eyes caught sight of a silver-haired figure fleetingly passing in front of the camera, prompting a playful smile to grace Xuanling's lips. "Just hanging out with your little boyfriend." "Oh my." Xianling hadn't expected Shiyun to be so observant. She quickly positioned the laptop back in front of her. No, you must be mistaken, Sister Mu. In fact, I've recently composed a few songs, and I've completed the scores. I'll send them to you shortly." She rushed to conclude her explanation, eager to avoid any further prying from Shiyun. Sighing at the now black screen of her laptop, which displayed the call had been disconnected, Shiyun chuckled softly. This little girl is becoming increasingly nosy. Cang Ling promptly sent the prepared documents to Xiao Ying, then began searching for the presence of the Cang Ling in the Pokémon Center. Where's Cang Ling? The adjustments should be wrapping up soon. Amazing. That Lucario is so impressive. And that other Pokémon is quite handsome too. The battle between these two Pokémon is so splendid. Excited chatter erupted outside the Pokémon Center, capturing Xuan Ling's attention. Lucario? Could it be that Cang Ling is battling someone? And they didn't even invite me. With a huff, the girl tidied up her belongings and swiftly made her way toward the entrance of the Pokémon Center. As she stepped outside, she beheld two figures, one red and one blue, engaged in a spirited battle not far away, each unleashing their abilities and illuminating the air with dazzling bursts of light. Upon observing the combatants, she recognized one as a lively boy of similar age to her companion, Cang Ling, with tousled brown-black hair and a subtle smile that exuded confidence. His opponent, also appearing to be of similar age, sported striking dark red hair and golden eyes that sparkled with an unusual brilliance. The blue figure was a familiar Pokémon to her, Lucario, known for its mastery of aura. The red Pokémon, however, was a rarer sight for her. This creature, the fiery Blaziken, boasted a plume of white feathers, its bandaged claws slicing through the air with precision, while its powerful legs granted it remarkable agility. Each year, Blaziken's feathers would renew, becoming more resplendent, and in battle, it could unleash intense flames from its limbs, scorching its adversaries. A familiar voice broke through her thoughts. The silver-haired boy beside her observed the duel with keen interest, arms crossed. Cang Ling, she exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her voice as she placed her hand on his waist, playfully contemplating a slight pinch. Feeling a twinge of annoyance that he hadn't called her to join in the excitement. Don't be mischievous, Cang Ling retorted, deftly grasping her outstretched hand before she could act. This battle promises to be quite intriguing. He subtly pulled her closer to him, distancing her from the gathering crowd. He had long since identified the optimal vantage point. And since the Bellflower tournament, he had developed a keen interest in such events. This small, unintentional gesture did not go unnoticed by her. A spark of youthful mischief flared within her, mingled with a touch of sweetness. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Lucario concentrated, forming an aura sphere, while Blaziken retaliated with a fiery kick that scattered the energy projectile. Blaziken danced with grace, delivering a punch imbued with a fierce gale, while Lucario crossed its arms, producing a metallic sound from its contact points. The piercing noise from the sound waves caused Blaziken to momentarily falter, but it quickly countered with a wave of energy that disrupted Blaziken's advance. Though neither side's attack succeeded, this did not deter their resolve. In a synchronized move, both combatants retreated a step, Lucario preparing a powerful aura sphere while Blaziken launched into a flame charge. Their formidable techniques collided spectacularly, sending shockwaves that cleared the surrounding crowd. Under the guidance of their trainers, these two Pokémon engaged in a thrilling exchange, the intensity of their duel escalating rapidly. Outside the Pokémon Center in Bottlefish Bay, the excitement was palpable. The Tibetan antelope, that Lucario, which one is more formidable in comparison to yours? Observing the two spirited Pokémon exchanging blows in the arena, the young girl gently nudged the boy beside her with her elbow. Can't you see for yourself? Judging from the techniques employed by that Lucario, it seems to be oriented towards special attack. Its ability, however, remains undetermined at this moment. The antelope's gaze remained fixated on Lucario, attentively responding to her inquiry. Blaziken, once more, swords dance. The boy with chestnut hair raised his clenched right fist triumphantly, his expression filled with fervor. The Blaziken in the arena moved with rhythmic precision, enveloped in a radiant red aura, its fiery fists blazing with intensified heat. Lucario. The boy with dark red hair called out Lucario's name, yet said little more, trusting in Lucario's own instincts at that moment. A brilliant blue glow of aura emanated from Lucario, its focus sharpened. Without any elaborate maneuvers, it simply executed a block and counter against the incoming Blaziken's punch. Indeed, a straightforward block and counter. With the aid of its aura, Lucario deftly neutralized Blaziken's assault, swiftly forming an aura sphere that struck Blaziken squarely in the chest, forcing it to recoil. Hey, I knew I wasn't mistaken. You truly are remarkable. The boy with chestnut hair paid no heed to Blaziken's disrupted assault, instead engaging in conversation with his opponent. If I'm not mistaken, that trainer with the Blaziken must be Tang Yu from the top 4 of the last issue conference. Among the onlookers, someone recognized one of the combatants. I know the one battling with Lucario. He often here sourcing supplies, that brooding fellow. I never imagined he'd be so formidable in battle. An uncle dressed as a fisherman observed the duel with concern. Enough chatter. Focus on the battle. It appeared that Xiao Ying was quite dissatisfied with the current tense situation. Typically taciturn, he chose not to communicate verbally with Lucario at this juncture, merely offering it a knowing glance. Lucario shared an extraordinary bond with Xiao Ying. Their silent exchange conveyed to Lucario exactly what to do next. It slowly closed its eyes, achieving a tranquil state, and the enhancing red glow of its ability illuminated around it. Meditation. There's no way I'll allow you to enhance so easily. Tang Yu, seemingly invigorated, raised his voice in commanding fervor. Blaziken flame kick. Blaziken surged into action, its speed so remarkable that it appeared in an instant behind Lucario, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. What? The astonishing velocity of Blaziken stunned Xiao Ying, just as the thought of instructing Lucario to evade emerged in his mind. He realized that Lucario had already been struck by Blaziken's flame kick. That Blaziken's speed seems to have increased. The girl beside him, who had maintained a subtle aura emanation, keenly sensed the abnormal acceleration of Blaziken. It was nearly 15 times faster than before. It is indeed swifter. That Blaziken must be concealing its ability. The observation skills of the Tibetan antelope appear to surpass even the extraordinary abilities of the hunter. It has discerned the reason behind the Torchique's accelerated speed and mused inwardly, still within a controllable range. Let me see how you shall respond. The acceleration trait causes one's speed to increase progressively throughout the battle. Humph. Can you truly master such swift velocity? Upon realizing it was an acceleration trait, the antelope calmed down, its thoughts becoming lucid. It's coming, it's coming. As Torchique's speed escalated, Lucario remained in a passive defensive state, unable to keep pace with the relentless punches and kicks that Torchique launched its way. The speed of Torchique had surpassed its capacity to counter. Buzz. Torchique's velocity seemed to breach the sound barrier, creating visible ripples in the air as it surged forward. Opportunity. Both the observing Tibetan antelope and the battling Lucario's eyes brightened simultaneously. This was the moment they had awaited. Lucario, finally receiving the command from its trainer, was invigorated. Its focus sharpened. Vacuum wave. With a slight lift of its hand, Lucario unleashed an almost imperceptible blade of air. Despite Torchique's rapid speed, the vacuum wave struck true, akin to a guided missile, momentarily halting Torchique. While the impact of this modest move was negligible for Torchique, that brief pause elicited a confident smile from Lucario's trainer. That was all that was needed. After the slight interruption, Torchique resumed its rapid advance, but then a bizarre phenomenon occurred, a dazzling burst of blinding energy, followed by a blue silhouette. Lucario had completed the charge for its powerful fighting-type move, Aura Sphere, and unleashed it upon Torchique. The outcome was clear. In the Unova region, on an obscure small island, coconut trees flourished. Even in the deep autumn, the trees still bore verdant leaves, inhabited by various water-type and other elemental Pokémon. Just as the island basked in tranquility, a shadowy figure seemed to fracture through space, landing on the island and shattering the long-held peace. This shadow appeared to be evading something, quickly seeking refuge upon arriving on the island. Shortly after the shadow concealed itself, a man clad in a black leather coat, sporting a simple buzz cut of golden hair, arrived at the same island. What is this? I distinctly sensed activity just moments ago. The man, with his left hand tucked in his pants pocket, furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the serene landscape. TCH. The man spat onto the ground, crouched, and pressed his right hand against the island's surface, slowly closing his eyes. A dark gray light emanated from him, spreading outward like a radar, meticulously probing every corner of the island. Could it be that my earlier sensation was merely an illusion? Time had not passed long. Perhaps just the span it takes for a cup of tea to cool, when the man in black completed his search of the small island. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his gaze filled with bewilderment. Rustling sounds emanated from the surrounding underbrush, capturing the attention of the man in black. Who goes there? His senses heightened. He instinctively placed his right hand upon his left pocket, pressing down firmly, an enigmatic gesture whose significance was unclear. As he remained alert, watching the thicket, a common little sprite, a Porygon, emerged from within. The sprite, sensing the man's dark gaze, fled in fright, leaving him speechless. Damn it! The man in black struck a nearby coconut tree with a powerful fist, causing its branches to tremble and a flurry of debris to fall. How neurotic of me to be wary of such a feeble creature. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, addressing himself as Lord, bemused by the fact that he had allowed such a minor character to distract him. Since there appeared to be no abnormalities, he decided to return and report to his superior, Sorrow. He ran a hand through his hair and made his way toward the island's edge, where his speedboat awaited. Once he had walked far enough away to be out of sight, a shadow that had been concealing itself emerged again, remarking, "How foolish it is to explore the 8 heroes of this generation. Who are you calling foolish?" A sudden voice rang out from behind the shadow, accompanied by a black dagger that lunged toward the back of its head. The shadow reacted swiftly, performing a forward roll to narrowly evade the dagger's strike. The individual wielding the black dagger approached with deliberate steps, his golden crew cut signifying his identity. It was the very man who had departed earlier, now returned without notice. "You scoundrel!" The shadow, enveloped in an eerie black mist that occasionally rippled, had let down its guard, failing to perform a mental scan. To be ensnared by such a simple ruse was a grave oversight. It seemed you are not as clever as you appear. A wry smile played on the lips of the man, the black dagger twirling in his grasp, reflecting brilliant silver light as he showed no concern that the shadow might escape. This time, consider it my defeat. Surprisingly, the shadow acknowledged its carelessness with remarkable candor. Yet the black mist around it surged violently, growing increasingly pale, as if it intended to conceal itself once more. Perhaps next time would yield different results. Huh. The man observed the shadow's movements closely, chuckling softly as he murmured, "Letting you escape this time will not tarnish my reputation for chaos." A crimson figure darted out from behind him, a humanoid sprite with a strong jaw, adorned with numerous black stripes, and equipped with 3 sharp claws on each hand and foot. The rogue crocodile, a menacing figure, is said to possess terrifying eyesight, capable of spotting small prey from 50 kilometers away, even amidst a sandstorm. As soon as the rogue crocodile appeared, it fixed its fierce gaze upon the retreating shadow, seemingly freezing the surrounding space and halting the dissipating black mist. That ominous black gaze? The shadow, forcibly held in place by the oppressive stare, finally relinquished its shroud of darkness, revealing before Yumming a man clad in a pristine white suit, his hair a striking white, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his handsome face, exuding an air of harmlessness. "Since you have chosen to keep me here, I trust you are prepared." The white-haired man casually stretched, the sound of his joints cracking akin to popping beans, having not engaged in a proper fight for quite some time. "I hope you can pique my interest." In that moment, the expression in his eyes was anything but genteel. It radiated an unmasked aggression, creating an almost palpable pressure that compelled Yumming to involuntarily take a step back, his left hand in his pocket stirring with restlessness. The rogue crocodile positioned itself before its master, sharing the weight of the impending threat. Suddenly, fissures tore through the space behind the white-haired man, and a white tentacle emerged from within. "Oh, before you meet your end, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Huoji. Danger. Extreme danger." Yumming felt his pulse racing, acutely aware of the formidable power embodied by that tentacle. At the Bottlefish Bay, the Blaziken was sent flying by a lightning-fast energy blast from Lucario, crashing to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Blaziken. Tang Yu rushed to the fallen Pokémon's side, his right hand discreetly brushing against its body, a subtle action unnoticed by the onlookers. Blaziken struggled to sit up, offering Tang Yu a reassuring glance. "You were truly impressive. I concede defeat wholeheartedly." Once he confirmed Blaziken was unharmed, Tang Yu addressed the departing Shinin. It was merely a stroke of luck. Shinin, on the verge of leaving, paused and turned to Tang Yu, speaking earnestly. "If your Blaziken could master its speed after acceleration, the outcome would have been quite different." "Huh, that's far too challenging for Blaziken at this stage," Tang Yu chuckled, understanding the weight of Shun Yin's words. "I'm off. If the opportunity arises, let us battle again." Shinin had no intention of lingering, hastened by the urgency of time. After the bout, he had a mere 5 minutes left to reach the dock, fearing a reduction in his wages for tardiness. "Indeed, I shall strive for that." Tang Yu nodded earnestly, recognizing the rarity of such a formidable opponent. As the battle concluded, the crowd began to disperse, yet Tang Yu remained rooted in place, catching sight of a figure clad in a white shirt, accompanied by a girl with long pink hair cascading down to her waist. "Ah, Cang Ling, it's been quite a while since I last saw you in battle." As the battle concluded, Cang Ling did not linger, for he sought to retrieve the Pokémon he had entrusted to Miss Joy for adjustments. Naturally, Xianling followed closely in Cang Ling's footsteps. "Now that you mention it, there seems to be no gym around Bottlefish Bay where I can engage in practice battles," Cang Ling mused aloud, responding to Xianling's inquiries as he walked. "Then let us search. Isn't there a gym in the nearby Inkfish City?" Xianling suggested, pulling out her laptop to consult the map. "No need to rush with the map. I know you've been eager for a battle recently." The term practice battle, which Cang Ling uttered, caused Tang Yu, who had been observing, to pause momentarily before feeling a surge of joy. He thought himself fortunate today, as skilled trainers were appearing one after another. Feigning ignorance, Ling was about to counter Xianling's assertion, but she seemed to read him like an open book. No need to deny it. I know you are the type who relishes battles. Xianling patted Ling's shoulder, continuing, otherwise. You wouldn't have adjusted your Pokemon's condition as soon as you arrived here to arrange a practice battle. Ling found himself bemused by the girl's presumption. Yet he could not deny that she had nearly deciphered his thoughts. Why are you looking at me like that? Xianling asked, tucking her Pokédex away and gazing into Ling's profound eyes. It's over. Ling replied with a mock seriousness. Oh, 90 Bottlefish Bay, Pokémon Center. Ling approached Miss Joy at the counter, inquiring, how is the adjustment of my Pokemon's condition coming along? Your Pokémon is all set. Miss Joy smiled as she presented a tray holding 3 Pokeballs before Ling. Thank you. Ling took the 3 Pokeballs, expressed his gratitude to Miss Joy, and secured them onto his battle belt at his waist. Hey, Ling, I've arranged a practice battle for you in Inkfish City. As Ling turned to head back, Xianling waved her laptop at him from a corner. Didn't we agree to first find the location marked on the map? Ling furrowed his brow slightly, quickening his pace until he stood beside Xianling and took the laptop from her. The screen displayed, Inkfish City Gym Practice Battle, scheduled for tomorrow at 3:00 p.m., confirmed. Now I can't even cancel the practice battle. Ling facepalmed, realizing he had carelessly arranged a battle without knowing the type of gym in Inkfish City. Hey, I waited for the confirmation before telling you. Observing Ling's amusing expression, Xianling struggled to suppress her laughter, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Such arrogance. Ling ruffled Xianling's pink hair playfully and poked her forehead with his finger. For you, and yet you remain ungrateful. Xianling winced slightly at the poke, retracting her neck in apprehension, then gazed at Ling for a moment, mumbling under her breath. Ling remained silent, his eyes focused on the laptop as he typed, seemingly in a bit of a mood. Sigh. Xiao Ying sensed that Ling was behaving oddly and quickly leaned in to see what Ling was doing. Oh dear, my lady. As Xiao Ying leaned closer, Ling was met with a view filled with the color of Xiao Ying's hair. I was just reviewing the information on the Inkfish gym, Ling remarked. Oh, Ling, have I caused you trouble? Xiao Ying's head shrank slightly, yet she did not lift it. Instead, she adjusted her angle so Ling could see the information on her laptop. Ling gazed at Xiao Ying's drooping head, knowing her mood without seeing her face. In her frustration, she longed to shake her, but merely pressed her lips together and said with mild irritation, I'm not angry with you. Why are you so upset? Xiao Ying's eyes widened, and she abruptly lifted her head, only to quickly lower it again upon meeting Ling's profound gaze. Ling was indeed troubled by this display, feeling exasperated. What are you sulking about when I haven't even said a word? Xiao Ying's lips twitched as she felt guilty, responding awkwardly, I thought you were angry. At that moment, Ling was at a loss for words. She truly wanted to express her irritation, but instead, she merely pressed Xiao Ying's head against her shoulder and wrapped her right arm around the girl's waist. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ying lifted her hand and playfully smacked Ling's hand. Noticing that Ling remained still around her waist, she playfully smacked her again with more force. Ling, holding her close, felt the sofa was slightly cramped for two. Fearing that if Xiao Ying didn't sit securely, she might slide off, yet also concerned that if she held her too tightly, it might be uncomfortable. Just as her attention wavered, Xiao Ying's playful slap caused Ling to shift slightly. Ling's reaction startled Xiao Ying, prompting her to quickly retract her hand. With a sigh, Ling ruffled Xiao Ying's hair and pulled her firmly into her embrace. Such an intimate gesture was a first for Ling, and initially, Xiao Ying struggled against it. But after a few attempts, realizing her strength was no match for Ling's, she surrendered and melted into her arms. In the silence, Xiao Ying felt Ling's hand that had been resting on the back of her head slide down, soothingly gliding across her back before finally resting on her hand. Gently intertwining their fingers, the slightly rough thumb appeared to thoughtfully squeeze her middle finger. Don't think too much. I was just unfamiliar with this gym and got a bit carried away, Ling said, feeling the unique softness of Xiao Ying's hand. Your words sound so grand. Yet your expression earlier was as if you could devour someone. Xiao Ying mumbled, her voice muffled as she nestled deeper into Ling's embrace. Ling did not wish for Xiao Ying to think poorly of her temperament and reiterated, I was merely a bit excited. Xiao Ying lifted her head from Ling's chest, stating, dismissing a girl's words is hardly the behavior of a gentleman. The statement rendered Ling momentarily speechless, compelling him to lower his gaze to the laptop, while Yuling leaned against him. At that moment, the atmosphere between them began to ferment like fine wine, gradually descending into a tranquil silence. On an unnamed island, a thunderous explosion resonated, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that nearly engulfed the entire landmass, severing the cluster of coconut palms at its center. Coughing violently, a blond man with a crew cut staggered out from the plume of smoke, his black leather jacket now tattered and torn, while the metal dagger clutched in his right hand bore numerous dents. Suddenly, a white tentacle burst forth from the smoke, pursuing him relentlessly. Yuming desperately twisted his body to evade the impending strike, yet he was ultimately too slow. The tentacle grazed his back, inflicting a wound deep enough to expose bone. Crimson blood gushing forth. In the wake of this chaos, a roar emerged from the smoke, and the figure of the rogue crocodile, with its deep red hue, darted forward. Accompanied by flying debris, the stones hurtled toward the white tentacle, yet its master seemed wholly unconcerned, casually swatting them aside with ease. However, this distraction afforded the rogue crocodile the opportunity to return to Yumming's side, shielding its master behind its formidable frame. Yumming bit down on his tongue, striving to suppress his cries, but the excruciating pain drained the color from his face, rendering it pale as a blank sheet of paper. You seem rather different from the death frenzy I am familiar with. At that moment, Huoji emerged from the smoke, impeccably clean, his white suit untouched by the chaos. Even his hairstyle remained unruffled, his gaze fixed on Yumming with intrigue. Typically, every incarnation of death frenzy was fiercely combative, yet you are an anomaly. If you encountered me, you would likely be frightened to the point of wetting yourself. A grimace of a smile twisted across Yumming's pale visage, as he audaciously issued threats even in his dire state. How amusing. By all means, showcase your abilities, do not hold back. Huoji casually adjusted his collar, seemingly unperturbed by Yumming's bravado. Perhaps if you continue to conceal your true self, you will come to regret it when your life slips away. Hey, whether I regret it or not is none of your concern. Yumming struggled to rise, wiping at the wound on his back, then extending his tongue to taste the blood on his hands, his expression morphing into something grotesque and menacing. Meanwhile, as Cang Ling and Yuling were engrossed in each other's company, a youth with dark brown hair entered the Pokémon Center. Miss Joy, could you please heal my Blaziken? This young man was none other than Kusanagi Tu, who had previously lost to Chunin. After their battle, he seemed to have attended to other matters, now seeking treatment for his Blaziken. Certainly, please hold on. Joy replied with a smile, accepting the Pokeball that Tu placed on the tray. Ah, Cang Ling, the champion of the Bellflower Conference has arrived. Lu Ling leaned against Cang Ling's shoulder, her fingers deftly gliding over her laptop. By chance, she stumbled upon a piece of news that piqued her interest. Cang Ling, having withdrawn his gaze from his own screen, turned his attention to Lu Ling's device, having already grasped the general tactics employed by the leader of the Inkfish Dojo. The image displayed was of a gray-haired youth, Iwakura Kenji, renowned for his exceptional arithmetic skills. Why wasn't Tihan Shang featured instead? Cang Ling absent-mindedly scrolled through Lu Ling's laptop. The runner-up's image was also someone familiar to Cang Ling, Nishikori Chitose, the golden-haired boy who had always been by Kenji's side. Cang Ling, it seems your friend forfeited during the top 32, Lu Ling remarked, searching for Han Shang's details, and promptly found information regarding his participation in the Swearing Conference. Haimu Han Shang, forfeited in the round of 32. How could he have told me he aimed for the championship? Cang Ling felt a twinge of disbelief, unable to comprehend this behavior, which was entirely uncharacteristic of Han Shang. He must have had his reasons, Lu Ling speculated. Forfeiting was not uncommon at the Swearing Conference. Similar occurrences transpired at other tournaments as well. Let us hope that is the case, Cang Ling said as he powered down his laptop and stowed it away in his spatial backpack. Cang Ling, you seem troubled by this matter, Lu Ling observed, her sensitive heart attuned to his emotional shifts. Cang Ling remained silent. In that very moment, he had indeed feared something had befallen Han Shang. It is time for some restorative training with those fellows. After all, we have battles to prepare for tomorrow, Cang Ling asserted, flicking Lu Ling's forehead with a finger, urging her to lift her head from his shoulder. He stretched his shoulders briefly before adding, now, do not lean on me. If you become overwhelmed, there will be no one to shield you from the storm. Stingy, Lu Ling pouted, clutching her forehead and mumbling softly, before playfully pinching the soft flesh at Cang Ling's waist. This way, you will lose me. Ah, Cang Ling gasped, the sudden pain akin to torture. Perhaps his audible reaction caught the attention of Tang Yu, who was waiting nearby for the healing of his fire chicken. Upon seeing Cang Ling, Tang Yu's eyes lit up. Isn't that the one preparing for a spar at the Inkfish Dojo? He called out. If you don't mind, how about a battle with me? Tang Yu proposed from behind Cang Ling, his voice resonating throughout the Pokémon Center. Gaga. Yumming's shoulders quivered incessantly, his demeanor betraying a maniacal smile. Observing this, the seemingly refined Huoji watched as Yumming's cheerful expression gradually faded, replaced by an aura reminiscent of a ferocious beast. Yiming's left hand, which had been tucked inside his pants pocket, emerged without warning, his entire being trembling in madness. With his eyes devoid of any color save for the stark white of his sclera, the energy emanating from Yu Ming's body fluctuated with a dark gray hue, seemingly endowing him with remarkable regenerative abilities. The wound on his back, which had once bled profusely, was now miraculously no longer oozing blood, a state he had not encountered in quite some time. Meanwhile, Huiji furrowed his brow, realizing that he could no longer discern the true nature of the individual before him, though his aura was faint, akin to that of a dying man. He stood resolutely in front of him. I would like to express my gratitude to Li for the care of my alter ego. Yu Ming's eyes, filled with stark whiteness, swept over Huiji, while his rogue crocodile companion surged forward. Before Huiji could react, the rogue crocodile's assault was already upon him, its white tentacles deftly maneuvering to intercept the attack. The rogue crocodile surged forth, its arms stretched wide in an exaggerated manner, exuding a deep green aura that rendered it akin to an ethereal blade. The noble and commanding grasp of its verdant claws accurately cleaved through the white tentacles. Dragon-type skill, Dragon's Claw. In truth, the rogue crocodile possessed a trace of dragon lineage. Albeit faint, it was undeniably present. This claw, imbued with the essence of dragons, effortlessly severed the white tentacles, as if nothing could withstand the might of dragonkind. How intriguing! Huiji observed the white tentacles falter, displaying not a hint of concern. Instead, he chuckled with delight, reveling in the chaos of death that surrounded him. Void. Attack with abandon. Huiji finally communicated with the spirit behind him. The white tentacles quickly became suffused with a beguiling purple hue, striking the already evasive rogue crocodile's arm with unparalleled swiftness. The purple essence, akin to a parasite, invaded the rogue crocodile's wound, manifesting a flicker of agony upon its countenance. Toxic strike. Venomous. In mere moments, the rogue crocodile found itself reeling from the effects of the poison. The subsequent assault of virulent toxins was insidiously cruel. Humph. Yu Ming emitted a disdainful snort in response to such underhanded tactics, simultaneously channeling his own dark gray serpent power into the rogue crocodile. Did your predecessor not inform you? Huiji's right hand waved, and the white, venom-laden tentacle shot forth. The serpent power is not always effective. The dark gray serpent energy enveloping the rogue crocodile seemed to offer no protection whatsoever, as the tentacle pierced through its left chest, leaving a 3-centimeter diameter wound that gushed forth blood. The force of the impact caused Yu Ming to spit forth a mouthful of blood, while the wound on his back reopened, forcing him to kneel in agony as his eyes reverted to their normal hue. How can this be? My serpent power is ineffective. Yu Ming's heart brimmed with shock, yet his vision began to blur. The adverse effects of excessive blood loss had finally taken hold, accompanied by a disorienting haze enveloping his consciousness. Thus, it has come to an end. With a casual gesture, the ominous figure directed a white tendril that tore through the fabric of space, aiming directly for the vulnerable neck of its adversary. However, this assault never reached its target, for a vibrant emerald flame had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, to intercept the tendril. Here lay an uninhabited expanse, where two young challengers stood facing each other at opposite ends. These two were none other than Cang Ling and Tang Yu, who had previously met at the Pokémon Center. Cang Ling had been contemplating some rudimentary training for his Pokémon when, to his surprise, an opportunity for battle presented itself, prompting him to accept Tang Yu's challenge on the spot. The rules were straightforward, a team of one, and the first Pokémon to fall would signify defeat. Is that agreeable? Tang Yu inquired, stretching his neck and reaching for the Pokeball secured at his waist. Absolutely. Cang Ling affirmed with a nod, already gripping a camouflage green Pokeball, having decided which Pokémon to send forth. Go for it, Cang Ling, cheered a girl with cascading pink hair, standing along the long edge of the clearing, waving her hand in encouragement. Let us go, Poison Rose. The camouflage Pokeball in Cang Ling's palm burst open, revealing the elegant figure of the Poison Rose, who stepped onto the battleground with grace. The rose it cradled emanated a subtle fragrance, and with a gentle shake, sparkling pollen drifted into the air. A grass and poison type, is it? I might just gain an advantage in terms of type matchups, Tang Yu mused, already having decided on his own contender. He unleashed his chosen Pokémon from its Pokeball. Out emerged a creature predominantly adorned in red, with its face, hands, and the tips of its legs in a vibrant orange hue. 3 small orange spots decorated its abdomen, and fiery eyebrows arched above its eyes, while orange, seagull-like stripes adorned its back. This was a Pokémon Cang Ling had never encountered before. though he had a fleeting recollection of it from a previous glance at the Pokédex during a moment of boredom. The Daruma Baboon, a fire-type Pokémon, renowned for its explosive nature, hardened its resolve like rock when injured in battle, a distinctive Pokémon from the Unova region. Observing from the sidelines, the pink-haired girl, Xiao Ying, provided insight into Tang Yu's Pokémon, gently stroking the pink creature perched on her shoulder, a dream eater that she had released at some point unbeknownst to her. Sister, why did you summon me at this moment? Dream eater connected with Xiao Ying's mind, still lost in a deep slumber. Please remain vigilant. I sense a hidden presence nearby. Xiao Ying communicated telepathically, and you ought to make progress as well. Remaining stagnant is not ideal. Oh dear, I understand. Dream eater sighed, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the topic. I too wish to evolve, but I always seem to fall just short. A faint rainbow shimmer enveloped Dream Eater, as its psychic powers gradually expanded outward. As the dialogue unfolded between Xianling and Shermu, the clash between Cangling and Tang Yu commenced. Let it begin, Poison Rose, whispered Cangling, and the Poison Rose sprang into action, sending a flurry of pollen into the air. The Poison Rose charged directly toward the Daruma Baboon, and Tang Yu, observing its unexpected assertiveness despite the type disadvantage, felt a flicker of astonishment. It was undeniably bold. One could hardly argue that this was the mark of a trainer capable of engaging in serious battles. While Tang Yu pondered this, he gestured for the Daruma Baboon to confront the Poison Rose head-on. The Daruma Baboon swung its fists, enveloped in searing flames, launching a dual assault on the Poison Rose. The intervals between its strikes were brief, yet the Poison Rose appeared to sway gracefully, as if untouched, the fiery fists merely grazing past it. What is this? Exclaimed Tang Yu, astounded by the dizzying speed of the Poison Rose, which left only a fleeting afterimage in his vision. The intricate footwork resembled a dance, a mere shift in direction while maintaining forward momentum, creating a mesmerizing trajectory. This was the first time the Poison Rose had employed such a technique in battle. However, when executed at high velocity, the movements became subtle, making it seem as if the user merely trembled rather than moved. While Tang Yu was still processing the complexity of this maneuver, the Poison Rose had already closed in on the Daruma Baboon, pressing the rose flower against its chest, planting a seed imbued with life essence. Parasitic seed. In that instant, the rose flower unfurled, its petals swirling to release a circle of eerie, yellowed leaves that rained down upon the Daruma Baboon, forcing it to retreat under the relentless assault. The Poison Rose, undeterred, followed with elegant strides, keeping pace with the retreating baboon. That creature is utterly insane, Tang Yu thought, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Under Cangling's command, the Poison Rose unleashed a barrage of attacks, leaving him no time for contemplation. He relied solely on instinct to direct the Daruma Baboon. Daruma Baboon. Flame charge. The Daruma Baboon abruptly halted its retreat, igniting in flames, akin to a bullet being fired. It was not willing to remain a mere target for an opponent that had the advantage over it. Poison Needle. Cangling had no intention of allowing the Poison Rose to defend itself. His strategy was to maintain pressure on the adversary. The Poison Rose executed a backward roll to evade the Daruma Baboon's assault, swiftly rising to target it with its rose flower, unleashing a multitude of purple glowing needles. With a flurry of piercing attacks, the Daruma Baboon found itself with little room to maneuver, forced to shield its vital points with its arms. The poison needles pierced the Daruma Baboon's limbs, staining them purple, while the previously planted seed took root and began to sap the baboon's vitality. The toxic seeds, coupled with the venomous influence, relentlessly drained the stamina of the Daruma Baboon. In just a few initial rounds, the toxic rose had already cornered the baboon into a dire predicament. Such strength, truly formidable, Tang Yu murmured in a daze, astonished that his opponent had managed to suppress him right from the outset. This overwhelming sensation was one he had only experienced against those who were superior to him. However, this moment of distraction was fleeting. Soon, the fire of determination ignited in his eyes. Daruma Baboon. Flame charge. At this juncture, Tang Yu resorted to unleashing a powerful ultimate move to turn the tide. Driven by desperation, this was his only course of action. The baboon's limbs ignited with flames even more brilliant and intense than when it had previously employed the flame wheel. The searing flames distorted the surrounding space, morphing into a roaring fire dragon that surged forth with unrestrained ferocity. Dodge. At this critical juncture, the Tibetan antelope opted for evasive maneuvers, prompting the toxic rose to take action. Inhaling deeply, the toxic rose quivered its flower, unleashing a dense barrage of toxic needles that obscured the Daruma Baboon's line of sight. Following this, the toxic rose executed a small leap, its form becoming a blur as it conjured two illusory duplicates, confounding the baboon. The shadow clone technique is designed to bewilder adversaries, yet experienced trainers can easily discern the real from the fake. Of course, this does not apply to those trainers who master the art of shadow cloning alongside their Pokémon. Thus, this skill primarily serves to waste the opponent's time, granting the user a moment to strategize. The one on the far right. Tang Yu quickly identified the true form of the toxic rose, his excitement palpable as he shouted. Believing he was on the verge of breaking free from the oppressive situation, gesturing for the Daruma baboon to attack in that direction. The Daruma baboon, riding the flames, charged forward with unwavering determination, ignoring the toxic needles shot forth by the advancing toxic rose. It resembled a roaring flame golem, hurtling toward the toxic rose. The speed was such that the toxic rose had no chance to evade. Its verdant figure was engulfed by the searing inferno, the intense heat instantly extracting moisture from the ground beneath, causing it to crack. Ha ha ha. The Daruma baboon gasped for breath. The combined effects of the parasitic seeds and poisoning had stripped away much of its stamina, yet excitement flickered in its eyes. The exhilarating release from such suppression was truly invigorating. As he watched the toxic rose consumed by flames, Tang Yu punched the air with fervor. As an aggressive trainer, he seldom found himself in a position of being overwhelmed. Too soon to celebrate, isn't it? The haunting voice of the Tibetan antelope echoed, akin to a bucket of icy water poured over Tang Yu's head. The antelope exhibited no sign of concern for the toxic rose, which caused Tang Yu's heart to sink as he discerned a glimmer of green amidst the flames. A surge of emerald light erupted from the flames. It was the toxic rose, enveloped in a shimmering green aura. Its movements were swift and fluid, and as it approached the Dharma baboon, it brandished its rose, unleashing a torrent of venomous thorns. The Dharma baboon yearned to evade, yet its diminished stamina dulled its senses and rendered it increasingly feeble. The thorns shot forth with remarkable speed, though their power was modest. Being struck by a multitude was no trivial matter. After all, it is said that many ants can bring down an elephant. The stings, sharp and tingling, elicited furious roars from the Dharma baboon, which summoned every ounce of its strength, radiating a brilliant white light as it swung its robust arms with tremendous might. A desperate struggle ensued. A glint of insight flashed in the eyes of the Tibetan antelope. Such a forceful attack posed virtually no threat to the toxic rose. With a graceful sidestep, akin to a dancer on the edge of a blade, it evaded the Dharma baboon's assault and glided behind it. With a casual flick of its hands, several dark yellow leaves spiraled forth, etching deep gashes into the baboon's back. As the Dharma baboon winced in pain and attempted to retaliate, a flash of violet light enveloped it, and parasitic seeds took root, sapping the last remnants of its strength. Victory was assured. This battle was nothing short of a showcase for the toxic rose. Even the powerful flamethrower attack was effortlessly deflected by its protective barrier. The energy expended in its movements was replenished by the vitality absorbed by the parasitic seeds, rendering the toxic rose in need of no healing at a Pokémon Center. Return, Dharma baboon. You have performed admirably. Tang Yu aimed the Pokeball at the fallen, battered Dharma baboon, drawing it back into its sphere. You have triumphed, Tang Yu remarked with a bittersweet lick of his lips, surprised at how thoroughly he had been dominated throughout the battle, even evading the baboon's last-ditch effort. The previously translated empty vitality, now rendered as hard struggle, which felt remarkably realistic. You did well too. That choice of flamethrower was impressive. The Tibetan antelope approached the toxic rose, giving it a thumbs up before waving at the observing chattet nearby. Not far from the open ground, a youth with dark crimson tousled hair observed the battle from a distance. His slightly longer locks gathered into a small braid at the back. This was Xiao Ying, the very individual who had previously triumphed over Tang Yu in battle. After delivering his cargo, he had not returned with the transport ship to Sinnoh, but had inexplicably found his way back here. What a splendid battle. Xiao Ying's hand instinctively brushed against the Pokeball at his waist, the earlier confrontation having ignited a fervor within him. If one has the heart to battle, why confine oneself to a stagnant existence? A serene and melodic voice resonated in Xiao Ying's ears, imbued with tranquility and rhythm. With a contemplative demeanor, Xiao Ying turned around to see a young man, approximately 20 years of age, seated on a nearby stone step, smiling at him. As Xiao Ying approached the young man, he endeavored to discern his features more clearly. However, despite his meticulous observation, the young man's visage eluded his memory entirely. His appearance was unremarkable, the kind that would fade into a crowd, yet his every movement seemed to resonate with an inexplicable rhythm, evoking a sense of peculiarity. Do not advance any further. The young man spoke, his words imbued with an enchanting quality that compelled Chen Yin to halt. Who I am is of little significance. What truly matters is your heart. Is your heart not yearning for something, for guidance? What do you mean? Chen Yin found himself unconsciously using formal language with the young man. There is no ulterior motive. I merely wish for you to embark anew. That sense of adventure you have lost. Have you not misplaced it? The young man brushed off the wrinkles from his attire and turned to depart. It is time to reclaim it, is it not? It is time to reclaim it. Chen Yin murmured to himself, seemingly engaged in introspection. After a prolonged moment, he lifted his gaze, experiencing an epiphany that propelled his spirit forward significantly. Thank you. He began to express his gratitude, yet he soon realized that the young man had vanished without a trace, leaving his words unspoken, lodged in his throat. At that moment, a girl with striking purple hair, clad entirely in black, entered Chen Yin's line of sight. She descended the stone steps, standing at about 1.60 meters, yet possessing an alluringly curvaceous figure. Sensing Chen Yin's gaze, she paused, standing above him with her hands resting against her thighs. Her head slightly bowed, a posture reminiscent of an overly diligent student, which struck him as somewhat peculiar. The two locked eyes, each seemingly hesitant to break the silence. Perhaps due to their personalities, the atmosphere grew tense and stagnant, almost unbearably dull. Chen Yin appeared on the verge of speaking, but the enigmatic girl with purple hair interjected with a casual remark, dismissing him as she sauntered away. Left in a state of bewilderment, Chen Yin stood there, utterly perplexed.